belief. Belief
It-
isn't required.
The
The Earth
you
is
believe
what
in
it is.
correct?
No, the Earth is what it is, regardless of what you believe it to be.
A bull. Yeah.
It's a sphere.
No, if it's a flat Earth.
No.
That's your stupid belief. You see, you are projecting there.
I mean, I could put out
I
more.
don't think you're
evidence.
mean. I think you're pretty nice.
I could put out more evidence.
Yeah, let's go one topic at a time, all the way to the conclusion. Because each thing you've come up with so far, either it's been complete ignorance, it's just been some random.
Because
questions.
I've named planets you could look through telescopes and see
Those aren't
them
Earth.
also orbiting the sun.
Those aren't Earth. We're looking at the Earth, not.
Do you think the sun just moves?
We're looking at the
for
Earth, dude. The Earth.
Okay,
Earth,
let me get into my point. You think the sun directly moves for Earth, but no other planet in
Is
our
the
orbit.
sun in the sky?
No.
Or is the sun on the ground?
No, the sun is local.
You're beating around
light.
my point. Why does Venus orbit the sun?
Okay,
but
if you're going to try to debunk flat Earth, you have to be inside the flat Earth worldview, or would you be inside the Venus worldview?
It's the matter of we're in the same orbit.
Yeah, and when's the last time you watched Venus orbit the sun through a telescope?
I got one.
You're telling tales.
You know how
and you watch
Venus?
Yeah, you're just a fucking liberal liar. Just average liberal fucking
I'm not a
liar.
liberal. Hey,
you'll be
listen.
Fucking liberal.
See, and that's where it is. You start insulting me, calling me a liberal. I'm not no liberal. I'm just not an idiot.
Yeah, just ignore him. We got.
Just because I believe in science does not mean I'm a liberal.
Yeah,
that's
saying
not right.
you believe science is the most anti-science thing you can say.
Shame on you.
Okay, Tree, look at this one right here. Where in your worldview, right? You've got Venus is on what side of Earth? The left side or the right side?
You said Venus?
Yeah, look at the picture I posted. Where's Venus at? Is it towards the sun or away from the sun?
Are you talking about in chat? Hold on, let me get to that.
Yeah, stay in chat. There's going to be images and stuff.
Oh, and I got to scroll down. Did you send it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And your question was?
Just to make sure because a lot of you globetards don't really understand
and there
how
it
the
is.
heliocentric model is. So I'm trying to break it down for you to make sure you're getting it. So you got Venus right there, right? Where's Venus at? What number is it? Going from left to right.
It's 3.
It's 3?
You mean on the orbit?
Yeah. So Venus
I'm including the sun, not including the sun, it's 2.
Okay, so it's the second one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got Earth. So which way would you look to see Venus? Would you look towards the sun or away from the sun to see Venus?
I look opposite to the sun. Well, I'm talking about in the real world.
Okay, so if you were looking for Venus, you'd actually be looking at Mars? You'd look towards Mars, or would you look towards Venus?
Well, yours is wrong. But on your perspective, you would look towards the sun.
Okay, so this is wrong right here. This is not the heliocentric model.
Hold on, I just got it. Let me hear this. It's just a naive mid.
That wasn't to you. That was to Scoob.
Hey. Well, he pinged me.
50% of the time, Venus will be on the other side of one side of the sun or the other. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, Venus will always be towards the sun. It's on the way.
It will be on the other side of the sun. What do you mean?
Yeah, so that way you've got Venus will never be on the other side of Earth. It'll always be on the left side of Earth.
At the moment, Venus is.
That's a nonsensical, right?
Okay, so where is it then? Is it towards
opposite
the sun?
side of the sun? You're wrong.
It's away from. So it's where Mars is.
On your list, yeah.
Okay, so what's the first one? What's the first planet there? What's it called?
Not looking at your. In your point of view, it would be Mercury.
Okay, and then what's next?
Well, wouldn't be Venus. That's for damn sure.
It wouldn't be Venus, even though Venus
Yeah.
is right there. It wouldn't be Venus.
No.
What would be right there?
You cut out. What'd you say?
Okay, so what's right there then? If it's not Venus,
Well, Venus is closer to the sun, but it doesn't change the fact that it's on the opposite side.
the opposite side of what?
The sun.
So you never see it then. The sun's in the way of Venus.
No, you see it when it's rotating.
On which side?
Side closer to us.
So it'd be towards the sun then.
Yes. Well, it would be on the opposite side of the sun.
So you wouldn't see it. So the sun would be blocking your view.
You wouldn't always see it, but yeah.
So when you do see it, what side is it on?
Oh, my fucking neck. When you see it, what side is it on?
Yeah, is it on the left side or the right side
On the left side or the right side of what?
of Earth?
Of Earth? It's on the left side. I mean, hypothetically.
Which is the sun on the left side too, or is the sun on the right side?
It depends on where we are, what time it is.
Yeah, like right here, this time.
This time?
Yeah, exactly right there. Exactly what you see.
Sun would be on the right side, I believe.
So the sun would be out towards
Be out towards
Mars.
Why are we still arguing? What is your point on flat Earth? Why are you asking me so many questions on the solar system?
Yeah, because to demonstrate you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know any of this stuff.
I do. It's the fact that you do not know what you're talking about. Well, what does the solar system have anything to do with the fact if you don't believe it?
You fucking brought Venus up, dude.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you how flat Earth uses Venus
Because it
to
orbits.
demonstrate.
It orbits the Earth. It was going for.
See that purple line right there? Right down the middle of Earth?
Wait, did I get muted? Oh, no, I didn't get muted. What'd you say?
You see that purple
wish.
line going right through Earth?
Yeah, I see the purple line.
Okay, do you understand that there's a right and a left side?
I've never heard of a right or a left.
You don't see what? So right.
I'm being
right?
sarcastic. Yeah.
Okay. So what side? What direction is Venus? Is that a left or right?
It's left.
Okay. How about?
But you're pushing through the point that they orbit the sun.
Is it okay? So which one is it?
What do you mean? Which one is it?
Is it left or right?
Is what left or right?
Venus.
Venus, it's left.
Okay, and then Mercury would be left,
Yeah.
and then the sun would be left.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're looking towards Venus, what direction are you looking?
Ooh.
Left or right?
It depends on the rotation, but hypothetically, you'd be looking left.
Okay, would left side, would that be daytime and the right side be nighttime?
At the moment.
Okay, so we could switch this, right? We could relabel this, and instead of left and right, we could call day and night.
Essentially, if you think about it.
So you're still tracking?
What?
I reposted it, but instead left and right, we got day and night.
Day. Night.
Yeah. That line right there would separate, that would be your time zone, day and night.
Well, no, because the Earth actually, sunlight only shows through, where is closest to the sun. So it depends on where it's rotating. It's not
Yeah,
just
right.
split in half.
Yeah, you've got that line. So that would be your terminator line. The curve of the Earth would be blocking the other side. And that would be nighttime. The Earth would be blocking, that side of the Earth would be blocked by the other side.
Oh,
That
yeah,
would
well,
be-
yeah, that is what happens. When,
Okay, so is that nighttime or not nighttime?
well, at the moment, I'm chilling at night.
Okay, so which way are you facing? Left or right?
Oh, fuck me. I'm facing right.
So you would never see Venus at night.
Would I see Venus at night? No.
It wouldn't be possible, right?
Be possible from a different location. However, for me, no.
From what location would you be looking towards the sun and have nighttime?
You said from what direction?
Yeah,
Wait,
what
repeat your
direction?
question.
What direction are you looking right, but still looking towards the sun?
Well, you'd have to be somewhere else. Not where I am. Somewhere with a different time zone.
Which would be where?
Uh, I don't really look into poverty countries, so let me just Google this real quick. So, hypothetically, probably Australia.
So Australia, you would see the sun, and it would be dark.
No, you would see the sun.
Okay, would it be nighttime or daytime if you see the sun?
It'd be dead.
Okay, and would that be towards Venus or away from Venus?
I mean, you'd be able to see Venus. It's not a matter of towards, away. We're always near Venus. We're all rotating around the sun. So, I mean,
Yeah, which direction is it?
which direction is it?
Yeah, which direction is Venus? Daytime or nighttime?
Well, it's towards the left, but you got to remember they're also rotating. So, you got to keep that in mind. You can't just say, would it be daytime or nighttime?
What
That's
direction?
like
is
asking,
it?
is it daytime or nighttime on Earth? Kind of the equivalent.
Yeah, where is it? Daytime and nighttime on that Earth there.
Excuse me?
Is that daytime or nighttime if you're facing left? On the left side.
Jesus fuck. If you're facing left, it would be day.
That'd be daytime.
You're.
If you're facing right, what way is that?
It'd be night.
It'd be nighttime. So would you ever see Venus at night?
Would I see Venus at night? Nah, but other people would.
Who would see it
Well, they wouldn't see it at night. They would see it during the day.
during the day? When it was there, nighttime for you, you wouldn't see it.
Nah.
So you understand now, right? There's no way to see Venus at night.
Well, yeah, because we're rotating. You're kind of you're pushing my point.
Your
Did I
point
get
is
out?
what?
Oh,
What's your
sorry. I'm
point?
still. That we're rotating.
You're rotating
Not
how?
flat. Well, you can't see Venus during the night. This
You
was
can't see. Yeah, you would not be able to see Venus at night, right?
Yeah, because we're rotating. But you could see it during the day.
Okay, so this will demonstrate that you actually see Venus at night. So this doesn't work. This doesn't match. And
Well,
here's a photo and
you
how
don't.
to do it. And consider it. Oh, there you go.
You can see it a few hours after sunset, but it's very minimal. Yeah, see right there. You can literally see what is it? You can see sunlight at the bottom. Still visible. You can see it a few hours.
So you
but
call this daytime?
what?
That would be daytime.
No, I'm saying sunlight is still visible.
Is that nighttime or daytime?
It's going into nighttime, but sunlight is still.
So the daytime or nighttime? Which one?
You're skipping over the point.
Is the sun below the horizon or above the horizon?
The sun is still visible to the human eye.
Is it above or below the horizon?
Low, but it's still visible.
So it's below, so it'd be nighttime.
Not fully.
Would it be left or right? Is it left side or right side?
It's more on the left side, but I mean the right. But I mean, besides the fact the sun's still out, you know. See, and you're still Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, sorry. And even in the Google article you sent me, it's kind of still proving my point. Venus it always appears in the sky a little bit after sunset and before sunrise, but it's very minimal because of the rotation. It's not dead set night.
Is it daytime or nighttime? Which one?
See, and that's your argument. It's nighttime technically, but there's still sunlight out. It's not full on pitch black night. You're not fully rotated aside from the sun. You're using data that, quite frankly, kind of pushes my point.
Yeah, your point is that the heliocentric model doesn't work.
No, my point is that
here's supposedly Jupiter and Venus both in the night sky together. Doesn't work. Doesn't match. What you have here is a clue.
I don't know, man. I don't know what I could tell you other than the sun is still out in the first photo you presented, and quite frankly, the second photo you're using is showing it in orbit, which you can't even tell if the sun is out through where the photo is taken or not. So it's kind of defeating the purpose.
No, the purpose is you would never see Venus at night. Wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, you would see it very while the sunlight is still out. You would still see it, and even maybe an hour or two after sunset, you'd still possibly be able to see it by the little sunlight you can't pick up. But aside from that, no. And right before sunrise.
So now you know why this heliocentric model is gone. It's in the dumpster.
Argument is more that the Earth isn't flat. I don't give a shit about that.
No, this is letting you know that Venus is towards the sun and away from the sun at exactly the same time.
Are we both naked right now?
It's Venus at night.
Repeat your statement.
Yeah, you basically put Venus at night. You moved Venus to the night side.
Hold on. You said I moved Venus to the night side?
Yeah, right there. So now it's got to be Mercury, Earth, Venus, Mars. Because Venus is on the night side, not the day side.
Well, no. You just can't see the sun in that photo.
Yeah, because it would be on the night side. That's why you can't see it.
No, it's more or less you can't really see. The sky is
dark. Do you know that's nighttime? It says how to view Venus at night. You
Space is dark in general.
You're talking about nighttime, which would be towards the right.
Hold on. I gotta piss. I'll be back.
And now you got it right there. So your concept of Venus and how it's used on flat Earth to demonstrate that the solar system is incorrect. You would be looking the wrong way.
So let's get some.
Here's an even better one. I mean, this is why like the ancient people were like, "What? What are you talking about?" When the Catholic Church brought this stuff up. Here's a great one here that shows Mercury, Venus, Uranus, Mars, and Jupiter all in the sky at the same time. That's some crazy shit. That is left, right, and all kinds of different directions.
I hope we put a man on Mars one day. I think that would be pretty cool. Is this room dead? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you hope that someday you put a man. Why not you? Go do it.
Well,
What, me?
if at the end of all this, right?
Get
you
up
can
there on
derive
that light.
that-
I don't think I could put a man on Mars. I think other people probably could.
Look, the point of realization that you should be able to make based on where we've progressed to is that the causative phenomena in the sky can be tied to the ground.
It'd be probably expensive to get to Mars, but I think it might be worth it just to say that we did.
Look, you know that there's like phenomena in the layers above the ground, yeah? There's lots of layers that you could give names to, right?
You mean like the crust of the Earth and shit?
No, I said going up.
Oh, like the atmospheres and stuff. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 of those different
Thermosphere,
layer things. Yeah, the air
ionosphere,
gets.
troposphere, heterosphere. Where are these things?
Yeah, the air gets thinner the higher you go up too.
Right, but it forms layers, yeah?
I'm not super familiar with the concept, but I vaguely recall that from science class. Yeah.
All right, so let's extrude those layers a further distance to where the star field ends. There you go. Same phenomena repeats through that we observe at Sun and Moon. It's a polarity phenomena. It's why the planets pair themselves. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Jupiter, Saturn, Saturn, Uranus.
What?
I think there's only like 4 layers, and they stop at the edge of the Earth. I don't think the layers keep going out into space. I'm pretty sure.
I'm just saying it's rational to extrude them based on everything that we've already asserted from the observable positioning. So then if we go, okay, so if the causation is coming from the ground, why we have a central North Star and 2 star fields that rotate around each other.
What? I don't really understand what you're saying, but I just think that one day, hopefully within my lifetime, we'll put a man on Mars. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe we'll put a little flag there, and
So what I'm saying, right, is that we're referencing motion, and when we look for motion in the observable reality, we can find it below the ground and above the ground. And these phenomena are causatively tied.
right on, brother.
So, like, if you point a laser into the sky, it's not going to project a star, but if it was more powerful, it would. Do you see my point? But if we're redefining the idea of sympathetic resonance in the field of the Earth, all right, that's what we get. Sympathetic resonance point with the dead center where the energy is most strong, like in your heart, for example. You have the center of the world zone, yeah, and above that is a sympathetic resonance point that everything flows around, hence with your body. Matches my devil Earth perfectly.
Is Downey here? I thought I heard his voice earlier.
He was.
All right, good. I like
I'm
Downey.
just like surprised at Crit Stamina that it took like an hour to get these guys to like the first step of knowledge and they couldn't acknowledge that they'd gotten there on their own. Or not on their own, really, but you know what I mean? Everyone got to that point and then the conversation stopped because they had nowhere to go. And it's like, here's where we go. All right.
Well, they don't
Whatever.
understand flat Earth, and they also want to debunk it at the same time. It really just kind of highlights a march of ignorance. They don't know what something is, and they disagree with it, and they
It's
want to debunk
Luddite.
it.
It really is. It's Luddite. And they project that we're the Luddites. That's what they're doing.
If they want to debunk it, or if they want to challenge, even just challenge flat Earth, they'd have to know what it is first. And there's only two words there: flat, adjective; Earth, noun.
Well, I mean,
Describing the
it is.
surface of Earth.
Can
So
you
if that- if
explain
it's
how
too
flat
diff-
Earth works?
Yeah, just like you see it.
But how
No,
does
that's
it
not.
work?
That's not how you explain things. How can you actually explain?
Yeah, it works just as you see it. You can practically use the Earth as flat.
I mean, I could look at the moon and call it cheese, but it's not. So, can you
Yeah,
explain?
you can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah, that's what people in La La Land do. Can you actually
I
explain?
didn't ask you. I won't. Now I know not to ask you about the moon. You'll just say it's cheese.
Well,
Yeah, because
wait.
if I observe it and see there's holes in it, and it looks like Swiss cheese, and I call it cheese. So, by your logic, it is cheese.
No, that's your logic.
No,
You
your
just
logic
said
is it is
I
what it
see,
is.
so therefore
My
it is.
logic would be the Earth is not the moon. That'd be my logic. Your logic is
What does
the
that
moon
even
is
mean?
made of cheese. That's your
We're not
logic.
comparing the moon and the Earth.
Yeah, I said look at the surface and describe the surface. Now, how does that work? Just like that. You
What do you mean?
describe a surface as flat or curved, or how would you describe it?
So, like I said, I see it has Swiss holes, and Swiss
That's the
cheese
moon.
also has holes.
That's the moon.
So the moon
Not the
is made of cheese.
No, that's the moon, not the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not talking about theirs. I'm talking about the moon. So the moon is made of
no
cheese.
one's talking about the moon here but you. You're the only
Whoa,
person.
I'm critiquing your logic. Are you
No,
are you
you're
unable
the
to do
only
that?
person talking about the moon. I'm talking
Well,
about the
your
surface.
logic,
What?
your logic seems to be that your logic seems to
I'm arguing against your logic, buddy, not the Earth. Can we get in
Yeah,
topic? Can we stay in
Let's
topic?
the Earth. Okay, two words: flat, Earth.
2 words.
Which one
The
of those
moon.
words you?
3 words. Sorry, the moon is cheese.
Yeah, which word do you see as the moon? Yeah,
Man, dude, you didn't make
got
it
two
any better,
words.
bro.
You got 2 words to
You
pick
don't
from.
understand what I'm saying.
You've got 2 words to pick from: flat and Earth. Which one of those words do you?
All right,
see
now
as the
explain
moon?
it.
Okay, you got to pick flat or Earth as which
What are you
word?
talking?
Which word do you understand means moon? The word flat or the word Earth? Which one of those words means moon?
Am I going to be allowed to talk? Or are you going to mute me?
You get a choice.
Shut up! I'm talking to the mod. Are you going to mute me?
Yeah,
Sure. You just
Alright.
insulted the
I'm
mod.
talking about your logic, but
Okay, I'm talking about flat.
He
in
is the
Earth.
mod, dumbass.
Those are the 2 words I'm talking about. No words, no extra words. Don't add any words. Don't change words. Don't remove words. Read the words in the correct order. Flat Earth. Just if you can't get this, there isn't any point continuing, because even I had to roll it back to like 1 word or 0 words, just a random grunt to smoke signals or some shit. Which word?
then explain how it works.
Which word do you understand as the moon? Which word?
You can't explain it. Got it.
Okay, which word do you
You
understand?
can't explain
as
it.
the moon?
Got it. Don't
Which
stop
word-
talking. We're done talking, bro. It's cool.
Which word do you understand?
You
as the
can't
moon?
explain yourself. It's cool, bro.
You done? You give up?
You gave up. You didn't want to
So
explain yourself.
which word? I'm saying flat.
You can't
Earth.
explain flat Earth to me,
Yeah, I
so
just
you're
did.
done. You literally can't explain it.
Yeah, I described the surface
Then how does the Earth work?
as flat.
Then
Just
how does
like
it work?
Just like it works. It works exactly like it's supposed to.
All right, because what we see is how it works, right? That's what you
As you
said.
describe the surface as flat, and how does flat surfaces work? They work flat.
And I see the moon has holes, and so does cheese. So therefore, right?
That's your logic. No one's talking about the
Using
moon
your
other than
logic,
you.
buddy. If you can't
No,
see that,
your
that's
logic.
on you and your lack of
Your
understanding.
logic. Which word do you see
That's
as
on your
moon?
lack of understanding, man. We don't have to
Which
argue on
word
your
is
lack of
moon?
understanding or
Okay,
processing.
the surface of Earth is flat. Which surface is flat? The moon or the Earth?
Ooh. The Earth?
The Earth. Easy day. See, this is why you basically
Yeah,
fundamental
hold
Bro,
on.
now
are
explain it.
lacking any
Now
sort of
explain how the
knowledge.
world works.
Yeah, it works
Listen,
just.
bro.
You're asking.
Okay, so you can't. So you can't
Hold
do
on,
that,
Chris.
It
right?
works just like it's supposed to.
So
Chris,
you
let me
can't.
try.
So you can't. explain it.
Ozzy, to have a genuine exchange, you got to try to follow people's logic. You can't
I
just
am.
be all condescending and demanding, dude. Nobody here
Battle, what
owes
am I
you.
asking him to do?
You can't even afford me the opportunity to speak. See, that's what you're doing to each other. Listen. You're just talking over each other, and it's really not enjoyable for anybody. That's all I want to say.
And all I want to know is how the flat Earth works.
Just like it's supposed
Yeah.
to. It works exactly like you think.
And the global Earth works just as
Well,
supposed to,
define
right?
the terms first. He was trying to define terms before he
Yeah, he did.
describes anything to you.
He said the Earth is flat. That's it.
But
The
you
surface.
keep
The surface
assuming
of it.
his logic for him, dude. You know?
Can you explain how I'm doing that?
You want to know how a flat surface works.
I'm literally giving him the benefit of the doubt to
I wouldn't
explain
waste
it
my
all to
time
me.
because I don't think it would be productive to even talk to you.
So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt for him to explain himself, and he's just saying flat Earth, and that's my
You
fault.
asked how a flat surface works. I said it works just like a flat surface.
dude
works.
ain't
I asked
shut
how the
up.
flat Earth works.
He ain't
Didn't you
shut
have a
up
whole
long
thing
enough
where it
for
was
you
2
to
words?
do anything.
I'm
The
responding. What are
surface
you
is
doing?
flat, yeah.
Oh my god.
You can
I'm
use
literally
tired of
responding
listening.
to him right now. He
You
just
can
asked a
use
question.
You can
I
use
wish
the
you'd
surface
quit.
as flat. You can practically use it as flat.
Okay, so how does the flat Earth work? Not flat surface. Earth.
Yeah. Look, do you got that part first?
Yeah, you said it like 1,000 times.
Yeah, and it works just like any other flat surface, just like a table, or what else? What else do you want to know?
So a table has like
How about is a pancake
has
flat?
people living on it.
Is
Mountains,
a pancake flat?
rivers.
Does anybody else get this bricked
I'm
about?
so confused why you can't explain the Earth and how it works if it's flat. Like globalists can do this; they can explain how the Earth works when it's global. But like, it seems like we just. I guess I'm being interrupted. Go ahead, talk.
Are you this bricked over any other flat thing, or is it just the Earth?
Why do you care?
It's just grit, bro.
Do you have to ask questions like that? Like, how does it work?
Do other things have living beings, water, and every other fucking thing living on it that we know?
Test. Might have been coming through.
What the hell did that even mean?
Like what? Why are we comparing a flat surface to like the Earth? What?
Yeah, but
How are those two comparable?
What kind of question is how does it work? How does a flat surface work? Would you ask that?
Well, that's what you would
ask that about a pancake. And sorry, I derailed Crit's line of questioning. So go ahead with the pancake thing, Crit.
Okay, do you understand how what a pancake is?
Yeah, but
is a pancake flat? Do you describe it as flat?
No, it's pretty round. To be honest, it lifts, it rises. You didn't know that? There's like a rise.
The surface of a pancake. Okay, what's something that you understand to be flat?
Well, okay, but again, you want to I want you to explain
Just tell me something that you describe as flat. Is there anything in all of God's green earth, anything in all of creation,
2x4? Come on, man, you got something.
What about the part of the pancake that touches the pan?
Is there
anything the bottom of the pan?
Okay, and how does this have to be compared with Earth? Explain it.
Let's get it. Let's get this thing.
And then explain how the Earth works.
Yeah, how is it you're unable to even
No, I don't want to know what we can't do. I want to know how the Earth functions.
Yeah. Okay, you got a need and a want, and I'm helping you with that.
What do you mean by that?
Literally what I said, man. If you can't understand that,
the Earth.
Okay,
so are you serious?
Okay,
wait. Would you not ask a globalist?
Let's go step by step.
Are physics a function of the Earth? Are you really a moron?
I'm trying to realize what physics you believe in.
Yeah, any physics you use.
You're just trolling, dude. You're LARPing.
You will not have.
Why am I asking a question?
No, I got this. Any physics you do, you will not account for curve or rotation. That's a flat Earth.
Can you explain how I couldn't do that?
Yeah, well, how about this? Demonstrate. You demonstrate me a physics
problem. The burden of proof is on you, my man.
Okay, there's no physics problem I can demonstrate that uses curve rotation. Do you have one?
That's not what I asked. I asked you to explain how it's flat. Like, the burden of proof is on you. I asked the question.
Listen, nobody said that, but physics are physics, so either you want to debate the known physics as they're stated, or
what physics? Don't. What are you talking about, though? You're just saying physics.
Not what physics. Physics. Don't be a moron.
Bro, okay, then what are you talking about?
You don't know the standard model?
Explain it.
You don't know the standard model?
No, I'm too stupid. Can you explain it? You obviously know it.
No, I can't.
Okay, then why are you bringing it up?
Well, you act like there's more than one physics.
Because you don't even know what physics you're talking about, so I'm trying to understand
many categories. How do you know that, dude? Why do you got to be such a dumbass?
Why'd you...
Can't you just be a normal person and have a normal conversation? Is that beyond you?
Are you going to attack my character instead of actually having facts?
Yes, I am. Yeah. I don't even care if they get mad and mute me. I don't care.
They won't mute you, man.
Oh, the hell they won't. They'll mute you too.
Well, BattleMod gets
they already have on the global.
Yeah, I'll get us both muted, but I'll also say what other people don't want to be mean enough to say. The conversation. It's a back and forth. So the energy you put in is the energy you will get back. And your parents should have taught you this. You're not the only motherfucker in the universe. So if you want respect, you have to give it.
I am. I'm letting you explain your ideas.
You are affording me nothing, punk. You're not letting me do anything. You're just acting like a fool.
You tried bringing in evidence you didn't even know you're talking about. Why would I take you serious?
I tried to add specificity to physics, and you tried to act like there's multiple different kinds of. We got flat Earth physics. No, we just have physics based on Newton's law, right? The standard model. We all know that. Don't be so presumptuous.
Not on Newton's model right now. I don't think. Are we? Are any of us on
Newton's? To be obtuse, or is that a natural state?
I think he's talking about the fact
what kind of gravity do you believe? I think this guy's on like old stuff.
Oh my god, man! Old stuff?
Optics, kinematics, dynamics, whatever.
No, like I believe in the space time.
See, he knows.
Newton.
I thought one was just a better description of the other.
All right, I'm tired. Peace out, y'all. I still haven't
bet
gone.
you are, you fucking retard. Well, yeah, you don't have an education and you're batting out of your league.
I mean, you still can't explain physics to me. Whatever physics you're talking about.
How a table works.
Listen, I don't know why you assume because I haven't, I can't.
This guy's talking about physics.
You said you couldn't. What the fuck?
You can figure out
no, like legitimately, what the fuck? This guy said he couldn't.
No, I said I won't.
You said you
will
can. You said
no.
can.
He shall not. No, he ought not.
You said I
will not.
You
And if you're talking about some flat Earth physics or something other than the standard model, I can't explain your fairy tales to you.
But you gave me an old model on top of that. I thought you said the whole thing
I
about
didn't.
like. Okay, am I going to get finished? The whole thing with you was that I'm supposed to understand
What old
flat
model
earthers, but
did
you
I
don't
get?
even understand globalists. So that's like a That's
What
a
old
hypocrisy on your
model
part.
of physics did I get?
Holy shit.
It's just crazy. Like it's such hypocrisy. Like I'm supposed to know everything, but you guys don't
You're
even
a
know
joke,
anything.
man. And the truth is, we don't have to waste our time on every idiot that comes in here and says something.
Then why are you talking? Why are you here?
Obviously not for your kind.
Then why are you talking?
Why? Because you can't stop me, that's why.
Glober, man, you came here to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah,
Flat Earth channel.
I'm here to talk about flat Earth, but it doesn't seem like the flat earthers want to explain it.
You ready to talk flat Earth?
They want to concentrate on the global part rather than the flat part.
No, treat people how you want to be treated, man.
I literally would love if someone, if I told someone something, that they tell me to explain it. That's exactly how I expect people to treat me, and that's literally how I've been treated in this chat.
Okay, so let's kick things off. If that's the case, let's kick things off.
My question still hasn't been like proven. I'm still trying to figure out how flat Earth works as a whole. Like how does like I don't know how does any of it work?
The corpus of
we don't have to beg the question.
But I begged the question, and one of you guys wanted to answer. You guys just gonna give up on that?
Sounds like they've already answered your question. Considering
He didn't. He literally just said, "Look at it. It's flat."
Yeah, and you asked me how it works, because like any other flat surface, exactly the same.
Yeah.
Like I said, you said, "Look at it. It's flat."
And then you can use it. You can use it
works
flat.
the same way
Don't
as the
get
flat
this
Earth.
question though. Like, how does a flat surface work? Like, who asks that question?
Go look at the lake. Go look at the lake.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. What does it
Did
even
I ask
mean?
how flat
It's so
surface or
vague,
how
bro.
flat Earth? I thought we went over this. That we're talking about flat Earth, not
Vague
flat
ass
surface.
question. How would you address it?
Do you understand the atmosphere works like a fluid? Fluid dynamics. You ever heard of it?
Explain it.
Fluid dynamics? Well, conceptually, it's the idea that our atmosphere behaves like a fluid, in that all it takes is for small perturbations to lead to larger changes downstream. So, in order to truly get fluid dynamics, based on my lake water model that I was trying to tell you about, they work equivalently. Because if you take a rock, throw it across the water, it changes, right? It has a reaction to that. Same thing with our atmosphere. The only way you truly get fluid dynamics in the atmosphere is in a flat Earth model. Prove me wrong.
So, and explain why it would be only provable in a flat Earth model.
Oh, no. I asked you.
No. Well, you literally said you can't prove it. What am I disproving? You didn't give me what I have to disprove.
I said, prove me wrong.
You said
flat Earth No, I'm going to repeat what I said. 58 minutes past the hour. That the flat Earth model, in order to truly have fluid dynamics in our atmosphere, the flat Earth model would have to exist.
And now explain how that works.
So I have made a claim. You are saying I'm wrong. Prove
you didn't even
that I am
explain,
wrong.
bro.
I just did.
Yeah, I can't just say the globe is held because of like gas diffusion and gravity. I'd have to explain. So now you're gonna have to explain that.
So you're dodging. You're not answering.
I'm not dodging. I just gave you my answer. That was both my answer to both things. I mean, I'd say
Evidence can be
gravity.
dismissed without evidence. There
All
you
right, go on. Yeah, you literally just said it. You just said a claim without evidence.
I just gave you a very conceptual view of fluid dynamics, and I made a claim. You've said I am wrong. So how am I wrong?
You told me how the gas works like liquid, and now you didn't explain how the liquid is trapped. Can you
said I am wrong. Explain how I am wrong.
When did I say you're wrong? I told you to explain it because you didn't explain it well enough.
Okay, so you're saying I am wrong. Okay, you can word it however you want. You can use whatever word salad you want.
You
saying I am wrong.
You gave me Legos with no instructions. Give me the instructions.
I gave you. Okay. What would you like for me to explain further for you? What?
Explain how in your model the gas stays inside.
Don't eat the Legos.
Don't eat the how the gas stays
inside. With his instructions, how am I supposed to know not to?
How the gas stays inside. Okay.
Common sense.
Can you explain how common sense makes gas stay?
What, gas in the atmosphere? You're not
I don't know. What are you breathing right now?
Kinetic theory. I ascribe to kinetic theory. So, energy for movement in a dynamic system. So
again,
without
here,
energy...
I wasn't told or explained.
Okay, you don't want to answer.
Yeah, because we're on another conversation. I don't want
to tell you, he's engaging.
Well, you asked, and I was going to break it down.
He's engaging in meta.
Oh, this guy's going to take over for you?
What's that?
Oh, he doesn't want an answer. He worries about.
Over for me. You're just not having a discussion.
I'm confused. He started talking about kinetic what? What'd you say?
Kinetic theory, and you want to argue about physics. You don't know what kinetic theory is.
Kinetic theory. I told
it's a theory of
what you were talking about. You said kinetic what?
Well,
you're not telling on every little thing I said.
You would listen. He's explaining it to you exactly what you want.
He can't do that. He doesn't want to answer. He just wants to argue with you. Kinetic theory just says nothing in a system, no particle in a system can do work without energy, and so it's warmest towards the ground where the gas is created. The warm gases rise, so they reach cooler atmosphere. They lose energy, and they fall back down to Earth. So there's no gravity needed, no globe needed, just kinetic theory. A particle can only do the work it has the energy to do in a system, and there's only so much energy available.
That doesn't explain the atmosphere, though.
It just did.
No, you're misinformed about the nature of the relationship between pressure and temperature.
I'm not misinformed.
What would be that?
Listen,
no, go ahead.
Don't tell me PV. I know what PVT.
Let's see. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
So I'm not unaware of it.
That's fine. No, what did he say that was wrong? Again,
no, he's talking about.
Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up the link and post it in the chat.
He's talking about
so you can't explain it. We're gonna have Google answer.
He's giving you evidence.
Look,
it does
you can
answer
bend over
the
and kiss my ass.
disbursement.
The relationship between temperature and pressure is inconsistent depending on the layer of the atmosphere. I'm going to post it so you can see what it is. There you go.
It's because there's less particles in the atmosphere when it's cooler.
No.
There's not enough energy for all the gas to reach there.
For the gentleman responding to
density is not a problem for kinetic theory, bro. Or the ratio of particles in the atmosphere and temperature differentials, due power pressure gradients, yes. That's all part of kinetic theory, so it's all in the theory. Every gas law you can think of is in kinetic theory. Gussie's, Charles.
There you go. There's your references to pressure and temperature. Look at the graph there, right? See, the temperature varies depending on whether you're in the troposphere, stratosphere, or mesosphere. But the decrease in pressure is, strangely enough, inverse square law, which I seem to remember represents some other force that we always like to talk about.
Which would be?
Yeah.
Oh, that strange thing that keeps us attracted to the water ball.
Yeah, our molecules or particles or atoms is that electromagnetic or is it caused by gravity?
Yeah, weak nuclear. Which force?
At the atomic level, nobody's calculating for gravity. It's kinetic theory, period.
No, because gravity is irrelevant in the atomic level, right?
Well, it doesn't even include it.
And kinetic theory is atomically based, molecular. Kinetic molecular theory
it's not,
of gases.
No. Kinetic is not atomic, right?
Hey, Mark, do you believe the Standard Model has
it is atomic
to gravity?
It talks about each atom and its ability to do work. How is that not atomic?
Usually, when you refer to atomics, it's atomic things. It's inside the atom, not molecules, which would be outside the atom. How atoms work with each other.
How do they do work? Through the input of energy, which is temperature, right?
Yeah.
It can only do the work it allows. Warm air rises, cool air falls.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain the pressure differential there.
Yeah, right here.
Well, temperature differential explains that. That's PBTN. Yeah.
No, the temperature
differential.
The temperature differential does not explain the pressure differential in the atmosphere.
How does each gradient have a different temperature then? Huh. Yeah, they're temperature range. Each gradient is a temperature range, dude.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Why would you expect
differential, and you need a temperature differential. Why would I distance from source? Source of energy input. Yeah, energy input. Heat.
Really?
Heat is energy in physics, right?
Yeah, but according to your model, you should see a temperature being hottest at the surface. The model you were just saying that the temperature from the Earth was causing the hot air to rise and the cold air to sink, and that was causing the fall off in pressure, right? That's not what you see.
No, I didn't say it causes the fall of pressure. I said it.
So the temperature
it contains the gases because they can't rise and distribute any more than their allotted energy allows them to, and it gets cooler as it goes up. There's a temperature gradient. So as it goes into cooler temperature gradients, it loses energy. So it can only go so far.
Well, explain to me the relationship between the pressure and the temperature using that graph. There isn't any.
Oh, so you're just going to throw out the gas laws? PVT.
All right, you can bring in all the gas laws you want, but it's not temperature that's causing it.
I just did. Pressure and temperature, we know they're inverse. They're relative to each other.
Yeah, but you're not
volume and temp.
But there's something else causing the relationship because
I don't know what
you
think you're seeing here. So they're not linear to each other. But what does that prove?
They're not related to each other.
How are they not?
Because you see pretty much a straight line. It's actually you see a logarithmic decrease in pressure from the surface, straight up, right? No variations, pretty much. Okay, but yet you see the temperature variations that are pretty high, going from the surface through the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and thermosphere, right? You see increases and decreases, radical increases and decreases of temperature.
How do you measure the temperature in the mesosphere?
But no increases or decreases of pressure.
Yeah, how do you measure the temperature in the mesosphere?
Those are high air balloons, I assume.
Yeah, wait, I covered that. That's due to density.
Wrong. No.
The ratio of particles in those layers.
Really?
You disagree? Hold on. Are you disagreeing with are you disagreeing with the measurements?
I'm disagreeing with the observed temperature in the mesosphere. You can't actually observe temperature in the mesosphere with in situ observations. Do you understand that? You can't measure it with a balloon. That's
okay, but do you disagree with up through the stratosphere? Stratosphere is enough. The stratosphere is enough to prove the point. You don't need to go all the way to the mesosphere. I'll look into how they do it, but
I don't know where you get it.
Yeah, please do, because they don't use balloons.
Where'd you get this graph from?
That's fine. Well, they're actually
they're
two different sources. I posted the links to the sources, right? So one's a paper from the University of Michigan. The other's a internet site about physical geology, sorry. And they're both reputable sources. So there you go. But But it doesn't matter.
Where are the graphs from? That's a Penn State graph. The graph is from Penn State.
Well, the links to the source references are in the post there.
Listen, and I can't speak for the gentleman here, but I'm not disagreeing with this chart. Okay. I was, I guess.
I can't do that until I know what it's saying.
Nice. Well, okay, hold on. Let me just cook for a second. All right. I will give you the benefit of the doubt in me nitpicking on the mesosphere, but I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody that has a meteorology degree and atmospheric science, you cannot physically measure the mesosphere temperature. It is derived. Okay. So there's question number one, but that's besides the point. My question now to you is, if I am conceding this chart, which I agree with in the first place, how does this then disprove the flat Earth model? What is your main goal here? What's the main point of this?
Well, it says right in the paper with this graph that it's powered by sunlight, right? Which is the input of energy, just like I said. If you
Well, I know, but I'm asking.
Okay, all right.
Okay, let me just
I'll let you go.
get to the point here. A couple things, right? Number one, the temperature is powered by sunlight, but it has nothing to do with the pressure of the atmosphere. That's the thing in question, right? So, when you say flat Earth model versus globe Earth model, the flat Earthers never want to put forth a model because they don't want to defend it because they can't. It doesn't explain anything.
Incorrect. Flat Earthers don't put forth a model because it leads you
I'm not
down
talking
a
to you.
fallacy of reification, where you no longer are able to identify a model in reality. You've got them mixed up. So the best way to avoid a reification fallacy
Let me know when you're done.
Stick to observable reality.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Just let him talk. You'll know when he's done.
As soon as you
slap
a model
I hear,
down.
Okay, the first thing out of his mouth.
You gave okay. You're right away. You said appeal to motive, logical fallacy. Right away, you start off fallacious. Flat Earthers don't want to present a model because this is their motivation for not doing so.
Listen, bro.
You are incorrect. Right away, logical fallacy. You appeal to a motive. I corrected you. I told you exactly why Flat Earthers don't give models, because they're reification fallacies. It's a fallacious reasoning to say this model is not a model. It's actually reality. Don't use reality anymore. Use this model over here instead. This is why it's always saying when globalists be like, we got a model. Let's see the motherfucker. Because it'll be easy to debunk. There will be something in there that it doesn't explain. You get someone would say, here's a globe model that give you Google Earth. Show me, like earthquakes on that. Or give some, you'll be able to pick it apart. You'll be able to just dive into it, just chew it to rip it apart. Because it's obviously not going to be reality.
We can demonstrate
this is 2024.
Pressure of a gas is directly proportional to its absolute temperature anyway. But
first of all,
temperature doesn't affect pressure.
Scientific models are models. They are not reality.
Okay, scientific models have a hypothesis. Let's start there. What's your hypothesis? This model.
Scientific models are not reality. They're a model.
Okay, your scientific model would have an observation, a hypothesis, and an experiment. Let's start there.
A model is a model of reality. It cannot be reification because it doesn't assume.
Okay, which model are you using right now? Let's just see it. Let's try. Let's keep rolling the clock back until you finally say, okay, you don't have a model. Where is the model? What did you observe?
We're talking about the pressure, right? And how the flat Earth cannot explain the pressure differential. Okay.
I already did.
So where's the model that does?
Look, AI even agrees that yes, the atmosphere's temperature and pressure are proportional.
No, we
directly
just
related.
The graph shows that it's not. You've already accepted that.
You misread the graph. No, I didn't accept anything. You haven't debunked Charles' law, so Montan's law, or any of the gas laws. We can demonstrate the pressure of a given amount of gas is directly proportional to its absolute temperature. We can demonstrate that.
But
as is
temperature are
its state
unrelated.
of matter.
But the pressure and temperature are unrelated.
No, they're not. They can never be.
It just showed you in the atmosphere that's the case.
No, it didn't. Dude, we can demonstrate this shit in the lab.
It's measured in reality. You guys talking about reality. This is reality. It's measured.
Yeah, these gas laws are reality, dude.
Yeah, but
we demonstrate them every. You ever use a acetylene torch? Huh?
Yeah, I have. Actually, yeah, I have quite a bit.
Yeah, that's the truth of these laws in effect, buddy.
I don't know how that proves gas, but anyway, okay. But you see, at least
I don't know how you think a graph you can't explain proves anything either. You should read the article that graph comes with. Because it absolutely agrees with what I say.
Does not agree with what you said.
It is. It's kinetic at heart.
It is kinetic, right? There is a relationship in the laboratory.
Yes. But you just want to insert gravity and make it a globe, but we don't need any of that to demonstrate it. We can ignore that. Just like for a short navigation on Earth, we can ignore any curvature or anything like that because we're just going to go from port to port. We don't have to worry about that.
You can, for short trips, you can ignore the curve. That's true.
So we can negate that, and you want to act like, no, it's absolutely, it has to have that. No, it doesn't. Period.
What I'm saying is your explanation of the relationship between temperature and pressure doesn't hold water, right?
Not my explanation, bro.
But you put it forth.
That's what you don't get. No, it's mainstream kinetic theory, Atmos theory. It's your standard model, and you don't even know the science you're denying.
I think you mean Boyle's law is what you're getting at.
Most flat earthers would be pissed off at me right now because I'm not a dome earther, and I'm saying, yeah, we don't need a container to hold in the fucking pressure, but we don't, because the gas can only go as far as it has the energy to go. Period.
Well, but then, but the point is, it's going from somewhere. That somewhere is where it wants to return.
From a warm area to a cold area.
But why does it always
go down? It loses all its energy. It has no more energy to do work, so it falls like a density tower to its proper position until it gets more input, which is heat. That's energy, and then it can do more work in the system.
Yes. But why is it falling down?
Displacement, density levels. Did you miss that part?
Why is displacement
based on? It's based on relative density. Here you want to insert a imaginary force to say displacement's powered by a force. It's not. If you don't have the energy or the weight to support an object, why the hell should you support weight? That's like saying a weak guy should be able to hold up 120 pounds. It's just not true. He doesn't have the energy.
But the 120 pounds is 120 pounds because it's being drawn towards something, somehow.
Yeah, that's what you assert, but the thing is you just can't prove it. Prove gravity causes weight.
I think there's all sorts of ways to prove that.
No, you can hang a weight on a string or a spring and call the tension it creates on that spring gravity or weight. You can do that, but what you can't do is prove some hidden force pulls down on it. You can't demonstrate it either. But there's no need for gravity in kinetic theory. And this is mainstream.
The kinetic theory only explains how things are able to withstand or push against gravity, right? Because the energy...
No, if you're going to tell me what kinetic theory is, give me the link you're reading it from so I can see you.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the idea that hot air rises because of kinetic energy.
You're assuming things that aren't in it, and you're just inserting that for the purpose of I won because I said. No, dude.
No.
Read kinetic theory and see if you agree with it.
I totally agree with it.
Most of the mainstream people do.
I totally agree with it. Right, and I would even hold on. I would even go so far.
We don't have to add gravity, dude.
Hold on. I would even go so far as to say that is one of the reasons you see some of the temperature differentials within the layers of the atmosphere. But what I'm talking about is the pressure.
That's
the pressure.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is what I'm talking about is the pressure differential from the ground all the way up through the thermosphere, right? And whether you can measure the actual temperature or not, what I'm talking about is the pressure differential, and we see it linear, right?
Well, the density changes.
Excuse me, it's logarithmic
per layer.
It's it's logarithmic, right?
That's because the density changes. There's less particles up there than there is down here, and that's because they don't have the energy to reach there.
Right. What I'm saying is that if you say the energy comes from heat or kinetic energy, right? The energy comes from heat.
How else are you going to get a particle to move?
Right, but if that is not the explainer as to what the temperature differential is, because the energy changes, the energy fluctuates depending on what layer of the atmosphere you're in.
The distribution of heat will tell you. Yeah, that's the sunlight's distribution pattern will give you that. Yeah.
If you paid attention,
but that still doesn't debunk kinetic theory for why gas doesn't leave Earth. It never at any point has the energy to get away. So it only rises and falls with fluctuations of temperature.
I agree with you. It doesn't have the energy to get away, right? I do agree with that. I think the getting away part is...
The only problem you got with this, and me and you both know what it is is that you want to instill a force, pulling it down, giving it directionality, and we'll just agree to disagree on that point. Cool.
Yeah. This is not. I didn't turn this into a gravity discussion.
Now, hold on. Yeah, because that's a never-ending argument. But the day you can show me anti-gravity and demonstrate this hidden force, I'll accept your force. Okay?
Well, those are two different things. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm just being fair, bro. We agree. We pretty much agree on kinetic theory. It's just the only thing you're having a problem with. I don't accept your gravity force, but I don't need it. So I'm a purist. I'm lazy. I get it done. You know what I'm saying? And I'll also assume that if I don't need it to get it done, it's not a part of the process.
Brendan, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay. All right. So I will look into how they measure the mesosphere and thermosphere, how they actually directly measure those temperatures or indirectly measure those temperatures.
Because I can tell you how they do. You don't have to look it up. I can tell you how they do.
Listen, dude, I'm a flat earther. I get the same question every time.
Essentially, it's satellite based.
It's an average, right?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
It's satellite.
Sure.
Yeah,
They use infrared. They use infrared to measure the temperature
to a point.
Drive it.
Yeah.
Is
then we create a scale and we project it.
Right. But they would, so they could measure it that way, but I also suspect as they launch the satellites, there'd probably be some sensors or some feedback that they would get from those.
Correct. It's infrared. It's called remote sensing. Yes.
Right. But you're telling me the rockets, as they pass through those, don't have any type of temperature measurement?
Well, I would think they would, but that'd be...
No, I mean, it's probably not the primary way they do it, but I suspect there's some data there, too.
No, because you can't... With a rocket going at a given speed, it's going way too fast to truly derive an accurate temperature at each layer. You're not there for long.
Temperature.
Right.
Yeah, maybe not.
Think about the speed. You know what I mean?
Getting a friction temp.
All I was saying was, and it really, I mean, my point about the mesosphere really was kind of a side point, but I mean, I'm just telling you, as a meteorologist, you cannot launch a balloon. You can launch a balloon. You do what's called radiosonde launches and drop sondes, what they do in hurricanes, but that's only in the troposphere. That's as high as you can go. You can measure somewhat of the tropopause into the stratosphere, but even that gets a little bit gray. Stratosphere and mesosphere are quite challenging to measure a true in situ temperature. You have to use remote sensing to do it. So you use a GOES-16 satellite, which is owned by the US. It's GOES-16. You can look it up on any website, and they use infrared to derive the temperature. Infrared satellite.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, is there any inherent issue with using infrared? I mean, it's obviously, not direct, but it's indirect.
I personally don't have an issue with it, but if we're talking on the topics of flat Earth model, there may be folks here that would argue with me or make the argument, and a fair argument, that, well, you didn't truly measure it. You derived it.
Right, but any measure. So let's say you took a thermometer out, right, and you like an old school mercury thermometer, right, and you put the mercury thermometer in some water, right. All you're measuring then is the rise of mercury in a tube. You're not measuring the thing. Or if you take people working in industry all the time, what do they measure temperature with? They measure with infrared sensors, like the guns and everything.
But it's still observed it.
I'm saying it's all observed, and we all have to rely on some type of measurement tool to derive the temperature because we're
a ratio. A measurement's a ratio. Yeah,
do you know the difference between? So when I was talking about in situ observation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean when I say in situ observation?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, but
okay, what do I mean?
But in situ means at the site, right? That's what it means, literally in Latin.
It means literally if I take a fucking device or say a weather station and plot it and just plant it in somebody's backyard. That is an in situ observation.
in situ.
remote
It's
sense-
Latin. It means
remote-
at the site. Yeah.
Correct. Remote sensing is not in situ.
Right.
It's derived, right? In order to
Right.
try to correlate something of a measurement, because you can't actually in situ, if you will, right? So
Right.
your example that you brought about the thermometer in the water,
Yeah.
that would still be considered an in situ observation. It is in situ. It is not remote sensed. It is not derived. It is in situ.
No,
So
my
that's not a good
issue is hold on. My issue was with your language of saying derived. All temperature measurements are derived from other things that we use as proxy. Now, some are better than others, and some have more error than others, and all that sort of thing. So it's just a question of how accurate they are, how reliable.
Okay, but then at that point, we're having a conversation about. Okay, I see what you mean. Well, in that case, we're having a conversation on the granular, right?
Yeah,
Let's not get too granular, because then I
it's
think
very
at that point,
it's esoteric. That's fine. We'll
It is a
skip
little
it.
bit
but-
esoteric.
Listen, most of those temperature levels would pertain to the surface, right?
No, I mean no. What he's saying
In
is that
water, on the
No,
ground, on the
look,
site. They're right
look,
here
to be
on
fair,
Earth. They're
No, to be
not
fair, the further you're
upper
away from
atmosphere.
the actual measurement, the more error there is in the measurement, probably.
Oh,
right?
I know that. That's
So-
why we call it
yeah.
an approximation. But I'm okay with the ratios if we got a good understanding of what the ratio is over a great distance.
Mhm.
I'm perfectly fine with the projection of ratios.
Well, you can move on to other topics. So I wanted to just post that so we could talk about the temperature and
The
pressure.
truth is, it stems from a real life measurement. So
All right, so we've established temperature and pressure. Okay, now let's I guess revert back to the conversation from about 5 to 10 minutes ago, which was now that we can agree on the temperature pressure, at least you and I can. Let's make now the leap to flat Earth. Let's debunk that, right? If you're saying that, okay, then prove me wrong on flat Earth. Based on this or whatever other evidence you would like to have challenged, or vice versa.
Sure. The issue is not, and this is what Crit was saying about the models. The issue. So in general, in science, we use models. All models are wrong. Some are useful, right? That's the general aphorism, right? So no, and he's right that if I offered a globe model, you could find something wrong with it. Or if I offered an explanation for gravity, it absolutely has problems. It does not explain everything. For example, Einstein doesn't explain, black holes, for example, right? It's like a divide by zero error in the theory, roughly speaking. So point being that when we evaluate models, and flat Earth is a model, right? The question is, what is it? How much of the natural world does it explain? How much of the natural world predictions or how much of the natural world can be predicted from and explained by the model, right? So when I evaluate a flat Earth model, and the only claim is that the Earth is flat, and you may or may not agree with gravity, so that's a separate topic. And if you agree with gravity, then this conversation about the pressure really is a moot thing, because it doesn't really speak to any curvature of the Earth. This just speaks to more or less gravity in the atmosphere, right? So this alone doesn't have anything really germane to say about the curvature of the Earth. This is more of gravity, which is an associated topic for most flat earthers. I guess not all, so I won't make that generalization, but all in there.
Okay, so your temperature and pressure conversation was to then go back to gravity, which if you're talking about gravity as it relates to temperature and pressure, I'm sure you're likely referring to or indirectly referring to the hydrostatic theory, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Which would talk about the pressure gradient force with respect to gravity and the relationship or lack thereof?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. So let's start with this. Would you agree with me that and again, I'm kind of coming at this from the meteorology point of view. I'm not trying to, shit on you. I'm genuinely engaging in good faith conversation. But to your knowledge, right, think about a weather app that you use or a news source that you watch for the weather. Are they using a flat Earth model, or a map projection, or a globe projection?
I generally don't look at maps. I just look at what the temperature is going to be. If you want to be honest, I just hey, what is the temperature going to be today? And is it going to rain? I don't actually look at maps.
Okay, so the answer would be that many of the weather maps, climatology maps, are flat projections.
Yeah,
the reason why they're flat projections is because in meteorology and climatology, actually a lot of the atmospheric science disciplines, you have governing equations. You have, for example, in meteorology, the QG vorticity tendency equation, right? And as a matter of fact, with QG tendency equation, you'll come to find that in that derivation, the so-called curvature of the Earth is actually neglected from the equation. We actually remove it. It's part of the equation, but it is crossed out because of its order of magnitude has very little effect on the governing equations itself. And in this case, the QG vorticity tendency equation. Same thing goes, by the way, for Coriolis force, right? Because that also corresponds to your so-called curvature, right? That is also removed from the equation once it's derived out, because that does not have as high of an order of magnitude as, say, pressure gradient force and temperature. So what I'm trying to say here is that if we're to isolate this conversation to an example like meteorology or climatology, you could clearly make the argument that it is using a flat Earth model for a reason, because curvature can be neglected from those equations. And if it shouldn't be, why don't we include it as part of the derivation process for the QG tendency equation? I'd like to know.
What I heard you saying there, and can you put those references to those in the chat? I'm gonna look those up at some point. Not right now.
Okay, so I can give you that one, and then I can also provide you a derivation for I think it's the thermal energy derivation. Yeah, I can give you both. I don't care.
Yeah, I just put them in there. Like I said, I'm not going to argue those today, but what I hear you saying, and there's a lot of examples of this in physics where, if you include all the possible variables for something, you would end up with a better prediction. But really, in the real world, you can go with a much simpler model and end up with a almost as good prediction that's much easier to calculate and almost just as useful in the real world, right? Yes. So by dropping off some of what you said, Coriolis and
the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth.
We call it's 2 omega sine of phi. Yep.
Right. So by dropping off those variables, you end up with a pretty good estimation of what is going to happen, as good as the other, which probably isn't great anyway. But there's no practical net advantage of adding those, which I could see that, right? You're dealing with a very complex, chaotic model, right? So and what you're saying is that you use all the predictions are based on projected maps, which I agree with, right? Right? It's hard to show a curved map, and there's no practical for small scale things, even like cities or even to some extent states. There's no practical difference for most people. Like looking at a weather forecast, the difference between a globe projection and a flat map is irrelevant. The temperature is going to be the same pretty much no matter what you're looking at, right? So I don't have a problem with that. Oh, did we lose him? I think we lost him. Oh well. I'll mute up till and see if he comes. Helium balloons absolutely do sink in a vacuum, by the way.
What's going on?
I'm trying to flesh something out with the whole balloons in a vacuum thing in the side chat.
That is not something that I can be a part of right now due to driving.
Well, then focus on that horizon.
Yep.
Oh, your dad's watching.
Got the Aussie man here again.
Earthworks.
So, what have you learned so far?
The fuck do you mean? Can you explain it, heretic?
Explain what? My
The flat
question?
Earth, how it works. Explain the whole flat Earth, how it works. I
what
mean,
is
not the
that?
whole flat Earth, but just explain how the sunset even works on a flat Earth. Like, explain that.
I don't know. I suppose it moves away from you and appears
You don't
to
know.
set.
What do you mean?
What?
You
Are you going to interrupt? Are you going to interrupt?
The word I don't know.
If you're going to interrupt the answer, I'm just going to put you on mute because it's not worth giving you an answer that you're just going to derail.
Heretic, you already said I don't know. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I was elaborating, and then you cut me off to ask me if I can elaborate.
No, like elaborate what you don't know.
You're going to have to shut the fuck up now. See you later. You get one chance with me. Fucking saliva mouth. Motherfucker. Fucking saliva mouth. Hello, see you deep. How's it going? Okay. Alright, I got a question for Aussie Man. Has anybody ever measured curvature of the Earth?
You want to ask me a question once you mute me?
Yeah, so has anybody ever measured curvature of the Earth? Got it that time?
I don't talk to bitches. That means.
Okay, so you should have no problem here then, talking to me. Has anybody ever measured curvature of the Earth?
Muting bitches I don't talk to.
Ooh, this is not sounding good for you.
Then don't mute me, bitch.
This looks like a question you don't want to answer. Maybe it's going to be a problem for you and your worldview. But I'll ask again. Know if anybody ever measured curvature of the Earth?
Oh, so mute me again and prove you're a bitch.
So he's going to talk about mutes instead of the curvature. Yeah, I'm going to have to mute you because I was talking. Can't control that mouth of yours, so I'll have to control it for you. So I guess nobody measured it because instead of just giving me the measurement, you want to talk about mutes. Am I right?
You muted me first, bitch.
You did it again. Well, that's telling me that there's no measurement to speak of for Earth curve, at least none that you know of, because you want to talk about mutes instead. Like, you just divert to that every single time.
And stop muting me, dumbass.
Wow, that's all he wants to talk about. Well, that speaks for itself. Well, that's definitely a tap out on Aussie Man's part. Another L. All right. Let's see. I'll ask you another question. Has anybody ever measured rotation of the Earth?
Stop muting me and I'll answer.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So you want me to? So you muted me, right? Because you're scared I'm gonna ask the question.
All right, so let's just try to reset here. Which question did you want to answer?
Dude, a lot of you guys are not capable or competent.
Typical flat earther, bro. He's gonna keep muting me because he's a bitch.
Okay, well, yeah. So the subject isn't mutes. It's Earth curve was first. I'll give you a mulligan. You can answer. You can try that one again if you want.
Heretic, it seems like you're scared of him, though.
He's gonna keep muting me.
Okay, someone says I'm scared. Let's just talk to him instead. So, do you have an answer to the question? You'd just like to talk about mutes too.
Can we address the premise?
Okay, so the question was: has anybody ever measured Earth curve before?
Right, but can we address the premise before that?
So you're another person who doesn't have the answer. I'll just go back to him. Ozzy, did you pick
You're on the phone. Shut the fuck up and keep driving.
Okay, so he doesn't have the answer. What about the other dipshit that just tried to chime in? Did you find the answer?
I mean, there's no premise.
Okay, well, you sound like a retard. I'll ask Ozzy Man again.
No premise, bitch. I'm not gonna play your games.
I guess not. I'll put him on mute because he's still having a little temper tantrum. Just give him a minute.
Heretic, can we have like a fair conversation?
Say what? Sorry?
Can we have a fair conversation?
Yeah, sure. Has anybody ever measured curvature of the Earth that you are aware of?
See, it's like you want to lead with a question, but we don't even, like, I want to get the subject down.
You not get a conversation started with a question? Is that a problem?
I think it'd be better if we all agree on how we're going to start this conversation, though, right?
Well, I think I'm going to start it by asking anybody if there's any Earth curve measurements. How about you?
Okay.
Stay stupid.
All right. I gotta go. So, some other mod wants to take Ozzy Man off mute to, I don't know, accomplish nothing other than to make him and his belief system look retarded. Go ahead. I got to do something.
Damn. Hey, sub, can you mute the guy? Or you're not even a mod, never mind. What?
All right, how many flat earthers does it take to change a light bulb? I don't know. What's a light bulb? I'm just kidding. What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's good, bro? We're just having a very intense conversation before you guys join.
I could tell it was like somebody was like, it was like break time. Like, whew.
Yeah.
When I walked into the room, there was like a calm.
Dude, these flat earthers are just getting crazy.
Yeah, so is everybody else.
Could agree with it.
Oh, did he think we were going to have a shit talking fest?
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Larry, don't overtalk me, brother. I'm just kidding. What's up, man? How you been, Hank?
Good, man. Took a little hiatus. Hung out
I know.
and came back. Glad to see
Oh,
you're
yeah.
in here.
Yeah, did you get any fishing done?
No.
Oh, that's my kind of hiatus.
I need to go fishing.
Yeah, this is the time of year for us. Striper's running pretty hard. You hit the American River, the Feather River. Lots of fun stuff over here.
So I was thinking about moving to Colorado.
Hell yeah, you're gonna help the Hells Angels get rid of them Venezuelan gangs?
Something's got to happen over there, right?
Yeah. I don't know where you're at in the first place. Like Colorado from, I don't know why I feel like
East Texas.
Texas. Okay, it is Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about moving.
East Texas. That's not down. That's not south. You're not. That's never mind. Corpus Christi's on the other side. South, I mean.
Yeah, down south.
And west. Yeah. Or west of the Gulf, anyway. I'm figuring it out. I can see it now. Shit. You know, I got a 1-year-old now, right? Well, 15 months.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I figured I'd tell you in case you didn't hear. He made it. It was a crazy story, dude. You know, mom was leaking amniotic fluid at 26 weeks. And, yeah, it wasn't looking good. So we were prepared for the worst and everything. And the hospital was like, oh, we got to get her on an IV and an antibiotic and, you know, all this stuff, you know, and I'm like, well, you're talking to the wrong guy who's going to accept that kind of shit because we need to make it 11 weeks. And an IV in any one of the studies that I've seen there causes peripheral infections within 2 to 3 weeks. That's not enough time. We need to bake that bun a little longer than that. So we refused it. They kept coming every day trying to scare her into taking it and shit. And when I would go to work or, drop off my loads and stuff, and I'd come back and they were like, she would be like, you know what? Can you look up what Atarax is? Because they keep offering me Atarax. I looked it up. It's a birth defect drug. Literally gives you birth defects and shit. I know. This is a big hospital too. It's like really, really weird that they were doing. It was during COVID, right? We refused all of their nonsense. You know what I mean? Every single bit of it. Almost to the point where it was like, literally, I caught them trying to stick a needle, vitamin K shot in my kid. I just walked back there, but my wife was like, follow them. So I went back there, followed them, and they had all this stuff because we had the birth plan already all listed out, and they all know our birth plan, and it's no needles, no circumcisions, no, I'm sorry, needles, yes, but not, not vaccines or, any kind of other shit, but blood tests, yes, and all that kind of stuff, vitamins checks, yes, everything. So, so here he is back there. I'm like, hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop that right there. You read the birth plan. We're not giving them vitamin K shots. Oh, well, then, I actually care about these kids, unlike you, and shit like that, right? This doctor, I said, you need to go ahead and step away from my child right now. Matter of fact, you just did a real dangerous thing, and now you're standing in a real dangerous place, and you're right next to my kid. You need to get the fuck away from my kid. I want another doctor now. Because you guys are going against what we asked you to do. And this is a lawsuit. And the guy, and I don't drink, you know that, right? Because over all these years, I never drink. Yeah, and so this guy literally wrote down in his logs, because we had access to the doctor's logs too, right? They're online. So he writes down in the logs that I'm drunk and belligerent. He was trying to get me removed with lies and nonsense. And I was like, everything I said, I showed him. I have a study right here for it, right? We already eat lamb and all kinds of really good foods at our house, like literally every day. I have a fucking farm, dude. It's not like we check our vitamin levels and shit before we went into labor. So, and before we went into, it was like literally every 2 weeks she was going through that and checking them to make sure, she had everything right. I mean, money's no object. I don't care about that, right? So, I mean, it is a little bit of an object, but not for any of these little cheap things that we're doing.
Right.
So her vitamin K levels were way above average. Her everything is way above average. So she didn't need any of the stuff they're trying to say. So they try to tell her, oh, he could get a blood. They had already poked him. Here's the thing that they checked his vitamins. They did this kind of blood test for to make sure that his blood type wasn't different than the mother. They did all this shit a long time ago, so they knew. that he coagulates because he stops bleeding. Every time they poked a hole in him, he would just stop bleeding. Obviously, he's coagulating, right? So he's basically trying to scare me and say, well, no, he could get a brain bleed and he won't stop bleeding in his brain. I'm like, oh yeah? One out of how many million get that? In the U.S. Don't give me these third world countries that are in your statistics here that we're not a part of with these malnutritioned people, because that's not us here, okay? So people like us, how many? Zero. So they're using statistics from third world countries and malnourished people and people who have comorbidities and shit here who are vitamin deficient as the staple is why everyone should do this. It's like, no, because the vitamin K is like, it was almost 100 times the limit that you would give an adult, safety-wise. The shot that you're trying to give this baby. So no, Anyway, make a long story short. That's because we made it to 36 weeks, right? Here's the moral of the story, right? So the hospital was like, told us, you're the first people who ever made it 11 weeks with an amniotic tear in our hospital. And I was like, yeah, how many of them followed your protocol? She's like, about 100% of them. I was like, well, maybe you should revisit your protocol. Because here's the important part you need to know, Larry. When you're at that stage of pregnancy, any infection will send a hormone chain reaction to deliver the baby. So that's why it was so important for me to avoid her getting any infections. And knowing that those IVs cause infections 2-3 weeks later down the line. And that's why they have to give you an antibiotic regimen, which also weakens your immune system and allows you to get infections later on down the line too, 2 to 3 weeks. It's like the way I looked at it is they're purposely making women go into labor early so they can get the extra, and I looked it up, brother, $200,000 for the treatments that, for 15 to 20% less chance to live. So they're saying, well, for them, it's worth it because it's a 70% chance the kid's going to live at that age with the technology they have today. But if they wait to 36 weeks, it's a 99% chance that he'll make it. Which is what I was shooting for. I'm going for the 99%. I don't care about your $200,000 that you want.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, it was crazy.
Is definitely something I'm not interested in. Whatever that standard is, I need a higher standard.
Or even a lower one. How about less tests and less, you know what I mean? Because it's
less intervention. Yeah.
Yeah, stay the fuck away from us, basically. Unless I come to you with a broken arm or something. That's it, man.
Man, that's crazy. I just all the stuff you just told me kind of confirms a lot of the stuff that I already believe, and the fact that you went through it and you were there and you stood up for your child and your wife, and the vitamin K thing. I mean, doesn't that go through the roof anyway on like the 8th day after they're born?
Yeah,
they're well known.
Yeah, it's weird how they sell people these I don't even know what to call them. They're just outright lies, really. But they're lies with statistics because those things do happen. But see, and they happen to a certain fraction of the amount of people all over the world. But if you look at the similarities between the people that's happening to, they're not us. They're not people who, you know what I mean, who are eating properly, and they're not people who are healthy in any way. Just like that circumcision paper. There's like one guy that they've been doing this, telling everybody it's about your health and everything. He was a 76-year-old man or some shit that they did this study, right? And he didn't take showers, and he was like, something was awfully wrong with him already. Like, and they were using him as the example as to why you're supposed to circumcise. When we all know it was in the medieval days, it was about the productivity of the population. The kings and shit said that they're sitting around masturbating too much. They need to curb their fucking urge to masturbate. So they started selling them the story about how glorious near God you are if you do this thing. Then you won't be jacking off all day and you can farm.
Wow.
Like,
That's a
seriously,
crazy
look it
world
up,
we live
man.
in. The cause of the kings wanting us to get circumcised.
Yeah.
Right, I'll check it out.
And maybe not even just kings, but like maybe even governments. Because the U.S. I think was already like established when they were promoting that idea too. So, I mean, obviously, but
Okay, I'll check it out as soon as this match is over. Man, I'm just reeling about what you said, like everything that they wanted you to do, and you were like, wait a minute, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Oh, it's worse, bro. There's this. They kept asking her if she wants Atarax. Oh yeah, I already started with that. That's where I started. But when I was gone,
What's
it was
that?
It's supposed to be. They said because she was having Briggs contractions, and that's when, like in the mornings when they're the most dehydrated, they have these little contractions that once they get rehydrated, they go away. Right. So ice chips, water, that makes them go away within 10 minutes. But instead of saying, would you like ice chips or water? They said, would you like Atarax? And so, she was smart to refuse it. I wasn't there, right? So I looked it up, and it's a drug that causes birth defects, and it's not for pregnant women. It says right there. They're trying to repurpose it. They're like doing one of those things where they're trying to make all the women take baby aspirin. Ask any woman who's pregnant right now if their doctor didn't suggest to them that they need baby aspirin. They're doing a global study on making women take baby aspirin. Now, it's always been known that women should never take aspirin while pregnant. And baby aspirin, it's not baby aspirin. It's just regular aspirin, but in a smaller dose. So there's nothing different chemically about this aspirin, right? And it works in inverse dose
Dude, after
relationships.
eating aspirin so much, I'm gonna need some fucking aspirin. Fuck, dude. Oh my gosh.
Well, why don't you eat some ice chips or something there? It's better for you.
I'm just fucking with you, but damn, bro, that's crazy.
I know.
Well, congratulations,
People that
bro.
take aspirin for blood thinner. I mean, what about?
Yeah, that's not what you want to do when you're pregnant. You don't want to thin your blood. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. So they asked her, that way she would say, yes, I want it. Give me all the drugs, because women are under duress during pregnancy, and
that's right.
It's like,
so check this out.
Sinister, man.
And then I'm not done, right? So I come back the next day after dropping off a load to the shop. It was fucking harvest season, right, for me, or for a couple of my grow indoors. So I was like having to go all the way down into the city and come all the way back, and then go all the way back home and pick up another load and come all the way back down. It's like a 2-hour drive back and forth too. So by the time I got back, it was about 3 hours, they were like, I told the nurse that I had a headache, and you will never believe, she came in and asked me, would you like some Atarax for that? That's where it got spooky for us, bro. That's how it began in the starting. So they're trying to use this repurposed drug on her for any ailment that she says she has, man. They were trying to get that Atarax in her system because they're doing a fucking case study on Atarax in pregnant women, bro. And they don't care what happens to you because they need the numbers and the data. So if you die, you die, and it's a number in the data, So I fucking realized that. That's when I got really paranoid about the hospital, and I started looking into all of the specifics about the things that, about not trusting them and, staying with my child. And every time they tried to take him into another room, I stayed with them every time. And it was good that I did that because they literally had all the gear set up to give him his jabs and everything behind our back.
Of course.
And they do it with like plausible deniability. Oh, well, I'm not the standing nurse. This is just normal protocol. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're supposed to read every single baby's chart before you touch that baby, and you know it.
Sinister, man.
And bro, I'm not like a weak looking little dude. So I'm in there making people nervous. You're like, I'm trying to be quiet though. I don't want to scare the moms, but the moms were all supporting me. Like they were like, "What are they doing? I cannot believe that." You know what I mean? Like and even some of the nurses were like, "I am so sorry for this doctor's behavior. What he said was so out of line." Then they had some like therapists and a mediator and some different shit come and try to talk to us, and I was like, "Yo, I'll just." When excuse me, I don't want to say my lawyer's name, but when my lawyer contacts you, you'll know how I feel about all of this. Right now, we don't need to discuss it because all it's doing is, raising people's animosities and shit. We don't need
I
all
feel
this.
like people like that, right? They've started to realize that they're personally culpable for the malpractice that they're dealing out, and it freaks them out. So they start projecting super hard that you can't have any problem with the system. It must not be the system that's causing you issues.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here for the part where I said that because I don't know if you know me very well, but most people who know me, like from Google Hangouts and everything, you never see me drinking. I don't drink. I look down on that. I smoke a little weed here and there, but not in important moments. Like I go weeks without it. It's not that big a deal to me. But this doctor literally tried to say that I was drunk. I smelled of alcohol. Now remember, this is COVID, and they make you wash your hands with their fucking alcohol stuff, right? At the front of the baby center, you got to wash your
You
hands with
think
that
it
stuff.
would be like extreme to assert that they've started to cross over the trainings with police into the doctors post-COVID?
No, but what they
Because it
did
sounds
do is
like
they had more
police pattern
security.
behavior, right? Like police can just say that you smell drunk to get you to stop and to find out everything about you and compel you to do something.
Right. Well, what it was, he was trying to get me out of the room because I kept showing studies that countered, even when they gave me, because they came out with paper print of one of the vitamin K studies and something else, the antibiotics. When I said this about antibiotics, that it causes an infection after a certain amount of time, and they were so it didn't cause infection; it allows for infection, because it weakens the immune system, right? So in the study that they gave me to ease my mind, I showed them, you didn't even read the study. Look right here. At week 3, 7 out of 14, that's 50%, got infections at week 3. Peripheral infections somewhere else. That means like when you get an IV in your arm, you get an infection, but it doesn't show up at the spot in your arm where the hole is. It shows up somewhere else because it carried through your bloodstream and
Yeah,
decided to
I think this
infect
just
another.
does like congenital damage to a large majority of people. Like when I was little, I had nosebleeds for like all the way up until I was a teenager, like pretty regularly. I had inner ear problems, and I had like just like weird issues that seem like there's some kind of incomplete thing that's taking like way too long to finish and optimize as a system. And like it's in my late 20s before I stopped getting sick.
Yeah, that's usually late 20s is because that's about the time when a lot of the heavy metals and the things that were in your system from all those vaccines wear off. We don't get adult vaccines in America usually.
Are we live right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the cellular regen cycle takes 7 years, and some of these half-lives in these compounds, they go like for 2 or 3 year cycles of your life. It's ridiculous.
Maybe I should have said toxicity from things that you've done when you had to do when you were in.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that. Crazy that we can't just speak freely.
But it's like they've never actually shown the immune system generating a defense to a disease based on a injection. It's one of these things that they subjectively say we have a model.
I'm still on?
Bismillah es-Shalaujin.
So, did you ever think it was interesting that when you look at your fingernails, you can see the sunrise, the sky, and the top layer? And if you have dirt under your fingernails, the top layer will become more visible, like a cloudy sky, or a sky that's full of like materia from some explosion, fire. See how reality is such a fractal? We have the curve on our fingernail.
What curve would that be?
Well, the curve of your fingernail, right?
Oh,
It's implying like the way, like if you hold it in front of your face vertically, kind of looks like the sky. And it's just an effect created by the resonant field pattern of your electrons passing out at different wavelengths to make that structured pattern. It's the same as the fucking sky. Sorry for swearing. Like, have you ever seen these little crystals called agates? And they're called like landscape agates. They've got full-on landscapes in them in cross section.
Don't think so.
I'll drop you a few pictures in the side chat so you can see what kind of stone I'm talking about, and this fractal idea that life is showing you what life is everywhere you look. You just got to be able to put it at the right scale.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know about the fractals. I don't know about the agates.
Okay, so I'll drop you just the very top of the Google image search result, and you can see how many different, every kind of landscape is represented in an agate somewhere in the earth. Pretty fucking cool, eh? Sorry, keep swearing.
Oh, I lied. I just finished typing that I'm muted too. I'm sorry I lied, bro. I was, though. There's nothing to get that mad about.
Well, you can edit.
He's just in the chat. I'm talking about, somebody crying in the chat about getting
Right.
muted.
You can edit or delete your comment if you like.
Who, him or me?
I'm saying if there's ever a time where you type something you wish you hadn't, you can edit.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I usually don't even do that. I mean, unless I misspelled something. I hate when you're arguing with someone and then you misspell something and you read it to yourself and it makes you sound so stupid. I'm like, oh my God. Who doesn't put the R's on after YOU when I'm talking about, possession? Just, oh God. I swear sometimes I feel like I pushed the button for the R and it just doesn't act, it doesn't. But I know it's probably some sort of subconscious skip. I really don't know, actually. Because how do you know what's subconscious or not? My wife nailed me on that one the other day.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I was just like, pretty much like, but it's, it's your subconscious that's doing it, So she's like, well, how do you know? I was like, that's a good question.
Hey, Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah.
Can I assert that it's responding to the electromagnetic movements of the sun? They're like currents, like swirls within bigger circles of swirls.
How do you know?
I'm just asserting it.
Hey, don't you use that against me too?
You got a base for that assertion?
Yeah, electromagnetic movements, in flow of a superconductor.
Yeah, they do seem to spiral, right? Or rotate.
It's like a Celtic spiral pattern where you have little spirals going around in the processions of the celestial patterns, making bigger spirals. Like pyramids and pyramids is the Sri Yantra version.
Right.
I gotta go get my dressing. I'll be back for the salad.
All right, Nathan. Sorry, I just saw the duck suit. I assumed. My bad.
So I got another assertion, right? Because I just had a vasovagal syncope, and it's a common thing. And I think there's a lot of common health problems that could be solved with better access to helium. One of their control mechanisms. Keep us sick because helium's super curative, just like liquid oxygen and liquid ozone.
I don't think we can talk about that. I hate saying it, but
Why can't we? That's weird. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's that we can't. I think it's that some certain people get mad if you're not talking about flat Earth stuff only in here.
It's
and
because
they use that.
some people might see it
that's
as
too close to
medical
dangerous.
misinformation.
Yeah, that's
everything I'm saying is reliant on the Earth being flat.
Yeah, there you go. There's a way to cover it.
Well,
what are you talking about?
It has to be for the pressurized system and the gases to separate this way and to have the sky sea of helium and the water sea. I explained it with math in the side chat.
I didn't know we had a sky sea of helium.
Well, that's why it's heliocentrism. Heliocentrism. It's just the truth in plain sight.
Yeah.
Heliocentrism and helium share the same root word, but they are unrelated.
No, that's tying the whole thing together. From my perspective, I mean, you can hear me out or not. It's easy.
Yeah, helios means sun, and so heliocentrism is the idea that the sun is the center of the solar system, and helium gets its name also from the sun because it's the
look, there's 26 letters, all right? There's going to be crossovers. But my point is that they're saying that helium goes out into the atmosphere. That's why there's a scarcity. It's super useful for industry. So they found a way to control it.
He wasn't saying that it was just letters, though. He was saying that they both had this close, similar meaning in the root meaning.
Follow me further than those
That's beyond
two roots.
just the letters.
There's multiple root connections in words. Like words are huge in etymology.
Like what he's almost doing is adding a leg to your argument. If you weren't so busy trying to,
no, that's fine. If we can frame it that way, that's cool. I'm just saying that like this accounts for the pressure, and you have an inverse law of viscosity, which is the duality that water never seems to represent unless it's phase shifting into a solid, right? And then like it barely exerts tau force, whereas like helium is the actual inverse of pi being dominant over tau, which creates a surface level and denotes the law of water finding its easiest course through its own viscosity. So helium finds its easiest course through its own viscosity because it also doesn't react to anything else around it. Like it nullifies the force of anything else trying to move it. Like water is very similar, right? It's the inverse water. It's the anti-water, the anti-matter.
there are several noble gases.
Sure, but helium's the most industrially useful.
It's weird because we dig down to get it.
It's also the only gas that they're saying escapes into the atmosphere. Every other gas is affected by gravity. So I realized this when I started to show why balloons sink in a vacuum chamber. They do that because rubber or plastic or anything you make out a balloon out of has a connected molecular structure denoting its weight property, right? Helium's weight property is a single molecule of helium, which is subjectively too small to have weight. So it disperses. It has tau dominant over pi, which forces things to return to pi from their tau state. Like tau is very hard to support. That's why most of the non-physical structures in the world adhere to tau. It's like it's a duality, yeah.
Not sure I understood all of that, but I tried.
Well, look, you have a circle which is flat and it's pi, yeah. So water will always spread out in the direction of pi, right?
Okay.
And tau is a sphere, which means that things that are tau dominant will expand in all directions, as spheres are the things which can expand evenly in all directions, mathematically.
Okay.
So then we have helium, which has an inverse law, being a noble inert gas, and it has a frictionless movement property, which is similar to the viscosity of water. So it's inverse water, and it pulls up on the layer which creates the pressure, which is solid oxygen, which looks like what you see the liquid oxygen sitting on, which is what the liquid ozone is sitting on. And that's the color gradient in the sky. It's in the side chart.
Check it out. And what's your name?
Daya.
Okay.
So water will always flow down from the top of a mountain to a sea unless it meets something that it can't bore its way through. The sheer force of like water's pressure. Yeah? Helium is the same. It will always force itself upward and it will still become like relatively pi subservient by the amount that it can pull on the surface layer. It'll stack itself according to pi.
Okay, I think I understand better now.
Yeah, you got it. That's the flat layer of the next most heaviest or the next lightest gas that helium creates the sea on top of. And that sea would get more dense if we say up the helium output. But there's too much we don't know about this. We can just assert that NASA's using helium to go there and control the helium supply. And keeping people unaware of that is critical to preventing a resource race over it. Because it's the sky and you can't control it. It's like using the ocean as a usable resource. Well, not just the ocean, but if all the land was the ocean, that's the amount of the resource that's up there.
Kind of makes me think of, all the weather modification and HAARP, what they were doing to the ionosphere. Like, could they make helium geysers? Instead of a geysing up, it would be geysing down.
I'd say it would be very hard for helium to move on its own without being subjected to vacuum force, so like a suction. You could change its magnetic direction, I suppose, but because it's inert, I don't know how you'd do that, and if radio waves could do that. I mean, maybe pressure could do that, and if HAARP is like radio waves converting into pressure or something like that, I don't know. It's just one of these areas we just don't know about.
So I guess I'm about a month behind on arguments. What are the newest arguments?
How's there a new argument?
Figured somebody would come up with some new shit.
Well, I mean, nobody's gotten a proof to convert a flat earther back to a deluded earther. So, I mean, we have the same conversations in different ways, but there's ways that we can go further into new areas, but they're things that we're not studying as a species, you might say, so it becomes very difficult to converse.
So I'm about to go to the home server to see what people have been talking about. Oh, I love watching the dolphins get high on pufferfish.
So memories are image projections in your head, right? They align like molecules in such a way that it makes a picture with a color gradient inside your mind. Is that fair to say?
No, I would say memories, like mental states, are immaterial and non-physical and merely correlate with brain states. So I think they're different things.
Well, I mean the mental image that you can generate, as in having a dream or imagining.
Yeah, I think that's in your mind and is non-physical.
Well, let's say it's like a radio signal, you know? It's there, but it's not physical.
Radio signals are physical.
All right, well, then that's what I'm asserting. Anyway, the picture agates that I provided, right? These are like memories.
Of what?
Of a being.
Memories of a being.
Are you sure the agates aren't just merely interesting patterns caused by random events in the formation of that agate?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. The cohesive pictures, imagery of places, memories of angles that you'd be viewing that place from.
It could also be that the fractals that cause mountains to be certain shapes are also the fractals that cause agates to be in similar shapes. So it looks like mountains just purely coincidentally.
Yeah, but look, you've got the fractal pattern, but then we've got the orientation of the specific elements that give you the color gradients to give it shape and scenery and perspective. There's a lot going on more than just you said. Like, look at the one I just posted. It's got conifers in it to scale at the distance from like little bits of grass that were much closer to the observer who's remembering standing there looking just like that.
So do you see the tree in the bottom left of the one you just posted?
The very foreground, or
yeah, the bottom left, the tree, the one that has the tree and
is it near the? Oh yeah, sorry, the one at the bottom that's the dendritic pattern.
Yeah. So the question is, why is it right side up instead of upside down?
Well, everything's right side up or upside down, depending on what orientation you have.
Right. The reason is because no matter how this crystal was formed, some human being rotated it and selected this rock out of a bunch of them because it looked pretty. And so I think it's more a selection bias and not an actual tree.
Okay, all I'm doing is scrolling down the image results and posting chat after chat that you're saying is random as a Swiss watch contents being shaken in a jar. There's a bird flying with a flock of birds. There's like the sun shining on a Monet painting.
Right,
These
because
are stones.
These are the ones that show up on the internet. The ones that look like gibberish and are just sort of random patterns don't show up on the internet. That's selection bias.
Yeah, I've seen these things in real life, and I've done microscopic photography and shown that at different scales, there's all kinds of different things going on. Would you like to see some of that?
Sure. I'd also be interested in ones that look like just random gibberish too, but you probably didn't save those.
Well, you'll probably say some of them are random gibberish, but everything that I took a photo of with my microscope was specifically because of its properties being scalable to like that specific scale is where the particular manifestation of natural existence is. The extant reality, we could say. So here is the link to a domain I have with a whole lot of art, not just my micro photography, but yeah, there's crystal and some other forms of micro photography. And I just started with the principle that it's full of landscapes at all different scales, and there's things that look like beings that are energetically imprinted on these scales. And some of them, like you said, are just so cool. They look like alien landscapes or places underground, or like looking from like a satellite perspective at the entire world map. I've got world maps in these stones. That's what they look like. And then you zoom in, you see an island and an archipelago. Zoom further in, there's like a hole in the ocean's floor. I'm just scrolling down, you know, like this stuff I haven't color manipulated at all. They're just regular light shots. So I still have, I think, all of these stones. Maybe I'm missing a few of them. Yeah, I'm definitely missing a few of these stones, but I know which stone each photo is, so I could buy that stone again.
See the chart that you posted on the 15th. I don't even know what today is. With the hydrogen, helium, neon, argon, mercury.
Right.
What was your point with this?
That's how the sky looks. Noble gases reacting in stacked layers.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Fuck.
And then if I keep scrolling up, I see like a picture of a collage of a bunch of different suns, I'm guessing.
What are you talking about?
I'm on the home server.
Yeah, I think that the sun, like when you guys start talking about like suns and shit, I think the sun is like local for every single one of us. Like so everybody else sees a different sun. You know what I mean? It's not like a physical object.
Wait, so if you and I are standing at the beach and we're both looking at the sun, we're not
Yeah.
looking at the same thing?
No, we're looking at the same thing. It's just locally handled. Everybody sees the sun, but it's not a physical object.
Well, it looks like a physical object. Why
It's
why
not.
isn't it?
It's not.
Huh. So why does it look like one?
Because that's just how it is. Like it's spawned in. It's a spawned in item. It's a mesh item. It's not really there.
I mean, that's what Glovers believe too. They think it's 8 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of where it's actually at in the sky.
So you think the moon is also local?
Yeah, it's locally handled. Yeah. Stars, local, everything. Yeah, everything
about
that's
if
past the firmament is local.
What if I see an airplane flying over? Is that
No, because it's not past the firmament. It's within our grasp. You know, you can physically go up and interact with an airplane. You can't interact beyond the firmament. I've proven it multiple times. The Earth is a flat disk surrounded by another disk-like structure that is not able to be penetrated. You can't get past the firmament. Is that like too hard to understand, or?
Oh no, I understand. I just disagree.
Well, what do you think?
I think the moon is there. I think the sun is there. I think they're both physical objects.
Oh, well, they're not. Let me get this straight. You think that a object is suspended in space and not moving whatsoever, has no gravitational pull because gravity is not real, right? And there's objects on this 3D shape that aren't falling off? You think that?
Well, I think the Earth is an object. I think the sun is an object, and I think the moon is an
Just
object.
think about it, right? Like if you go to the bottom of the moon, right? Because you believe that the moon is 3D, right? If you were to
it looks like a 3D sphere.
Right. Okay. So there's loose rubble at the bottom of the moon. It would fall off. It would literally fall off.
I don't think it would. I think it has weight, so I don't think it would fall off.
What do you mean? Something can't like literally hold a circle up and then hold something that's smaller than that circle and try to attach to the bottom of that circle, and it's going to fall off.
Not if it's attached. So I think that the weight.
There's no gravity. If you're at the bottom of a 3D sphere, right? Nothing. You can't. It's impossible for that to happen.
Unless the moon has its own gravity, then it's possible.
Well, gravity isn't real. It's a theory. You see what I mean?
I can't argue with that.
You know, you're kind of contradicting yourself. You're saying that the moon, right?
No, I'm saying the moon has gravity. But when you said the moon doesn't have gravity, then I said you can't argue with that.
Okay, so listen, right? So you're a globe. You believe in a globe Earth, then, don't you?
Yep, I guess so. Yeah.
Right, because you're saying
makes most sense of the observation.
You're saying you can travel to the bottom of the Earth without falling off, right? Because it's a 3D circle, right? And density wouldn't apply there. I know he's saying that density would apply. It wouldn't apply because you're at the bottom of it. So there's nothing that's holding you down. You're at the bottom of something.
I'd say the direction of down changes and things fall down. So it's just the direction changes.
So you're a glober.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just doesn't make any sense, you know. Like if you're a flat earther, you would have to believe in a local sun and a local moon and local stars.
Right. That's
otherwise nothing makes sense.
Right. No, I think you're right about that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then people are like,
nigga, you are retarded. Holy shit.
He left before anybody could mute him or ban him. That was quick.
Well, it's the guy that was just writing in chat, so you know who it is.
Hello, Matthew.
Should I go ahead and ban him? Yeah.
I mean, do what you want, bro. Yeah, it's just like that. That's what kind of stopped me because I'm a flat earther. That's kind of what stopped me from believing. I'm like, if you believe that there's a flat Earth, right, and water can't retain the bottom of a circle like that, right, or a sphere in this case, nothing else can. So that would mean that the moon, the sun, all stars are not real physical objects. They're just illuminary devices that are unable to be interacted with. They're beyond our scope of understanding. There's no reaching them.
I don't know. I mean, I can look at the moon. I can see it.
You can see it. That's what I'm saying. You can see it, but can you interact with it?
No.
Has anybody ever made it to the moon, in your opinion?
Well, 24 people claim to have been out there, and
Do you
12
believe
of them
them?
claim to be on the moon.
Do you believe them?
You know, this is before I was born, so I have never talked to any of them in person, so I can't personally verify it.
Is it a reasonable belief that somebody might hold?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, right? So I don't know if you're a flat Earth or if you do you believe in a flat Earth system or do you believe in a globe Earth?
No, definitely not. The flat Earth doesn't explain anything, any of our observations.
Right. Right, exactly, because it's not real,
But,
and I was just trolling
yeah,
this entire time
globe
to prove a
does.
point. Yeah, the Earth is definitely a globe. If you believe in a flat Earth, nothing ever works.
No, some things
Like,
work,
straight
just
up.
not enough.
No, nothing works because you're saying that we're suspended to a 3D plane that is flat and expands, right? So, and then they believe that the moon is a 3D sphere, and they're saying that nothing can be trapped within a gravitational pull of a planetary body without falling down if you're at the bottom of it. So that would mean that all the dust from the moon that's sitting at the bottom, there would be nothing there because nothing
I
can
see what
hold.
you're saying. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So it makes no sense. It's flat earthers are kind of retarded, straight up.
They're just willfully ignorant.
Like they got baited so hard, that's why they're just not talking. They got baited so hard they actually believe me, and then I prove them wrong, and they have nothing to fucking say.
What was your line of reasoning?
I was saying that you can't believe that the moon is a physical object while believing that there's a flat Earth.
Yeah, the moon is a good and very easy way to understand
Bro, you
their
didn't shut me
program.
up. I was reading chats. Please continue.
Yeah. Oh, I just explained it, so I mean I'm not going to explain it again. It's pretty easy to understand. Everybody else got it, but you. Like Subdued, did you get it? Or sorry, not Subdued.
Got it,
Matthew, did you get it?
Yeah. To you, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think I know what you're doing.
Okay, Larry, listen. You're flat Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you believe that the moon is a physical object?
I don't know what it is.
Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. This is like the fallacy that we get into because they don't. No,
Wait a
the
minute,
flat
what
earthers
fallacy
can't
is it?
agree.
What fallacy is it?
You can't agree. The flat earthers
I
can't
don't
seem to
agree with
agree.
everything that everybody says.
Why are you
What
interrupting
fallacy-
me?
I'm asking
Why are
you
you
what
Why are you
fallacy it
interrupting me?
is.
Can I explain it, or are you going to keep interrupting me?
Go ahead, tell me what fallacy it is.
So you guys can't seem to agree that the moon is either a physical or a non-physical object. The flat earthers never agree whether it's just an illuminary device that you can't interact with, or it is a luminary device that you can't interact with.
Is that what fallacy it is?
What are you talking about?
You
I
accused
misspoke.
me of a
I
fallacy.
misspoke, and you're going to attack a weak point that has nothing to do with the
Sir.
actual debate.
Okay, so you're recanting. I didn't make a fallacy by claiming I don't know what the moon
Well, I
is
mean,
made of.
you're contradicting your belief. Let me
Bro,
allow
I
me to
just
correct
told you
myself.
I don't know. What am I contradicting?
Then how can you have an opinion on something you don't know anything about?
I just told you I don't. I don't know what it is.
Okay, all right. So how can you? Okay, so you believe that the Earth is flat because you can't observe curve? Is that the reason? Like, what got you into flat Earth then?
I went to the ocean, checked it
Okay.
out for myself, and I saw beach houses from 10 miles away when I was in the water up to my armpits.
Oh, and you got a rangefinder to actually measure that out?
To measure it out?
To measure out 10 miles to know that it was
I
actually
left
10
a month
miles?
ago because you guys were like, "How do you know it's 10 miles away?"
Well, you don't need to be
is that your
disrespectful.
best
Just tell me.
argument?
Just tell me what you believe. You don't have to be rude about it. I'm not being rude to
Okay.
you.
So do you accept maps and distances?
Yeah, of course I do. I navigate
Okay.
every single day.
So I know for a fact it was 10 miles away because I also use maps and accept distances.
Okay.
So the whole reason I left a month ago is because you globe earthers were so desperate. You were arguing whether or not we can, for sure, say 10 miles is 10 miles. That's when I was like, okay, I'm done.
Are you familiar with control groups? Like when you conduct an experiment, there's different control groups.
Sure. It's not an experiment, though.
Okay, so it is. You did an experiment.
Analysis.
You did an experiment, right? And it was wrong. So visibility is affected. Can I talk?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you questions from time to time. Go ahead, then I'm going to ask you questions.
Just write them down because I gotta give my point without forgetting. All right, so you traveled to a beach, all right, and you observed that you could see something past 10 miles, which allegedly you shouldn't be able to see on a globe Earth model, correct?
Yeah, if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, all right, you observed that, and you believe that, right?
Yeah, I believe there should have been curvature in the way.
Okay, all right. So you also realize that visibility plays a massive toll in that, correct? You also realize that slope plays a toll
in it.
But you also realize that slope also plays a toll. Height plays a toll. You understand that, right? Vision plays a toll.
The height of the beach houses?
Reference points play a toll.
Do you think they were like 70-foot beach houses?
Do you think that every single area is parallel to each other? Like there's no perpendicular lines on Earth? You think everything's parallel?
I was in.
I thought you were on a beach house. I thought you were on a beach house.
I was in the water. I was in the water.
Just everybody heard you say that you were on a beach house.
Did they now? Can you play that back for me?
Yeah, we can roll back the actual clip.
Okay,
you said that the beach house that you were in.
When you come back.
You said the beach house that you were in.
When I was in the beach house, was the water up to my armpits, Gene?
That's where you said you conducted the exercise. That's where you implied you conducted the exercise. So
I was in the water. Please listen.
Okay, well, it's hard to listen to you. Anyways, so you think that everything is going to have the same visibility? Okay, well, dude, it's kind of hard to talk when you keep yapping my ear off. All right, I'm trying to explain my point. All right, not everything is going to have the same visibility level, right? Not everything. The Earth is not a perfect ball, and the measurements that we gave Earth, those aren't exact measurements. Okay, we're using geometry to find the general radius of Earth. It's not exact to the point. You can't make an exact measurement, right? Because not everything is super flat, meaning there's crevices in Earth that are going to take up, all right, different points of measurement. You're going to add more yardage, all right? You're going to add a lot more measurements that are outside the realm of thinking that the Earth is a perfect ball. It's not. There's different slopes on Earth. You can't make everything 100% accurate. So your whole argument lies on the fact that you should be able to see this thing, right? Or you should be able to see this thing with curvature, right? When all the measurements are generalized, they're not actually exact point specific.
It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that you're talking about crevices of the Earth. I'm talking about measurements, observations over water. Would you like to reformulate your argument?
Why would I reformulate my argument when you're not even talking about my argument?
Dude, you're talking about my observations and you're talking about crevices.
Yeah, I'm talking about a generalized belief with the flat Earth community that you should be able to see objects not more than what is it, 3 miles? You guys are believing?
Bro, does the Earth curve?
Yeah.
Do boats disappear?
Over horizons, yes.
Okay, do objects like beach houses disappear?
It depends on how far you are away.
Okay, so when did they start to disappear?
Yeah, everything, like if you leave a certain distance, right, or a certain area, and you start backtracking, you're not going to be able to see those objects after a certain period of time. And no, you can't observe curve besides doing that.
So you can't observe curve.
So if you're in a plane, right, and you're looking at a horizon, you can't observe curve. You're too close to the Earth.
We're talking about at the beach.
Okay.
Let's stay focused, on point. So can you observe curve from the surface of the Earth?
You can calculate curve.
Okay.
That's about it.
At what point can we start calculating the curve?
It depends on the generalized area you're in. The general area you're in. I'm sick as fuck.
You're at the water.
The water's not an exact area, though. Water's not a point. Like, you got to give me a location. Not all water is equal. I can go to Lake Michigan, right? Like, where am I at in this?
So What's
Give
the
me
curvature rate of the Earth?
the general curvature rate.
Uh-huh.
Okay, per how long? Isn't it like
mile.
8
Per
per
mile.
mile? Okay, the curve rate per mile for Earth. I'll Google it because you're gonna say, "Oh, you don't have it on hand. You don't know what you're talking about." Curve rate per
Why don't you
mile.
let me make my arguments for
8
me, and
inches
I'll
per
let
mile.
you make your arguments. Okay, so
8 inches per
at
mile.
10 miles, there should have been 66 feet of curvature.
Oh, but you want to
Right.
know what it says? You want to know what it says during that definition? It says most sources consider 8 inches per mile as the accurate estimate. Huh, estimate. Oh, not exact amount, you say? Estimate. Huh.
So I guess we can't accurately measure the curvature.
You can't.
And
You can't pinpoint measure the Earth's curve. You can't do that. You would need way more resources.
Right, so we can't falsify it. We can't.
Okay, you're falsifying a distrust in the government, a distrust in multi-million-dollar corporations that generalize the curve of Earth.
What are you talking about? Can we measure the curvature accurately?
Like to pinpoint accuracy? No.
Okay, can we measure it within reason?
Yeah, but then you're going to use that reason that's not 100% accurate to disprove Earth, correct?
No, I'm going to test the claim.
Okay, go ahead. I'll play your ball game. Go ahead.
I've already explained to you what I witnessed.
Okay, yeah, you witnessed no curve, which you can't witness curve.
Okay, then how do you know it's curved?
You're too close to because distance, looking over certain areas, right? Distance, navigational routes, weather
The
change.
shit don't work if it's flat.
Yeah, fucking solar. Can I talk? Solar eclipses, times of day, season changes, weather.
Weather?
Yeah, weather.
Weather shows you curvature?
Yeah, it does because okay, you want me to pull up? I can't even pull up paint to show you. All right, so pull up a fucking flat model, right? You're gonna have different weather, right, in different sections. Like for example, if there's a hurricane that is hitting Florida, right? Are you going to be able to witness that hurricane from the UK? Are you going to be able to see that?
From 3,000 miles away? Seriously?
Well, if it's flat, then why can't you see it?
You know things get smaller in the distance, right?
Yeah, but if you can just keep magnifying it, then why does it matter?
Is visibility
because the air isn't absolutely clear, Gene.
You can just keep magnifying it over and over again to see it, right? That's what you're
No, you can't, because the air isn't absolutely clear. Air has opacity.
Okay, all right. So then how are you guys going to attach to an argument that you can see objects from a certain distance away without considering the fact that it could be a mirage? Like the horizon might be just a mirage that you're seeing? I'm just saying it's all assumption based. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem to have any scientific evidence to it whatsoever.
Neither is the stuff you're saying right now, bro.
Well, I'm saying you guys are saying that you can't observe curve. I've agreed that you can't observe curve because you're too close to Earth. You're on Earth, right?
Sounds
Can we
like
agree?
an excuse to me.
How is it an excuse? You've never given a single. You've never given a point. You can't, unless you're far away from Earth. It's too large.
Well, you're not going to space, so how do you know it's curved?
I just gave you five. I just gave you 5 reasons on why you can assume it's curved.
Bro. That was ridiculous.
Okay, all right, then disregard weather. Okay, explain times of day. Explain times of day, seasons. Okay, can we agree? Can do those two. All right, and then also explain solar eclipses and travel routes. Explain
also,
those.
celestial navigation, bottom-up obstruction.
Can you explain those, or are you just gonna be quiet? Because you should explain those.
Elephants and can you explain these 10 things and then let me explain?
Okay, explain one of them. Explain navigation. Explain navigation.
Navigation?
Hurry up, Larry. I don't have all night. I gotta work out again.
Okay, why don't you go work out?
No, just explain it, bro. Just explain. Look, I'm sick as fuck. I don't have all night. I'm feeling like shit. All right.
Okay, I will now that you're quiet. So navigation, yeah, it's real simple. Navigation is done with charts, right? They're made out in grids, and you go from point A to point B, and you have a heading, and you hold that heading until you arrive at your location. Has nothing to do with curvature or flatness.
Celestial navigation, we said, Larry.
Oh, he's talking about celestial navigation?
Yes.
the stars are fixed, and they've been fixed for thousands of years. So we use them to trilaterate our position.
How?
Trilateralization.
How does it work? I'm in the ocean, right? I see some stars. What do I do?
You realize that you can navigate using celestial navigation exactly like they do on a globe with a flat Earth. The only difference is there's a dip correction when you apply the globe model, right? Which accounts for, according to even the globe models, like there's the difference is like 0.5% or something like that. Something absolutely negligible. So
dip corrections depend on your altitude, and they only apply if you're using a sextant.
Yeah, well, most of the time when we're celestially navigating, we're using sextant.
Okay, well, you can do it without a sextant, right? So, Larry.
How are you going to know your position without a sextant?
What? You fucking have a protractor on a string. You can do it that way if you want.
That's a sextant, bro. What the hell?
It's not a sextant.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
A sextant is a glorified protractor.
Sure, if you want to say that, a sextant, sure, is a glorified protractor, okay? But a sextant is not a protractor on a string. So, but anyway, that's off the point. Yes, I am.
Anyway, so all right, it's not explained. All right, my point about navigation too is you can use Earth navigation, right? So you guys typically believe that everything like the magnetic poles, right, aren't accurate on a globe, model, right? So if I was in Iceland, am I going to be able to see parts of Russia?
You can from Alaska.
Like, if I'm in Iceland, am I going to be able to see parts of Russia if I'm traveling? Say that I'm on, like, a cargo ship. Am I going to be able to see, like, parts of Russia or not?
No, because you're too close to the surface and Russia's too far away.
Oh, but what's the distance between that?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. You tell me. The classic Flurf dodge.
Wait a minute. You guys said it was a fallacy earlier. Now I'm dodging. You just asked me a random question.
Yeah, you're right. Every flat earther off the cuff is supposed
to know
muted
exactly me because you couldn't talk.
Russia.
That's what happened.
And we're supposed to know the distance between Russia and Iceland offhand. And if we don't answer it immediately off the top of our minds, off the top of the head, then we are done.
That's ridiculous.
Well, what you could do is like engage your brain a bit. Maybe you could look this up.
Engage my brain. It's not my claim. If you make a claim about Russia and Iceland,
there was no claim here. It was a question.
Yeah, and then he asked the question back.
Asking the question.
It's a trivial question. It's arbitrary. Why the hell would he?
It's not arbitrary. You didn't even answer it. You don't know if it's arbitrary.
You can just say you don't.
It is arbitrary. The distance between Russia and Iceland is arbitrary.
It is not arbitrary. There is a fixed distance between Iceland and Russia.
Okay, tell me the distance between the South America and Antarctica. Go search it right now.
Okay, right. So I don't need to. No, I don't need to tell you off the top of my head, right? But what I can do is, right, I can go to maps.google. No, this isn't a dodge. This isn't a dodge.
Oh,
right?
it was a dodge.
I'm gonna look this up, right?
When you do it, it's
no, because you said I don't know. You tell me. You were like dodging away from your.
You like 3 seconds, or you don't know, and the Earth's flat. Come on, guys.
So what I can do is, well, what was it? It was South Africa and Russia. Was that it?
Keep that same energy, bro.
Measure distance. That is 9,600 kilometers.
Russia, are you retarded, bro?
Man.
He actually said South Africa.
Was it South Africa? Well, I asked you, was it South Africa and Russia?
No, it wasn't at all. Not even close.
The other guy said Iceland and Russia, but you said something else.
Yeah, I said something completely different. You weren't paying.
Yeah, what was it?
You should learn to listen more and talk.
No, well, I'm asking you. What was it? What were the two countries that you said? Sorry, I can't remember every little detail of every conversation.
I guess you could call it, I don't know if Antarctica counts as a country, but it was South America and Antarctica. So
okay, South America and Antarctica.
It's not important, bro. It's not important. My point was just that you can't be expected to know things off the top of your head without an arbitrary. That was arbitrary. It's so arbitrary you didn't even remember it.
But you could just say you don't know
the distance. It make sense to discount.
You could just say you don't have the distance.
About 8,000 kilometers. If you want to do it from like middle to middle.
This is so dumb.
There we go. So that's what you do, right? You can look this up, right? And then you can see, well, how does this fit into my other argument? How does this fit into like everything else? So that's how you engage honestly.
Right there was just so that you were unreasonable.
It's not being unreasonable, right? To know that a classic Flurf response to something, well, how does this work? How does that work? What does this mean? Is to say, I don't know, you tell me.
It's
not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy to point out that this is something that flat earthers often do.
It is. You actually you committed ad hom because he didn't know off the top of his head.
That's not an ad hom. That's not an ad hom. I did not insult you. I didn't say you are wrong because you're X. Okay, that's what an ad hom is. And this is not a fallacy. It's not a what do you call it? A stereotype fallacy. Because I'm not saying
it's not a stereotype fallacy to say flat earthers do this and you're doing that.
Yes, flat earthers often do this.
I mean,
that's not a fallacy. I'm not saying that X is true because flat earthers often do this, right? It's just flat earthers often do this, which flat earthers
we're honest
often do.
When we say we don't know something, we say we don't know.
You are somewhat being right. That is true, right? You are somewhat being honest when you say I don't know, because I don't think flat earthers know much. Okay, but the problem with flat earthers
there it is.
Is they actually do know. They actually do know stuff, right? Larry, that's not an ad hom. You just admitted you don't know things.
Flat earthers don't know stuff. You don't think that is an under the belt blow? Honestly.
No, I don't, because I think you're lying. Because I think flat earthers do know stuff, right? But what they don't know is how does this thing that I do know fit into my flat earth model, right?
I didn't know 5 seconds ago. Now I do know the distance. Which one is it?
He called you upright and honest literally a minute ago, and now he called you a liar.
No, I said you're somewhat being honest when you say you don't know something.
Honest.
But you don't not know it because you just don't have the information. You say you don't know it because you don't know how to fit this into your flat earth belief.
Dude, we're talking about distance between Iceland and Russia?
Right.
And you think this somehow has something to do with my flat earth belief?
Yes. Because I think what you were anticipating is, right, okay, this guy's going to make this argument and it's going to involve the distance between this place and that place, right? And this, obviously can't work on the flat earth. So you would say, instead of saying, okay, I could look this up, we'll figure it out, right? You're instead going to say, I don't know. So that absolves you of any kind of responsibility, if you want to use that word, of trying to fit this into your flat earth belief.
Okay, what's the distance between Minneapolis and Dallas?
Minneapolis?
And Dallas. Do you know? Right now, do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, well, you're just obfuscating because you know that it's going to provide evidence that the Earth is...
Globe Dodger!
Do you see how stupid that sounds?
Globe Dodger alert! Globe Dodger!
God.
No. Me saying I don't know this off the top of my head, right? You didn't say that. What you said is, I don't know, you tell me.
You tell me. That's what he said.
That is a classic Flurf line. Okay? To get out of answering questions, to get out of trying to fit your beliefs together.
Are we still doing the Iceland-Russia thing? Can we move on?
This is the best you got?
We have moved on. We're talking about flat earth nonsense.
Like, do you want me
Yeah,
to,
it's about 1,000 kilometers.
Sure, it's 1,000 kilometers. Who cares? What point are you illustrating with this?
The point is, if flat earthers would just honestly answer questions and honestly engage in this conversation, they wouldn't be flat earthers.
Lost in the sauce over arbitrary bullshit. Just say the number. Don't quiz him. Don't pop quiz him. It's fucking stupid.
We could do that too. That's a good idea. But anyway, celestial navigation, Larry.
Okay, so you want me to go over celestial navigation even though it's not my claim?
Well, your claim is obviously celestial navigation does work on a flat Earth.
It's not my claim.
Of course it's your claim. You claim the Earth is flat. We do celestial navigation. Therefore, celestial navigation must work on a flat Earth.
Say this, right? Why don't you let me make my arguments and you make your arguments? Does that seem fair?
Larry, all of these arguments need to work together. We all exist in one reality, right?
Yeah, but you can't force.
And in this reality, celestial navigation works. People use it. People use it to find out where they're going.
Okay,
right?
You're obviously new. Around here, people make claims and they support their claims. with arguments and evidence. Did I make
Right.
a claim about celestial navigation? Yes or no?
Yes.
I did.
You did.
And what was my claim?
Well, you were beginning to explain how celestial navigation works.
I did.
Right.
And I'm done.
Okay. So let's go through it. Let's continue with this celestial navigation discussion, right? So, Larry, what's the point of celestial navigation?
To navigate using the stars.
Right. Okay. Now, how do we do it?
You got to get the accurate location of the stars, and you use the map with trilateralization. But once again, this isn't my claim.
Of course, it's your claim. You're claiming it. You're going through it. You're sort of like you're like dipping your toe into this celestial navigation thing, and you say, "Oh, it's not my claim though. Oh, it's too hot. Ooh."
So weird.
It is weird, right? So we've got celestial navigation. We both agree that it works, right?
Yeah, it works. But
Okay.
it's not one of my arguments that I make.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate for you because it is an argument I make.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So let's go through it. So when we do celestial navigation, what do we do?
Bro, once again, this isn't my claim.
Larry, come on, engage.
You can't force me to engage. It's not my claim.
If flat Earth is true,
Larry, please don't run away.
navigation should work under a flat Earth. This just logically follows.
Correct.
Okay, well, why don't you make a claim about the cosmological constant crisis? Go ahead. That should work if the Earth is a globe and gravity works perfectly. Why don't you back up that claim?
We don't need to go into
why
cosmology
not?
when we're
Don't
talking
run
about the
from
shape of the Earth.
Don't run.
Yeah, all
from
they
it.
got is burden and proof reversal.
Don't run from your claim, bro. You see how weird that is?
But you know what's interesting, Larry, is you've talked about this like cosmological crisis before, but like
when did
you're
you
a flat
hear me
earther.
talking about that?
When
did you hear me
you've talked about it like weeks, months ago. I don't know. You bring it up. You often bring it up, but it's like you're a flat earther. You don't think space
You don't even
even
know
exists.
what a flat earther is.
Yes, they believe the Earth is flat. It's covered with a dome, with a firmament. It's contained or
Do
whatever.
you not know what an internal critique is?
Right, but you're saying like why are you even talking about outer space? You don't even think it exists.
Why
Why
are you
does it
talking
matter
about flat Earth
to
in a
you?
flat Earth room? You don't think the flat Earth exists?
Of course,
See
I
how
don't think
dumb
it
that
exists.
sounds? Well, then what are
I'm
you
saying,
talking
look,
about it for?
it obviously doesn't work.
That's
When you're
weird,
critiquing the globe, right? Something that's happening, millions of light years away. It's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
If
Yeah,
you don't believe it
Okay,
exists, why are you in here arguing against it?
Well, if I agreed that it exists, I obviously wouldn't be arguing against it, would I?
No, you still would. You just would be arguing against it. Like, you're in here arguing against something you don't believe is real.
Yes.
That's insane.
Why is that insane? I think that's the most sane thing. To argue against things you'd think are not real. I wouldn't argue for something I think is not real, or against something I think is real.
Like Bigfoot and the Tooth Fairy and all that stuff?
Yes.
Really? So where are these Bigfoot Discord servers that you go to? And
I don't know. I haven't found any. But if someone claims that
You don't
Bigfoot
know? Are you
exists, I'm
dodging
going
again?
to...
Are you dodging again, bro?
No, that's not a dodge. That is a genuine
But you said it was a
expression
dodge
of my
earlier
knowledge
when I
about
said
this
I
about
didn't.
Bigfoot Discord servers.
It's
But
weird.
yes,
how you
Larry,
let
this cosmological crisis thing, okay? If like some measurement about some prediction about the age of the universe or whatever the fuck the crisis in cosmology is, it doesn't matter.
That's not what it's about.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Then why is it a crisis?
Because fucking astronomers or whatever, these people have like done one thing one way and got one answer, done it another way and got another answer. Okay.
There you go. There you go. You
It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the shape of the Earth.
I didn't say that it did. I just wanted you to argue for it because it wasn't your.
I don't
thing.
need to argue for it, right?
Oh, why not, bro?
It's an irrelevant topic.
Are you dodging?
No, it's not a dodge. It's just an irrelevant topic.
So
I'm
it's
not
a
interested
dodge
in
when
the
I say
crisis in
that I don't
cosmology.
know, and
What I'm
I'd
interested
explain
in
that, but it's
is flat earthers.
not a dodge when you do it.
No, it's not a dodge when I did it there.
Like some consistent.
Because you're bringing up an irrelevant topic. I'm bringing up something relevant to the room.
See, I
which
never
is celestial
argued
navigation,
for
which cannot
celestial
work on a flat Earth. And if you think it can work on a flat Earth, I would love to hear it.
See, I don't argue for celestial navigation. I don't think it's a good argument. So
Why don't you think it's a good argument?
Because it's not my argument to make. It's someone else's argument.
No. You're going on a circle there. You say you don't argue for it because you don't think it's a good argument. Why is it not a good argument?
Good argument for me to make.
Okay. So it's not that it's not a good argument. It's just not you don't know how to make it a good argument.
Yeah, it's not my argument.
Okay.
I don't know how many times I said it, like 10 times now.
You said there were like 3 other things, or there were like 5 reasons why celestial navigation was like the first one. What was the next one?
Well, anyway, let's just end the celestial navigation thing, all right? When you do celestial navigation, you measure an elevation angle to a star, you find the GP of the star based on nautical almanac, that tells you your distance, you multiply the elevation angle to the star by 69 miles, that tells you the distance from the GP of the star, you do this to 3 stars, then you can trilaterate your position or whatever, okay?
Not trying.
Problem is, if you try to do this on a flat Earth, or try to do it assuming a flat Earth, you're going to make a pretty simple triangle, right? Problem is, when you have a right angle triangle, when you extend the base of this triangle, you don't get a linear relationship with the angle to the top of the triangle as you do with the length of the base of the triangle. So you would not get 69 times the angle miles away from the GP of the star. It would constantly change depending on your distance from the star. So that's why celestial navigation cannot work on a flat Earth.
I don't know about that. That sounds sus.
That sounds like some really fancy math. I'm going to take your word for it. You sound pretty smart. What's the next reason?
I'm not going to take his word for it. I'm not taking his word for it.
Well, you can
okay,
always
right. Well, okay, that's percent. That's good, right? Test it for yourself.
It's a right angle triangle. It's a flat baseline. How are you going to get a right angle triangle to a celestial body? It's a flat baseline. What do you think that line is at the bottom?
Yeah, he doesn't realize that. You need a flat Earth to do it.
Yeah, you have to have a flat Earth to do it, you jackass. What do you think
don't.
The bottom line is?
No, you don't.
Right? You're going to go to the center of hell?
It would be. It would be a right angle triangle if the Earth was flat.
What is a triangle?
No, it isn't.
Oh, it isn't.
I know what a triangle is, right? You've got a problem here, okay? Right? You've got a problem here. You're hearing right angle triangle, you're hearing celestial navigation, and then you're thinking, well, triangles have a flat baseline. Obviously, the Earth must be flat, right? But when we do celestial navigation, it's not a triangle, right?
What do you mean it's not a triangle?
It's not a triangle. It is not a triangle. If the Earth were flat, it would be a triangle. But celestial navigation in reality does not use a triangle.
Mez, how are you getting your baseline?
It's a clown, man.
What is it? It is a triangle. The baseline is the line that goes across the bottom. The top triangle is to the celestial body that then becomes your GP. That's how it works. That's how you get.
That's how you get what? That's how you get what? What do you get?
Mez, how are you getting
Disco
your baseline?
Guava.
Why are you dodging?
Okay, right. Which one of you wants me to engage with you first? Okay.
Just answer a simple question. How are you getting your baseline?
Okay, right. Okay, percent.
How are you getting the baseline? What is the bottom line, sir?
Right. Are you talking about when you're measuring an elevation angle?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right. So what you can do is you have a string, right? You have a plumb bob. You stick a protractor to it, and then from that you measure an angle, right? So 0 degrees perpendicular to that string, right? That's your horizontal. That's your baseline. That's not the Earth. And then from that you can measure an angle to something in the sky.
So you're not using a sextant?
You don't have to use a sextant.
You can use a sextant if you want, but you don't have to.
Well, sextant, you can't use it unless it's a flat Earth, right?
You can use a sextant even if it's not a flat Earth.
How are you getting baseline on sextant?
Just a triangle, man. That's all it is.
It's just a horizontal line.
How are you getting horizontal?
And it's not the Earth. I just told you can just hang a string and stick a protractor to it. Gives you a horizontal line. Come on, what you got? I can hear the cogs ticking.
You know what? I'm learning something today. I'm glad I piped in. I'm glad I'm here.
Right. So that's that dealt with. So Disco Guava, you're talking about triangles, right? So when we measure an elevation angle, right? How many lines have we got?
I'm gonna go to 2 lines now, huh?
Two lines, right? How many lines does a triangle have?
The baseline, sir. What is the bottom
how many lines?
line?
How many sides does a triangle have?
You have a GP, which is the star, right? You have a baseline. What is the baseline? What is the line across the bottom? It's
there is no
really
line across
simple,
the bottom when we
man.
do celestial navigation.
It's a triangle, man. It's not that complicated. It's just simply a line that goes across the line of the Earth. And then you have a GP that gives you, that's it. That's all there is to it. Take me
It
down
gives
a
you
road.
the GP.
Go for it. It's all there is to it.
Right, well, I'll answer your question for you, right? A triangle has 3 sides. When we measure an elevation angle, we only need 2, right? So we don't have a triangle yet.
Point, and you're going to do all this crap. The bottom line is, it's simply a line across the Earth. You're measuring to the GP. It's giving you your ground point, and that's it. That's all there is to it.
So saying it's a line across the Earth, that's begging the question. That's circular reasoning.
How is that begging the question, sir? That's
because you're saying, well, celestial navigation uses a triangle, and I know celestial navigation uses a triangle because the Earth is flat. The Earth has to be flat because celestial navigation uses a triangle.
No,
so you're going in a circle.
That's actually what happens. That's actually what you do when you do celestial navigation. You can say I'm begging it, whatever.
So, well, no, it's not, but right. So, but let's go through it, okay? So, I'm out at sea, let's say. I've got my sextant, or I've got my protractor on the string, whatever. I've got my angle measuring equipment. I've got my nautical almanac. What do I do?
Do you hold it up in the sky so you can see it parallel or something, or what? I actually don't know.
Okay, so here's the TLDR on celestial navigation. So you have your nautical almanac, right? And this tells you have to correct for the time and everything. But this tells you what's the ground position of every star is. So if you do Polaris is an easy one because it's in a fixed position. It's always above the North Pole. So you then get your sextant, or your protractor on the string, or whatever you've got. Use your theodolite if you want to be fancy. And you measure an angle from horizontal. You establish a horizontal, and then you measure an elevation angle to a star. And then what you do is, well, when you measure the elevation angle, because the Earth is a sphere, because the Earth has a radius of, or has a circumference of 40,000 kilometers, whatever that is in miles, you will then know that you are 69 miles multiplied by the degrees away from the ground position of the star.
Nice.
So, but flat earthers, right, they misunderstand this. They think when you do celestial navigation, you do this to establish the ground position of a star. For some reason, because they think that when you do celestial navigation, you're essentially creating a triangle, but you're not, because it doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't work. You wouldn't know where you're going if you tried to do this. So when you do this, you look at you pick 3 different stars in the sky, you find the ground positions of them, you measure your angle to them, you say, okay, I know I'm say. You measure 50 degrees to this star, 10 degrees to some other star, 30 degrees to the star. Then you'll know you're 50 times 69 miles away from that star, 50 times 30 times 69 miles away from that star, or whatever from the other. And then you can draw circles of equal elevation, they call them,
sure,
on your map.
Yeah.
Well, it'd have to be a globe if you actually want to draw a circle. So then that's how you know your distance away from each star.
What?
And where these circles intersect, that's your position on the Earth. That's how
It's a
celestial
right
navigation works.
angle triangle, man. Without the baseline, you're out, man. That's it. It's real simple. You
No, without a
have to have
baseline, you will
that
be out.
baseline.
But your problem is you're assuming this baseline is the Earth. It's not.
Oh, so the baseline's not the Earth.
Correct.
So the bottom of that triangle is not the Earth.
Correct.
Okay.
But hey, if you want to prove me wrong, right? Do it.
Yeah, go out in a boat, in the middle of the ocean, and try to use the stars with your model, whatever the fuck you want to use, and then see if you can get back home.
I got 3 boats. Yeah.
It's like they don't know that people thought the Earth was flat like 500 years ago, and we're navigating.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
People did not think the Earth was flat 500 years ago.
Really?
Yes, they did.
People
Yes,
knew the
they
Earth
did.
was a sphere thousands of years ago.
How do you think we found the new worlds, man? They navigated them flat.
They didn't navigate them flat.
Yes, they did.
That doesn't make
Yes,
any
they
sense.
did. All right.
As soon as civilization started to branch out and started to traverse the Earth and noticed, hey, the stars over here are different from the stars over here. How can this work?
So you're claiming
It can't work if the Earth is flat. The Earth must be a sphere.
Are you claiming there were no flat earthers 500 years ago?
Oh, I'm sure there was some flat earthers 500 years ago. There's flat earthers
But they weren't
today,
very-
surprisingly.
Yeah, they were.
But they were certainly not assuming flat Earth geometry to navigate the Earth.
Yeah, those flat earthers 500 years ago probably weren't very good at navigating the ocean, though.
It's like you guys think that the ancient Greeks were like NASA fanboys or some shit. Like all of them.
No, I don't. We knew the Earth was a sphere long before NASA.
We. Who's we?
We as in humanity.
You knew it was a sphere before you could actually go halfway to the moon and check, because the guy earlier said that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth.
Yes.
So how did you know if you couldn't see it?
Because celestial navigation only works if the Earth is a sphere. Things disappear bottom up as they sail away. It's not a big assumption. Try it. Try doing celestial navigation, even like just conceptually. Assuming the Earth to be flat. It
so
doesn't work.
you're telling me that boats disappear at 3.4 miles. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling
You're
you, the
telling me
boats disappear
that is-
bottom up, and they go down, right, as they sail away.
Do they now?
They do. I've seen it with my own
Come
eyes.
on, man. Have you?
I even took a photo. Yeah,
You took a photo?
I took a photo.
Oh. All right. Well, that's all solved then now.
Well, I'm glad we finally solved everything.
Thank you. We can close the server. Can't be flat.
Would you get a big bonus if that happened?
I would. NASA would pay me the big bucks.
Right, so
I know for one
how does
thing-
that change our lives?
I know
It would
one
mean
thing
we've
that if I was
we've kept up the globe deception for another year.
based. If I ever get stranded in the ocean, I want mechs with me. All right.
Don't be gay. So they admit that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth. The only way you could see it is if you're halfway to the moon or something like that. You're really, really high up, way past the ISS. That's the only way we're going to see the curvature. So you can.
Oh, you can see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth.
Oh, where?
You just need to be quite high up, and have some sensitive equipment.
How high up do you got to be?
Well, there's not like a fixed amount, but the higher you are, the easier it is.
So how high
It's
do you
not like it's completely imperceptible at 10 miles high, but it's like completely obvious at 10.1 miles high.
You can't see it. You can't observe it. It's not there.
You can see it. You can observe it.
Where?
You can observe the effects of it.
Yeah?
I
How?
used to say the same thing about God. You can't see God, but you can see the effects of God.
Sure. Hey, if you believe in God,
That's
good
what
on
I
you.
used to argue about an unseeable, unknowable belief.
That's what it is.
But it's
It's a
seeable.
belief.
It is knowable.
How?
You can't see it. You can't
How?
see it.
Can me and you go tonight and go see it?
No, you don't need to see something to know that it's real.
Oh, so how do you
So
know
it's a
things
belief.
that you can't see?
So we can look at celestial navigation. Only works on a sphere or Earth.
The baseless
Bottom of
assertion
obstruction
affirming the
only works on a
consequence.
spherical Earth.
Right
That's not affirming
angle
the consequence.
triangle. Right angle triangle, you numpty.
Again, disco. Go do it. Try it. Prove it. Show me how, right? With right angle triangles, constant flat baseline, how you get a linear relationship to the elevation angle to a star and your distance along the ground.
Sure.
Do it. Go on. I'll tell you
Go
what,
on.
right? Hold on. I'll
What are you
I'll
asking
help
me to
you
do
out, right?
exactly? What are you asking me to do exactly?
Right, here's what I want from you. I want you to draw me two triangles, right? Two right angle triangles. One of them has a base length of 690 and an angle of 10. Right?
And
then I want another one with a base of, let's do 345 and an angle of 5. But the opposite angle, the vertical length, right, has to be the same on both.
Go on.
That's it.
No clue, man.
There you go.
I'm not going to play the game.
Can't be done.
Like, what are you talking about?
This guy's stick is he probably
Huge.
has a file on each of us, and he's going over each person's like argument that they don't know, and he's like baiting you to take the argument that he's feeding you. So he's like force feeding people arguments, and when they go, "This isn't my argument," he's like, "Oh, victory dance! Oh, look at me, touchdown!"
Get the hell out of here, man. Like, what are you talking about?
Larry.
Hey, would you like to tell me how dark matter proves the Earth's a sphere?
Yeah, how about...
I don't
No,
think
you
dark
wouldn't
matter
want to
does
do that.
prove
That'd
the
be
Earth is a
dumb,
sphere.
right?
Yeah, would you like to tell me
especially
how
if I
the
was like
theory relative...
going, "Oh, bro,
It would
you
be dumb,
want to.
but
You want to make
Larry,
that argument. Please.
I
make
might
that
look
argument.
into it, right?
Don't
If you can
run
argue
from that argument.
I won't run from it. It's not an argument, right?
See, I just called you out for
But
your
if you want to assert that dark matter somehow proves that the Earth is flat, then I might look into it. I might listen to the
not
argument.
an argument that I make.
Right, exactly. I'm not making the argument that dark
anybody
matter
would
proves that
make.
the Earth is a sphere. You're not making the argument that dark matter proves that the Earth is flat. I don't think that dark matter does prove that the Earth is a sphere. You don't think that it proves it's flat. So there's no point in that. Like, why would we try to fish some argument out of that?
Blah, blah, blah,
Exactly,
horseshit. Blah, 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 blah.
Why would you
Some
try
more
to
But the
force feed
problem
someone
with
an
celestial navigation, Larry, I do think celestial navigation proves that the Earth is a sphere. You obviously don't think celestial navigation proves that the Earth is a sphere. You think celestial navigation is possible on a flat Earth. So obviously I'm asking you, how is celestial navigation possible on a flat Earth? And I've just explained to you how celestial navigation is not
we just
possible on a
asked
flat
you
Earth.
simple things like a right angle triangle. That's all we're asking you, is like basic shit, man. And then you go off and you're trying to do this and that and the other. Whatever, dude. You know?
It's weird that this guy like tries to make you. What's his name so I can remember? That this guy tries to make you take arguments that you're not trying to make. Like force feeding arguments to people. Like
It's Mez.
that's how you win.
You'll remember it.
Your name is Mess or Ness?
Mez. It's in the Discord. Come on, Larry. I know you know how to use computers.
Playing Age of Empires, bro.
Okay. Very based.
Yeah, go ahead. A little more. Call people stupid. Whatever, dude.
I don't think you're necessarily stupid. I think you're very dishonest.
Even worse.
You think I'm dishonest?
We're just dishonestly
Yes.
like up here talking about flat Earth, even though we don't believe it. For like 10
What do
years.
you mean? Like, what? How am I dishonest?
Well, because I think you want the flat Earth to be true. But when it comes
I
to
know
engaging
it's
with
true.
things that's
I know
obviously
it's true.
prove
I
it's
don't
not to be
believe
true,
it. I know it's
you
true.
dodge and duck and
you
dive
have
and
belief.
you accuse people
You
of
have
fallacies they haven't
belief,
made
sir.
and twist words. And
What fallacy have I said anything about any fallacy at any point during this discussion tonight? Have I mentioned fallacy once? I have not, sir.
no, I'm not.
Who's
I'm not
making
talking
stuff
about you specifically here tonight. I'm talking about flat earthers in general.
Oh, so another
Well,
stereotype.
who's
But
yeah?
Larry did. Larry accused me of making and affirming the consequent fallacy. Which
I
didn't
did. You said that it could only work if the Earth is flat. So this is how this goes. So, oh, sorry, globe. Excuse me. So this is how the argument goes. So the Earth is a globe, therefore celestial navigation will work. Celestial navigation works, and it could only work on the flat Earth. I'm sorry, the globe Earth. Excuse me, I'm rusty. I have had a little vacation.
It's okay. I understand what you meant, but that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying only if the Earth is a globe will celestial navigation work. Celestial navigation works, therefore the Earth can only be a globe. That's not affirming the consequent.
It's not exclusive.
It is exclusive. And if you think that's wrong,
Okay,
please show me.
how. No, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. How is it exclusive? That's your claim.
No. You're saying
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
your
true
claim.
that it can only work on a sphere, right? So I would like you to show me how it works on a flat Earth.
The guy went over it just a few
And
seconds.
I have explained to you how it can't work on a flat Earth, because as you extend the base of a right angle triangle, you don't get a linear relationship to the elevation to the top of the triangle.
Dude, the stuff that you have
But
to
that is what we
twist
see
yourself
in reality.
around to make a right angle triangle into your mystical idea of celestial navigation is just it's fantastical what you have to do, sir.
It's
it
not
makes
fantastical.
no sense at all.
Celestial navigation
It's a
does work.
baseline, bro. Yeah,
It's not.
I
Well, I
know
wouldn't
it
say it's
does.
used every day today. It's probably not. I don't
It
know.
does it on a globe,
But
unless
it
you're
was
gonna go to
used
a
every day
transit, unless you're gonna
in
take
ye
us to
olden
the
days
center
before
of
GPS
hell.
and all that.
Yeah. Do you want to take us to hell?
I don't want to take you to
wanna
hell,
take us
right?
to
I want to take
tangent?
you back to reality.
Do
Okay.
you actually know how celestial navigation works? That's my question.
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
Oh, do you? All right.
Yes.
Well, I'm proud of you.
Do you know how celestial navigation works?
I think I do.
Okay.
You're
So,
gonna give me a
if I
couple more
measure
math
if I
equations
measure
to
an elevation angle,
to
right?
Go ahead with now. Yeah.
If I measure an elevation angle of, let's say, 20 degrees, how far am I away from the base, from the GP of that star?
Give me a few minutes. I gotta go back and do some math here. Just give me a couple of minutes.
I measured 20 degrees. If you know celestial navigation, this should be pretty quick. That's 20 degrees off horizontal, not off zenith.
Keep going.
That's it, I'm asking you. You said you know how celestial navigation works, so please tell me. Yeah, I've measured an elevation angle of 20 degrees off horizontal. How far am I away from the GP of whatever star I've measured that to? You don't know.
No, I
So
don't know.
would you like to change your answer? You don't know how celestial navigation works?
I know you need a horizontal baseline on a right angle triangle, you jackass.
Correct. You do need a horizontal baseline on a right angle triangle.
Yeah, you do.
Right. But fortunately, we don't really use right angle triangles in celestial navigation.
What is the baseline? What is the line at the bottom of the triangle? That's my question to you. Wait, it's not a triangle now?
No, it's not a triangle.
It's not a triangle. When you take your sextant and you go to your celestial body, and then you have the baseline, the line that goes across the bottom that makes the triangle that goes up to the celestial body. It doesn't now. Okay.
No, it never did.
And I don't understand.
It will do if the Earth is flat.
And I don't understand celestial navigation. But you don't even know what a fucking triangle is, sir.
I know what a triangle is, and I know they're not used in celestial navigation.
So that's not what you do. You don't find the GP of the star. You don't take. You do not create a 90. Whatever, bro.
No, you do not create a 90-degree triangle.
Yeah, if you're using the
You do celestial
Pythagorean
navigation.
theorem to get the height of the star, you should know the height of the star. But you don't get that right answer.
That's true.
All right, go on.
Well, do you know the height of the star using this method?
Do I have to know that? Am I trying to go to the star?
The method you're speaking of.
Am I trying to go to the star, sir? Am I traveling? Am I traveling to the sun?
In the middle of something, please don't interrupt. You got the elevation angle to the star, right? The horizontal baseline. You got the GP, right? You got a right angle. GP.
I can't hear you. You're roboting like hell.
You should be able to measure the angles and get the height of the star. You know the distance of the GP?
Am I trying to get the height of the star, or am I trying to get the GP to the line on the ground?
Hey man,
Am I trying to get the distance to the location I'm trying to go to, or am I trying to go to the fucking sun?
No, you're trying to get an elevation angle.
Yeah, an elevation angle. What is an angle? What is an
Not
elevation?
trying to super interrupt.
Straight lines, my friend.
All right, that's all I got.
All right.
Okay. It's an angle.
Yeah, right. So how many lines do you need to make an angle?
2.
Right. How many lines do you need to make a triangle?
One to the GP. You need one from the baseline.
No, you don't need one to the GP.
What is the baseline? What is the thing? It's across the ground. If you can't understand that, hey, how is it begging the question? That's how it's done.
Because whether this horizontal line goes along the ground or not is what we're trying to figure out. If the Earth is flat, then the line would go along the ground. If the Earth is curved, then the line wouldn't go along the ground. It would go off into space.
So where does it go then? It goes off into space.
Yes.
That's great. Goes off into space.
But here's the thing, right? I'll give you the answer. If you measure 20 degrees to a star, you're 1,380 miles away from the GP of that star. So here's the next question, right? You think you're right. We've got a right angle triangle now. The baseline of this triangle is 1,380. One of the angles is 90 degrees. The other angle is 20 degrees. Right? What is the height of this triangle?
2 hours.
Just Google if you want to Google a triangle calculator.
What are you saying now?
Solve that.
You want me to solve a math equation, or what do you want me to do here?
Go online and look up bestiality. Please.
So you think in celestial navigation we use a right angle triangle, okay?
Bestiality.
So when we do celestial navigation, we know that there is a linear relationship between the angle to a star and the distance along the ground from the GP of the star to your position. Right?
Okay.
So I've given you an example.
Yeah.
You can measure 20 degrees, an elevation angle of 20 degrees to a star.
Sure.
And if you measure an elevation angle of 20 degrees to a star, you will be 1,380 miles away from the GP of the star. So please solve that triangle.
Something tells me this guy does not talk to Jedi about this subject, right?
I have talked to Jedi about this, and we run into the same issue.
I don't know who Jedi is. So.
Jedi. This is Jedi's argument. Like, this is his bread and butter. Well, I've been going to sleep with the sun and waking up with the sun. I stayed up way too late tonight. So I'm going to go to bed and try to get back on that rhythm.
Here, Disco, right?
Peace.
I'll help you out.
Who are you helping here?
There you go. Look in the chat, right? You see that?
Am I supposed to be looking at something here?
Yeah, you see the right angle triangle calculator?
No, sir. Where am I supposed to find that at?
In the slide chat. The chat.
All right, I'm looking. Entirely more work than I was banging for tonight. No idea where the side chat is.
You know, you click the little in the room that we're in. You click the little like speech bubble. It says open chat.
All right, here we go. I think Jewish hub. I'm seeing. No disrespect toward Jews. That's something. Let's see here. What am I looking for?
Right angle triangle. Right triangle calculator.
Well, I know what a right angle triangle is, man. Like
right. But we've got an issue here with celestial navigation.
What is the issue?
So we're trying to solve it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right?
The thing. Let's go on with the thing. What is it?
So this is a fact, right? This is a fact of celestial navigation, which is for every degree of angle that you measure to a star, you will be 69 miles away from the GP of that star.
Okay.
So if you measure an elevation angle of 10 degrees to a star, you are 690 miles away from the GP of that star. Okay?
Okay.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem for flat Earth. So if I go to my right angle triangle calculator, right, and I put the angle of 10, I put a base of 690, right, I hit calculate. The height of this triangle will be 121 miles. Okay. So that means that star would have to be 121 miles off the ground.
Why are you worried about how far the star is off the ground? I'm confused here.
All right, I'll just put this in the chat. Well, because this is going to be a problem for flat Earth.
Because if you know the length of the base of your triangle, and what's it called? The Pythagorean theorem. The sum of the angles of the triangle is 180 degrees. So you got the observer's position, you got the GP of the star, and you got the star, right? If you know the GP of the star, then you know your distance to it, right? So then you could measure your height to the star. Your elevation angle would give you the height of the star if the Earth was.
Why am I trying to figure out the height of the star?
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm going somewhere with this. Right. So when we measure 10 degrees to a star, that means 10 degrees elevation angle to a star. That means we're 690 miles away from the GP of the star. If you solve that right angle triangle, you get a height of 121 miles. Right. But then if we move another 690 miles away, right, we would measure 20 degrees to the star. No, wait, I've got it backwards. Hold on, I fucked up my math. Never mind.
Yeah, you keep doing that math.
All right, there we go. Right. So, wrong, because you have to your elevation angle will be subtracted from 90. So, and then you multiply it by 69. So, right, here's the problem. So, when you measure an elevation angle to a star, you are that angle, or you are 90 minus that angle, multiplied by 69 miles away from the GP of that star. So, if we try and solve that, we get to very different heights.
Of the star?
So, yes.
Why are we measuring to the height of the star? Are we not trying to figure out the baseline so we can figure out where we are on the Earth?
Yes, the reason you do celestial navigation is to find out where you are on the Earth. The problem with flat earthers is they assume that that celestial navigation uses a right angle triangle.
Well, because it
so
does.
if you try to solve that right angle triangle using obvious, like simple trigonometry and all that, you get completely different heights of the star depending on where you are on the ground.
Why are we
Now,
trying to figure out where the star is? We're trying to figure out our GP on the ground.
Look,
we're trying to
this
figure
is
out
just
where
a
we
fact.
are on the
Look,
ground. We're not trying to figure out where we are in the fucking sky, man.
it's
We're
just a
not trying
fact
to
of
go to the
geometry, okay?
fucking sun.
Yeah, we don't need to, right? But we could use this to figure out the height of the star. So if I measure an elevation angle of 10 degrees, that means I know that I'm going to be 5,520 miles away from the GP of the star. So then I should be able to solve that triangle. So if I solve that, I get a height of 973 miles. But then if I move a bit closer and I measure an angle of 20 degrees to a star, then I know that I'm going to be 4,830 miles away from the GP of the star. I solve that triangle, I get a height of 1,757 miles. So how can this star be in two completely different altitudes at the same time? It obviously can't. It obviously isn't. So this is a huge problem for flat Earth.
You have a great time on that star, bro, because I'm just trying to figure out where I'm at on the Earth. That's all I'm trying to figure out. So all I'm trying to figure out is oh, headphones dying.
So please do it.
Sound check.
You good?
You're coming through.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go on.
Yeah, so if we do celestial navigation, assuming that your right angle thing is true, well, this star is going to be in like completely different altitudes at the same time, which it obviously isn't.
And my question would be, why am I trying to figure out the star? Am I not trying to figure out where I'm at on the Earth?
Look, we're not trying to figure out where the star is. What we're trying to figure out is whether the Earth is spherical or flat.
Yes, sir.
It's not measured flat.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. That's obviously not true.
So it's obviously not true because you said so.
No, it's obviously not true because it's not measured flat.
It is measured flat.
Oh, is it? Prove it.
It's not measured flat when the physical properties of water lay flat when they're at rest.
Oh, so is it measured flat or are the physical properties of water flat?
Well, they both help each other out. It's pretty good.
All right. Well, how do you know that the physical properties of water lay flat?
Open your eyes and go and have a look. Put a spirit.
I looked.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I noticed that the horizon water dips below horizontal.
No, it doesn't.
So, yes, it does.
Black Swan debunked that bullshit ages ago.
No, it didn't. That has nothing to do with it. With the
It was across water.
The height of the horizon below horizontal.
Are you both Australian?
I'm not.
Regardless of where we're from, as long as we're sober in here.
Carry on. Yeah.
Have a look at that matrix in the chat. Look. The horizon, well below horizontal. The sun's below horizontal.
So why has the sun got a flared out piece at the bottom of it? No lensing involved?
Doesn't matter if it's got a flared out piece at the bottom of it. It's below horizontal.
Yes.
Wait,
no?
how do we know? So this device, there's a device on the left. How do we know that that's horizontal?
It's a water level. It gives you horizontal.
So mechanically, it has to be horizontal.
Yes.
And what was the elevation above water that water level was on?
It doesn't matter. It's
Yes,
a
it
water
does.
level. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because when you put a level above your horizon level, so you've obviously got a body of water that you're looking out over, that the sun is allegedly going behind, and you've got a water level to the left-hand side of the image, yes?
You have a water level on the left-hand side of the image, yes.
And what is the sun allegedly going behind?
The horizontal line
Yeah, what is that? Water? Fucking
that
land?
water level is giving you.
What I'm trying to get at, what is the elevation above the ground that the water level is situated at? That's what I want to know.
It's completely irrelevant.
Yes, it is relevant, and the reason for that is because a lot of you have got this idea in your head that the horizon rises to eye level. No, it does not. The horizon extends.
Correct, it doesn't.
Eye level is eye level.
Mm-hmm.
You're elevated above the horizon, so when you look out, the horizon will be minus your elevation.
Mez, can you tell us what this picture?
If the Earth is flat, no, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't. Because
1,000 feet above it.
because here's the thing about geometry matrix, right? This is a simple thing. This is actually a thing of right-angle triangles. So when you extend the base of a right-angle triangle, the angle of the end of that triangle will.
We're not talking about right-angled triangles. We are talking about looking over a flat plane. If your elevation is 1,000 feet, the ground is not going to magically rise up 1,000 feet. It is going to be flat. So where you've got your little black dotted line, I am going to assume that is your elevation above. Did he just finger in his ears? You probably don't want to do that too often because they're actually talking about banning people that do it.
True.
Sorry, what were you saying? Someone just got angry and muted me. I think my sound stopped working.
Mez, you're.
So here's the thing, Matrix, right? We are talking about right-angle triangles because they are really right.
Mez, you're on a good track. Just hold on, listen to the argument, and we'll continue. If Maz could calm down, can we hear his argument? Did he leave the channel? How's everyone's night going tonight? Any vocals?
Dude, who muted Mez and then didn't carry the conversation forward? Like, how are you gonna kill the room, bro?
He was muted, and I think that he left the channel. I have to assume that he left it on his own because I have no access to whether someone was banned. So I think he left it on his own. I'll stand in for Maz and try to be an advocate of Globe Earth. Like if we just want entertainment, like I'll be a Three Stooges. I'll be a stooge. I'll be a stooge.
Who was the Australian? What was your argument against the right angle?
Oh no, that was Maz, and I think he left the channel on his own accord. I don't think he got.
So What was the Australians' argument against right angle triangle?
We weren't even talking about right angle triangles.
Yeah, you're solving a triangle, doing celestial navigation. It would give you the height of the star.
Right. And I think he thought, at the very least, that he could solve this. Who's the dude with the mechanical keyboard? Anyways, like, I think that he thought he could solve it, but he got frustrated and left. And that's typical. That's typical in this channel. We're used to it.
Why wouldn't you be able to solve the angles of a triangle? You know the distance, you know the length of the base. It's
right.
The Pythagorean theorem.
Well, what grade do you learn that? What grade do you learn trigonometry?
Does it matter?
Well, I mean, not everyone knows the trigonometry. That's a college level course. High school algebra, college trigonometry.
So what?
Right?
So what? We're solving the height of one of the sides of the triangle. You know the angle, you got the elevation.
Not everyone did college.
Dude, there's a train fucking blocking my street, bro. God damn it. I gotta go all the way around. Fuck me.
So I'll give anyone who doesn't go to college a pass because college is a scam. Like, and that's our fault because we haven't given them alternate means to learn mathematics. So the guy didn't know trigonometry.
It's literally just falling time.
He didn't know trigonometry. High school is a scam. College is a scam.
Hey, it's Frit. There it is.
How was everyone's night going?
My girlfriend cheated on me.
Everybody, if you're out there somewhere that's not Friday, happy Saturday.
Wait, is it Saturday anywhere?
It's
yeah, Saturday here.
Yes, it is Saturday in some places.
Oh,
Saturday in the places that matter.
It's fucking Saturday here.
It's Sunday where I'm at. Yo, guys, it's actually Sunday where I'm at.
No, that's not possible.
Where are you at? Where are you at? You're Pacific Islander?
No. I'm in Texas.
Oh, actually, we do have a Pacific Islander here.
It is not fucking Sunday in Texas.
Andrew the Emptier, that's his name, Andrew. What guy are you?
Actually, I think there's some insular communities in Texas that don't really recognize Saturday, so
it's not.
We don't need to fucking recognize their authority.
Oh, hey, listen, I've been hitting the books. That's probably why I don't know what day it is. I've been just studying why the Earth is not flat.
Oh my God, Dick! Thank God someone finally said it.
Why are you not studying?
You've been studying why the Earth is not flat?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just been like, not studying why the Earth is not flat, but
not that you're studying.
But just I don't know, real physics, real,
Study physics. Study the Texas fucking code.
In Texas, we believe in a spherical Earth.
Take the Texas bar. Be a Texas lawyer. Affect change.
Yeah, you know what, Thick? You should go do it. Just go and do it, dude.
Make Texas great again.
You can do it, man. I believe in you. Especially because Texas is one of those types of places.
Can we calculate the height of a star?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need to come after each other's states. I'm not coming after you guys' state.
I'm Oklahoma. You're Texas, right?
You're Oklahoma, where they have all those tornadoes? That sucks, dude.
It does suck. It does suck.
Dude, that's what makes the people from Minnesota even cooler. Oklahoma.
You're right.
They don't have basements in Oklahoma. I'm originally from Kansas. We had basements in Kansas, but
you live in Oklahoma?
I'm in Oklahoma. I went to Oklahoma for school, and I'm here for work. I'm an Oklahoman dude. I've been here for 10 years. Oklahoma sucks. I want to go to New York, but I'm in Oklahoma.
Oh, that's cool. Did you watch the new Twisters movie?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
It's
Yeah, dude, that
bullshit.
movie is like, dude, the Twister movie's not any good in like the
thought it
early
was
fucking
pretty
2000s.
Doesn't it have that one cute guy in it though?
Yeah, he's a totally fucking cute guy.
Like,
Like,
Glenn
the
Powell.
deal is like it's just not realistic. Like, it's just not real. Like,
Let me guess, they added fire
Okay, well, let me
with tornadoes.
Are you
New fire
flat
tornado unlocked?
earther, if I may ask?
fire tornadoes are real.
I know, but they're very rare.
Sure, but like
It's like in every Twister movie, they have a fire tornado.
Absolutely, you have to have
Yeah.
a fire tornado if you're gonna fucking make a block.
Fire tornadoes happen
Yeah.
when pyrocumulonimbus clouds drop a tornado and then it sucks up the fire.
And I'm not gonna
Whoa.
fucking.
Sorry.
Whoa,
Fuck yes.
doctor.
I kind of like that though.
Doctor. Like, I'm not going to discriminate, like, for the fire tornado. Like, if anything, like that was the draw. The draw was the fucking fire tornado. But, nah, like, it just didn't represent, like the actuality of the urgency of the storm. Like, we just get into, like, everyone.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that like they're all storm chasers, and when they were in that one stadium, and all of a sudden they got an unexpected tornado warning, like if there was a breakout that night, they would have all. Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Well,
There's like 10 tornadoes. So.
I will give them credence. Like, we have had in Oklahoma storm chasers die within the past few years. Like they chase storms for the media. They go out there. They literally follow tornadoes. There have been circumstances in the past few years where a storm chaser has died. But
yeah, I know the more Oklahoma is a big one. Yeah.
Well, Moore, Oklahoma was a big case. That was in 2013. An entire brick wall fell on some children. It made national news. But no storm chasers were actually hurt in that. Like actually, I don't know of any case where a storm chaser was hurt in a storm. They chased them.
I don't know. I think the more Oklahoma killed like some famous storm chaser, like because they call it like the right.
Yo, y'all should play some Gartic phone while we're talking about the Twisters.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway,
sorry. I'm here to talk about Flat Earth.
All right, let's talk about Flat Earth.
What is it? What is that?
Does anybody here play Hearthstone?
Oh, let's not.
Yo, Tens, you should play like Gartic phone with me. Like that ass. Tendies.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
It's a Discord game. You should like play it.
Oh, buddy, I'm telling you, I don't think I'm capable.
Dude, what the fucking Sigma? I was gonna draw the flat Earth for you. Like what?
That is pretty cool. Oh my gosh,
I was gonna be a Sigma
I can't do
about it,
this. Hey, two gone. Good night. God bless you, Crit. I love you, brother.
Oh shit, it's Tucker Carlson. What's up, Tucker Carlson?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, does anyone want to play like some
1v1 in Gartic phone?
Some Conrad with me? Like we'll just go play some fucking Conrad together.
This is the flat Earth.
So you know that Conrad is a fucking super failed game, and like it fucking got recalled 14 hours.
Wait, what?
Conrad,
yeah, like Sony recalled that shit 14 hours after it became public, like because like it had like 64 players.
Child shaking at the theater. What a thing to draw.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You need to draw Cordicos. Is that how I pronounce your name? You need to draw his. You need to draw his exact location, like exactly where he lives.
Wait, are you what's it called when you like say someone's location? Like
Doxing?
you're doxing me?
Yeah, I said so. Like we're playing Gartic phone, so I told him that he has to draw your exact location
Yeah, dox me.
if he
Dox
wins.
me, bro. Dox
Yeah,
me,
he's
bro.
giving you permission to dox him. See, like he wants you to do it.
Dox
I
me,
think
bro.
I have a pretty good answer for this one. I think everyone in here.
You should like. I think you should dox him, bro.
Dox me, bro.
Type shit.
No, don't be doing dumb shit.
No, well, the reason why, I like laugh about it is because I'm not subject to any like big thing.
Why would you leave, you fucking retard? I was literally drawing a dead baby in a microwave, and you left. Like what the Sigma?
Like
This dude actually gave up.
Like if someone were to like hone in on my Discord account, they could get me within like a 2-mile radius, and I mean, okay, like
Yeah,
okay,
dude, that was a joke. It's not that. That was just a joke. It wasn't that serious.
No. I'm not even like honing out on you. I'm just saying like doxing means so little to non-public officials. Like, okay, I live here in a place called Blanchard, Oklahoma. Like, do what you want. Do what you want. Like, give me your best shot. Yeah.
You guys can quickly join Gartic phone to see the picture I drew. Like it took a long time for me to draw this picture.
Wait.
So,
Could you post it in chat?
Maybe. We'll see.
You said Gartic Funk.
Gartic phone.
Yeah. Do your best.
Let's see if he even drew. He didn't even draw where you lived. He just drew a phone.
I mean,
like what this thing.
I'll GPS my fucking location. I don't
No,
know.
I mean he left. He gave up.
If one of you guys wants to deliver some Taco Bell to my house, like I'll be all for it. Like
I can't share it. Fuck.
Like I cannot be like dangerously doxxed because like I don't have enough going for me to be like dangerously doxxed.
Cortico,
Alright, I'm playing Uno.
What was that?
Gonna play some
we
Uno.
do not care.
Exactly. That's precisely the reason why I cannot be dangerously
I'm trying to drop a
doxxed.
subtle hit, mate. Shut up.
Yeah, listen, pay attention. All right, we're gonna cut the shit.
Yeah. Matrix, why are you so like angry all the time?
This is me angry? No, this is me sore from setting up sprinklers in my garden. But anyways.
Yeah, you don't have to just because your day was bad doesn't mean you have to make everybody else's day
My
bad.
day's not bad. It's got nothing to do with bad. I'm just sore.
Mate, I want you to have sex with my wife.
Well,
Did I move too fast? Did I move too fast there?
Well, what is apparent?
Did I move too fast?
A yes or no will suffice. Has this got anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
I mean, you probably because you have to fly to my house because we don't live in the same country. You could disprove observable curve flying to my wife's house before you fuck her.
Well, considering I've already been to the States and I didn't see any curvature, does that count?
I'm not from the States. I'm from Canada.
I've been there too.
No.
Have you been to Manitoba?
I can't remember. I drove around Lake Superior.
Oh, so there you go. There. So, I mean, it does correlate. Admit it, bro. I meant you lost.
Roger, how disappointed would you be if, the United States and Canada just...
I'm not actually Canadian.
What if we just, held hands and became one fucking country? Along with
all the Canadians are fucking retards. So, I mean, that would kind of suck. But they'd be more conservative than all the fucking liberals in our country. So, I mean, there's a plus side for that. But then you got to look at all their drug problems.
Along with Mexico, if we could figure out the fucking drug problems, and we just had a suburban North, Central, South America country, if we could figure out the fucking drug problem, Like if we were a Western one country, like would Canada be down? Because
No.
I think America would be down.
No, Canada would not be down. Canada's a bunch of fucking liberals. They're pretty much in a fucking dictatorship right now. Justin Trudeau's stealing their money behind their backs and shit. And then we have a woman that is running for office that's going to get elected president. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Trump's a retard. And then you go down south, their president's cartel and is influenced heavily by the cartel.
So Canada thinks like it's like a real fucking country. Like
Yeah, they have 39 million people and we have 329 million people, and they think they're better than us.
I think so. You're an American, right?
Yeah.
I think we just gotta eat Canada. I think we just gotta fucking eat them. And I think we gotta eat Mexico. I think we need to take this entire continent.
I think we should annex Australia.
No.
What do you think about that Matrix?
Australia is its own shit. I don't think we need.
What if we just went over to Australia and just annexed all your land, and there's not a fucking thing you could do about it?
No, it would be funny, and that would be the case.
You are Australian, correct, mate?
Yes, I'm Australian.
Yes, I mean there would be nothing that your country could do, like whatsoever. You couldn't do shit.
But we have had 100.
I mean, like maybe you could like cook me some barbecue. You know what I mean, or something. But
I want to talk about like legitimate arguments for us annexing Canada and Mexico. I don't want to get into Australia. Like can we recognize like the delineation between?
Well, I mean, dude, like you gotta like take your. So it's kind of like Civ 5, right? Like the game Civ 5. You gotta take the smaller countries over so you have more influence, and then you go for the big countries. You gotta pretty much pull a 1939 Adolf Hitler.
I'm gonna pee. It's gonna take 35 seconds, and then I'll get back to you.
Yeah, that's probably because your dick's so small. Okay, go ahead.
It's very small.
I know it is. I think Australia would be way better with more American influence because I can tell you're either from Victoria or Queensland.
Well, your guesses suck. You might as well stay where you are then.
Bro. Fuck. Dude, like you're just a disappointment because you're not even like a chill fucking Australian. You have nothing to say. You're just nothing.
How chill do I have to fucking be?
Well, I mean, like I want you to go full. That's not a knife. This is a knife mode. You know what I mean?
This is a knife.
Yeah, man. See, it just doesn't ring that fucking bell.
Yeah, well, because I wasn't having a go. See, that's not a knife. Now this is a knife.
See, it's just not like good though. Like it sounds like somebody's trying to be cool. Like it doesn't sound like you're actually an Australian.
Let me guess, I sound more like a cartoon.
Like you sound like an Australian on the Discovery Channel. And not like I'm not talking about like Steve Irwin. I'm talking about like the people that are narrating Steve Irwin.
Awesome.
You know?
All right. I'm done peeing, so let's
yeah, you need to wash your fucking hands. So you have dick cheese all over your hands. And you're on a computer.
Let's fight back against this ignorant motherfucker. All right. So what I was talking about was North America, where Canada and Mexico have no naval presence. Like they just don't. And so we could create a encompassing country that had fucking a naval presence, an army presence, a marine presence. We could take it all over. They share the same values. Why is it retarded?
there's no strategic need for Canada. And also, if we did invade Canada
What
or
do you
annex their
fucking
land,
mean? There's no strategic need.
what do they have? They have maple. That is the only luxury resource they have. Like it's Civ 5, they only have maple. That's it.
They have land. They have land. They have the
Land
entire
costs more money to
northern.
maintain. They have natural gas. They have coal. That's it. It
What
wouldn't
does it take to maintain the northern circle?
a lot. The roads would cost the most
Why do we need to implement new roads? They already have their own roads.
to get the resources because after about 5 or 6 years, they're going to decay.
Oh, because we're saying that we need to utilize the land.
Why would we want to annex a bunch of land? There's no need. You would create more disdain in the political relations field than any other.
The reason is that I believe that Canada and the United States share the same fundamental goal, and the only thing
expansionism.
The only thing that ever separated Canada and the United States was their allegiance to Britain, and that is a 200-year-old fight, and it is over. Like we do not share that same fight. Like the Canadians are a colony of people who were
like Canada has a lot of natural wonders, right? Like they have
they were loyal to the British. They were loyal to the British.
Yeah, I mean, like if we took over Canada, like I would just raise it. Like if it's Civ 5,
I don't think that like taking over is.
I would just raise Canada because it's like Civ 5. You're trying to like suggest that we're gonna diplomat.
Wait, hold on.
Like it's Civ 5.
So 5. Can you tell me what that word means?
Civ 5, Civilization 5. It's a video game. It's a strategic board game where you take over as much land as possible.
Okay.
So yeah.
I don't see it as like an expansionism, like us trying to conquer. I just see American and Canadian values so fucking intertwined that they should be ruled by a one government.
How are they intertwined? They are against gun ownership. We're pro gun ownership. They're against all foreign conflict that we're in. We're pro all foreign conflict that we're in. They have no staggering debt compared to ours. The majority of Canadians lean way more left than right. Their culture is way different than the United States because we're the melting pot of the world. The majority of Canadians are against immigration because immigrants are taking their jobs. Like that's like what 5 things?
Yeah, about the only thing.
One of those
is their border.
One of those Americans are super concerned with immigration, and I don't think that they're as against like. Yeah, I lost track. Like, can you give me a rundown one more time of you gave me a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so Canadians, they're typically more left, all right? Though they're left field, like their Democrats are typically more conservative than our Democrats, okay? They're against immigration, all right? They're pro-expansion, they're pro-nationalist. They want their country to expand and create more jobs. They don't have a debt, right?
All right, let me stop you there. I think Americans are for all of those factors.
They're not going to want us to adopt their country because we have a fucking $32 trillion debt.
I mean, maybe that's the case.
Like Puerto Rico didn't even want us to take over their country after.
So our debt is kind of the hanging chad, like the thing that they don't want to. But were it not for that baggage.
That's not the one thing, though. Like, we're an imperialist society. They use the metric system of measurement. So, like our way of science is going to be way, way different than theirs, and it's going to slow down their production.
True. But
we're also way more capitalist. We're also not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic, and they're a democracy.
Of course, I don't know how the Canadian system works, but
yeah.
So they're just here.
So here's what I'm saying. There's my counterpoint. All right, we've got an insider. All right, we've got. Did he leave? He left. Fuck that Australian dude. Right. He was our inside man. He could have helped us take over Australia.
No, fuck him. Like we're focusing on taking over Canada, and we'll get to Mexico. Like you got to start at the base. We'll get to him tomorrow. Like this is a very base conversation. Like I'm
Australia's a way better strategic position than Canada.
Okay, so
because
right
we're close
now,
to Indonesia.
We'll think about like all the production that we have in China. Like I want to move every single operation that we have in China, every single import that we have from China that isn't like a fucking geological like it, if it doesn't come from the earth and it only comes from the earth in China, like I don't want it. Like
so you only want natural resources from China?
If it is a natural resource that can only come from China, like if sulfur is a big China fucking export, then maybe I'll.
Well, it's not solar itself; it's their technology.
Well, I said sulfur, like
sulfur,
and that was just like a quote unquote. Like if sulfur is like really cheap from China, then I'll take sulfur from China. But like I don't want to take any export from China. If we could relegate that same export to Mexico or any continental American country.
Okay, but what happens when you cut off trade with a country?
You tell me. I don't know.
War always happens 9 times out of 10.
Okay.
When you completely isolate a country and you only buy so many resources from that country, they start losing money rapidly. Their people start starving. Their housing starts, going down the market. Housing starts just skyrocketing. Nobody has homes, anything like that. Education goes down. People are dying, so they just go to war.
I don't want to kill China.
Yeah.
I don't want to kill China.
I do.
China.
I fucking hate China.
Well,
China's gay.
I want China to be where they are, where they were in the 1990s. In the 1990s, China was a docile but politically relevant communist country that produced that supported.
China's not really communist.
Okay, so they are they're a capitalist country, but they have like kind of extreme government.
They're a capitalist country with autocracy policies that line up with a communist government. They're not like everybody's going to say they're communist. Google's probably going to say they're communist. They're really not.
You're right. You're right. They're kind of capitalist with an asterisk, or you call them communist with an asterisk. Like they're not quite either one. They but they are an autocracy. Like if the top says this is the way of the world, then they will believe it. Like it. So they are completely defined by what their government says. And that extends to their freedom of speech, that extends to the individual person. Like the individual
I'm gonna be honest with you, I would consider China more fascist than communist. Because if you consider the fact that China,
I would agree.
China, they discriminate against certain religions like Muslims, right? They impose their own ideology to their people and they feed them propaganda constantly. You can own property, but it is managed by the government, so it's really more fascist than communist, if anything.
Right. And I'm not a like a political science guy, but like I would agree with you in the sense that every person has like a what is it called? Like their social status. Like they have like a status number, like a barcode.
Yeah. We have that too. It's social security number.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, and I would love for ways to fight against that, but under China's meritocracy, like their system, like it is worse. It is definably worse.
I mean,
But
yeah.
what I'm arguing is that Canada and the United States are so socially connected. We are so politically connected. I don't think that we are that much different. How many
We are.
how many major cities exist in Canada? There's Toronto, there's Montreal, there's Quebec. So there's 3 major cities in the
Not
United
really. There's a plethora of major cities.
Well, those are the maybe 5 million plus population cities.
I mean, yeah, but like you got to just remember, right? Those people barely can have jobs as is. So if a bunch of Americans start going to their country and taking their jobs and shit, like it's just not going to go well. Well, the reality is we couldn't financially handle Canada. We're not stable enough to actually do that.
What if hypothetically Canada came into a based United States law? Like what if we just what's the word when you take out annex all of Canada? What would that look like to you? Like it's a mystery to me. Like I don't know what it would look like.
I mean, there would be a bunch of militias that were established in Canada to try to fight the American way because most Canadians don't like Americans.
But they wouldn't have any guns, so
they probably would. They'd find ways to, use the black market to actually obtain firearms.
You're right. You're right. They would obtain firearms that originated in America, and I actually think that it
in
would
Canada and in Sweden and in Denmark and in Switzerland and Greenland and Iceland and Germany and Spain.
Well, no, I don't think that they would need to bubble up.
Because you got to think the militaries wouldn't even support. Oh, he's muted. Why is he muted? What the fuck?
Sorry about that. No, I think you're right. Like, actually, I think that all these bubble up reasons, like all these bubble up sources of firearms wouldn't even occur. I think that Canada would get their firearms from the United States.
Come on, fellas, let's get back on topic. We don't want to talk politics. We're talking flat in this server.
Flat Earth is politics. It's just described as ideology. That's all it is.
Fair
it's religion,
enough.
politics.
Roger, it was a good political science discussion with you. Thank you for having it with me.
Yeah. So, okay, who's Flat Earth and who isn't Flat Earth? I'm guessing Batman's Flat Earth because he's Australian. No offense. Batman. Cortico, are you Flat Earth?
No, I'm not.
Okay, good. So Batman, you want to talk, or you just come here to tell us to shut the fuck up?
I can talk if you want me to talk.
Are you busy?
No, Flat Earth Batman is
not really.
Flat Earth Batman is like a mascot of this server. Like he's the man. You're the man.
Okay.
What do you want to talk about?
The Earth is a oblique spheroid.
No, it's not.
Okay, you're right. Sorry, I was wrong.
That's it. Thanks. At least you admitted it.
Yeah, you're right, dude. I'm sorry.
Have you actually bothered to look, or you just going by Google? You have. Do you want to give me a link?
To do my own experiments? You mean?
No, not even experiments. Just go out and observe. That's all.
Observe what exactly?
Oh, the horizon, distance.
Oh. you realize that the dilation of the horizon is greatly impacted by the slope and the general area you're in, and visibility also drops depending on where you are.
Yeah, of course, I know that. I mean, I've been to Thailand multiple times with my P1000, and I couldn't get any.
Oh, why were you in Thailand with your P1000? That is crazy.
Oh, yeah, mate, because this dumb flat earther has a lot of money. Okay, so let's just leave it at that, right? I'd like to take my family to nice places.
Yeah,
right?
Are you sure you were hooking on Thai boys?
I've also been to Europe, and I've been to Malta, and I've been to Greece, and I've been to Germany. So I've been to lots of places. But let me just tell you, okay, because the people that control us have told us how big the Earth is supposed to be, we've actually got dimensions. We can go out and check and see whether those dimensions are
Yeah,
correct.
but they're all generalized.
Okay, and
so
we still should be able to get an idea whether they're right or wrong.
Yeah, I know, but it's thrown off severely if you add it to thousands and thousands of kilometers. For example, you think that there is 8 inches of drop, correct?
It's actually 8 inches of drop per mile squared.
Okay, all right. So you would also understand that it is not exactly 8 inches of drop.
It's 7.9 something, to be honest.
No, that is still an estimate.
Pardon? No, it's not.
That is still an estimate because look, how did you? Go ahead.
Been given the dimensions.
How did they obtain the dimensions?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me how they got those dimensions?
Well, I'm asking you because you're telling me you support the 8-inch drop theory.
I don't say support it. I don't see it anywhere.
So I'm okay because I'm Globe Earth. I'm just saying that like you're like you were talking about the horizon, right? So I debated you and I said, okay, so this is probably going to get into the fact of you talking about being able to see things beyond the horizon, right?
Of course.
So I said visibility affects that. Okay, it's also a massive illusion that affects that, right? The angle of where you are also affects that. The height, the elevation,
we know
a lot of stuff like that needs to be taken into consideration.
Of course, I've taken it into consideration, right? If you want to take some good observations, you got to make sure that the water temperature is very close to the air temperature. Otherwise, it's not going to work, right? You think this is something that I've just done once or twice? I've done it many times.
Have you ever looked behind an airplane that has its engines running, a turbine running?
I beg your pardon?
Have you ever looked behind an airplane that has its engines running?
Not whilst I've been in the airplane.
I'm just saying that when you observe things, it doesn't necessarily make it true. Not everything you see is true. I'm not clicking on that GIF with the Sigma.
That's me. That's Apollo 11.
And also, I'm gonna be real. You asked me why I don't believe the flat Earth. I just have no reason to. Like the whole philosophy behind flat Earth is a distrust in the government. We can agree there.
It's got nothing to do with this. It's got nothing to do with distrust in the government. That's
so.
Why
do you think that we're being lied to?
That's not how I got to.
Well, why do you think they're lying?
I think they're lying now. Why don't you ask them? Why
I'm asking me? You why? That makes no sense.
Why? I don't really care why they're lying. All I care is that they have lied.
Yeah.
The reason does not matter to me. Well, because they tell us it's a water-covered globe, shooting through infinite space, following burning fusion of the sun. Yet we see the same constellations time and time and time and time again, going back through the ages, ever since they've been recorded. The constellations haven't changed.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason why the Big Bang Theory was created, right? Because the whole Polaris effect, right, of looking through and seeing where the star systems were and how they haven't changed, right, would suggest the fact that not only has our galaxy been following a certain path, so have the stars adjacent to our galaxy.
Right.
They have been all traveling throughout space.
Roger,
Of
could I
course. So as a Big Bang, normally things when they explode or when they go bang, they actually fly away from the center. But that didn't happen in our case. We just sort of, started rotating around
We're
the
not in
sun
the
as
center. We're not in the center of the universe. We're not.
yeah, but so
Roger,
So if the explosion happened in an area, that's literally disproving you, right? That would mean that we're
no, it's not.
literally
It's not.
launching.
You're
Well,
just
hey man,
waffling
I'm
right
not
now.
interrupting you, man. All right, come on, let
Yeah,
me.
no, because you're waffling, mate. Right? You
I'm not
can't have
waffling.
you can't have a Big Bang and things start to orbit other things. That's just ridiculous. Think about what you're saying.
Are you serious?
Roger, not Roger. Flat Earth Batman. Could you expand on that? Like you can't have a Big Bang and things start. So we're talking about 14 billion years. So things cannot start to orbit other things. Like tell us about that.
Tell you what, you want me to tell you their story?
Yeah. The story that says that we cannot have a Big Bang that leads to
orbiting things.
Yeah.
Orbiting things, that's correct. You have an explosion of some type, a Big Bang, and then sometime down the track, things start circling other things which circle other things. Because we have multiple...
Do you think...
Eggshells, shut up, will ya?
Hey, you have to be rude, man.
Let him talk.
I was answering you. I don't need eggshells to interrupt when I was answering you. Right?
Yes.
Now,
Yes,
is
sir.
my answer sufficient? Can you show me otherwise? Can you show me an explosion where things are orbiting other things, please?
No, sir. You were in the process of describing the Big Bang, and everything seemed to check all the boxes, and I don't think you were done. Like we're describing from the Big Bang, from
the Big Bang, you're right. From the Big Bang, we had an explosion where there was nothing, and all of a sudden there was something. Okay, and then this something that mysteriously appeared decided after some time to start either clumping together, and then when these things clumped together, we started getting other things that started to orbit these clumped up objects. And then we started to get water forming on one of those objects, the only object that we know of, the one that we live on. Okay?
No, there's water on Mars too.
Well, can I?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, okay, Mars.
Like, I can give you an example of something that has blown up and created an orbit. Would you like it? Okay,
Yeah,
all right. So the particle accelerator, right? It created an orbit with atoms. That's like one of the most latest things. It's been in the news for a bit.
Show us. Oh, in the news.
Okay.
Yeah, good reporting.
Okay, what source would you like?
Any source you like.
Okay.
Well,
let's see here.
Flat Earth Batman, like, I think you're right. Like, particles started congealing, and they made planets, and they made maybe solar systems. They made their own little shit.
I believe the term is accretion.
Yeah. They accreted, and they made their own sun. They did it 10
I'll make
billion.
Google since I'm being. Hold on.
They did it 10 billion times over. They did it 10 billion times over. But very few did they make habitable planets. Hardly
It's a
ever.
nice story, Cortico.
It would be lovely if it were true, right?
Well,
Batman, what do you think? What do you think stars are? Like, do you think that our sun is representative?
I don't know.
Or like,
but you know what? If I wanted to see what
Okay, so that's in chat, by the way.
What was that?
It's in chat, by the way. Just you can just control find and you'll find it.
I'll have a look. I'll have a look in a second.
Okay.
If I wanted to see,
like
whether the surface was flat, right? I wouldn't look up to the stars. Look down to the ground, because that's what I'm trying to find out what it is. Whereas
But why
all
can't
you
you look up at the
guys,
stars?
well, you just mentioned the stars, didn't you?
I think you need to look at them both. You need to look at the
I
stars.
don't think so.
And you need to
I
look
don't
at the
think so.
ground.
I don't think you should stop people from looking up, right? You can look down or you can look
It's
up.
like the movie Don't Look Up.
Hold on.
Of course you can look up.
Let's hear his argument for the looking up at the sky. Look up the sky.
No argument for looking up at the sky. If I wanted to measure my table, I look at my table. I don't look at the ceiling. I don't look at the fan. I don't look at anything else but my table. If I want to measure...
Sorry, go ahead.
To measure, I will look at what I want to measure. I do not look at something else to measure that item.
Can I interject, please?
It's ridiculous, right? The
It's not ridiculous.
It's not
stars can be up above us, just like they can be up above and around your pretend globe Earth.
Can I say something? Cornica, let me talk. Let me say this.
I just want to say one thing.
Okay.
Like Flat Earth Batman, like hang around for a little while, because there's a line of people that want to talk to you about the progress of humankind, and this is super important. This is so important.
So the line of people. Let me just answer his question. Hang on. The line of people that want to talk to me about the progress of humankind. How does that affect the fact that it's flat? Do you think scientists couldn't figure things out, and engineers couldn't figure things out with the Earth being flat?
I think the questions that we have are relevant whether the Earth is flat or whether the Earth is round. All these questions are still sustainable. We are not flat earthers. We are not globe earthers. We are people trying to promulgate science. And there's a line of people behind me that want to bring questions to skeptics. You're a skeptic, and you are our barrier. You're the person that we want to talk to promulgate our ideas, and we want to see if it passes the smell test. You're the smell test.
You have spoken to many flat earthers, and ones that are much, much smarter and knowledgeable than what I am. Okay, they have given you every answer that you want to hear. The problem is you don't want to hear it. You believe in the fairy tales and the stories that you've been told.
No, it's not necessarily true.
I am not perfect.
I never got to say what I wanted to say.
Go ahead.
I am a faulty man. I will stand back and let them bring their own argument.
Okay, so anyways, like 15 minutes ago, you said that you're going to measure, if you're measuring a table, right, you're just going to measure the thing that you want to measure. You're not going to use any references.
The reference that I will use is the tape measure.
Okay, all right, now say you have a table.
Yeah,
okay,
I've got a table.
Say you have a table, all right? Now increase the size by about 15 trillion, and then try to measure it with a tape measure. I implore you.
No, but that's ridiculous.
How is that ridiculous? That's what you've done.
It's not ridiculous.
Because
it's a thought experiment.
Why would I want to measure a table 15 trillion times bigger than the one?
He said it. Wow, I'm surprised he actually said it. Yeah, you would have.
When I turned around and actually went out to figure out if the claims that the Globe make were correct, I didn't go out to measure from, let's say, Middle Park Beach in Victoria to some beach in California. That's ridiculous. That's out of scope.
Right.
Okay?
Of course
that can't be done. But here's the thing, right? A globe that has the dimensions that we have been told is supposed to have a horizon at a certain distance. All right? Now,
No,
if it
not
was
really. You're not
close,
right. But okay.
if it was close to that distance, then I would go, these flat earthers are all stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. But guess what? It's not close. It's nowhere near where it's supposed to be. Okay?
Yeah, there's a lot of
Not even
factors.
close. You can add, of course, you can add all your factors in. It's not there. It presents itself as flat. As
Yeah, but
far
only in certain
as my
circumstances.
camera could possibly see. How far? I don't know, 26 kilometers?
Only in very, very certain circumstances.
What time is
Like
it
the
right
temperature
now?
of the water has to be the temperature of the air. That's the only circumstance that you get a flat Earth. That's it.
Let me ask a question. What time is it right now in England?
I'm not in England. I'm in Australia, mate.
What time is it right now in Australia?
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
It's 1 a.m. for me.
So we're in kind of America time, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Why don't we talk about like American shit?
No, we can stay on topic. I'm pretty confident. We don't need to move topics.
All right.
No.
What, Roger, you think you can break me
America's
down?
shit.
Yeah. I already did. You haven't given me a
mate.
rebuttal.
You, mate, I've given you every answer that you
No,
possibly
you haven't. I
need.
told you. I
you
told
haven't
you the
given
only
me.
time
No,
you
you
get a
don't.
flat Earth
No.
is when the temperature of the air measures the temperature of the water. It's about the same, right?
Yeah.
Why
and that's
does your
exactly.
experiment need to have such microscopic differentials in them for it to actually fit your agenda? Because I can give you
Roger, we know that when the air temperature above the water is greater than the water, that we're going to get some effects that aren't really that good for.
Okay, but when you zoom in, it gets colder.
And when I zoom in, it gets colder.
Okay, so listen, a mile out or a kilometer, we'll use metric. A kilometer from the coast of Thailand in this case, right, might be 72 degrees Fahrenheit, right? When you're observing distance that is greater than 1 kilometer, right, it gets colder, so it distorts the camera, correct?
Okay, Roger. Okay, number one, if you listen correctly, which a lot of you guys don't do, I turned around and said that I had multiple trips to Thailand with my P1000 and I could not turn around and take any decent video footage at all. The water is way too humid. Okay, my video footage all comes from where I live down here in Victoria. It was in the middle of the year where the water temperature is very close to the air temperature. Now, if I travel across the bay from where I am, the water temperature and the air temperature is the same as where I had my camera stationed. Okay, so that just contradicts everything that you've turned around and tried to state.
You still haven't answered the question.
Right,
what I was trying to say. No, Portico, let me say this. Look.
Okay.
When you zoom in, okay, like if you're on the fucking like the beach looking into the ocean, okay, the water that is 5 kilometers away from the coast is not going to be the same temperature as the water that is 1 kilometer away from the coast. So how can you say that your experiment from Australia would suffice in this argument? Because you're observing the illusion that you're trying to disprove.
Roger, listen very carefully, please, because
listen.
it's something that you're not doing right now. My video footage is in a bay. It's shooting across the bay to a point that is 5 kilometers. Okay, that section, I would dare say with great confidence that the temperature across the bay would have been the same temperature as where I was standing, and the water temperature across the bay would also have been the same temperature as where I was standing.
That's a big assumption.
We have no duty to just follow this temperature that you have across the bay. We have no duty.
Can I bring up a couple things? Let me bring up a couple things.
Yeah, let him talk.
There's some good examples. So, like, for example, if you explode something above the surface of the Earth, right? Like the explosion, like the particles from the explosion will radiate outwards in every direction, right?
Like
in the form of a sphere.
In a very criminal way, right?
In a what?
In a very criminal way. You're talking about an explosion caused by a person. Like,
well, for example, like if you detonate like a nuclear bomb, right? Like however many
like a
hundreds of feet above the
like a terroristic act.
I'm just saying in general, if you're like dealing with
he's just giving he's just giving like a fucking a scenario.
Right? They don't explode out in a plane, right? Like if you have like a firework, for example, it kind of blows up as a sphere, right? Like you can imagine how everything will radiate out from the point of the explosion in every which direction, right? So that gives us some precedent for, you know, spherical phenomena, right, that you can measure.
So when do they start orbiting? When do they start orbiting things?
No. Okay, well that's just
there
one
has to be
example.
items that are sufficiently smaller than the items that are exploding for orbit to occur.
So when do they start? Where do they start orbiting things?
The particle accelerator, for example, is a good point on that. They start orbiting at a molecular level. You need to have a microscope. A microscope to absorb.
In the Big Bang theory, where do they start orbiting things?
You also have tornadoes and hurricanes, right? You have like you have these like radial, I wouldn't say orbits, but you have radial movement in like hurricanes and tornadoes, right? So like you theoretically, right, if you throw, let's say you throw a feather up into the air during a tornado, right, that'll start to orbit the center of the tornado, right? So here we have a precedent for orbiting. Right, then these are things that you can also measure. Right,
no, I'm also given the particle accelerator. He hasn't touched on that.
Stay orbiting.
Yeah, particles were orbiting each other. Subatomic particles were.
So the way it works is, so a extreme event happened, and a lot of parties try to jump on that event and say, "Oh, this is our jurisdiction. Oh, this is our jurisdiction." But when we break it apart, it's kind of like in an American football game when the ball becomes loose and everyone jumps on it. And we try to figure out who actually has the ball. And we break them apart. And we find out that, oh, actually, you didn't have jurisdiction. Or, oh, you actually didn't have a jurisdiction. And, oh, actually, by the law, you did have jurisdiction. And what's funny is people like to try to argue that jurisdiction. They try to bring up like this section of this obscure section of international law, or this extreme obscure section of international law. Like, forget all that. Look to your own national law. Look to your own national law before you start talking about international law. International law comes later. Leave it to the professionals to talk about international law. Like, international law is difficult. It is convoluted. It takes a lot of practice. You cannot shoot from the hip when it comes to international law. So leave it to the professionals. Talk about domestic law. Fight over domestic law. Do your thing. And international law will figure it itself out. And if you have a problem with it, fucking raise your objections however you want to.
Also, there's another good example, right? Like when you fill up your bathtub and then you pull the plug, right? The rubber ducky will start to swirl around in a circle, right, until it gets sucked into the center of the cyclone. So that's another precedent for orbiting objects, right? Not orbiting in the cosmic sense, but certainly rotating around some like center force, right?
Use that against flat earthers because they're just going to use their whole argument about the relativity of the water forcing it to turn that way.
Anyway,
they're real bad arguments. Tornadoes and rubber duckies going round in circles.
Yeah, they are kind of bad arguments, but
That's ridiculous. Surely you can come up with better arguments than that shit.
Well,
Well,
Batman, you still have you read the caption I sent you, Batman?
Have I read what?
I sent you the particle accelerator, particle collider, whatever you want to call it.
No, I haven't. I haven't read it. What? You send it to my text message? Oh, in chat.
I'll do it one more time. So, yeah, orbit occurred on a less than atomic level between certain particles. Okay, and these particles have no attraction, so it's not like an electron and a neutron, right? They're not using their properties, their magnetic properties, or their electrical properties to orbit. They're just orbiting because one particle weighs more than the other.
Well, I just had a quick read over the part you highlighted. Here's the thing, okay? Claim that globe.
It wasn't a claim; it's observed.
No, it's not observed. It's not observed.
It says it's observed.
Anywhere. No, it's not. It doesn't
It literally
say
says
anywhere
it.
it's observed. No, not in a globe. We're talking about the globe, not about a particle accelerator. Okay, so
But
you claim
what we were talking about. So you're wrong there because you were saying, "Give me a example of when orbit has ever occurred," and I just gave you.
Whoa! But what happened? You had a particle accelerator accelerate particles amongst some field.
And it
of
proved
course,
orbit. It proved orbit.
You've got a field there.
Also,
it proved orbit, which orbit is a direct cause of gravity.
Take
So
the
gravity is
field
real.
away, and where are your particles going to go?
Dude, are you okay? Because you just said, "Give me a chance where orbit has been proven." I just gave you one. And orbit is caused from gravity, nothing else.
There is a field there that's causing it. Well, the so-called orbit, because remember,
But they're not.
this could
The
be
molecules aren't attracted to each other.
This could be a story to get more funding as far as we're concerned. But either way, you're talking about something that started a particle, like let's say a grain of dust to be blown by something, and then you had another 50
But the
jets
question
going
was,
in
how does
around
orbit occur
circles.
after an explosion? And I just gave you the reason. The particle accelerator causes an explosion, and orbit occurred after.
Where's the particle accelerator and the field in the Big Bang Theory?
What are you talking about? I just told you the reason
What
why
do you
I
mean?
believe that.
Where is the
Are you
particle accelerator? I'm not drunk. Where is the
Okay.
particle accelerator and the item that's going to make these particles orbit in the Big Bang Theory?
The relativity of how much they weigh and how big they are.
Oh my God. You just
I don't
pull
think you
shit
know
out
what
of
you're
your
talking
ass
about.
left,
I'm gonna
right,
be
and
real.
centre.
I don't think you have any idea about what you're talking about.
You're right. I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to particles accelerating and
And orbiting
going
each other.
around in a circle. I'm admitting it. But here's the thing.
Oh, we got that on camera.
Where did this happen? The Big Bang Theory. Not in a
Because
lab.
the Big Bang Theory, right? The Big Bang Theory. Okay, the whole reason we think the Big Bang Theory happened, okay, is up for debate. Some people believe that there has always been electrons, neutrons, right, and abilities for those those electrons and neutrons to bond, right, and create mass, right. So after a while, all of these electrons, neutrons, whatever, stardust, right, come together, they collide, and they start producing elements. These elements turn into minerals. Minerals turn into planets. Planets start developing water from hydrogen. So now you have planets.
Stop there. Let's go back one step. These minerals to water. Let's look at that process. Since
all water is hydrogen. It's H2O.
You seem to be really intelligent. How much energy does it take to create this water?
What do you mean?
What elements were needed at the time?
Hydrogen and oxygen.
Right. Okay. Where did the oxygen come from?
The other gases that were created from electrons, neutrons, and so forth.
Where were they Where were they originally when we had the Big Bang?
That's what I'm saying. That's the debate, right? Because some people believe that the
So-
emptiness
so-
of space was just gas, right? And then some people believe that there was actually electrons
So,
and
Roger,
Yeah.
Roger, all guessing, aren't we?
well, I mean, yours is a guess too because you don't even know how.
No, hang on.
Are you religious?
We're all guessing about the Big Bang. That makes no difference
It's a
whether
theory.
I'm
You have to
religious.
guess on a theory. Like life itself is a theory. We can't even prove that we're real. Everything is a theory.
Well, when you've had certain things happen to you, you can believe that it wasn't luck. Okay.
Yeah, but did you
let's
observe it in
let's
its
just
true
leave
nature?
it. I didn't observe it. I would have been dead.
I'm just saying we can't prove
I
that
can't
any of this
observe
actually
something if
occurred.
I'm
Everything
dead.
is literally a theory. So if you're going to go like the nihilist route and say, "Oh, you can't prove it, I can't prove it. Let's just go away." I mean, you just lost the debate because you're
So
leaving.
let's not talk about theories. Okay.
Well,
Let's not
everything's
talk
a
about
theory.
theories. Let's talk about. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
The
it's
density,
not.
the density theory is a theory. Gravity is a theory. Life is a theory. Religion can be theory. It's all theory. All of it.
See, I've just got told that I'm arguing with fucking idiots. Now, let me just say something, okay? The stuff
Who
that
told
you
you that?
stand, the stuff that you stand on, something that's someone that's more intelligent than you. The stuff that we
You're
stand
not.
on.
You haven't even graduated high school.
Oh yeah, right. I haven't graduated high school. Yeah, good on ya. Right.
Yeah.
Let's go another one. Right.
Did you graduate high school, or is that somebody else?
No, I've graduated high school, mate.
Okay, I'll see the other Aussie then.
Trust me on that one, right? And top of the class too.
But
Right?
what are you guys arguing?
Let's not go on my education.
So, Love, we were arguing.
Okay?
We were arguing how
Right?
everything is a theory, how gravity is a theory, and how density is a theory.
Everything is not a theory. The ground you stand on is not a theory. You're standing on that ground. You can go out and do some basic measurements. Look, Matthew Learns is a globar. He's gone out and done some basic measurements.
Well, no.
Okay?
Okay. Well, what do you think the definition of theory is? Like, what is your definition of theory?
Me or him?
What's
you?
Your definition of theory?
Not if you.
Okay, a theory is something that can't be proven beyond doubt. So it can't be 100% proven. I'm a globe earther, by the way, just so you know. I believe that the Earth is a globe.
Right. So
okay.
can you
this
prove
iPhone in front of me, is that a theory? It's right in front of me. I'm holding it.
No, we're talking about
theory.
things that cannot be like observably like proven. For example, he's trying to say that, like, okay, I got to give you some insight. We're talking. So he asked me where I can prove gravity occurred. Okay, I told him about a recent study.
No. Don't go putting words in my mouth.
We can
mate.
run it. We can run it back.
No, go on, run it
It's
back.
recorded on YouTube.
I put $1,000. I put $1,000.
Yeah, I'm poor. I don't have $1,000.
You go.
Anyways.
I do,
Okay.
right? And I'm
Okay,
telling you, right? Go back and earn yourself $1,000, right?
Okay. Did you not ask me where I can prove gravity occurs after an explosion? Was that not the question that you literally asked me? I'm lying.
I said orbits. I said orbits.
Okay. All right. Well, orbit is caused from gravity. Orbit is caused from
gravity. Now,
orbit
here's
is
the
caused
thing.
from gravity.
If we
It's in the
want to
definition.
if we want to skip to gravity, I'm happy to talk about gravity with you. Do you want to skip to gravity right now?
We're not skipping to gravity. It's always been a part of the definition.
Don't go putting words in my mouth, okay? You cannot show an orbit of anything. You just read text from scientists that want more funding.
Batman, do you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, he's a
I
flat
know it's
earther.
flat.
Why?
I don't think it.
Yeah.
Why? Because I went out and I observed it being flat. And there is no way known my observation
So
can
there's a
show
definition
me
of
anything
orbit.
different.
There's a definition of orbit. So to say that orbit is possible, you say that gravity is possible.
Wait,
so I mean,
Batman.
you're wrong.
Why don't you just go on, take a boat?
Gravity or another
you live in Australia. Go to the beach as close to you.
I've been to the beach
Go on a
1,000
boat.
times.
Look in the horizon. What happens to the boats if you look in the horizon?
They don't go over the horizon at the distance they're supposed to go over the horizon.
The distance is generalized. Once again, it is a generalized distance.
Mate, it's not a generalized distance. It's
Yes,
well
it is. It's
past
not exactly
the distance. No, it's
or
not.
7.93
There are
inches. It is
so
not
many
exactly
holes
8
in
inches.
the flat Earth theory. There's so many holes. If I walked in a straight line, would I just fall off the fucking Earth? Like, it makes absolutely no like logical sense.
What are you, a kid or something? From one thing
Why does
to
it matter?
another. Walking in a straight line. Can you walk in a straight line on a globe Earth?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. It just curves around
No,
the
you
Earth.
can't.
You're still walking the same bearing.
So it's
Straight
not.
means
So
you're
it's
walking
not.
in the same bearing.
It's not straight. It's not straight though, is it?
Yeah, it is. You're wrapping around
No,
the
it's
Earth.
not. It's not straight. Now, don't go. Don't go straw
Hey, I'm wrong.
manning.
Hey, look, I'm
right?
wrong. I'm wrong, I guess, because I'm just wrong.
This
You're wrong,
guy.
Roger. You're
I'm wrong
fucking
because I'm
This
wrong.
guy. This long guy that says if you walk in a straight line, you're gonna fall off. Where would you fall off to? By the way.
If you believe in the Earth is flat, what do you fall off into space?
Oh, so you
don't you guys believe it's a disc floating?
You would fall off into space, would you? Can you give me the definition of what we think a flat Earth is? Is it a pizza? Is it a pizza disc flying through space?
I've heard.
There's an ice
you
wall
just like a
surrounding
filament.
Earth,
Like,
and
what
it's
do
forever.
you think is the ice wall? Okay, so Antarctica is like surrounding like. So what happens if you climb the ice wall and then you jump off? Where do you end up?
Can you just talk properly now so we can actually hear you? Say it again.
He's been talking normally for me.
No, I'm saying so.
Roger, I'll fix you so
wall.
you don't interrupt. Okay.
There you go. There's an ice wall around Earth, or
have you been there?
Is that what you believe? No, I'm asking you. Do you believe there's an ice wall around Earth?
I haven't been there. All the photos that they present to us show an ice wall, but I'm sure there might be sections where there ain't. I don't know. Do you know?
Who provides you these photos?
Yeah, I want to see these photos. I want to see the ice wall.
I've never seen an ice wall around Earth in my entire life.
So you've never seen an ice wall?
I haven't seen photos. No, I haven't seen photos either.
An ice wall demonstrated to me. I cannot.
If there were ice walls around the world, I think everyone would be talking about that like tomorrow. It'd be like the biggest headline, like ice walls around like the globe.
Then, Mr. Lonk, why don't you actually just Google Antarctica ice walls and see what you come up with? I'm sure you'll find some nice sandy
Antarctica
beaches
ice wall.
and some,
Is it by any credible source?
Holiday hearts and what's a credible source to you? NASA? Is NASA a credible source? So Google Antarctica ice walls NASA. See
Some
what you come up with.
4chan thread is not a credible source either.
Why don't you do what I asked you to do, Mr. Lonk?
Antarctica ice wall, okay.
I just want a yes or no. Effie Batman, do you personally believe there's an ice wall around Earth?
I've never been there.
That's not a yes or a no.
Yes or no?
One of those two. Yeah,
I don't know. You know the NO part? Well, there's actually a K in front of it and a W after it. I don't know. Do you understand?
Okay. Why don't you know?
Because I haven't been there.
So you haven't observed it?
I haven't observed it.
Okay,
but
so
I have observed the Earth being flat in the section of.
Have you observed the Earth being round?
Never.
Never. So you don't know. So maybe the Earth is round.
No, I've observed it being flat. So if it's flat,
that's not true. I've observed hills. Hills are pretty round.
Don't be stupid now. Of course, there's friggin' hills and mountains and valleys and dams and bays.
The Earth is round.
Wait, what's the moon then?
The moon is like an illusion. It's part of the dome or something. I don't know. They believe a lot of stupid shit.
Are you straw manning?
No, you won't even tell us what you believe, so I'm just going to make up your beliefs for you.
But Effie Batman, what is the moon then? Like when you look up in the night sky and you see this glowing orb, what is it?
You just described it. I see a glowing orb. and it's not
So
fully
do you believe
glowing all the time. But
the moon is?
the moon's there. We
So when
see
it changes, when the moon changes, like crescent, like waxing crescent, all this bullshit. What do you think that? Is that like?
That's obviously a reflection from the sun, I'd say. Right? I'm not disputing
And
that.
you-
What
you
are you claiming that the a flat Earth can't have orbiting bodies above it? You're claiming?
No, it just makes like completely logical sense. Like it's like
Why does it make?
okay, if we have all
so
these,
hang on.
if the sun is a sphere, the moon's a sphere, we can deduce that the Earth is also a sphere.
Why? To confirm that, why wouldn't you?
Because,
Why wouldn't
like,
you go to the beach and have a look and see if it's a sphere at the beach? Just deducing. I look
What do
up
you
on
mean?
the.
Because
I look up on
you're
the
standing
ceiling.
Huh?
I'm looking up on the ceiling.
No, go on.
There's a ceiling fan there. Therefore, we must be a ceiling fan. You know, I'm in a forest.
what happens if you
I
go
look
to a
around
telescope
me.
and you
There's
look out,
trees
you
around
see
me.
Mars?
Therefore, we must be a tree. Yes, so
That's not what I'm saying.
you're
I'm saying
seeing
the
stuff.
celestial bodies.
You're seeing stuff in the sky does not prove what you're standing on. What part of that can't you understand? Did you not go to school? Do
it gives
you
us
not
good
understand
evidence.
logic?
Yeah, seeing things in the
Doesn't
sky
give you-
gives evidence.
It gives you evidence of what, Matthew?
The fact that the direction of down is different in different cities.
How can you prove that, Matthew?
Because the angle to the full moon is different in different cities and the same size at the same time.
You remember, you're talking about at different times. When it's dark here in Australia, it's not dark where you live in California.
I'm talking about the simultaneous times. Let me show you an image.
That'll be looking at it from a different angle, though, wouldn't it?
That's the point.
Wait,
okay, so I posted an image in the chat 26 past the hour.
If it's different locations, wouldn't people be looking at it from different angles?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So therefore, what's that saying to you?
It's saying that there's something wrong with the flat Earth model because the moon appears the same size at two different distances.
Doesn't appear the same size, right? And you know what?
It does.
This
It appears
appearing
the
the
same size
same
from everywhere
size,
on Earth.
which no, it doesn't. This
does.
where you've stated many times that the moon doesn't change in size over the time of the night. Yet there are plenty of observations where people state the actual opposite. I've never done it. I can't confirm it. Okay. I don't have a P1000 anymore to go and take, a high resolution photo of the moon and work out how many pixels it is. Okay. But let me just tell you, there are people out there that have stated that it does shrink up to 20%.
Okay, so to be clear, I would say this: the full moon does not change size more than 2% all night long from anywhere on Earth.
Okay, so that's your statement.
No, it's observation.
How about
like clear
how about
observation
you-
that nobody has ever contradicted.
All right, so why don't you turn around and take a really, really clear image, right, and count the pixels?
Yeah, I have done that.
On multiple days, across multiple months?
No, multiple times within the space of one night. The point is
Okay,
that
there
the
you
full
go.
moon doesn't change size within the space of a single
There
night.
you go. But we know that when it's on the horizon, it can be bigger, right? So obviously,
It's an illusion. It's not really
that's
bigger.
right.
It's just an illusion.
There's optical effects that take place when it's on the horizon. So how do you know there's not optical effects that take place when it's above you, Matthew? I don't know why everybody keeps going to the sky to prove the ground. That makes no logical sense. Let's
Yeah,
just
it
go
does.
to the ground.
Like if you're in a train and you're wondering if you're moving, it makes sense to look out the window.
Wait, what about like all these like spaceships and shit? You think that's all like fake, just like propaganda?
Yeah,
God, here we
GPS
go.
works. GPS works. Satellite TV works.
And
No,
and let's
what do you
just
think of like
say,
spaceships? Like,
let's just say spaceships. You're already claiming that
or
we
a
have
balloon, or let's say I
outer
send a balloon up.
space, right? No. I'm not saying there could be something up there. Big deal. There could be some technology that keeps big objects with rockets on them up there. Who know? We don't know. Let the powers to be know what happens there. But
Well, I
you're
do know. I've seen
talking.
rocket launches. I live in California. I've
So
seen the SpaceX launches.
I've seen firecrackers go up. I've seen my drone go up. Big deal. It comes back
Oh,
down.
no, I've seen cameras on like the rockets go up to the atmosphere. Is that like fake? Is it just all like
So you've seen a rocket
CGI?
go up, release a red
Yeah.
car, and the car
No,
started. You believe that one, don't you? That's true. Elon Musk
I've seen that
put
one
a
in person.
car.
I've seen the
He-
other ones though.
Yeah, but you've seen him put the car up into space, haven't you? You believe that one, don't you?
Well, videos of that. I haven't seen that one with my eyes, but
Believe that one?
I mean, it's pretty. That's not any groundbreaking technology. You make it seem like space, travel is maintained pretty primitive for the past, like 100 or so years by now.
Space travel at the moment
Like
is non-existent. We haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years, so don't talk to me about space travel. Do you believe that Elon Musk put a red car up into space somewhere?
The Tesla Roadster.
Yeah.
Do I think Elon Musk launched a Tesla Roadster into space? I think it's pretty documented, so I would believe so.
You believe it?
Yeah, on the what was like the Falcon
Then
2 or some shit.
you know what? I don't think you're not intelligent enough to be in this conversation. If you believe that there's a roadstar, I beg your pardon?
No, you think I'm not intelligent because I think someone put a car onto a spaceship and launched it into space.
I'm definitely saying that
Alright.
you're not intelligent if you believe that.
I believe it too, and I'm intelligent.
Well, then, Matthew, you're not intelligent either when it comes to red cars in the sky. You might be intelligent when it comes to
What's
maths.
your IQ?
You
Matthew
might
Batman?
be
Have you
intelligent when
taken
it
an IQ
comes to
test?
computer science. When it comes to other things, you're gullible, mate. You're very, very gullible.
No, I'm pretty skeptical about things. I'm not gullible about much, so I wouldn't call that that.
FE Batman, what do you think the reason would be to spread like this like globe Earth propaganda? Like who does that benefit? Let's say hypothetically, like, okay, all of it is bullshit. Who does it benefit? No, I'm just saying who does it benefit? Okay, the Earth is round.
All right, I tell you what. Why don't you put yourself in my shoes and answer it? Because I'm not
Go
going to answer something that I don't really care about. All I care about is the fact that see way too far here in Australia. Okay, I see way too far when I go to Thailand, but nothing's clear. Here in Australia, I see way too far, and it's way too clear.
Can you see California from Australia? If you had like binoculars and you built like a really tall, like if you built a really tall building and you stood on the top of the building,
oh my
like
God,
the Burj Khalifa, let's say, or not Everest. Let's say Everest is planted in the outback.
This is why I say you're not intelligent enough to be in this conversation. Can you see a fly at 50 meters away?
That's why I asked you. Let me finish my sentence. And then you got a telescope. You want on top of
so all right. So we got a telescope, and the fly
or something in like binoculars. Let's say you got like
wait on.
100x binoculars.
We grabbed the telescope, and all of a sudden, this fly stood still, didn't want to move away, and we could see the fly again. Now, why don't we put that fly at 1 kilometre away? Do you reckon you'd be able to see it with your telescope?
I'm not too sure about telescope technology.
You're not going to see it. You know why you ain't going to see it? Because that fly's actually become 1/10 of a pixel large, so you can't resolve it on your eye. Okay? Now let's look at me going to the east coast of with the biggest telescope that man's ever made, and I'm looking over the ocean, California, where Matthew lives. I'm going to zoom into Matthew's apartment, right? Well, guess what? It's dark in California. There's probably big seas between us, and guess what? everything, including Matthew's apartment, is going to be less than a pixel big. So I ain't going to see anything through all that moisture that just keeps building up as you go further and further. But you know what? You never thought about that, did you?
You know, I secede. The Earth is flat. I've converted.
You're never gonna know, just like I didn't know until I went out and I did my own observations multiple times. Okay, this is not just something that you could listen to people. I listened to so much globe bullshit, so much flat earth bullshit over the years. I didn't know if I was Arthur or Martha. I had to go out and do it myself. It's as simple as that. We could argue here for hours and hours and hours. Ain't going to make any difference. See, Matthew's gone out and Matthew reckons it's a globe. Okay, good on him. Good on him.
Right.
I'm not going to go to a Globe Earth server and argue with him over it. Matthew likes coming to a Flat Earth server and arguing with us over it.
Right. I think it makes the most sense of the observations. That's why.
What, Matthew? I mean, do you see your point? Like, it's very obvious that the Earth is flat now, right?
So, do you mind if I correct some grammar?
Yeah, correct grammar.
Correct my
Okay.
grammar. Yeah.
So, you meant concede. To concede means that you agree with somebody's argument. To secede, means you're Georgia, leaving the Union in the Civil War.
No, they just changed the definition from concede to secede. This is Flat Earth Dictionary.
Nice.
I guess you're not well versed in it.
Yeah, I will concede that the Earth is flat as soon as they have a decent explanation for all the observations we see. If they have a better explanation, the ones that I already have, then...
Yo, what's good? How you guys doing?
Hey, doing well.
We're doing good.
See, they're just explanations, though, Matthew, aren't they?
They're not proofs; they're explanations. We can't prove things in the physical world.
Thing is, we could probably have explanations, and I'm sure you've listened to some of the big hitters with some of the explanations that they have. But you know what? They're just explanations as well. The fact is,
but they're poor explanations.
You can take your eyes.
Do y'all believe that the Earth is flat or round?
Nature, maybe you could calm down for 30 seconds and listen to the conversation.
Yeah, Nature,
and
shut the
you're
fuck
welcome
up.
to join in. And
sorry, bro. Wait,
he's
it'd
been
be
muted.
interesting if we could just get a round
So-
check, whatever.
Are we all flat earthers here?
Oh, a bunch of
So pretty much, FE Batman is a flat earther. Matthew Learns is a globalist. He's a globalist. He's an elitist. And then Charlie Kirk over here, he's a flat earther.
Okay, same.
I got a question for Matthew in just a second. Is that cool?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. Are you looking at the moon right now?
I looked at it earlier, but I'm not looking at it right now. But why?
Wait, Matt, is that you in your pop-up picture?
If you get a
Just
chance
wondering.
to look at the moon, okay, there's a star right above it, and then to the right, there's another star. Is that correct?
I don't think we're looking at the same moon.
And then let me know when you do that.
But my moon's flat, bro.
Let me look.
Because we're both on the West Coast, so I just want to confirm this.
I'm in Asia right now.
Yeah, let's see.
Wait, Neil, do you think that Elon Musk sent a roadster to space?
What the fuck? Why is he have so many monitors?
Why does this guy have 6 monitors? What the fuck is that?
No, I don't, but I did see Starlink last week. I took a video of it.
Also a Discord mod.
Pretty
Are you
interesting.
in California? Because you can see him in California.
I'm in
Why is
Canada.
this PC
I'm
like
in
that?
Why do
Vancouver.
you have so many minions?
Okay, what stars next to the moon?
So there's above the moon. There's a star, to the right above it, a little bit to the right, and then very next to that star, there's another star to the right.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So
Is that correct?
Wait, can you turn on your...
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Bert Duncan. Do you think you can turn on your camera so we can see?
I can't, yeah, I'll try. Let's see what's up with it.
Burke, are you in the car right now? Oh shit.
Fucking Zelda.
And if you
You
can
can't-
see to the east, Jupiter just rose like maybe an hour ago.
You can't see the stars. You can just see the moon, but
You guys on the west coast? Sun's up for me.
shut the fuck up. You're not. Sun's not up.
I live in Armenia. I'm in the Middle East right now.
Oh, that's crazy. You don't sound like you do.
You live in Turkey?
I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation right now with my family. That's why I'm
Sweet.
up, bro. It's like 6 o'clock. I just woke up.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I do not.
Exafet.
I believe the circle. It's global. It's like a sphere.
Why? Why do you believe that?
Because I've been led to believe growing up. You know, the circle rotates and the sun
Yo,
goes.
fuck your opinion. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, the fucking Earth is flat according to F.V. Batman and his scientific studies that he's conducted.
But like, it's a globe, though. You know, like we're in an atmosphere.
propaganda, bro.
I don't believe it. It's not like the dome, you know, so you see in ancient Egypt and stuff like that. Like the theories, it's like a dome. You know what I'm talking about? I don't believe in that. I definitely believe it's a globe, though.
Firmament, or whatever the fuck they call it.
Because like you can't like fall off the edge of the world, or you can't go under that. Like if you go, you can do a full circle around the world. Who's that one lady that tried doing that though? In the plane, she died. You know who I'm talking about? She tried flying.
Amelia Earhart, whatever.
Amelia
I forgot
Earhart.
her name.
Yeah, Amelia Earhart.
That's crazy. You know that name, Panda. Off the top of your head, you know the name. Like I did not know that. But yeah, she tried doing it. And then Christopher Columbus too. How did he sail from Spain? He tried swimming from Spain to India. He went straight to the Americas. That's crazy. If it was flat, how did he do that?
True. Wait, what about F.V. Batman? What was your response to that point?
Yeah, who's asking for a response? Oh, F.E. Batman.
Dude, Batman just got puzzled. I just debunked it.
Yep. Just shut the fuck up now. State your claim
bro.
again. State your claim
supposed
again.
Oh fuck, he left.
Of course, because he's got someone that can answer his claim. That's the difference.
He rejoined, bro.
Who, me?
Good.
I
Then
like that.
State your claim.
My claim is how could the Earth be flat if Christopher Columbus tried going to India, but he sailed west and he got to the Americas? And like,
Wow.
if he kept going
That they knew
west,
previously was on east.
Yeah,
that they knew previously
New
only was
World,
founded
New
from
World.
east.
Wow, that's a
Can't
good
he go
globe.
past
That's
the
a
New
good
World and
globe
go back to
proof,
India?
isn't it? That's a good globe proof. What do you reckon, Matthew? Good globe proof?
But if it's flat, isn't there edges? Like, is there not edges around it? How can you do a full circle around the flat Earth?
Well, F.E.
Oh my
Batman, you
God.
could provide a
Have you-
map.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to
Matthew,
learn
can you
here.
listen? Can you hear these guys? I mean,
No,
they're
bro,
just so green
we're,
behind the
we're
ears.
confused, and you're not like educating us on your opinion.
I don't want to educate you. Some of you guys are uneducatable.
But you never tried.
I'm all ears for you, man.
How would you know if you? Yeah.
Well, because you come up with ridiculous claims. I
What's
mean,
your claim?
you know,
That's what I believe.
Fancy bringing
Wait, what's your
Christopher
claim?
Columbus
What's your
into
claim?
this question, into this argument. You talk about Christopher Columbus. Oh, let's talk about Father Christmas. Father Christmas proves that it's flat because he
Talk
can
about
fly
Santa?
right the sky with reindeers. Just don't be so stupid.
Okay, I posted a
Are you
map.
saying
that,
Christopher Columbus is like Santa Claus?
I posted a map that shows that even if the Earth were flat, sailing west from Spain still would get you to America.
But then what happens
Sailing
when you sail past that ocean, though? What happens
West.
there?
You run into the ice wall. I don't
Here's
believe
the
it. I'm
ice
saying
wall?
this is a story they can tell.
Mm.
Antarctica is an ice wall that circles the whole Earth, that white part.
And nobody knows what's beyond it, if there is something beyond it. It's not a cliff's edge and you fall off or fly off into space.
But why can I get a flight from the Philippines to America in 2 hours?
How long? Yeah, how long would that
Like
take?
in like
though? Wouldn't it take
a couple
really long
hours,
to
right? Like
travel?
5 hours.
Yeah. Wouldn't it take really long to travel then? From like
Why you
India
tell
like
me?
to I don't know, man.
All right, then who cares?
Because I'm pretty sure a flight from the Americas to like I don't know, like anywhere in Asia is at least like 16 hours. If it's a flat like that,
Yeah.
how long would the
Yeah,
flight
so?
take to go from Asia to America? Would it be longer or shorter?
Who knows? Where are you going
A
to get
lot
those
of people
numbers
know.
from? What part of
Huh?
a flat Earth or a globe are you going to get those numbers from?
Well, because I'm led to believe that the Earth is a globe,
All
and
right,
it's about a
show your work.
16-hour flight.
All right, show your work. Post the math in the chat.
First of all, I could just buy a fucking plane ticket to show the estimated time delivery.
Show your work. Yeah, post the mathematics in the chat.
There's no mathematics. You could just look it up. How long does it take for a plane ride to America to Asia? It's going to say at least like 16 hours. Or 12, anywhere. Not 12 is like probably Europe, 16.
I'm just looking at a flight time.
Yeah, flight time, yeah. But
So
if it's
what's that
flat,
gotta
would
do
it
with the
not
shape of the
spread
Earth?
it out farther?
I don't know. You show me the math for what it would be instead if it was flat.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
There is no math for it if it was
what do
There
I
flat.
is no
get?
because
math
the
for
Earth
it
is
being
not
flat.
flat.
That's what I'm saying. It's not flat. There's no math to it.
What the fuck? It's the most inane
Let's look at
argument
this.
I've ever heard.
So
Wait. So what happens if you grab the plane and then you fly over the fucking ice walls? Are you in space now?
That's dumb.
This is dumb.
Wait, where would you end up if you like had an airplane and you
Doesn't
flew over the ice
dignify any more of a
walls?
response than that. I don't know. That's the military.
Over does the firmament like block you?
Maybe a container does at some distance. Who knows?
A lot of people know because a lot of people like travel around the world.
What does this mean? Either this is above or wrong, or the flat Earth is not. I think
Well,
it's
let
number
me know
two. I
when you
think the
get out
Earth
to
is just
the
not flat.
fringes of Antarctica to see if there's some sort of container that you can find.
Have you been to the ice walls?
No.
So
Wait, where did FE Batman go?
I think this is Batman.
Went to sleep. Leave him alone.
Batman went to sleep with his Discord on.
Leave him alone.
I don't find that very healthy.
It happens.
He thinks
more
that
here
Elon
than
didn't send up Roadster to space as well. I think that's all fake.
True. Do you guys believe the landing on the moon was fake?
It was a movie.
So every government has lied about going to space.
Of course, space doesn't exist.
What do you say?
He says a movie.
No, but what do you say just now?
Said it doesn't exist.
That
So
space
like
doesn't exist.
the Houston we have a problem thing, that's fake,
So,
right? One large step for a man.
No, I'm sure.
Or,
I'm sure the problems are just
I
fake.
don't understand.
Not only that, GPS satellites in space are fake, and satellite TV transmitters in geostationary orbit are also fake. That's
So then, if that's all
that's right.
fake, then how
GPS
can
isn't
someone?
real.
How can someone like how can someone like call someone from the other side of the world? You know what I mean? Like the signal. If there's no like thing in the
Undersea
atmosphere to get
cables.
that.
Yeah.
What if you use
Undersea
a satellite phone?
How would they fit those undersea? How would they build those? When would they build those?
Have you
How
ever
long
been
would
in a
those-
Well, I'm
plane?
not saying
Heretic? Yeah,
I'm not
Heretic. Have you
saying-
ever been in a plane?
I'm not saying there's no tech in the sky. I'm just saying it's not a tin can falling around a ball in a thermodynamics violation of outer space.
I see your point there, but you know, we're led to believe that like we're not even discovered like almost like we only discovered like what like 8%
No way they
of the
muted
ocean?
you. Why they mute
8% of the
Matthew,
ocean.
bro?
So how would they build stuff under them like that?
Well, since that other dipshit talked through you, I have no idea what you asked me.
I'm asking if the world we've only discovered like what like 8%, 10% of the ocean. How would people do like? And the ocean goes down like maybe like 10,000 feet that I think, not everywhere, but most places of the ocean is like 10,000 feet. How would they build underwater cables and stuff like that? If it's not just satellite and stuff like that, because it has to be from satellites, because satellites are all from signals in the sun.
Undersea cables transmit 97% of the world's communications, or something like that.
Or something like that. Where are you getting your source from, bro?
There's an article. Just Google it.
Trust me, bro.
Article.
That's the source.
Nah, just
Yeah,
Google
trust me. Trust me.
I'm driving, so I'm not doing the Googling right now. Sorry. You don't have to trust me. You can check it out. Just Google something like undersea cables, 97%.
You're using your phone
something
and
like
driving?
Who would have built those undersea cables, though?
Man.
How? With what machinery? What time zone? Like when?
I don't know. Cable machinery. Why? What's the relevance of the question?
But like, how long would that take to build it all over the world and stuff like that? Especially back then when like people couldn't even afford.
You're saying that they don't use them. Just do your 2 seconds of Googling, please. Stop wasting my time.
You haven't heard of the?
Yo, wait, Heretic. Do you use Google for most of your like research?
No.
Do you use Google a lot?
He goes on 4chan, 4chan threads.
Yeah, I use it daily.
Okay, wait. Do you trust Google, like in some of Google's research?
I trust it to give me an address.
Can you look up right now on Google if the Earth is flat?
No, I can't.
So, like tectonic plates and stuff like that, like the things going underground, like you know what tectonic plates are, right?
You ever seen one?
Seen a video of one actually, yeah.
Really? They took a video of one.
Yeah.
How deep
So
are
your logic is if you can't see it, it doesn't exist. That's your logic.
There's a tectonic plate, yeah, going up the ocean.
If I don't believe in it, then it doesn't exist.
How deep are tectonic plates?
Dude, if he doesn't see it, it doesn't exist, bro.
At the bottom of the
So,
ocean.
can you explain an earthquake then for us?
Now, how deep are they?
Pretty deep. They're under the ocean.
They're like,
over the ocean.
Yeah.
like 100 to 200.
Nobody's ever dug deeper than the ocean, bro. That's for sure.
However, the Mariana
No,
Trench
I'm not saying necessarily that tectonic plates.
Like 100.
Plates are okay. Plates
kilometers.
are flat, so that's compatible with a flat
Like
world. I'm not
150
necessarily
kilometers.
saying- hey, shut up! I'm not necessarily saying that tectonic plates don't exist, but you said that there was a video of them, and they would exist below the deepest depths that anybody has ever dug to. So, can't see that being the case.
It's shifting up, so it goes over the surface, and you see that.
Okay, so you see the result.
Yo, who's muting everyone, bro?
That's how it
me.
gets into the
Stop
earthquake.
asking, or else I'll mute you. So you
That's how
see
it
the
causes
results of the
earthquakes,
tectonic plates, but you don't see
tsunamis,
the plates
volcanoes, stuff like
themselves. So the plates are your interpretation of like how it works, the mechanics of it, of what's going on the surface, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's what causes earthquakes and tsunamis.
Yeah, so you say. But anyway, so what though?
Would that not like affect a flat Earth?
Well, plates are flat, so I don't see the problem.
But when they're shifting upwards, wouldn't that create like grooves?
Well, sure. So yeah, there's going to be some topography and some.
Would earthquakes destroy the ice walls?
There's going to be some elevation, some differences in elevation across the surface.
Heretic.
Yeah.
If
you really, so we're as a society right now, we're really high in technology, right?
Right.
Why haven't we explored past the ice wall if there was one?
The ice wall. I don't know. Why are you begging the question of the ice wall? What does that mean? Define the ice wall.
Aren't you the one that thinks there's an ice wall?
No, I didn't say there's an ice wall. I mean, the government says there's an ice wall. Wikipedia says there's an ice wall. They call it
the
Antarctica.
government does not say there's an ice wall.
Yeah, they do. They do. I think they coined that term ice wall for the Antarctic shoreline. If you go on Wikipedia, it says that something like 90%.
But you know, Wikipedia is not a trusted source to get information from.
Yeah, okay, so I'm tired of that. I'm going to get to the end of my sentences, whether I have to force you to shut the fuck up or otherwise. So, right, now you fucked up my train of thought. So on Wikipedia, it says something like 90% of the Antarctic shoreline is ice wall. So that'd be ice shelves, stuff like that.
You're unmuted, Panda.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him while I talk.
Anyone can change the information on Wikipedia. You can go on there right now and change the information on Wikipedia sites.
Oh, okay, well, let's just throw it all in the trash. So, I mean, Antarctica doesn't have like a pretty, gnarly coastline with humongous sort of ice shelves and stuff like that. You wouldn't say?
Can you explain the seasons then? Like with the
The sun
sun?
moves. Yeah, the sun moves.
The sun moves?
Yeah, it's just a consequence of the sun's relative position to the ground. Yeah.
But if it's flat though, would it not be sunny everywhere?
No.
Can you explain that?
If
the sun's not
if it's flat, why is it why
sun is big enough
if the Earth is flat? Why
Measure
does
the
the
sun.
equator not go?
I haven't seen a measurement for the Earth yet, let alone the
Equator,
sun.
bro.
Wait, do you think the sun is flat?
No.
So,
what about other planets? Are they flat too, or just Earth?
No, there's no such thing as other planets because the Earth isn't a planet.
Oh, it's a coin.
Well, what's the evidence for the Earth being a planet?
It's the name, bro. It's just the name given. To floating islands.
Projection? Wait, yeah, is the moon flat too?
Do you believe that?
So if all you dipshits talk at the same time, I can definitely hear all of your questions really well.
Do you think the moon's flat as well?
What?
Do you think the moon's flat as well?
No.
What do you think the moon is?
No clue.
It's not a moon?
I gotta go. Somebody else has to take over. Batman, Tegan.
Yeah, why don't you have a clue, man? It's
Batman,
He's dodging the question.
Bro, he's driving, fucking searching on Google and debating you guys.
Shit's so
Wait,
funny,
who's
bro.
the
I'm
one
over
muting people?
I'm
Is it
over here
him as
playing
well?
Roblox. Yeah, it's him.
How's he
I'm over
doing
here
it
playing
all?
Roblox.
He's a demon, bro. He can
Bro has, like,
drive himself and mute other people.
Nah,
That's
bro's got like 4 arms, so he has like the.
Yo, how did you guys find out about the server?
He's like
How did you
Doc
find
Ock.
out about the server?
The server?
Yeah, how did you find out?
My friend invited me to it.
It's so funny.
Be
bro.
grown ups or fuck off.
What?
Be
T-Dub,
grown
bro.
ups or fuck off.
Man, you don't sound like you're being a grown up right now, cuss.
You don't be so immature. Stop being immature little shits.
Can you please go online? I know you're not offline. You're talking to us right now.
Being immature little shits and have a grown up conversation. Or
T-Dub,
fuck
click
off.
that-
That's your choices.
Click that flashlight in your brain up, okay?
Wait, T-Dub, do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, I don't. Observed
No,
and
you
measured
don't.
and used that way. No belief necessary.
Wait, who are you yelling
Your
at? then?
brother.
Yeah,
He's a
T-Dub,
brother.
who you... T-Dub, we're on the same side here, man.
Yeah, why are you yelling at us?
We're on the same team, gentlemen.
Wait, why isn't Batman backing up Heretic?
Batman.
If you Batman, he went to sleep.
Batman went to sleep, yeah, he said.
Oh.
I don't know why he's on the call.
Bro, why do you
I
get
don't know,
a friend
dude.
request
They're all
from old
asleep.
dude? What the heck?
Bro, look at Crit Conspiracy,
Yes.
man. That man's just slumped. They're all muted though. That's the thing. Batman. Like,
But I gotta. Yeah, they send a link to their main server.
T-Dub,
24/7 Earth flat.
T-Dub.
Flat Earth Discord.
Jesse's
bro.
asking to be unmuted. He has very big arguments he wants to argue. Debunking information.
I'm not going to talk with people that don't want to
Wait,
take
but-
things seriously. No matter what.
No,
the
my
topic
thing is like,
T-Dub, are you saying the Earth is round, right?
No.
No.
You don't believe the Earth's anything?
Nope.
Wait, what's your? So what do you believe that? What do you think the Earth is?
He said no. He doesn't believe in anything. Who the hell is
What?
this? Mick? Mick's a
wait, but
tryhard.
even if the Earth, like, why do they believe like this theory so much? Like, how?
Yeah, Mick is a tryhard, bro. Holy.
Like, what led him to believe in like this information? Like, that's crazy, dude. Like, FE Batman was going off.
I think it's just
You
like a
guys
sense
hear
of
my name?
community.
Can I hear my name?
It's like Scientology.
Yeah.
Here, Mick, what do you believe in? Round
What's
or
up, bro?
round or flat?
What do you think?
I believe flat.
Think it's flat? I think it's flat. I didn't think
Why
it
do you
was
think-
flat for a long
My brother.
time.
You didn't think it's
Why do you
round?
think it's?
Why'd you convert?
I grew up with it being round, and then I was shown information suggesting that's full of shit. And I looked at it and I said, "Holy shit, that makes sense. It must be flat."
Can you...
Right.
Do you have any proof of that?
What kind of proof?
Would you say again? Can you say it again?
Said what kind?
Like, can you say why you changed to a flat Earth?
You just asked me two questions. Which one do you want me to answer?
The why you changed to a flat Earth.
Like I said, I was shown different information than what I grew up with and believed in. I looked at the information, said, "Holy shit, that makes sense. It must be flat."
Huh. Do you believe that's a belief? Like God? Like you have to believe in it, have faith for it? Like,
No.
you can't just like one day wake up, like, there's no proof and evidence.
You can
that
just
it's
go
flat?
outside.
Yeah, check this out, right? Check this out, right? I try to refrain from using the word belief. Okay. There's as you probably know, right? There's a key distinction between knowledge and belief. Although knowledge is considered in some views or some definitions as being a subset of belief, right? Because some people argue knowledge is the enemy of belief, but by definition, some would argue the opposite, that it's actually a subset, right? So the distinction I try to go by is a mix of both, right? Depending on context, right? So I tend to refrain from using the term belief because it suggests there's, let's say, more unknowns than there are knowns about the matter, right? But you just, quote, have faith in it. It just must be the case because, well, I don't know, but I got my hunch. It's probably the case. I try not to go down that route.
All right. Well, I got another question for you. It's gonna be like kind of like a I forgot the word when you compare something analogy. Yeah, I got like a kind of a weird analogy here. So you were led to believe that the Earth was round, right? And then someone showed you some information that made sense to you, that made it seem flat, so you believe it's flat now, right? If we were to say 2 + 2 is 4, right? And someone was to bring up a method that can make it seem like it's 5, and they have evidence to back it up, would you just completely change everything you learned and make it seem like it's 5? Like, would you think that's true?
No, I would look at the information, I would analyze it, I would try to verify it myself, and if it holds true, right, which it probably doesn't, unless, for example, check this out, right? If you're going to start trying to sway someone into thinking that 1 + 1 = 10, okay?
Yeah.
Check this, right? You would say, okay, how does that make sense? Well, 1 + 1 is 2, right? In almost all cases that you look at it, the numbers actually say 2. Those are the pictograms that we look at that the little thing that looks like a 2, that's 2. However, if you're counting, if your number system is in base 2, right? 2 is actually represented by a 1 and a 0, right? If you know anything about computers and software and all that shit, you know binary is just zeros and ones. There's no way to actually represent 2 or 3 or any other number, for that matter, except in zeros and ones. So you look at it, you'll see 1 and a 0, you think that's 10, right? So the fact of the matter is it's still 2, but the representation of the same concept is just different. So it's context that matters. It's all the information at hand or all the information available factored in, right? That makes it seem one way or another. But once you coalesce all these things, before you make your decision, right? Only then do you come to the conclusion of whatever it is, right? So things can't be two different things in real form. They can be represented as two different things or in two different ways, but the overlap is the truth. You follow?
Yeah.
It's very
That doesn't
important.
make sense.
But and that's just a number, and that's just like a logical number thing, right? When it comes to the Earth or reality, right? There's all sorts of variables at play that make it very difficult, right? But when you ask the right questions, you come closer and closer to the right answers. So it's not necessarily always about the answers, man. It's about the questions that you ask.
Preach. Huh. Well, that's
What do you
good
think the Earth
information.
is flat or round?
Nick believes it's
Is that
flat.
me? Me or him?
Yeah,
I
you.
believe. Oh, there you go.
No, you can't use the word believe. That's remember what you said.
Yeah, I think it's flat.
I think it's flat too, man. Because what we know, right, from observation is, for example, water, right? You pour a glass of water, you look at the top, it's flat. You pour, you run yourself a bath, you look at the bathtub, it looks flat. You look at a body of water the size of a lake, it looks flat. So the question arises, if someone comes to you and says, no, it's not actually flat, it's curving, you can ask them,
Almost.
okay, well,
It's gonna take a long time to curve. Do you know how long the Earth is?
Well, so this is the question, right? So if someone comes to you and says, no, it's not actually flat, it's actually curving. Well, then you must ask them, okay, well, how much? When does it stop looking flat? Right? What's the rate of curvature of this so-called thing? And how did you arrive at that conclusion? Right? So you start from empirical evidence and observation, and then the counterclaim to suggest that what you perceive to be the case is not actually the case. That's where the burden of proof, unfortunately, lies.
Why do you think the government is spreading all this globalist propaganda? What's the purpose of it? What benefit does that have?
I'm okay with globalist propaganda. I love globalism.
Oh, there you got your rate of curvature of the Earth right there.
Can you read it? Can you synthesize it into
I can
voice?
read it, bro. I'm sick.
Can somebody?
What? Can't
We'll
you
talk
read
about it.
English? Well, you can read English, can't you?
Yeah, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah,
I'd
but
like to hear somebody vocalize it and
Well, you can
internalize it. and
vocalize
we
it.
can talk
You
about it.
can vocalize it in your head. I mean, you can speak.
But it's your argument.
My argument is you can read it yourself.
That's not an argument. That's a statement. I'm
Yeah,
well
that's
aware of that.
great. Okay, then do it.
And Earth is not perfectly like round too, except it's just like slide off of it. There's mountains, there's erosion, there's different like sea levels.
Oh, don't say erosion. Flat earthers don't believe in erosion.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean by erosion?
See, look, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. Yeah.
Oh no. I'm just asking. Like, you mean if you take something, you apply force to it, like running water or whatever. You mean to say that things won't strip away and the thing won't wear down? Are you saying that people actually think that doesn't happen?
Oh, what are you saying?
What about?
I think that the flat earther idea of erosion is much, much different than how everyone else thinks about it.
Well, what's the idea of erosion?
Stuff getting worn down by climate.
Do you guys? I hope everybody hears this, right? Like, there's these
Weather.
general statements, sort of straw man / stereotypical.
Bro, it should
statements.
be learned in like fucking 3rd grade, bro. Oh my god.
All your statements are general too.
Yeah.
What about like so?
I'm not making general stereotypical statements.
Or you're just beating around the bush with like antics, bro. You're just like, oh, bye.
How am I beating around the bush?
How did you verify that the Earth was flat?
Hang on. How am I beating around the book? No answer? Yeah, you're full of shit.
Oh no. Okay. No. So you were saying first of all, you're like, okay, he used the word belief, so that's like he's wrong now because beliefs are.
I didn't say he's wrong. I did not say he's wrong. I said I try to refrain from using the term. He asked me if I do. I say I don't. I try to avoid that term.
So you
can
think
believe
the Earth is
whatever the hell
flat?
you
You
want,
think
man.
so? You're not 100% positive that the Earth is flat.
Hang on. Let me finish. You can believe whatever the hell you want. I have certain beliefs, but I try to
What
try
the
to
fuck is
minimize
that, Delhi?
them if possible. That's all I said.
So you think the Earth is flat, or do you believe the Earth is flat?
I think the Earth is flat. There's enough information to suggest that this is the case. Can you show me proof otherwise,
Proof of
or
what?
suggestion to the contrary?
Yeah. So I was on a fishing boat, and you can't see boats after a certain. Or I was on the shore actually, and the boats in the distance you can't see them because the Earth's curvature. They disappear. They go off the horizon. It looks like they
check this out,
disappear.
right?
What's the argument for that?
Okay, check this out, right?
You've heard this
So
argument
the
before. What's your rebuttal?
Watch this. So the observation is things in the distance appear to disappear. They appear to no longer be visible. Sounds kind of a little convoluted, but you get my point, right? So the question must be asked, why is that the case? A, there could be something blocking it, or B, it could just be that it's too
But if it's
small.
out in the middle of the ocean,
there's nothing
Hang on.
blocking it. It's empty.
What if you had a telescope to zoom in closer?
Okay, so if you try that and you can't actually see the thing that you're zooming in to, you must ask, why can't you see it? Is it just curved? Okay, so that's your immediate conclusion, because
What other options are there? You can deduce that it's either okay. If it was flat, you'd be able to still see it because it's flat.
Check this. Watch this, friend.
No, wait.
Right?
Wait, have you seen that one video of like where they
Hang on.
made?
Do you want me to answer the question, or are you guys going to bulldoze?
Let him answer.
Right. So you jump to that conclusion because that's your immediate response, because it's an easy go-to, because that's what we've all been told. Now, the fact of the matter is, we know that things can disappear, quote unquote, when they get too far, not necessarily because something's blocking it, but rather because of something called the limits of our eyes to resolve things angularly. Okay.
No, but he said you have a telescope.
So, and even then, so all optics have limits of their ability to enhance and bring things back into view. So that's number one. Okay. Number two, you have something else called the term for it's escaping me right now. But we all know that when you look through,
Go back to the first point. You said optics, but if you have a telescope, you can look into space. Sure, you can look a few miles into the ocean.
Okay, are you gonna let me finish my train of thought?
Can you explain this video? Can you explain this video I sent in the chat after this?
Guys, number one at a time. One at a time.
I was on your first point.
One at a time. And my reply has 2, maybe even 3 points. Okay, probably 2 now because I fucking lost it because you guys are spurting like little children. Okay. Number 1, angular resolution. There's limits to all optics. Number 2, we all know that as you look through a medium that gets thicker and that gets longer and longer, if that medium is not 100% transparent, the opacity of that of that medium increases virtually exponentially. Okay, I don't know if it's exactly that. It could be linearly, but it's a steep linear increase. A good example of that is if you look through a pane of glass and you see right through it, right? If you put 2, you probably still see right through it. But if you put 10, you stack 10 panes of glass, it's going to start getting a little bit foggy, right? That's because the glass is not 100% transparent. It's like 99.9 something, let's say. But eventually, it's going to start catching up. Another good example is if you try to look through a down from a top, like a pool or something like that, or a body of water that's quite deep. Even if the water is perfectly clear, you're not going to see the bottom of it perfectly, because water also has a certain degree of opacity. Okay, so when you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere, which is the part of the air, excuse me, I hate using that word. Through the thickest part of it, right, which is closest to the Earth, where there's humidity and temperature, higher temperature tendencies, etc., right? You're looking through a mixture of air / other bullshit in the air / obstruction from temperature fluctuations, etc. You cannot see forever. So couple those 2 points of angular resolution limits and an increase in opacity over the course of the distance. Nothing can see forever. Period.
Okay, wait, Mick, can you watch this YouTube video fast and tell me your thoughts about it? It's like a minute long.
Can you summarize it?
It's a minute long. It's already summarized, bro.
Can you summarize it in words, please?
It's just a minute long, bro. Just watch it, bro. It's flat earthers. It's flat earthers doing an experiment to try to see if the Earth is flat.
Is this the Jeranism video?
I don't even know, bro.
Torch holding a piece of cardboard.
All right, look. I got another question.
Welcome. You want to take over, sir? I
got
tried.
a question. So look, about inertia, like Newton's laws, Kepler laws, and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about? Like the saying where if you were to jump, the Earth is always in orbit. It's moving.
Propaganda.
So if you were to jump, the Earth doesn't go under. The Earth doesn't circle and you just fall down, right? You just stay in the same spot. So the Earth is moving. If the Earth isn't moving like that,
what?
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but try and make the example a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really saying it right.
I didn't
like
think
the
so.
orbit of the sun, not the orbit of the Earth. Like there's an atmosphere, right? The curve of the Earth. How would we have like an atmosphere in the curve of it if it was flat?
What do you mean? What curve?
The Earth, the atmosphere, if it's curved, it's a sphere. If it's curved,
is it? How do you know that?
Because we have an atmosphere.
Yeah, but
the
where
Earth
do you see
moves around in orbit with the atmosphere.
Dude,
allowing gravity. Like how would there be gravity if it was flat?
My friend, now you're chucking in orbit in there. We should be observing curve. Now you're talking about orbit. I didn't like your example to begin with. It sounded fucking stupid. So can you try again? What are you trying to say? Try again. What are you trying to say? Because at the moment you're talking about curve of the atmosphere and then orbit. The two don't marry, sunshine. Try again. What do you mean?
I have to think about it.
Could you? Curve of the atmosphere. What the fuck?
So how does Earth keep itself together if it's flat?
How does the Earth keep itself together because it's flat? How does solid objects stay together? Do you know about?
Yeah, but if you have a plank of wood that's 1,000 miles long, will it snap?
Do you believe there's an atmosphere?
Yeah, am I breathing gas? Oxygen and nitrogen? Yes, I'm breathing oxygen and nitrogen.
But do you believe there's an atmosphere?
Yes, that's gas. Breathing it, oxygen and nitrogen. What do you mean by atmosphere? An oxymoron because gases have no inherent shapes. You have to put them in containers for gases to have shapes, like a ball or a box, a cylinder. Gases don't have inherent shapes now, do they, unless you contain them? What do you mean by atmosphere?
Do you believe there's a layer of gas surrounding Earth?
Am I breathing it? Oxygen and nitrogen? Yes. There is gas. I'm breathing it. Yes.
Do you believe there's not oxygen in space?
No, that would be stupid to suggest the sky was a vacuum and the gas that we're breathing isn't filling it. That'd be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics for gas not to increase in entropy and disperse into a space. That would be stupid.
Okay.
Why do you believe there's a sky vacuum and our atmosphere is not dispersing into it in violation of the second law of thermodynamics? Do you believe that?
Bro, what?
Do you believe the sky's a vacuum?
The sky's a vacuum.
That's what I just got asked, Sunshine, so I'm asking you. Not very clever, are you, these people this morning? Can't seem to hold a thought together or a conversation. What's going on? You've asked me if I believe I'm breathing atmosphere, oxygen and nitrogen. I said yes. Somebody then asked me if I believe out there's a vacuum. I said no, that would be stupid. The gas that we're breathing would fill it. Now I'm asking you, do you believe the sky's a vacuum?
Yeah.
Okay. How can you have an open system with pressure and gases not filling space?
I'll fucking do research on that shit.
I don't know.
Yeah. So look. So since it's flat, is the sun like going around the Earth, or is it just one-sided on it? Like, is it in the middle? Does it move side to side with the moon and stuff like that?
When I look at the sun, it goes from the east and goes to the west. I would say the sun is moving across the stationary flat Earth. The sun's moving.
So right now it's morning for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pitch black for me.
Okay.
So you believe it's moving though?
Yes, the sun will be there soon and it will cast its light. It will be morning for you soon when the sun gets there, yes.
How does that make sense though? Because since it's flat, would it not be?
Sense. The light is here at the moment.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's dark where you are. Eventually, the light will get to you. The sun will come closer.
Is the sun is like 10,000 times bigger than the Earth? So how if the Earth is flat, right?
Sorry, what? You think
Is
the sun is
a
bigger
lot
than
times bigger than the Earth?
No.
The sun has has gravity, a gravitational pull to pull the Earth around it.
Hello. So what you're trying to do is insert your heliocentric religion into a flat Earth. The sun is
this is religious
3
now?
million miles away. The sun is X amount of times bigger than the Earth. The sun has gravitational pull. Yeah, that's your story, and you're trying to shoehorn it into the flat Earth.
Yeah, because isn't the sun? Because if you look it up, it says the sun is 430,000 miles long. That's what it says.
And that's based on what?
Wikipedia.
Okay, and what measurement have we got to verify this?
Miles.
Oh, God, I'm dealing with an idiot.
The measurement is miles.
Yeah, not the unit of measurement. You fucking idiot. How have we measured it? How have we got to this value that you're going to display to me in miles? Didn't do well at school, did you?
You'd have to ask NASA. I don't know. I didn't look. I'm looking.
Okay,
up.
so again, you've got to believe.
The website says that.
You've got no first-hand knowledge, then, have you? You've got no belief.
Not.
You just
believe. If I look it up, it says that. Every website says that. Every Wikipedia, the NASA,
that's awesome.
NASA.gov says it.
Wait, Jedi, can you watch this video and explain it to me?
I think he's sharing like a Jeranism, quote unquote, debunks himself type of thing.
Well, because I want to know.
If you look it up, it says the sun is 1.2.
How is that possible if there's Earth?
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to. I didn't mean to interrupt there, but I did want to say somebody said it about 2 minutes ago. He pointed out or used the term religion. Right. This I just wanted to say this is effectively a religion that you guys hold. That's exactly the right word for it. Okay, all this stuff, all these factoids that you're pointing out about distance to sun, distance to this, size of that, it is basically a religion. Okay, unless you can point out where these things come from, how it was arrived at, the method by which it can be verified, etc., etc. Okay, this is not science. This is not even geometry. Okay, this is speculation based off of philosophical grounds. Okay, that's all it is. So you guys are saying, "Oh, NASA said this, NASA said that." Okay, what did they do to get there? Did you check? No, I just believe them. Okay? Not me, but you. Okay? This is what these are what religions are founded on. So you guys come in here and say, oh, you know, a lot of people come in here and probably think flat earthers are religious cranks or something, Bible thumpers or whatever. I know I thought that. Okay? The fact of the matter is the opposite is the case. You guys are the religious cranks. And you come here and try and superimpose these things and mix it in, like Jedi was saying. You're bulldozing the your stuff into what you think our stuff is about, and no wonder it doesn't make any sense to you. Anyway, carry on.
So the argument about people not knowing how NASA found out how big the sun is, like that's just like a speculation?
The basis for the distance and the size of the sun needs the radius of the Earth. It's called the cosmic distance ladder. So first we have the radius of the Earth, then we make an observation of Venus, and we say the radius of Venus is pretty much the same as Earth's. Then we've got the apparent angular size. Then we can use some mathematics, trigonometry, for when Venus passes in front of the sun to get a size and distance to the sun, because we know the size and distance to Venus now, because we've assumed that it's got the same radius as the Earth. We can call that distance from sun to the Earth 1 astronomical unit. From that point onwards, we can call what is the cosmic distance ladder every other distance to any other object based in astronomical units, based on the radius of the Earth. You're going to need the radius of the Earth to begin with. So you need a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature to get us started. You've got a direct measurement of Earth's curvature.
Do I have one? I'm not gonna look it up.
Okay. Don't expect you to have these answers. You just believe them because you got told at school. But upon further investigation, when we asked the question, how is the radius of the Earth measured? You're going to need a flat Earth to make that measurement in the first place.
Earth's curvature?
Yeah.
Says approximately 8 inches per square mile.
Per mile squared. Yeah. So that would be the calculation. We want the measurement to have verified the radius of the Earth of that set size to give us that 80.
But then the ranges from like the planets and like the sun, wouldn't that all be based off of gravity? Because it's being pulled.
No, the radius of the Earth. The distance from the center to the edge. Radius. An R value.
But wouldn't gravity pull that in? Like couldn't gravity with the sun, because the sun's so much bigger than everything else, it has a big gravity, could it not suck everything in?
You think, according to your religion, that the sun is...
But do you not believe in gravity? Do you not believe that's a thing?
Alright, okay. What gravity are you talking about?
Everything has gravity. Gravity is a real thing. You can't say no to that, right?
With you. I'm going to be patient with you. You probably don't know what's happening. I'll be patient with you. Which model of gravity are you talking about? Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity? Which one? Didn't know there were more models of gravity, did you? You thought it was just okay to say the Earth or the Sun's gravity. No, there's models of gravity. I'm asking you which one you're talking about.
Gravity models.
Yeah. Newton gravity. Newtonian.
Can you explain what those are?
Yes. Mass attracts mass. That's the Newton idea.
Newton's laws?
No, not Newton's laws. Einsteinian gravity. That's the mass of an object sitting in a four-dimensional space-time fabric and distorting that space-time fabric and causing gravitational wells. A different model of gravity. Which one are you talking about? And then when you told me which one, I want a scientific experiment that proves your model's better than the other one, if you could.
Einstein's theory.
Einstein's theory.
The gravitational force.
No, Einstein isn't a force. Newton is a force between masses, magic at a distance. Einstein doesn't ascribe gravity as a force. It's a four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian coordinate system. The bending of space-time, not a force. See, this happens every day, and don't feel ashamed of yourself. But people come in here thinking they know what they're talking about. And then very quickly we understand that you don't know what you're talking about, and it's a surprise to you. Newtonian, Einstein, different models of gravity. Einstein isn't a force, sunshine. So what are you talking about? Come in here thinking that flat earthers are stupid and we have to teach you your own fucking religion. It's ridiculous.
So then, the gravitational force, which one is that?
Newtonian physics. Mass
So
attraction.
talk about that one then.
So that one then.
Yeah,
Okay.
talk about that one.
So that one was superseded over 109 years ago by the aforementioned Einstein. It was superseded. It was debunked. We don't use it anymore unless on a very local scale, like when you drop something, because the mathematics apply. Just because the mathematics apply and you can backwards engineer the phenomena to give you a model doesn't mean the model is reality. That would be a reification fallacy. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves mass attracts mass? To debunk Einstein and special and general relativity?
Mass attracts mass. Isn't that the gravitational law? Because if you look up mass attracts mass, that's what it says.
What, for the first time ever? Is this the first time ever you've looked it up?
What are you talking about?
Like I said, you don't know what you're talking about, but you can try and Google something and suggest you know what you're talking about.
That's what I learned in school. Physics. Mass attracts mass.
Oh, okay, so not Einstein then.
Well, that's what you just said.
Yeah, so mass attracting mass was debunked over 109 years ago by Einstein. It's not the current scientific rhetoric of the day, even though you got taught it at school maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago, whenever it was. Mass does not attract masses. You can think of it like that, and you can use mathematical equations that the mass.
Well, wait. When did Einstein debunk mass attracts mass?
When?
120 years ago.
Yeah.
No, but like, as in what?
1915. Observation of a solar eclipse.
You have like something you can like send in chat where you can read about him debunking mass attracts mass.
I'll find it for you. Give me 2 minutes.
And to be clear, right, what's being spoken about right now is the term gravity is often misused. In my experience, I hear it misused or conflated in two different contexts. In one, you have the ascribing of a cause for why we witness, for example, more dense things tending to go down and less dense things tending to go up, depending on their placement and shit like that. Right? The cause for why that is happening versus ascribing the phenomena of things going down or things going up based on their density or whatever. The effect, right? So you have two kind of elements in this witnessing of this phenomena. One being the cause, one being the effect, and the term gravity is used interchangeably. So it's very important to hone down on which one you're actually talking about. So right now, we're honing in on the supposed cause for why that's happening.
So I posted in the side chat a couple of citations with regards to Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. I'll read a couple. Newton's classical mechanics was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. You can find that on Wikipedia. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and again, are currently the most accurate way of predicting gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Newton several centuries prior. Scientific alert. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, Phys Libertex. In 1916, Albert Einstein published the general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail that opened the window on a radically new framework about physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulas of the laws of gravity. So superseded, replaced. We don't use Newton anymore, it's all Einstein. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gaze, the co-author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. UCLA, Professor of Physics. Can go on and on and on. So it's not Newton anymore, guys, Einstein.
So Einstein was saying that gravity was caused by like distortion of space-time?
Yeah. Now, within the mathematics, Einstein himself will tell you that the space-time fabric isn't actually physically real. It's just a very good way of describing the deposits of the interactions. It's a good model. It works better than the old one. But it doesn't mean that space and time are an interwoven fabric for bodies of mass to bend and distort to cause gravitational wells. Space and time aren't physical.
So, what do you think about my assertion that the specific things that they present, like deep space phenomena, can all be drawn from crystal source material? I mean, if you edit out that image one, right, of all the colors except for the gold, and then put it on a star field, it's going to look like a nebula in space, pretty much exactly. I think sometimes they're lazier about it than other times, and it'll be easy to determine this with the right tools.
I'd say interesting observation.
Well, dude, I'm going back over like probably 10 years here for the way I look at things.
I mean, they do look very similar. Good eye on that.
So if you click on the Facebook link I dropped just above, it's got over 200 images in a folder. Not all of them are landscape quality, but they do show you like concepts that can be transposed into alien planets, alien landscapes, and deep fields of space, and lots of things. Really, I mean, there's an infinite amount of information hidden in crystals. So I'm going to drop you another photo that just shows how potent of a resource the mineral world is, because here in this photo, you can see the potential for generating satellite imagery and like all kinds of things. There's just so many gradients and light dynamics going on at the small scale. And if I shift the focus slightly, I'll get the next image, which should swear is somebody pointing a camera straight up at the sky through heavy cloud cover. And this is just the trippy thing about stones that you'll never know unless you start looking at them at the super deep scale. It's how they're faking a universe. There's a universe within. See, these are just like different angle resolutions, basically. I'll just move around slightly. But you can see at the far left, there's like Starfield effect. And then in the middle, there's blue sky with color gradients, and then it's landscape again.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think had you not told me these were basically rock, you could have passed these off as like you know, a shot of outer space from within a city where there's all sorts of light pollution and shit.
Yep, exactly. So I've got over 200 of these, and I only spent a couple of months doing it until I'd exhausted my lapidary. And buying stones is quite expensive, so I mean, whenever I buy a high-priced stone, I try to run my microscope through it.
Right. That's pretty cool. I mean, I guess it is speculative at this point there, but I wouldn't say anything goes. But
you can see the potential, though, right?
Yeah, I see that. Like, it's interesting correlation / overlap there. It's just like, what they tell us and the, how it actually is, stars and shit, balls of gas, millions of miles away, billions of miles away, all that stuff. That's out the window for me. So
but don't you think it's interesting, right? That when you have this ancient adage, as above, so below, and then you find when you zoom in, you're zooming out.
I see that.
It's weird, right?
Yeah. Good eye on that.
I mean, I've always followed pareidolia, where it's led me. It's like noticing something's fine, but if you don't think about why you notice it, you might not work out what it's trying to imply.
What's this? Minute silence for the globe. Geez, you lot are respectful. Seems to happen quite a bit.
Yeah, it died a few minutes ago. Jedi killed it.
I think it was already dead. Jedi just likes picking it up and kicking it around.
Yeah, every successive kid that comes in here, you know, gives it like an injection of adrenaline. Dead corpse, you know. And just beats it back down, you know. Hey, quick question for the room, actually. Has anybody heard of or seen Gregory in the last couple weeks? I've noticed he hasn't been around at all, at least when I tried to come in here.
That's probably because Gregory didn't follow up on a deal he made with somebody. He reneged and suffered the consequence.
Oh shit, really? In both rooms? This room and the other one?
All of them.
Shit. Okay. I do remember he had that situation of his personally, so I just wasn't sure if that was related at all. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But probably not the only thing.
No, personally, I don't have a problem with Gregory. He's quite handy to have every now and then. Sometimes you just want to be dumbasses to somebody, and it's like, hey, Gregory, play with this. And
yeah. Yeah, I always got a kick out of that.
What would be really nice with his horns argument, it'd be nice if he did that for a few things: curvature, light, and yeah. So we could doesn't matter what anyone comes in here and argues. He just funnels them into one of 3 or 4 selected areas. As long as they fall into one of those categories, he's got them. So it'd be nice if he could do that. And he's got the ability. So he's quite an intelligent young fella.
Yeah, I mean that one seems to be quite potent in and of itself. There, haven't heard anything yet.
Like
to overcome it,
for
so
he like blah blah blah, blah with all the be getting at my thesaurus and going through. All right, no. I mean, no. I get I'd get a basic idea of what he was saying, right? Then I try and I could hear that the person's struggling to like understand what he was saying. So I'd like, oh, so are you saying? Then break it down into like layman's terms or whatever, and he'd be like, "Yeah, basically," or he'd say, "No, that's wrong," and then clarify or whatever. I used to like trying to translate Gregory into dumb shit, you know,
into normie, you know.
Yeah, for me it'd be dumb shit, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess both are needed, man. Because if you start low and then someone sophisticated comes in, you start arguing from low tier, vocabulary. Let's say they just won't even listen. But the opposite is the case too. But in that one, it's like, I guess it doesn't matter, right? You got street rats come in here and they can't argue because it's too high level. It's like, okay, well, not much of a loss, right? But the inverse is a little bit more of a more impactful, right? Because then you miss out on speaking to somebody who might actually have the capacity. So I think he took a good approach. Start high and then whittle it down if need be. It's too bad we don't hear it often anymore.
He's good for when those really arrogant, cocky, very well versed guys come in here and feel like they're superior to everybody. I like when he handles them very easily too. Like I do miss that because he could put one of those guys in their place real quick. But I don't know. He'll be missed.
Yeah. Matt, I haven't heard Matt in a while. He came in yesterday and we started going at it. That was fun to listen to over the summer. They really don't like each other. It's very obvious, But
a lot of them didn't like Gregory because it just, how do you say it? Intellectual dominance, I guess, that he had over them. And it's just through words, just through his just in the way he can convey himself to where they couldn't do that. And I think they were like, oh, this word salad. Like, what? Word salad? Just because you don't understand what he's saying?
But the thing I did like about Gregory, if you didn't understand something, all you had to do was say, whoa, what does that mean? And he'd explain it to you. That's
right.
what I did like.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's funny too, because a lot of the individuals I heard him converse with that would have a problem with that, they're like, I assume, presumably around the same age, so that really must be a bit of a kicker to them. And even for older people, right, that could hold true too. Knowing, well, maybe a lot of them didn't know that he was so young, but if they did, it's like, holy shit, this young lad is like really killing it, puts them in there very easily.
Yeah, there's been several times when Globers that are clearly they're educated, so they think they're going to be dominant, and then it's like they run into a wall. They get stopped in their tracks.
It still happens. He's not the only one there. He was just really fun to listen to. He would handle it so well.
Oh yeah, no doubt. There's many people that from 24/7, just in general, that are very educated and could hold their own easily. He Gregory was just a different. He just did it. He has his way, his own tactic. Like everyone has their own tactic of how they're going to handle a situation or a debate or argument or discussion. But his was just. I'm sure if he was here, he would say a word for that. There's a word for when you just have this, vast vocabulary that just you can utterly destroy your opponent just by speaking and they not even knowing what you're saying. So like if they get confused in their argument, they're like, they don't realize he's talking like directly to them easily.
I mean, that has more of a like a crowd appeal, if you will, as much as it does like a confusion move. Like, okay, if you want to employ that, then fine, right? If you're trying to have a conversation, then you want the other person to understand, right? It's probably less effective, but depends on your move, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. He reminded me of my uncle. Right?
I was going to say, whatever the case may be there, I hope whatever happened would eventually get reconciled there, that he'd be let back in. But that's just my opinion.
What was the deal? What was it, Matrix?
I don't know, man. He sounded vague, probably for a reason.
There was a reason for it, yes. Wasn't my deal.
I
wasn't the one.
Mm. Yeah, he kind of reminded me of my uncle. My uncle spoke like that, very, high level, and that was just normal to him. Like that's just the way he talked. That's just the way he spoke. Like just he had a huge vocabulary. It was just normal.
Yeah.
And
I think Gregory. Sorry, finish up.
No, go ahead. I'll go after.
I didn't want to interrupt there. I was just going to say that I think Gregory's biggest, strongest point there, as much as his vocabulary was sophisticated and it was very entertaining to listen to and all that stuff, he would be very strong in his ability to hold up a conversation and not get kind of like interrupted and not let people, talk over him and shit like that. And I think I've taken away a lot from that, because it's one thing if, like, let's say you're a mod, right? You're getting talked over. It's easy to just mute them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not always the case, right? Not all, situations end up like that. But Gregory was not a mod, so he had to kind of be like, "I'm not finished. Let me speak. Shut up, da da da. That type of thing." And he would do it very powerfully. I was very impressed, and I think tried to learn from that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's interesting because when you're around somebody that has a big vocabulary and they speak a certain way, it's like you learn from that. But if you don't use it regularly, like you kind of lose it. Like like they say, like if you don't use it, you lose it. So, like growing up, like even living with my uncle at one point, and like you just pick up and you start kind of repeating and using, because you understand the word, you get the words, you in context, you can use them. But if you don't hang around people that normally talk like that, you kind of lose it. I noticed that. And so I'm interested in, I wonder who he's around in his life where he's constantly using that, those words and terms. And so that's probably why he spent a lot of time here, or just in Discord in general, where he can speak like that. And you kind of just practice and keep it going. Because if you don't really engage in conversations that you're not using that verbiage, or you kind of it dwindles away. Because there's a lot of words that I used to know that I don't use anymore because it's not in my everyday life.
Yeah, I think the most important thing in that is the methods. Right. That's most certainly one of the reasons why I come in here. One, because I want to know. Like I've said this before, right? I want to know if I'm wrong about the situation, and I'm sure you guys would agree with this, right? If I'm wrong, I want to know. You know, so I look forward to the day that maybe someone's going to come in here and say, "Yeah, I know, I got it. You guys, overlooked this, whatever." Da da da. Right? I doubt it, but I do look forward to that in the event that happens, because it happened to me once. I grew up with one worldview, came in here, listened to you guys speak, listen to others speak, da da da. Come in here, oh shit, you guys, I think you guys are right. This makes sense. So I'm open to that. But anyways, that I digress. But coming in here and actually conversing about the topic, something so controversial, it forces you to think. It forces you to ping pong properly, right? The methods of communication and engaging and all that. It's very uncommon. I think how things are done in these rooms when they're done right. And it's very good practice for me, I think, to engage as to whatever degree it is. It's whether I'm being impactful or not, I don't care. But it's good practice, and listening to others do so is supports that too. So all around, I think arguably I'm in here too much. That could be said, but I'm happy to be because of all the above. So very grateful for it all.
Don't feel too bad about being in here too much. A flat earther in a flat earth room makes sense. A glober in a flat earth room too much is a mental problem.
Yeah, that's more like stalker vibes.
That's Scott Mackey, man. He was in here like grandpa in the corner, doing his thing. It's kind of weird.
It's like when you go down to the pub, that old fella that's always sitting at the end of the bar.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, he would. It was sick though, like in a bad way. The way he would like just kind of creep in the corner and then wait to pounce on somebody.
Yeah.
And bring nothing to the table of the discussion or to the argument.
Yeah.
Other than no, that's not. No, it's not. No, you're wrong. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Or, like, dude, get out of here.
I know what you mean. I like all along that time. I always thought that the guy's in here for some reason. I doubted that he was always a paid shill, quote unquote. I doubted that, but he was a psychology, whatever it was, major or something. He had his own little pet project of want to study the rats, so called, that he thought, and that's kind of weird in and of itself. So it didn't make sense otherwise.
Yeah, it's weird if it's not your like job to do that.
If it's an interest, I'm fine, but whatever, It was annoying though, because he was very condescending. I will say I appreciate his effort though. I think towards the last bit of time that he was here, when he did that presentation on the celestial navigation models, right? Because it pointed out to, at least to me, I remember bringing it up. It pointed out to me visually where their flaw is, because where their suppositions are or assumptions are in why, quote unquote, it works for them but not for us. And I brought it up, and I think it's been articulated before, in chat or in over voice. But seeing the model, I don't know. For me, I'm a numbers guy and whatever. It really painted a good picture for me, and really it helped make it sink in. It's like, this is where they think we stand and why it wouldn't work, and that's why their position is faulty, because they're overlooking something. They're making an assumption about how the opposition sees things. It was very clear.
Yeah, the second that they draw a horizontal line into space, overshooting the globe from left to right, that's when they fuck up. That's when they're like, now they're just dealing with the spherical geometry, but it's not reality in the sense of they take one aspect of it and then they like falsely correlate it to another, and I think that's where the disconnect is with them. Like, look, you can't have an angle if it's curved. You're not going to draw an angle and they're like, yeah, we can, look it, and then they just draw a horizontal, like, on a ball, and you're like, no, but then that's no longer a 90 degree from your shot into space hitting the vertical, of that GP up to the zenith. Like, that's not a 90 degree, bro. So you wouldn't have that angle. Like, I don't know what they don't get or why they don't get it, but it's just weird to me. Like, I don't know how it's gone on for decades, to be honest.
That's
I don't know
why
how
they all come in talking about how they measure their horizontal off plumb. Have you noticed they all keep doing that of late?
Right.
Yeah, because you subtract whatever you would get from a supposed flat plane. It's like, oh, it's not flat. You just look up and then subtract from 90 or something like that.
Yeah,
the difference.
They say from my zenith. Yeah, they go from the vertical.
As you said, APOC, you can't get an angle off a curve. Full stop. Game over. Doesn't matter what angle you're after. It does not happen.
Exactly. It's no longer an angle.
So what they do is they reverse it. They drop plumb, and once they've got plumb, they can run any angle they like because they've got a straight line. That's why they do it. Because if they do it the other way, they're straight over a barrel, and they know what's about to happen. Here's something to bite down on, enjoy your trip. But yeah, they drop plumb, and they can make whatever stupid angles they like. But the problem is, there's no zenith mirror on a sextant. So when you're out doing CellNav, they just look like idiots.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, like, I could even sympathize with them because, look, I understand if you, for whatever reason, you can't see the horizon, right? You don't, whatever. If you're surrounded by mountains and you don't have a horizon, but you can still calculate it because you could take your zenith and you know that you have a baseline that's 90 and you can still get that degree. So in that sense, I'm like, yeah, you're right. You can use the zenith, but you're still deriving it from a 90. You're still taking it from an assumed, position from mean sea level. That's why you're going to do an elevation dip correction, because you're going to bring that baseline up to your eyes or wherever your instrument is. So the weird thing is, like, they cannot get that, or maybe they do. They just choose to ignore it. But when they're like, oh, I could just use my zenith for an angle. Okay, but when you establish plumb, you're establishing a right angle, and that's how you're getting that degree. Like, there's no way around that. You're still off of the assumed 90 degree position where your horizontal is the 0, and they're like, oh, I got 45 degrees. Yeah, off of the fucking baseline of it being 0. Like, but a lot of them ignore that, and they're going to continue to ignore that, I guess. They're stuck.
I remember pointing out to Scott in his presentation there. He was doing something like, he took a flat model and then started drawing like right angle triangles to like these balls or these little points, these little small, spheres, right, hanging above the plane there. And he started playing with the the points and moving them up and down or moving them around and shit. And it was like, it dawned on me like, oh, there it is. You know, there is an implicit assumption. Like, it only works for them if, for example, things are approaching infinitely far, such that all their lines can be straight, right? And it doesn't work for us if they assume things are not infinitely straight or infinitely far, whatever. Like, they have to assume that there are these fixed points in 3D space, like little bubbles or balls of whatever, floating there, you know, in some sort of 3D coordinate space, right? Like hanging a fucking disco ball from the ceiling, right? Where you can draw an angle to, right? That is an implied assumption, right? But we don't know that. So if they think that it is the case, then they kind of pigeonhole us into that assumption and say, oh, well, because this is so, it can't be because it doesn't work. But, you know, there's just so many assumptions all over the place that, like, of course, you know, no wonder everybody's fucking confused.
Mathematically, it's going to make sense when you have a model that's derived from a planar position. So when they do the math, because it's making sense on that, you know, on that side, it's like because they're doing it, because they're saying it's a globe, so they believe it's a globe, but latitude and longitude are all derived from a planar, you know, surface. So the other day, this guy's like, okay, well, if you're gonna do celestial navigation, which map would you use? I forgot who was answering and who was. I forgot the two people, but he goes, what map would you use? And then I forgot who said it, but he's like, I'd use the Mercator map because it works, because it's all, you know, derived on latitude and longitude, and it's all based off a planar surface. And I'm like, think about it, like way back in the day, all they were doing is just taking points on a map. It wasn't about the shape of the Earth, because they can derive it just from the angle. They knew, like they understood it. But in today's world, they're like, it has to be a globe. But that makes zero sense, because if you can do it without assuming it's a globe, then what makes them think that it has to be if you're able to do it without? Like, I don't get their logic sometimes, like how lost they are, like how badly they need it to be a globe.
I heard one argument for that. I asked that at some point. It's like, well, you know, back in the day, you know, like the ball model only really got like quote unquote mainstream, and you know, in what was it, late 1800s, 1900s, or whatever, everyone started learning about this shit in school, right? And there was still a mix of things during that time, but that's when it got more pronounced, right? So if that was the case beforehand, there must have been a lot more people who didn't see things like that, right? So therefore, there must have been individuals that were navigating, like APOC, like you were saying, on the assumption that it was flat or whatever, right? So what's that all about? And the reply was something like, oh, well, because we knew, quote unquote, we knew it was a ball since, you know, whatever, 3000 BC or whatever the fuck, right? Amongst the high class of society, right, the intellectuals, it was therefore kind of like purported that all intellectuals saw things this way, and all navigators were of that upper echelon, right, in terms of class and society. So therefore, they must have perceived it as a ball too, right? Like that was the info. It's like, like that's too much to just suggest without any concreteness, you know. But that's how it was presented. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
Yeah, no, for real. It's like they always try. They do it really smugly. Like only the smart people knew it was a globe. Like, dude, shut up. Like, okay. So imagine all the smart people are assuming it's a globe, but all the dumb people are perfectly fine to navigate without it being a globe, and they're getting to where they need to go. It's just such a false. Like, I don't know, man. They frustrate me.
Hey, what's up, pussies?
No, great. Speaking of, hey, what's up, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, why'd you kick me from the panel last night? I was kicking the fucking guy's ass. That was kind of cringe.
You know, everyone's a legend in their own mind, right?
I don't think that's the
What
case, no. Then why do people kill themselves?
What was the situation? What did I miss?
Last night?
Nick was epic. Apparently, he was legendary. Until we muted him and got rid of him, he was too epic and legendary for us. That's what was going on.
Nah, I mean, I was concise, clear, kicked the guy's ass, and all of a sudden I'm yelled at and kicked off the panel. I know why that happened. So I'm here to clarify, you know, for next time, what not to do. Because I must have done something wrong, right?
Probably over-talking's a big one for some of them.
Wait, come again?
Over-talking might have been what triggered it. Probably best you don't do that.
Yeah, I didn't overtalk. I can only recall one time where I accidentally started talking because he had a pause, and then immediately when he started talking, I apologized, and I stopped talking. That was the only time it happened. It only happened one time.
Yeah, that's.
You can play it back. So unless my memory doesn't serve
It was
me
that.
right.
It was that.
And
I thought you kicked off the panel, so don't do it.
Oh, it was that. That's okay. Yeah.
What was your argument?
Well, I came in late with the argument, and it's a good segue. Thank you. The argument essentially was beforehand that in order to prove something, then you have induction and you have experiment and you have validation and stuff. There is talking about like what truths are essentially and how you know something, but it wasn't as philosophical. It was more practical, right? Then some guy brought up space and NASA, which is pretty custom at this point, right? And then the Nathan guy, he said something like they're from Narnia. You can't invoke pictures from Narnia. They're fake. And then the other guy crumbled sadly. And then I joined in and I just said, well, it's fine and all that you call it fake. And if it's you I'm arguing, then it's very unlikely that I can sway you over. But for the audience, the way that we deduce if something is real or not, or if something is provable or not, is through this, and that, right? And one thing is to go there, right? And if you say that we haven't gone there, right, because it's fake, then you're positing an argument as a counter to the argument. So you have to defend that. And then he then said, and I'm sorry this takes a while, right? But he then said, the second law of thermodynamics rules it out completely. It's impossible to have a pressure system close to a non-pressure system without a diffusion or a equilibrium of what's the word I'm looking for? Entropy, right? And then I just said correct, but the problem is, first of all, that's not the second law of thermodynamics. That's an interpretation, and the literal second law of thermodynamics invokes a closed system, which
oh my God.
Earth is not, right?
I remember you. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah.
What's
yeah,
the
Earth
difference?
is not a closed system. And then he broke down and he was
that
like,
long to jog your memory, Chad?
and then and then he broke down. Then he was like, oh, I don't have to defend whether or not it's a closed system or not. And I'm like, do you even know what a closed system is? And he was like, I don't have to defend the claim. You have to. I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm defending my claim.
I'll play Paul, Nick. What is the difference between an open and a closed system?
That's what I asked him.
I'm asking
right?
you. I'm asking
well,
you
a closed system, you can have entropy. change,
Correct.
right? But you can in an open system. So there will be a gradient, for instance, like you see closer to the atmosphere. We have pressure gradients, and we also, by the way,
no. To stop.
yes,
So 3 types of system,
You know,
and this. Hold on. This was demonstrated by Quantum Eraser just after you got muted. So 3 types of system: isolated, closed, and open. Isolated systems don't exist in nature. An isolated system is no matter or energy transfer from one system to the other. A closed system is energy transfer, like heat, but no matter transfer, like gas. An open system, free energy and matter transfer. The energy can leave, and now because it's physically open, the physical matter can leave. Understand?
yeah. But the
So
problem
what's
is
the Earth?
though,
So
yeah,
what's
yeah,
the Earth? What's the Earth?
a closed system, or
No, open system. Free matter
no,
transfer.
he said it was a closed
rockets
system.
to the moon.
No. Wait. Jedi, you're okay. I got it twisted. So if you're asking me about my position, I'm saying
Yes.
it's an open system. Therefore, second law of thermodynamics is invalidated. But he
No,
was saying that
no, incorrect.
no, not incorrect.
No, incorrect. Because now what happens in an open system? What will happen?
Well, you'll have a force equilibrium, right? Over time.
No, if there's an open system, the matter is free to leave, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where does it
Cool.
lead
So
to?
this can
right?
be described in the second law of thermodynamics. You have
you
two
could just
systems. Hold on. You've got 2 systems separated by a partition. In one system, you've got gas. In the other system, you've got a vacuum. When you remove the partition, entropy increases. There's no energy put into the system, and the gas disperses into the available volume.
Yeah, that's correct. But the problem is, yeah, no, that's correct. But the problem is, the issue rather with that, right, is that is built on a sudden emergence or takeaway of like a barrier between those, right? But we don't have this barrier is the problem, right? So and you avoided that purposefully, right? Where is the barrier, Jedi, right?
Not purposely. If you want to talk about available volume, then the gas will fill that available volume, won't it?
Yeah, in an isolated system, sure.
No, not isolated systems don't exist.
You mean closed systems? I switched them. A closed system, sorry. I mean closed system.
Entropy doesn't take place.
An idiot.
No. I got tripped. I got tripped in the words, and I'm sorry. You used the right word there, and I used the wrong one. What I meant to say was, a closed system, right, such as Earth, is not or an open system, which he said was a closed system, such as Earth, right, does not have this barrier presented anywhere that can be demonstrated, right? And the reason to that, right, is that we have gravity, right? I know that the gravity argument is hard because you then have to prove
what
gravity.
Are you talking about? You're talking to like both sides of your mouth. Okay, if it's an open system, it doesn't have gravity keeping the stuff in. It's open because stuff is allowed to leave. It's obeying the second law of thermodynamics. You have entropy. You have the gases going from high to low to the vacuum of space. Gravity keeps it in, so gravity would make it a closed system. You have to choose between having a closed system with gravity or open system without. Argue one. Don't argue.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's how it works because something can be variable, right?
It doesn't appear within the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity does not reduce the entropy of a system. Gas fills space. That's what it does.
Let's see here. Let me look up the proper definition so I know I'm not getting word gamed. Let me.
You can demonstrate. It's a very simple law to demonstrate. You're breathing.
We hope so for his sake.
I mean, most sources they do try to like claim that Earth is both an open and a closed system.
Right. So you trying to hammer me down and say that
allows transfer of energy.
Which is
but
exactly what I wanted
gravity's
to
keeping
avoid.
stuff in. But when we use our human ingenuity and we create like spacecraft, we can leave. So therefore, it's technically an open. They like to take.
It can't be one. It can't be one for one thing and another for a different.
Yeah, that's what you said
One or the
yourself,
other.
and now you're trying to backpedal it percentage and say, well, it can't be both because of this. So this is what I mean with the word games, right?
Oh, you're
You
gonna
guys are very
confuse
fast.
the doing,
dude?
Don't listen
He's
to
the one that was just
fucking idiot.
talking.
Just shut up, percentage. You're confusing the poor lad.
Yeah,
Yo,
so
the globe
I
is
guess
confused.
my argument is this: if it's truly closed, right, then nothing can leave, right? And then the second law of
No.
thermodynamics.
Closed systems, energy can leave and enter the system.
Yeah, but not mass.
Yeah, not physical matter.
Yeah,
That's
so you
correct.
can have heat dispersal if you have fucking a cloudy day, right?
Identifies the system as closed.
Yeah, but it's not though. It's not closed.
No,
That's what
I'm
I'm
asking
saying.
you a very simple. So it's not closed. So
Yeah,
what
it's not.
identifies it as being open then?
That you can have mass exchange with the outer atmosphere or universe, what you would call the space outside of our atmosphere.
Yeah, the
Say
differential
outside.
between an shut up percentage. The differential between an open and closed system is shut up percentage. Thanks.
You shut up. Watch how you talk.
That you can have mass exchange, right? As well as
You can
energy.
ask you ask me to be quiet or something like that, but watch your.
Fuck off. Give me 2 seconds. I don't like this troll. Go on, carry on with your point, mate.
Oh, I thought you were going. My bad. Yeah, so I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm saying when you have entropy in thermodynamics, right? And you hammer down on this point that, well, you cannot have a gas or you could not have any matter escape this boundary of the atmosphere is essentially what he said, right? I'm not saying that's your argument. I'm saying from yesterday you cannot have that happen. And the reason you cannot have that happen is due to the second law of thermodynamics. Then I said, well, that would be true if it was a closed system. But now that it is an open system, or at least I'm saying that, and here's the proof, then you have to describe to me that it is a closed system, because in a closed system, the astronauts and the spacecraft, etc., they could not leave. Like they literally could not escape, right? And so so that's like the rebuttal I had, right? Now you're correct. I used closed and isolated interchangeably, which I shouldn't have. That's correct. So thank you. You're absolutely right. But it doesn't take away from the point about him saying it's closed and I'm saying it's open, right? And the argument there
to be closed. It has to be closed.
Well,
Because
how
the
does it
gas-
have to be?
Because the gas would fuck off.
Yeah, but the gas does fuck off.
No, the gas would fill the limitation of volume, the vacuum that we live in, space. That's the V within PV equals nRT, the volume for the gas to fill. So the gas will fill that volume. Very simply describes as entropy will increase. The gas will fill the limitation of its environment. That's what it will do. Now, if we have gas pressure, that means that the gas isn't fucking off. It means there's a limitation to the environment because we have pressure. If the system was open, we wouldn't have pressure because the gas would fuck off, filling the vacuum of space. That's what the second law describes. High pressure goes to low pressure. It doesn't do so unless there's a physical boundary. That's what separates a closed and open system, a physical boundary. Now, if you're saying that the Earth is an open system, that's no physical boundary. If you're saying it's a closed system, that's a physical boundary. Gravity doesn't appear in the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity does not reduce the entropy of a system. So every time you say gravity does something, no, it doesn't. It doesn't appear in the second law. Gas fills space.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to have to bring up gravity, because then at that point I'd have to defend gravity, and I can't do that. Nobody can.
No, you can't defend this premise, even with a closed system.
Yeah,
It
but
has to be close.
the
gas.
No, but even
the gas
going
fills
logically,
available volume, or it doesn't. Does gas fill available volume?
available, yeah. When you use the word available, yeah. But available to me, it probably means something else than it does to you, right?
No, it
so
doesn't.
available
No, it
is
doesn't.
not.
Stop. No, it doesn't. It means the same thing. Don't act like it doesn't mean the same thing to you as it means to everybody else. You're trying to
OAB.
right now. This is your sophist gimmick that you're going to employ, just so that you won't be held down to the asserting the same thing everybody understands. You know what it means. It means the same thing. You understand what T-Dub said it means.
Well, put it like this. I'll give you an
What?
analogy. If
You don't
there
need
is a
to.
bed,
You don't
wait,
need to.
try
You
not
don't
to
need
talk
to.
over me.
No, yeah,
Try
I
not-
don't have
It
to.
wasn't
you don't
to
need
you.
To. Shut up. You don't need to do that. Stop using your gimmick. It's not going to work. It means the same thing to you as it means to everybody else. Simple. You don't need to be using your gimmick or analogies or trying to make the point more clear. We don't need to listen to you try to do that. It's very obvious it means the same thing to everybody. Fills the space. It's what gas does. Yeah?
I'm just gonna talk to you, Jedi, because this guy.
What? You understand what Jedi said? It's the same thing that T-Dub said. It's the same thing that I'll say. No one's going to change their definition or listen to your dumbass analogy that you think you're going to teach us anything. You're the one learning here. Simple.
You're doing a very poor job if you want to educate.
It doesn't matter how I'm doing. It matters that you understand the same thing that T-Dub and I and Jedi understand.
And what is that you understand, please?
That gas fills this available volume, the space. Pretty simple. You don't need to use well, it means something different to me. I don't know. No, it don't.
I said
Stop it.
probably.
No, it doesn't. Does not mean anything different. The simple takeaway, Jedi just laid it out for you. T-Dub just reassured you. It means the same thing to me. It means the same
I mean,
thing to
you're
you.
shutting down meaningful conversation.
No, it's not shutting down meaningful conversation. It's shutting down your gimmick. That's what I'm doing. I'm stopping you from preventing you from actually continuing with your gimmick, which is, well, I have a different analogy here. Hear me out. No, we don't need to.
Why are you doing this, man?
Because you guys don't understand it. Every time you try to do this, you take away from the conversation which was happening. And everybody understands the conversation, except for when you start doing this little meta conversation right now.
What are you hoping to achieve of muting me?
Well, from you preventing you from continuing to diarrhea of the mouth about something that's not what you've been talking about, which is gas filling available volume.
Cool. Are you like a toddler with a mic?
No, I'm a mod in this forum, and I'm muting you because you're going to try to continue to use your tactic, and it's not going to work. Gas fills available volumes, does it not?
It depends.
Oh, really? Go ahead and tell Jedi how it depends then. I'll mute up.
Yeah, I was going to do that. You just wasted 3
Yeah,
minutes
go
of
ahead.
everybody's time
Well,
because
no,
you're a
it doesn't.
kid.
I'm stopping you.
Yeah,
I'm
you
stopping
mentally.
you. Yeah, whatever. Just go ahead and talk to Jedi. I'll mute up. Tell him how gas doesn't fill available volumes.
Yeah, you should mute up. You little bitch.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're rude to that one.
So now that this guy,
That's
I'd
Just
just
talk
be
to Jedi.
surprised
Just talk to
at that point.
Jedi. That's it. Just talk to him. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep getting muted like a dumbass. So just talk to him.
damn, what a weird guy.
This isn't
He
you
doesn't-
being epic, mate. Like you said, you were legendary earlier. If you complain about people, that's not being epic. Just stick to the point. Show me a
Nothing legend at all.
violation of the second law. Show me gas not expanding into space. Show me that. If that's what your claim is.
Right. So that is my claim, right? But I'm not claiming that it doesn't do it at all. I'm claiming that all of it doesn't disperse until there is equilibrium, right? And the reason I'm doing that, right, is because of two things, especially first of all, what we already mentioned, right, the lack of barrier demonstrated which can be demonstrated, could it not, in any other experiment where you would validate this? So I'm saying either the quote-unquote natural law of thermodynamic, or laws, but second law in this case, are wrong or lackluster or need to be construed in a different way so they account for this phenomena, which they don't, because at the
Listen
time
to
you
this
probably
guy.
didn't know. So either I'm claiming that
Sorry,
they're...
what phenomena?
Well, you said specifically yourself that gravity is not included, right?
Yes, because it doesn't affect
No
the
little
entropy of
g.
a system. It doesn't affect the entropy of a system, scientifically validated, because gas fills space. Yeah.
Yeah, so what's wrong with what I said and what you said? How do they not align? You said
Because
it...
you have no phenomena, because gas fills space. You're saying no, there is a phenomena where gas doesn't fill space. Where's that then?
That would be Earth, right?
No, this would be you begging the question. I've got a belief that the sky is a vacuum and the gas isn't dispersing into that space. That's
Actually,
a
it's
belief.
the opposite. Well, find me a system where you have...
Find you a system.
Nobody needs to find you a system. What is wrong with this guy?
You finding Jedi stuff, not the
Yeah,
other way around. bro.
Jedi, you go ahead and find out my claim.
No.
What is wrong with him? It's his claim. Why do you got to look for anything? What the hell's wrong with this guy?
Sorry, I have AV turned down, so if he talks, just like...
Yeah, you better turn me back up, Sunshine.
Yeah, that's an advantage thing. Please
You
turn
better
it back
turn
up.
me back up. If not, you're gonna fucking fuck off of this forum.
Yeah, if you don't turn Alpha back up, man, you can't do that to moderators. He might be talking, you might be talking, and yeah, so.
Okay,
just
that's
turn him
fair.
back up.
I'll put him to like 5% so I can see the green.
Nope. That ain't gonna work. I'm at 100, baby. If I'm not at 100, you're out of this fucking forum. How about that? Got it?
Okay, see, he's not talking now. So yeah, I was saying, find me a system where...
100%, or you're gone. Last chance. You better be listening to me too, because I'm gonna ban you right after this. 100%, or you're gone.
Find me a system where there is this...
All right, fuck off.
Nice knowing you. What's up, Alpha?
Hey, what up, bud?
I'm feeling better. Oh.
That's good. Were you under the
Yeah.
weather?
Yeah, I think it's something I ate yesterday, and I just was like, it was bad, dude. I was like, oh man, I crashed out early.
And I know what'll make you feel better. Ask Jedi to look for your evidence of your claim at Apar. That'll.
Jedi, so I believe in a system. I need you to find it.
Find that system, Jedi. For God's
Find that
sake.
system for me. Yeah.
I know it's my claim, but just do the work for me, because you're a great pal. Can't talk to the alpha guy. He's making me answer questions.
Crazy. Oh well, I can make myself a cup of coffee now.
Some of these guys are like, and he's an anti-flat earther for sure, but what the hell's wrong with them, man? Mentally deficient in some area.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently Nathan Oakley hurt him yesterday.
Oh, he went up
He
against
decided-
Nathan?
Yeah, he wanted to come back and have the conversation with us and display his legendary epicness, because that's how he described himself. Or I described him. He was being legendary and epic yesterday, and we unfairly muted him. Okay, fair enough. Let's try again. Now have to go and find his claims. Brilliant.
Yeah, he can cool off for a little bit and come back later on. Spin everybody's wheels later. He's gonna come back. He always does. He's like one of those guys who always return. Don't worry about it. He'll cool off and then come back and start acting like that again.
Like a dog to their vomit.
But see, here's the thing though. Every time that he returns, he's always gonna make it sound like the thing that you said means something different to him. Well, gas expands in available space and available volumes. Yeah, I get it, but
Let's
not
just
always.
say,
Not
in the
always.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, he'll be one of the greatest air guitarists of all time.
Yeah, see, second law doesn't always happen. I mean, you guys got to remember, you can't prove the dome's up there. So no hard dome. You can prove the dome. So no dome. Well, sorry, it could be something else other than the second law. Like, what in the hell? So the gas law that applies to nature doesn't apply to nature. Got it. That is wild, son. Then he agrees with T-Dub, and then he's like, wow, it means something different. Then he wants to take his muddy shoes and step all over my couch, bro. What the hell's going on?
I feel like they're torn because they do know the argument. They do know the logic. So it's like they're torn because they're still hanging on to the falsehoods, the lies, but trying to justify them. So they always get tripped up.
Yeah.
So like that's why they agree, but then in the same breath they're disagreeing. It's like, dude, you're fighting with yourself at this point.
Freaking Barrington sent me a video from Matt Walsh. I don't know if you know who Matt Walsh is. And he had a conversation
Yeah,
with
the
Joe
online
Rogan.
dude.
Yeah. He had a conversation with Joe Rogan. I guess Joe Rogan now went back on saying that the moon landing was fake, and it was like prior to COVID, he was actually saying vaccines were good and all kinds of shit. And with after that, he's like, with the moon landing, he's back to what he was before, denying it, saying it was a hoax. And he was talking to Matt Walsh, of course. Matt's all about the globe and whatnot, so he's like, no, it has to be. It has to be such a great. What he was saying is, like, at best, with his argument, he was like disproving possibly the ability that they could have went to the moon, but still, he has to replace it with at least a narrative of a hoax. And he's like, well, there's nobody blowing the whistle, so how could we have something like a hoax if we don't have any positive evidence of the hoax actually taking place? There's nobody that came out and said anything. Like, so we're dealing with the guys like that, Matt Walsh, and I don't give a damn who the numpty is. They're all numpties, dude. Like, from the most prolific to the guy who nobody even knows. So that's the thing. Whoever they are, you could hear it into their voice. Like, they're clinging to the narrative. They're identifying with it. Like, we had to have landed on the moon for some reason. Like, they had to have done it. Like, so he's, I think he even mentioned flat Earth, but he didn't even talk about it. He was just talking about the moon landing, I guess, because he had like a 1 hour special with Rogan.
He said flat Earth is dumb. He's like, well, I know it's not flat Earth. It's not like flat Earth because that's a dumb conspiracy. Like, he really like bashed it.
Oh, you seen it, Apot?
Yeah, the interview. Yeah, with Joe Rogan. Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys. I mean, there's these talking heads that are online that people listen to, and obviously those guys have more weight or whatever because they have a bigger audience, and because of that, what they say must be true because they have an audience. And it's like nobody's challenging them because they could say whatever they want in their forum. Obviously, there's a few checks and balances, but so long as the majority of people are still writing with their narrative, then nobody will disagree with them that the moon landing was or is not fake. So I guess Joe's being a little more edgy. I don't know why he's doing that. I thought he was just going to capitulate to the overlords that are letting him have his podcast. You know what I mean? But like with Matt and stuff, like that guy is all Glober. Like, he's 100% all in. He's all invested. So he's definitely has got like a identity crisis when it comes to like somebody denying the fact that they went to the moon. He's like, it don't have to be such a grand conspiracy, like such a big thing. It's like he makes it sound like so corny, dude. Like it's not even possible that they could have done it. So anyway, I don't know what you guys think about it. It's like trying to apply some critical thinking to this. It's weird though, because it's like some guys that are very intellectual. Like I don't take him for a dummy. I think he's naive in the case for, the moon landing, because it's not something that it's not tangible to him. It's how could he know either way? The information is held at arm's length. Like everything that he gets is coming from an organization that has already said, that they've won and done this. So how is he going to question? Like, is he going to go up to one of the astronauts or like the organization NASA? Is he going to talk to those guys? He ain't going to do none of that. So he just accepts it like everybody else. It's just the same with flat Earth. So then we got people that are getting tripped up and don't even know what gas pressure. Well, might mean something else to you that it means to me. I mean, gas pressure in the highest of atmosphere could change. Second law maybe it's lackluster. He said that too. Lackluster. Fucking crazy, dude. What is wrong with these people? These are fundamental laws of nature, my friends.
This guy asked me earlier.
Is not something to be negotiated. It's not like a agree to disagree genre. We're not here to say, well, that's the second law of thermodynamics. Maybe. Like, what the fuck?
This guy earlier was trying to ask me if gas has weight.
Who's that? One of the guys who come in there?
It was in the side chat. It was just like saying, any material you make a helium container out of and put in a vacuum, that material will cause it to sink. Hence, you inject the vacuum with helium, it disperses.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a lot of the guys in here deny just basic science. Things that can...
Yeah, and his response to that was like, oh, but, air has weight. And I'm like, what? The weight of one helium atom that's not connected to any other helium atom, which is required for structure, molecules connected.
you know what's ironic, though? What's ironic about this whole thing is they used to call us science deniers. And they're doing the exact same thing that they charged us with when this whole thing began on the internet. That's what they were saying. Right. We were science deniers. I mean, Jedi could remember that. I do. All of us were science deniers. We deny science. It's just amazing that we've come like this far, and they're the ones throwing science under the bus. The method by which we understand the physical and natural world has now been, in their mind, questioned. It's questionable. Like, well, you say that's what it means to you, but might mean something different to me. Really? How do you negotiate something that's a law? Like, how does that make sense to anybody? Like, I cringe when I hear this. Guys in here that do that. Well, it doesn't. Yeah, that's what it means to you. Like, no, dude, you're a dumbass. That's what it means to everyone.
Dude, it's like trying to convince a mime he's not in a box because they've been trained by better clowns to believe they're in a box.
That's kind of a good analogy, actually. But we're dealing. It's more, and I said this before. It's psychological. So you have to kind of expose it. There's no way out of it. The only way to do it is to stomp on it, like immediately when it starts happening. Like when they start saying things like it. Okay, if somebody's denying the very essence of like how we understand, what is right, what is wrong, how do we know what science is? Like if they start denying all these things, they're denying reality. And if we're just gonna reason with them in a lengthy process, it's not gonna help them. We're not doing them any favors. We need to stomp that shit out right there, right at the moment that it happens. Hold on a second. What do you mean? That's not what it means to you. This is what the backbone of science is built on. demonstration, validation, falsification, all of this. Like, and we're just gonna toss it out so that we can have a lengthy conversation with the numbnuts like you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. It's just, I don't know. It's more of the same because that's all they got. They just got their gimmicks, their bag of tricks. Fucking hell. He was doing it real time too. Fuck's sake, dude. Those other hardened anti-flat earthers don't come in here anymore. Not like they used to. Euclidean, I think Euclidean geometry, whatever the hell his name is these days. Now he's arguing with Peter. Look, and there's infighting in Globers. Arguing amongst themselves.
That gives me a lot of joy when there's infighting on the Glover side. That's hilarious.
I like when because they disagree with each other. And who was it here that was? He said something really stupid, and he got all the Globers in here upset. Oh yeah, the GP's in the sky. Who was that guy? Was talking about the ground position in the.
What?
Did you hear that one, Jedi? I'm
No.
not sure who was championing that point. It was a new guy. I know that for sure. It was a new guy that came in here, and I think Peter was in here or somebody else was in here, but I wasn't. They were saying to me that the guy was actually talking about that the ground position is actually in the sky and not on the ground. Dude, like, seriously, you can't make any of this shit up. Like, this is, and the Globers were upset with him because he was like, he didn't want to stop. He kept saying that we're wrong because we're talking about ground position and none of it is on the ground. Like, I know, it's in the name. I get it. Like, I mean, I know what you guys are thinking too, but he was really hardened in his stance. Like, he did not change his position. It was talking about how the ground position's in the sky. So when we talk about GP,
I'm trying to figure out why he would say that. And the only way that he could say that is if it's on the tangent of the observer, and now the ground position is on that tangent, but that tangent is out in space somewhere, but not on the Earth.
yeah,
It's the only way he could say it.
that could be the case because the tangent would be away from the Earth. Because even I think Mackie, when he was in here, he was saying that the sun goes below 0 degrees, and that's bullshit. Because, or excuse me, he said he could see the sun go below 0 degrees. So the way it works is that 0 degrees is the horizon. That's where the sky meets the Earth. That's the point where you can't see the sun, like when the vanishing point. So that's 0 degrees. Now, if you're saying you still see the sun below 0 degrees, I think that's what that guy was talking about. I could be wrong, but like you said, that's probably correct. What he was thinking.
Yeah, when Mackie says that the sun goes 0 degrees, that's because Mackie is at altitude and the sun has gone below his horizontal. So below 0 degrees. I mean, that's fascinating and all, but unfortunately, after you do that measurement, you're going to have to correct for your height of eye to take it down to a speed level reading, and then the sun won't be below 0 degrees.
Yeah, dude, like, I mean, you can belabor this point, Jedi, like as many times as you want, like with these guys. And for some reason, they reset daily. They come back here and they try it again, like as if the conversation never existed, like you had with them.
How do
It's
they do
amazing.
that?
I have no idea, dude.
It's I know what you're talking about. I've seen it a few times. You'll hear them in here. They'll have a little meltdown. Either yourself or Jedi or someone will shut them down completely. They'll go away. And it's like, it's just have a glass of water and it washes it all away. Back in they come. Bzz, reset. So, I've got nothing.
Yeah, like we tell them too. You know how we destroyed the point yesterday? They're like, no, I don't think so. And they're serious, dude. They're like, dude, you can't be serious. Like we I told you how it doesn't work. Like, there's no possible way that you can come back in here and restart the argument. How are you doing this? Like, it's, and then maybe that's the invincible ignorance. Is that a fallacy? Because I don't know. It could be invincible ignorance.
Well, just ignoring everything and then restarting again.
Yeah.
And that's circle jerking. That's just fucking stupid.
Just circle jerk. Yeah.
Just
And,
doesn't matter what anybody says. I'm going to restart on my base premise and go again,
At
and then
some point-
claim you don't understand. That's
At some point, I think we're gonna turn into Quantum Eraser. I don't know at what point, but there will be that moment where it's just gonna be like, that's it. That's it. They're fucking finished. They're like, there's no more. That's it. You've exhausted. The juice ain't worth the squeeze, like Crit says, or you try to get as much blood out of that turnip. Like, there's nothing
I'm
else.
only allocated 3 fucks a week, and you just used 4 in the first sentence.
I like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, seeing it like, Jedi's been kind of courteous with these guys and giving them enough rope so they can hang themselves. But even when he's being generous, and charitable, like, it still turns out that they piss him off, dude. Like, and you've heard it too. Like, he can be as charitable as he wants, but then at some point they overtalk him, they run him over. Like, it's frustrating.
Pisses me off when they overtalk him. Jedi is the most chill one of all of us, I reckon. And these numpties will overtalk him, and I'm just sitting there going, do that shit again, boy. Psst. Now shut up and listen.
You should have seen him in 2018. You would have been, you'd been like, damn, this guy is shutting him down.
I might have chilled out in my old age, but I like giving them the rope. I like them asking me questions so I can dismantle it, and as long as you explain it to them, there's only 2 recourses of action. One, to agree, because this is obvious demonstrable reality, or disagree and act like an idiot. If they disagree, then that's fine. I don't mind them disagreeing, but they have to validate it, and I know that they fucking can't. And so I don't mind having this conversation, because it doesn't matter which way I take them or they go or we take them. They can't demonstrate that shit. That's why I asked Nick earlier, show me gas not filling space then, if that's your claim. Show me it. And he can't, unless he points up to a vacuum in the sky in his belief that the gas isn't filling that space.
Yeah, because the second law of thermodynamics is lackluster. What he said. Lackluster. Doesn't have have enough to.
The law is wrong. The experimental validations are incorrect. We don't observe this and demonstrate this and use this practically within our every working day environment. And this law is lackluster. It doesn't apply to everything. Okay, what doesn't it apply to? Well, find my observation for me.
Yeah, find it, Jedi. You can find it for me. Find what system. Find what system it works in. It doesn't. Excuse me. Find what system it doesn't work in, Jedi.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that for me. And when you're done finding that information, come back and let me know. Like,
yeah. And then I'll prove it to you. Okay, thanks.
And I'll prove it to you afterwards.
It's just the law of nature. It happens always.
Yeah. How do you dispute that? I mean, you can actually demonstrate this is true.
Because the planet is special, and the things in the sky, that's special, and they have special powers, and they negate this law. This law doesn't happen. It happens here, but it doesn't happen here, weirdly enough.
So every paradox that gets presented to us and we expose it, like, that has to stand for something for the listener. Like, like he says, well, gas expands into the available space. Yeah, he agrees with T-Dub, but sometimes it doesn't. Really? When doesn't it? Well, when it reaches the top of the exosphere, because obviously a little bit of, it's like, it's not all the way closed system. It's like a crick in the door, kind of like when you were scared when you were like 4-year-old, and you wanted a little light coming in from the outs in the hallway, so you left a little crick in the door. So that little crick, that's like how the gas is escaping out of the earth, because it's an open system, but it's kind of closed. So you can think of it like a closed system. This is what I've heard anyway. This is how they tell it to me. So you could think of it like a closed system, but it's really open. That's a paradox, my friend. If ever I heard one.
Well, it's like Nick earlier, when trying to define what a closed and open system was and what we meant by something being closed or open. That's physical closure. It's a closed physical system. It has to be physical. When it's open, that means that one of the boundaries is not physical anymore, as in there's nothing there, so the gas can fuck off. Now he's saying that you can have a closed system, but it doesn't have to be physical. So it's technically an open system because there's no physicality there. What fucking weird word salad is this?
It's you can, like I said, you can consider it closed for all intents and purposes, but it's really open.
Yeah.
And how do you get away with that? How does one? It's like a Jedi mind trick, right? I mean,
it's physically open, but something else that isn't physical is physically keeping the stuff from expanding into the space.
exactly.
Okay.
And then when they point to gravity, when they point to gravity, and then they say it's gravity. Yeah, you know what gravity is? Can you define gravity? Like, I mean, yeah, I drop a pin. Oh.
Okay.
They think it controls all the volume of all matter.
Hold on, I'll define gravity. It's the thing that makes us stick to the ground.
Apart from the gas that is rising upwards from the ground and filling the space above it. Yeah, but gravity,
Jedi, it only
gravity's
goes.
pulling it back down. Okay.
It only
Sorry.
goes to a certain. It only goes to a certain limit, you know. And then some guy told me when I was arguing with him, he's like, it goes to a certain limit, and then it cools, and then gravity brings it back down again. Duh.
Okay.
I don't know, man. It's as many times as you think you can have this discussion with somebody, they try to weasel out of that. You know, gas doesn't have any, like, there's no pull of gravity on molecules of gas, because they try to say anything with matter has gravitational attraction to it. So a thing with mass, it doesn't matter how big it is, small, it has a gravity well to some extent, right? And that gravity well, that it's caused by the bending and warping of space-time, because it's an object. It gets so crazy, right? So every object has, because it's matter has the space-time warping around it. All matter does. So everything that has matter it's bendy space-time, all of it. So anything that gets near the other thing, yeah, they get like, they want to attract each other.
Right. Yes, and get this right. Not only does the solid state of matter want to attract gas to it, right? But when there's enough gas itself in a certain volume, it will collapse in on itself and
Yeah.
and explode.
Yeah.
A lumpy
gas
gas.
expands. Sorry, gas expands unless there's a lot of gas. Sounds fucking stupid, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then you get lumpy gas in a vacuum, Jedi.
Dear me.
How else do you get the planet Earth to form if not by molecules sticking to each other and, kind of coalescing? Because that's what happens. You get enough of these molecules and they attract each other, they start clumping, you got lumpy gas in the vacuum. The next thing you know, formation of a planet, the birth of a star, yada yada, on and on.
This is why PV equals nRT is so important. The first two letters give it away. Pressure, which is defined as force over area. So it calculated as force over area, the physical gas exerting the pressure or force on the walls of its container, the area given in feet or meters, described as a physical boundary for gas to press upon. And that's why the V is so important, because that's the volume of the container that the gas exists within and the amount of space that gas resides in. Because we know if we increase or decrease the volume, gas pressure will go up or down. keep increasing the size of the volume, the gas will fill that volume. Awesome. So if the volume is space, gas will fill space.
Except for when it doesn't, because it's
Except for when it
lackluster,
doesn't.
Jedi.
Yeah. Except for when it doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a good enough rebuttal, but I guess that was his rebuttal. Except for when it's lackluster and doesn't cover the fact that we're talking about the air that you and I breathe, because up there somewhere, the second law of thermodynamics is being negated.
Yeah. It's
up there.
Lackluster and incomplete.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's like all the laws that gas abides by, you're saying none of them, or at least some of them, are okay. Then there's some that we haven't discovered yet because there's some gas laws that are being negated. So we have to think about new ways, right? Maybe with these sophists that come in here, something else is happening. Well, it's definitely not second law, because we just can't have the second law if gas has available volume and it's supposed to be going into the available space, but it doesn't. So weird. And these guys call themselves intellects, these Globert sophists. That's all they got. Where are the PhDs at, man? Where are these fucking scholars? Nowhere to be found.
If you haven't got that quote there that I just posted by Maxwell, yeah, grab it. It's a gem. It's a gem of a fucking quote for gas. His take on gas.
Yeah. That's basically what we've been saying. Like, it's weird. Like I was saying, TW, like we've been always talking about this.
That's awesome. I appreciate that, T-Dub. I've saved that, and you might hear me saying that again, because gases are distinguished from other forms of matter not only by their power of indefinite expansion. Indefinite expansion. That means it's going to keep going, as in the gas will fill the space.
Yes.
It's not only that they're disagreeing with the not only, like the obvious state of affairs. Fucking hell.
It's talking about the perfect elastic collisions according to kinetic molecular theory. So we're still talking about the very same thing that we have been, that's not been negated by any of these globalists. I'm telling you, Jedi, it's the same thing. Science agrees with us and it denies them, and I think they're all butthurt about it because they're trying to find a way out of this and they cannot, because as many people that have been doing real applied sciences, they've been working with gas pressure and they understand it far better than these guys that are trying to make it sound like the space mythos exists, which it doesn't.
He goes on. I mean, this is. I love this. I'm definitely going to be reading this out from time to time. But he then goes on to describe the simplicity of these laws. They're very simple to understand, and I think this is one of the reasons why I get so very frustrated, because this is really simple to understand. It's their belligerence and their belief that the Earth is a ball and can only be a ball, and gravity must be doing something about it, that is stopping them from understanding these very simple laws of nature. They're simple. You can define them and describe them very easily. This is the world that you live in.
Yes.
And people have to deny that. It's crazy.
Right. And then they play their games in this forum. They play their games because that's all they got, Jedi, is their games. When they come in here, they're going to do the best they can to agree with you, right? And yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm teed up. Yep, you're right. Except for when it doesn't happen and you're not right. It's like, dude, how are you going to say that? That flies in the face of everything that we know about our physical world, the natural world. So how can you're saying things that you can't back up? So that to you guys, I don't know. I just, every time I hear them saying stuff like that, I'm like, dude, it means the same thing for you, me, and everybody here. That's how we demonstrate truth of the physical and natural world. because we can test it. We can definitely test it, and then if we're testing it, and gas behavior acts differently in another environment or a different condition, then we'll say, okay, well, look, there's one example that we got here where colder weather or whatever, gases act differently, and then they're gonna not have elastic collisions. You know what I mean? Like gas doesn't expand or does something different, but like we're gonna be able to know that because we have the resources to find that out, like here on Earth, the natural laws, right? So with every condition, we're understanding the physical and natural world that can be understood with testing, falsifying. So, you gotta bring it to the table that way.
But this is why we always ask them to show us. Again, bringing up Nick's conversation, it was like, show me gas not filling space, then show it. Like they can't show it, like we said earlier. I believe the sky's a vacuum, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, we just want them to show it to us. Scientific verification that the second law does not apply in this situation, please. That would be awesome. If you can validate that, then we can wrap it up and we can all go home with regards to this argument. But they can't show it. They invoke something that we can dismantle all day long with regards to gravity. Even if we give it to them, it doesn't affect the entropy of a system. Gas rises from the surface, it goes up, gravity's downwards, right? So it doesn't matter which way we go, we're still going to ask them to show it. And they can't. They even turn around and say, well, you go find it.
Yeah, Maxwell even said that in a simple way, So, I don't know. Except for listening to these guys repeat themselves. There's nothing else they don't have anything, man. There's no demonstration.
This is like, sorry, we can bring up loads of people, right? Like even Sir Arthur Eddington. Now he goes back to Einstein's time, turn of like the 19th and 20th century. Right, back over 150 years ago, these people were talking about these well-described laws of nature because that's what they were doing at the time, trying to figure these things out, running experiments, putting gas in containers, changing the temperature, seeing what happens when you change the volume, understanding basic principles of physics. It's very simple to understand. We've known them for a long time. Sir Arthur Eddington will turn around and tell us that if your theory is against the second law of thermodynamics, then he can offer up nothing but for you to collapse in the deepest humiliation. It will be humiliating for you to even try to stand up against the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah,
but they do.
Yeah, because he said it's funny because, and how many people have in science, the academic realms, have already stated what gas is and the laws of gas, and then this guy is coming on here saying, "Yeah, but no." Like, what do you mean? You can't even. There's no way you can substantiate gas laws or debunk them, like as it were, with the idea that you think that space is a vacuum. You can't do that. Like, how are you going to prove it? Certainly not gravity. No, it's not an answer either. Or Mackey's old tired saying, you're just speaking gibberish. You're just wrong." Like, it's all you would do, dude. You're just wrong.
I don't know if you're around for Nathan's show yesterday, but it was pretty much all they were talking about was the second law, and people coming in talking to Nathan about sky vacuums and stuff. I think this is why Nick was kind of upset and hurt earlier, because he got muted and removed from the conversation after Nathan had entertained him for 10 minutes with regards to this particular subject. Yeah, it was like it was an hour of his show, then another hour of it in his after show down here in the channel, and it was just constantly about that.
Was he trying to use the same tactic that he did while he was here just a while ago? Same thing.
He was trying to attempt it, but Nathan's got a very short cut-off point. He'll listen for so long until they immediately say something wrong. So he gets to go a little bit longer when he's talking to us. But yeah, Nathan didn't really give him a chance to go anywhere. He kept just describing the law and asking him to show it. Not
It's
doing
just
that.
so weird, man. How can they agree that gas expanding into the available space? I agree. Yeah, it means that. Except for when it doesn't. Like that to me was like, dude, you can't do that. You can't say except for when it doesn't, or like it's not doing that. It's lackluster. Any of that stuff, unless you're able to provide the evidence. You can't like prove it. You know.
Yes, it's very weird. You wouldn't say that about any kind of physical interaction in nature, like water boiling. It wouldn't reach a certain temperature and then turn to like cold water after all that energy has been put in, continually being put into it. It's not going to reverse. This is the thing, it doesn't go the other way. It goes this way. It expands outwards. High goes to low. Low doesn't go to high. Expansion doesn't collapse, doesn't reverse. That's not happening. Outwards, not in. Forwards, not back.
Yeah, the space mythos says that the universe is gonna collapse in on itself. So they could essentially be saying that it's expand. And I've read this in an article. So they live in a world of contradictions. The universe is expanding into itself. How the fuck does that even happen, dudes? How does the universe expand into itself? Wow.
Yeah.
And then you wonder why we get so many confused souls coming in here.
Well, yeah, they're a tangled mess. They don't well, first of all, the reality is, you can't ever be certain of anything. You're dealing with that kind of situation. So
Yeah, living on an openly closed system.
yeah. The Earth that's spinning, but we don't feel it, and the curvature, but we don't see it. All that stuff.
Expanding in on itself.
And yeah, it's expanding into itself. Yeah. But they're so certain when they speak. They speak with such confidence. Amazing.
Would they? Yeah, that they believe with some kind of, I don't know if ambiguity is the right word. We had one of these guys come in earlier today with regards to gravity. I just asked him which one, and the Earth's gravity. It's just gravity, whatever gravity, just that one. As soon as you just ask them a simple question like which one, implying there is possibly two answers to this question of gravity, maybe more, they very simply get lost. They just believe because of some. It's out there, right? The Earth's a ball. Gravity exists. It all works because of gravity exists. So the answer is gravity. Don't have to understand any further than that. I just know that this is what causes that because that's what they say. This kind of belief in this idea without critically thinking about it. And then when you do start critically thinking about it, just being pointed out that there are two, there's loads, but there are two predominant ideas of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Both of them are mathematical models. One insinuates some kind of magic at a distance because of the existence of mass that is hard to move, is attracting the amount of substance in the space that is hard to move for some reason. I don't know why. Neither does Newton when he posits this idea. That's why he calls it a magic at a distance, or this Einstein mathematical construct describing the phenomena in this way. But it doesn't mean that this model implies that that the universe is made out of this four-dimensional physical stuff of space and time. It's just a good mathematical way of doing it. So when we point out that there's just mathematical models but no real scientific verification for it, apart from you can drop things, then they should then be more critical about where the conversation goes, but they don't. And they'll find that quite frustrating as well sometimes.
Indeed.
They believe for some reason, but they don't understand why.
We can never tell you why. Just I don't know. Just is. Earth is just what it is. Got a guy named Peaceful Warrior who just jumped in. What's up, man? How you doing, Peaceful Warrior? Those two words sound like they're in contradiction to each other. Peaceful Warrior. Like Quiet Storm. Got Echo that just joined us. What's up, Echo?
Echo.
Hi. I've joined this room a few times, but it's always everyone's muted, so I don't know what the deal is with that.
But
Just ask
Oh.
nicely.
you mean like right now? They're locally muted.
I know. I wonder why.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Some people just leave it on like a podcast.
Fair enough. Speaking of, actually, the reason I came here is because I was just listening to the latest I think it's the latest JRE, Joe Rogan with Matt Walsh. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah, I was just talking about it earlier. Yep.
Man, that's I think Joe's really gone off the deep end, man. It's
I don't
pretty
know.
distressing to
He's-
listen to.
He was actually talking about it prior to him saying that he denied the fact that he was saying that at first the moon landings were not like that's how he I don't know if it was a claim to fame, but it was talking about it a lot when he first started, and then he kind of recanted saying that that wasn't true, and he thinks that they did go to the moon and stuff like that, and then I think prior to COVID he changed his mind, or after, excuse me. So he started saying now, or at least with Matt Walsh, that he thinks there's a possibility that it was a hoax. And then Matt, of course, retort with, have you heard
I
it?
hated listening to that because I don't usually like Matt Walsh, but I had to feel that identification with Matt Walsh because to me he was like the voice of reason for this whole long-winded moon landing thing that they did on that episode, and I was like, wow, this is like the one thing where Matt Walsh sounds like he has more than two brain cells to rub together.
Yeah, but that's
And
because
Joe
he
just sounds like a
agrees with you.
complete
Echo.
nut.
That's it. But like, I was talking about it in this room earlier too. It's not the fact that Matt was saying, yeah, it's not just saying that there's a possibility that they didn't go to the moon, but in essence, what you're doing is saying that they actually created a hoax, like they fooled everybody with it. So you're not only saying that they didn't go, but they created a narrative that they did go. Like there was a production value to it, and they, you know what I mean? Like,
I
so
thought that
Matt
was an interesting point, personally.
Yeah, Matt was saying that they had to have done not just, fooling everybody they didn't go, but actually the assertion that like now it's something was done in its place. Like I'm saying they didn't go, now they made some big production that they went, somewhere. And he's
Yeah,
like,
like-
they're
I thought that was an interesting point. I never thought about it that way. Like I guess that's sort of implicitly understood
Yeah,
when
it's
you
supposed to be, but
contest
he
the
didn't-
conspiracy theory. But yeah.
He didn't I guess he kind of expounded on the idea that when somebody says something isn't true, there has to be the positive that what they're saying would be like the opposite. But nobody, I guess nobody really talks about it that much, even in this circle, like Flat Earth. We don't often because sometimes we don't even get to it. To be honest, we don't get to it. But I would say, in this case, like I think it would have done Joe a bit more justice to actually talk about. I don't know if they did or not because I only saw a snippet of it. But did Joe get into the fact what he was thinking of what they did instead of when he said, okay, there could be a good reason, like the Van Allen radiation belts that didn't go, but like, what is the reason why they created this whole narrative of a hoax? Like, did he get into that? Did he talk about
A
it?
little. I mean, I've been listening to the podcast a bit. I haven't got to the end of it either. I don't think I even got to the end of this topic. I hope they didn't spend the whole rest of the podcast talking about the fucking moon landing thing.
I wanted to debate a flat earther, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Well, it's not going to be much of a debate, my friend. You can ask some
Why not?
questions
Yeah.
if you like.
I just let Echo finish Albanian, and then you can go. Just I want him to finish what he was saying.
So if I can recall, I think Joe is basically saying he's doing the thing like, "Oh, I'm not saying we didn't go. I'm just asking questions," kind of thing.
Yeah.
But clearly,
Yeah.
he's clearly very skeptical. But it's beside the point. But as far as I could understand, so Joe was saying, he was really harping on the what is it called, the Van whatever
Van Allen
radiation
belt.
Yeah, which I'd never even heard of. Apparently, it's a halo around the Earth or something. I don't know, but
Yeah, it protects the Earth from harmful radiation from the sun, according to the heliocentric.
okay. I thought that was like an
theory.
atmospheric layer of some. I don't know.
No,
But
no. This is different. This is different.
yeah. Apparently, it's a different thing I hadn't heard of before. But
Yep.
so he was really harping on that. That seemed to be like his kind of when he was like up against the wall. That was like his fallback position was. Well, yeah. Well, and he was also saying a lot of oh, everything you're saying is right. Like you're totally right. But and then he would like
Yeah.
fall back on the Van whatever radiation thing.
Another radiation belt. So there are so they were going back and forth about that. But Matt, I don't think he understood a little bit about that because he didn't know anything about that either. I think at that moment, I don't. He didn't research any of it, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, this is what conspiracy theorists will sometimes do. Like, and Matt touched on this. Matt was he was clearly trying not to like offend Joe's audience too much, but he was doing pretty good and pushing back pretty hard on this, in my opinion. But
he does an after show too. I don't know if you've seen that. Matt does it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he did like a talking about after post.
Okay.
guess
I did hear on his show that he touched on it. He said he enjoyed having the discussion, and I listened to the episode with Jerry, and I was like, I don't think he's really enjoying this.
No, he didn't sound like it. Honestly,
No.
I heard it. He was cringing, from my understanding. But so
So I don't know. Anyway, but and then also there was a thing like Joe made an interesting point. It was something like, oh, maybe this footage because they were talking about the footage where the flag appears to wave on the surface, which of course we've all heard that. And Joe's like, oh, how does he do? Like, how is that happening? And he's like, Matt's like, oh, maybe he brushed against it when he was moving past it. And Joe's like, no, look, he's too far away. And it's like, this is this is when I start to roll my eyes. It's like you guys are looking at like this
I know.
VHS footage debating if he was close enough to brush against a flag or not. Like this is so silly.
There's a lot of things where maybe not. And it's almost like if you can't draw a definitive from anything that they're saying, I would say just let it go. It's not going to help anybody because it's really you're just debating for the sake of debating because how are you going to prove the fact that was the case if you're saying that wasn't because it has to be something like air or something, you know what I mean? Like how
which
how you
by
gonna
the way, this
Anyway.
is I don't know how true this is, but I had this thought when I was listening to this conversation, John Jerry. I was like, I think conspiracy. I don't know how offensive this would be to people. This is just a thought I had. I was like, I think like conspiracy is like the wokeness of the right. Like they have a lot of fun with it.
Can I go now, or how long?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, go ahead, Albanian. What you
Yeah,
got, man?
I was just I was just gonna ask, what kind of evidence would you accept for the Earth being round?
That's easy, dude. Direct evidence of Earth's curvature. So a
Direct
measurement
evidence.
of
Sure.
measurement.
Would you
measurement
accept a mathematical equation with measurement inside of it?
So mathematical would have to be substantiated by a demonstration via.
Yeah, it has been
via
by flat earthers.
Let me roll this out. So it has to be a demonstrated sample set over the Earth's surface, being a large enough distance to say from point A to point B. There is enough evidence to go on that it coincides with the radius, diameter, and circumference, the numeric values that have been given to us about how big the Earth is. So it has to line up with that. So
Yeah,
it's
sure.
yeah. So direct evidence of the Earth's curvature that lines up with
there you go. It's
the Earth
inside
being
chat.
a globe. Yeah. Okay.
I'll send you some
Yeah,
others ones.
no,
also.
no.
There you
Listen,
go.
like, what I said was mathematics that
there you
can
go.
also be verified and demonstrated on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
You
they have all
to-
been demonstrated.
Okay, that's a claim. Now we're gonna engage in how the claim is proven true. So in what way did they demonstrate that specific equation that you just posted? How did they prove that equation to be true? I want you to go
Yeah,
ahead. and tell me.
from the Library of Alexandria with the angle of shadows pointing upwards towards the sun, where it was 7.2 degrees, I think, with the distance between Alexandria and Sign, which is about, I think, 800 kilometers. And since you have 7.2 degrees, which means 1 divided by 50 of a full circle of 360 degrees, then you multiply the 800 kilometers by an estimate of 50 of the Earth's circumference, which means it's round. That has been demonstrated.
Sorry. So
you can't say no. This was done by a flat earther.
Excuse me. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why. So this is a flat Earth measurement.
No, it's not.
It is, because you've used a triangle. You've used a triangle between 3 points. The well underneath the sun. Yes, it is. It's an angle measurement. Yes, it is. It's an angle measurement.
You can keep saying it is. It's not.
Okay, he's about to tell you how, Albanian. He gave you enough time. He was charitable to give you the airtime. So you saying no, it's not.
But don't say it is when it's not.
Yeah, it is. So let him explain how it is. Okay.
Sorry,
it's up to you. You wanted to engage.
Let me explain again. Let me ask you a question. You've already given the answer in your explanation. The radius of a circle. The circle is
360 degrees.
The circle is a planar two-dimensional object. The circle around a point. Now, what you've done is you've measured an angle from a horizontal plane up to the sun using the shadow.
No.
And yes, that's what is done.
Nope. That's why we have 360 degrees, not
Which is
90 degrees. Yeah, thank you. It is a circle, which means the measurement of 7.2 degrees is falling around the circle of 360 degrees. I don't know when you did math, but that's how basic math works.
Excuse me. So circle doesn't mean sphere. You've measured this from a horizontal plane to get the circle, the radius, 360 degrees around that radius to create a circle. Circle doesn't mean sphere. What's done here is the circumference of a circle. You then say that circumference of the circle is the circumference of a sphere.
What's a sphere?
It's not a circle.
What's a sphere?
It's a three-dimensional curved surface around a point.
Okay, can you Google a sphere and send a picture of it?
Can you show me what a circle is?
Yeah, it's a 360 degrees object.
Yeah, and you measured.
It was measured for 360
let me ask
degrees.
you this. What was measured?
Yeah, the shadows.
The shadows.
The degree of 7.2 from Alexandria to
the shadows from the sun created at 2 points.
No.
One directly underneath the sun.
Not from the sun.
No. Not from the sun. From what?
From the shadow of Alexandria.
From the shadow.
What?
Yeah, the shadow, which is caused by the sun.
Yeah, it wasn't measured from the sun.
Let me mention something real quick before. I just want to mention, because we were talking about this a minute ago. We were talking about that JRE episode, and they were talking about the VA belt, the radiation belt. So apparently, the Soviets sent astronauts through that with Zond 5 and 6. I had to look that up. Apparently, those were spacecraft that they sent to the moon. So that whole chunk of the JRE episode just got made pointless by this. So the Soviets did send spacecraft through the VA belt before Apollo twice. So basically, like an hour of that podcast is just
get JRE on
the I don't give a shit about the podcast because they won't believe in podcast and like NASA. So I don't care about that, right?
Okay, just want to mention that. I'm done.
He's just mentioning something. Relax, Albanian. All right, continue with what you were saying.
But why mention it when you won't accept that evidence?
Just leave it alone. He was just saying something, bro. Continue with what you're discussing with Jedi.
There's nothing to discuss with Jedi. He's just wrong.
What was measured? I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah, I told you. I told you. The shadow from Alexandria.
The shadow of what?
How far away from it was what?
The library.
What?
So, the shadow.
Yeah, the shadow.
Yeah.
It wasn't measured from the sun.
It's an angle measurement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which you yourself would accept measurements.
Sorry. What's an angle?
Wait, hold on. 1 sec. What did you say?
What is an angle?
Yeah, it's well, you can have multiple angles. You can have 360.
He's asking what it is.
What? You haven't defined what it is yet.
What is an angle?
You want me to define what an angle is?
Yeah.
And in a mathematical sense, or?
Yeah, when we measure an angle, what are we measuring?
Isn't it like
Well, we're measuring like
straight lines?
Finish.
Yeah.
Just let him explain.
See,
You're gonna get
see-
muted. If anybody jumps in,
Yeah,
you're
that
gonna get
is
swiftly
from
muted.
yeah. It's two rays. What? I don't know how to explain to you what an angle is.
An
It's two
angle
rays.
is an angle is the intersection of two straight lines meeting at a vertex. We measure
No,
an
it's two
angle
rays.
by the separation of these two. We can measure an angle with such a thing like a protractor that gives us 80, 90, 180 degrees, an angle, correct?
Yeah. So if the angle becomes 360 degrees, that would mean that there is a curvature. Do you agree?
No.
No.
Right.
You're denying your own method.
Hold tight.
No?
Hold tight. 360 degrees around a point. You can have 1 degree, 90 degrees, 360 degrees. Yes, this is a circle. You've
You're
measured the
denying-
shadow, which is
You
a
are denying your
vertical-
own method
you're
right now. You know that,
measuring
right?
a vertical angle, not a horizontal angle.
My bro, you're denying your own method.
What angles?
By saying that,
by
yeah.
two straight lines.
If the shadow was 7.2 degrees and with a degree of 360, it would have been 7.2 degrees. The fact that it wasn't means there is a curvature by shadows at the same time 800 kilometers away. You are now sitting here and denying your own
800
method.
kilometers away. From what?
Are we really going down when this measurement
800
was taken?
kilometers away from what?
From Alexandria.
Okay, so the 2 points that are 800 kilometers away are what? Alexandria's 1 point. What's 800 miles away from Alexandria?
Sayana.
Awesome. So this is the portion that is directly underneath the sun, where the sun is casting no shadow.
see, bro.
Because you're measuring angles. The distance is a straight line distance between the well and the shadow cast in Alexandria. 500 stades. One is directly underneath the sun, casting no shadow. You're measuring the shadow in Alexandria,
No.
cast by the sun. You've got 3 points on your
So now-
triangle: the well, the sun, and the shadow inside in Alexandria.
Really, bro? Really, you're gonna go with the argument the sun is not placed there? Really? Really?
Why? You've given me the 2 points along a distance.
Yeah,
This is
bro.
a horizontal distance. This is you're
I'm
basically
so glad
making
I
a
have this
triangle.
on recording.
That's fine.
You just
don't understand
denied your
triangle.
own fucking like your own method. You know that, right? Like you just denied it
Measuring
completely.
angles. Measuring angles is a flat Earth measurement
Yeah,
because the sides are straight.
and it doesn't follow.
Well, because you've drawn a circle, which is a 360.
My bro, you tried to go with
arc around the
spheres
point.
first. One sphere is a circle. Well, it's somewhat of a circle.
No.
And you tried to make the argument, well, it's a sphere. Again, it's curvature.
It's not curvature.
You yourself just denied your own measurements of it being
No, we
flat.
didn't. You weren't even
Yes, he
listening.
did. You're just
You
too fucking
overspoke
dumb
him.
and don't understand math.
How about I try it my style, fuck knuckle? Shut the fuck up and listen. Number one, a triangle has three straight sides. Your baseline is straight. If you are doing trigonometry, you're not on a fucking curved surface. Now step off, dickhead.
Yeah, what he said.
You
I
really
know
thought
this.
you did something there.
It's what the Chinese did.
Stopped you. Yeah, you're not doing any drop over distance, Albanian. Plus, you're just measuring shadows. You're not measuring the Earth curvature.
No, but that's what you guys. No. That's what you guys
No,
do.
no.
You
No,
measure
see, yeah,
angles. So
no,
I
yeah.
measured angles.
He tried to get you to realize that in an angle you need two straight lines. Yeah.
No, not necessarily. No.
Well, which one of those lines is curved, Albanian?
Yeah, you can have an angle that is 90 degrees. Yeah, you can. What?
Oh yeah, but they're two straight lines, right?
Not if it's 90 degrees.
What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
Sorry, 90 degrees is described as vertical and horizontal. I'm being perpendicular to the other. Meeting at a
I'm glad we're
point,
recording
that's
this.
90 degrees.
You can record it all you want. You're the one that denied your own
look at the
mathematical
Albanian-
equation.
Albanian,
My bro,
look at
that's a
the
flat
coordinate
earther.
system.
You know what the funny thing is? That's a
Dude,
flat earther equation,
the-
and you denied it, and you're trying to
Albanian.
disprove it.
Okay, stop talking and look at the text chat. You'll find
It's-
out
it's
what
a
a 90
flat
degrees
equation.
angle is right there. Look at the illustration that Daz Studio put in there. 46 minutes after the hour. You can see what a 90-degree angle looks like, dude.
Again, you're not listening.
Now,
That
if we're-
equation I sent you is a flat earther equation that
looking
you're
at the
currently
diagram?
trying to
Are you looking at-
disprove.
Okay, look at the diagram.
You're the one
Albanian.
trying to disprove this.
Look at the diagram and see if you can agree that that's what a 90-degree angle is. That's all I want you to do. Just look. Just look. Tell me,
Hello,
or just tell me.
McFly.
Just deny. Listen, deny it if you want. I want to hear you deny that that's not a 90-degree angle. Tell me that's not a 90-degree
I already
angle.
told you it's a 90-degree angle.
Okay, so we all agree that's what a 90-degree angle is. Two straight lines meeting at a point, right? Yes.
Well, what do you mean by meeting?
They meet at a point.
What do you mean by that?
Vertical and horizontal, Albanian.
It's called a
Do you mean
vertex.
from the first point to the second point, and then from the other point to the other point? What do you mean?
Where the two lines meet at a vertex. Some people call it a corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. So like
Just look
shapes
at-
and stuff.
Just look at the diagram. I'm trying to show you something, Albanian. It's
Yeah,
in the chat.
okay. Yeah, I understand you're trying to show me something,
Are
but
you
you're not
looking?
listening to what I. Yeah, I am.
But did you?
So again,
Okay, so
you're
you
not
agree that's what a
understanding what I
90-degree
am.
angle is, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Just to
so
drop
we all
this.
agree
Yes,
on that.
yes.
That's a 90-degree
Yeah,
angle.
yes.
Two straight
No one's getting.
lines.
Yes, no one's getting fucking jogged up on the angle. So
Okay,
again, that is a mathematical equation I sent you. You are currently sitting here disproving it. That is a flat earther equation.
No,
by the way.
what we're pointing out is yes, he measured a flat Earth using this
Uh-huh.
equation. This doesn't mean the Earth's a
But
ball.
you just tried to disprove it.
No, it doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
Wait, no, yes,
Not-
it does.
No, it's not a globe.
So if you just disprove your own
Straight,
equation and
it's
you're like,
straight,
well,
it's
it doesn't
straight,
prove that it's flat. Like what? Bro, I'm
It's
done. I
crazy.
just wanted some fucking content. I'm done. You guys are dumb. Holy shit. Goodbye.
This is how you get your
See ya.
equator.
Have a nice one.
Apologies,
love you.
guys. He was a fucktard.
C'est la vie, mon ami.
Even described it correctly. It's just a circle. Yes, it's a circle. Circle doesn't mean sphere. It's not measuring curvature. It's just measuring the circumference of a radius, measuring an elevation angle to the sun, the sun's path creating a circle around the midpoint, and him being able to measure one of these angles along that horizontal line between the sun and where it rotates around. There you go. That's what he's done. Circle doesn't mean sphere.
Actually, Jedi, I think his angle is not so much that what you're saying. His angle is a flat earther did that equation, therefore you're arguing with a flat earther. Full stop. So you're wrong because a flat earther did it. That was his angle.
Yeah, the equation's correct. It gets you to draw a circle. Awesome. Circle doesn't mean sphere. So yeah, this is the thing about Eratosthenes and any measurements to anything. You're gonna need a flat Earth to make your measurement. You can then just invoke that circle that you've drawn is the equator around the ball, sun, equator, angles to the sun, measuring where the equator is. You could do the same thing with Polaris and other stars, right? Latitude, flat Earth measurements. Circle doesn't mean sphere.
Pretty crazy.
He could invoke that if you were to go to the edge of the circle, flip 90 degrees and walk around the circle, then you could have the 8 inches per mile squared, because this is now what you would measure from. Yeah, you could say that.
We can talk to the software engineer, Rhinoceros.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
So, you're trying to throw your body into the gears, man, while we're having a conversation with the new guy. Like, what gives, man?
Dude, I was just trying to move things along because it was kind of getting stuck in this kind of
What angles?
cycle. Yeah, because you were asking him like, what is an angle, and
Yeah.
he's being defensive, and I just
You
thought
think?
yeah, I just thought
I don't
I'd
think
offer explanation to move things along.
Putting your hand into the gears isn't gonna make things. It's just gonna bog down the chat. 'Cause now we have to stop you from doing that, then get back to him, and the whole thing, man. We have to, however it unfolds, we have to let it. Just let it happen.
Okay. Well, my bad then. That's on me.
All right, man. Just don't let that shit happen again. Just kidding. You're probably gonna wind up doing it again. But listen, like when we have new people, it's just let them experience the full effect. 'Cause otherwise, they're gonna keep. Obviously was trying to just cut some segments out for his content. That's all he was doing.
He was in last night with Nathan.
Oh, that guy? That was
I'm
just
pretty sure he was. And he asked
That's
about
alright.
would you accept what kind of evidence would you accept? Would you accept this? And
You got the
straight away
narrative
got
wrong.
shut down. That's a calculation, not a measurement, and that was it.
It's not the Library of Alexandria. I think he got that wrong. It's like the shadow being cast by the Library of Alexandria. That's what he said, dude. I don't know.
Wasn't it just done in Alexandria?
Yeah.
And I'm curious kind of about this thing. Wasn't the experiment just that they measured zero angle in, I guess it was Alexandria, right? The sun casted no shadow down in a well. And then, so that's one triangle in the local area. And then,
Yep.
however far away in Syene, somebody measured a different angle
Sorry,
to the sun.
that's not zero. That's 90 degrees underneath the sun, where it casts no shadow. So the vertical line intersects the horizontal. Yeah, 90 degrees.
Right, my bad. 90 degrees.
That's fine.
But I get what you were trying to say, yeah.
But so Jedi, what you were saying is that like you're doing this as a 2D measurement, right? You're measuring a circle. Does it matter though? Like, does it matter if it's on a sphere?
So it's a 3-dimensional measurement. It's a vertical measurement up from the horizontal. As you move away from the well, you get to a stick, and the sun casts a shadow because you've moved away, creating a triangle. Triangle's 3 straight sides. The baseline between the well and the stick in Cyrene or Alexandria or wherever the fuck it is, that's a horizontal line between the two. So you can measure an elevation angle up using the shadow. Creates a triangle, smaller one, you measure it. Straight line, shadow, hypotenuse. So it's a flat earth measurement. You then, because over time the sun moves, or you can create a center point. So eventually you will go further and further away and create an angle that will be 0 degrees. The sun would set, and that will be where the ground position of your observation, the center point of your circle is. You can then draw a circle using this measurement around that point. So it's a vertical measurement to get a horizontal circle. That's called the circumference.
Okay, I'm still a little confused. So are you saying just on a sphere, this measurement you would technically need 2 or 3 angles, right? Because you have your X, Y, and Z. And in the experiment, they were only measuring vertical and one horizontal line, making it 2D. Am I getting this right?
Yeah. So imagine you've got a stick. You've got a piece of string that attaches you to the top of that stick. And you keep walking backwards along the horizontal plane, you're going to create a triangle, right?
Right.
Awesome. This is basically what he's doing. And around where that point he decides is the center of that circle, then he's going to draw a circle using that triangle he's built with the elevation angle to the object that moves.
Okay, this is where I'm getting
around the
draw a
central
circle.
point. This is where the equator comes from, right? 0 degrees.
So from the triangle, he's going to draw a circle around the triangle?
Yes.
I don't think, from my understanding, that's not what they were
He
drawing.
he measured the circumference of the Earth, the circle. That's what he was measuring.
Oh, true. Yeah, in the original
Yeah,
experiment.
This is how he's doing it.
Hmm.
Measures an elevation angle up to the sun. Imagines that if he can move backwards and create other angles that would decrease. Sorry for the motorbike. And then he draws a circle around that point. He has a radius.
Okay, yeah.
Draws the circumference around that radius. And from that circumference, you get the circumference of the Earth, because now it's a ball. It's not a ball, it's a circle. That's all he's measured.
Right. I understand that now. I wasn't really focusing on the circumference measurement. I was more focusing in on that, like, zero angle was measured in Alexandria, while at the same time a different angle was measured in Syene.
Yeah, you keep saying the word angle, which is the crux to the issue. And that angle is a horizontal elevation angle measurement with regards to what is in the sky. So you're going to require a flat Earth to make this measurement. The distance between the well and the stick is a horizontal distance, 500 stades. That's a horizontal flat Earth measurement. Curvature is measured when we're actually using the Earth.
Okay, yeah. So the horizontal measurement, I agree with you. You can't have a perfectly horizontal line over distance over the Earth, because the further you go in one horizontal direction, the Earth will curve, but in a local area, right?
No.
That's
the
not true.
local area, 500 states. It's 800 kilometers, 500 miles.
500
It's a horizontal. Yeah, it's 500 miles. It's a distance of measurement they used back in the old days.
Okay.
Now we call them miles and kilometers and stuff. It's about 500 miles, 800 kilometers. It's a long distance. It's not local.
And even if you're going to use distance, you can think about today's times where they use mean sea level, the vertical point where you can get the rise and fall of tides, the median of the rise and fall of tides. From that point off into any part of land, you get an elevation profile, right? So you'll be like at, how many feet above sea level or under. And from that point, you'll understand there's a horizontal plane garnered from that mean sea level point to any place on land to know where you are from mean sea level. So the horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level to where you're standing on land, either above or underneath the mean sea level point, is a horizontal plane. So yeah, you can do it over distance. For sure. That's how you know things are above sea level. Duh. Or didn't you know that, Rhinoceros?
So I got a little lost in your explanation. I'm sorry.
It's simple, dude. Think about it. Mean sea level to any point on land, and if you're like 200 feet above sea level, just for example, there's a elevation profile you garnered from mean sea level, because from mean sea level to where you're standing, there is a horizontal plane connecting the 2 points. But where you're standing, it would connect directly 90 degrees vertically from where you're standing above sea level all the way down to where it meets mean sea level. Underneath, like, let's say if you could drill down underneath where you're standing, all the way to where mean sea level, it connects to mean sea level, and all the way back to the point where you measured mean sea level. So that's a horizontal plane and a 90-degree angle that you would get to get a vertical point, an elevation profile of how many feet above sea level. Simple.
I hear that, and I would agree that on a globe that's not possible. Or I mean, it is possible, but you would be going halfway.
No, it's not possible.
Like
You're right the first time. You're right the first time. It's not possible.
Well, hold up. Let me explain what I was trying to say. Is that you could do that, but you would be going halfway underground, right, to get that 90-degree angle. You get
Well,
what I'm
that's
saying?
the elevation profile is a place above sea level. So how can you get above sea level if you're not above the point where mean sea level is?
Well,
You
if
get
we're
what I'm
talking
saying?
about the globe model, right, and you are some distance away from sea level, and if there is a curve, right, to get a 90-degree angle from
You couldn't. That's the issue. You can't get a 90-degree angle if this The Earth's surface is curving. Rhinoceros. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
not above the surface. You couldn't.
The only thing that you can do.
From. Go ahead.
The only
Jedi.
the only thing you can do in this instance, because you can't have a 90 degree if one of the lines is curves, one of the sides, right? So the only thing you can do is draw a tangent. So not the Earth, apart from where you intersect it. It's the only thing you can do. Draw a tangent, not the Earth, apart from where you are.
Yeah, and a tangent would lead you off into space.
Yeah.
Rhinoceros.
So not the Earth.
So not the Earth.
Yes,
Do you get it now?
I agree with you guys.
Yeah,
I
so
agree.
there you go. That's why the Earth cannot be a globe, because if it was a tangent point, let's say mean sea level was you would get a tangent from mean sea level. Then how the hell do you know you're above it when you're actually below it at distance? You get what I'm saying? Think about it. You put a ruler on a basketball. Let's make it real simple. And you're trying to get that horizontal plane extended out from that tangent line all the way to where you're trying to get an elevation profile on another point on that basketball. You can't do that with the ruler, because the ruler is straight. It's sitting on the basketball like a tangent line would. So you technically would be way, way underneath that tangent line from the mean sea level. Right.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, and I know that's why it can't work on a globe, because you don't know how to get elevation profiles from a vertical point connecting to the point where you're standing on, giving you the elevation profile. If there is a 90-degree angle from your position on top of 200 feet above sea level, all the way down to meet mean sea level. You don't go down to meet mean sea level. In the case of a tangent line from the vertical point of mean sea level, you'd have to go up, because it's a tangent line from mean sea level on a curved surface.
Well, check.
So the
check
curved
chat.
surface would
I
be
like,
curving away. It would be curving away.
I
No.
like drew out what I was.
No, but that's a
thinking.
curve. You have a curved line, though. That's
What do you
the
mean both of
problem.
them are straight?
So
Or all
look,
three lines are straight.
No. Look, the line that's touching the Earth, the one that you're looking at, that right there would be where mean sea level is, not the one underneath.
The line that's going straight
Yeah.
down from me. From my
Yeah, the one
my
that's
point of
the
view.
one that you're looking. Yeah, like if you're looking towards the ocean, that line
Mhm.
should be the one where mean sea level is, not the one
Yeah,
underneath the Earth.
It would be straight, or we would
Yeah,
perceive it as straight.
think about it like this, right? If I had a ruler and I set it on the basketball, it would be that line that's connecting to that little stick figure man's head,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm setting it right on top of the ball. That vertical point mean sea level would be off into space, and it'd be touching that stick man's head, not his feet, because that's what a tangent line is. It's not going down into the Earth. That's not a tangent line. You're mixing up your story, obviously. Do you know what a tangent line on the surface of the Earth is, Rhinoceros? Because I think you're mixing up what you think a tangent line is, and it's not what you're saying is underneath the round Earth that you're showing.
So you brought up the tangent line. I was just
Yeah,
trying
I
to
did.
explain what I was.
I know, and you're getting it wrong. That's why I'm correcting you. A
Here, I'll
tangent line
draw-
would be. It
I will
doesn't
draw
ma-
the tangent
dude. It doesn't matter how you do it. It's not into the Earth. The tangent line is always above the Earth. Have you ever seen when they
I
try
get
to
what
give
you're
explanation? Yeah, so that's what a tangent line is, dude. You can't. It doesn't go into the Earth. It doesn't
check
go.
the chat.
Yeah, there you go. That's a tangent line. Yeah,
Okay, I see what you're saying.
that's correct.
What,
That's correct.
what were we talking about?
I'm going to bring us back, Rhinoceros.
I don't know.
The vertical point of mean sea level, all the way to where the person is standing, that stick figure that you have there, he knows he's above mean sea level, because mean sea level will be the vertical point where that tangent line begins, the very part where it touches the Earth. That's the vertical point. So if mean sea level goes all the way to where that person is, if it was a globe, it wouldn't be underneath his feet. He'd be looking up at the tangent line. Do you get it? Or no?
Right. If he was sitting on the surface of the Earth, I got my
Yeah.
dude up on like a mountain.
Yeah. You can put him on the ground. I guess he's not on a mountain, but
Yes, I agree with that.
You're right. So there you go. That's why it can't work on a globe. Mean sea level could only work from a vertical point connecting as a horizontal plane if the Earth was to get an elevation profile. Otherwise, how do you know you're above mean sea level?
When you say elevation profile, what do you mean by that?
So the surface of the Earth, like land topography, has a different elevation against mean sea level. So if you are above or below mean sea level, you know that because of the vertical point that's established at mean sea level, which is the median of the rise and fall of tides. So once they get a mean sea level, right, they know that that point is established. Now they're going to draw a straight line across the surface. Wherever that line ends up, it's gonna give you the understanding that whatever's below or above that will have a profile of being above or below mean sea level. Do you get it?
I got you. It's
Right,
just
right.
the distance from the surface of the Earth.
Well, the distance from mean sea level. Rhinoceros.
Okay.
So if that point is established at mean sea level and it goes straight across, that's flat Earth. That's what we call flat Earth. That's what we're identifying to everybody else. That is flat Earth. That's what all of nature is conforming to. It abides by. That's what your spirit level, when you have, you're measuring your what do you call it? Your picture frame on your wall.
Mhm.
That spirit level is referencing that specific flat Earth. That's the reference point. It everything. All of nature references that horizontal plane. So that
References
horizontal plane,
mean sea level.
well, it extends outward horizontally everywhere.
I agree.
All of nature conforms to this. So I mean, I can go into that, but I won't for this discussion. I just want to leave it to where you have a 90-degree angle made from mean sea level off into the horizontal plane extends to wherever you are on land, and then upwards from that mean sea level point. That's how you know you're 300 feet above sea level. Because horizontally, back to mean sea level, it would be established from where mean sea level was gotten from the vertical point. It's pretty simple, dude. People know that's how to build buildings, above, mean sea levels. And it's pretty simple.
I agree with if the Earth were flat. I agree with you.
It is
that-
flat,
that would be
Rhinoceros.
the thing.
It is flat. It is flat. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get mean sea level vertical point. And like I said, you draw a tangent, you'd go off into space, and the guy would be looking up where the vertical point, or excuse me, if you're saying that vertical point from mean sea level off into the distance, it would go off into space, just like you drew that last picture.
Yes, I agree, but the Earth is
Yeah.
very, very large.
No, that you still have a mean sea level point that you got from where you got mean sea level, dude. If you extend that horizontal plane outward, you have to be either above or below mean sea level. And that tangent line that you drew, the very last picture, would be the place that you're looking up to. You couldn't be above mean sea level because everything would be below it on a tangent line.
I'm agreeing with you. I
Right.
agree with you.
So that is what I'm trying to tell you. So the Earth is flat, Rhinoceros. You can't have your globe Earth and the flat Earth at this. I'm trying to show you something, man. This is how we understand. Yeah.
I know you're trying to show me something. I understand what you're trying to show me.
But the Earth's still a globe, right?
Well, it's just because the fact
You
that
just say it, dude, because you
cannot-
believe it with all your might, dude. That's
Hold
all it
up,
is.
dude.
Go ahead.
Give me a
You
little
can
credit.
do whatever you want. It's not going to change the fact that we get mean sea level and also elevation profiles with mean sea level from that as a horizontal plane that we reference, which is flat Earth.
This is how we map and navigate, just by using angles. We use this in cartography, right? Coastline cartography. All right, we move up and down coasts and we measure horizontal angles between buildings and elevation angles to tops of mountains, all using this three-dimensional coordinate system and trigonometry, triangles, using the horizontal plane of the Earth to measure elevation angles up from, and we can also use this when we're navigating using the stars. This is how we get our latitude and longitude coordinate system, by measuring the elevation angle to Polaris and the sun and other things in the sky, all measuring angles up from a horizontal plane. So it's always horizontal. Has to be for us to get angles.
I feel like he's going to be like, "Hey, I hear you guys, but the Earth's still a globe." You can say it if you want, man. Like, it's not going to change the fact that that's how we get elevation profiles from mean sea level. Now, if the surface is curving, then it's not a tangent line no more. Sorry.
Heard, fellas, heard.
Okay.
You guys can, yeah.
Go back to what we're doing. All right.
No, I don't know.
Eddie's
I would have more to say, but I don't want to piss you guys off. So
No, you can piss us off, dude. But the problem is, if you go into this, you're gonna have to stand behind everything you say, and we're gonna ask you how you know what you know. You know how this goes, Rhinoceros. You're not new to this.
I know.
So if you can back up your shit, go ahead, keep going.
People are probably so confused. You're calling me Rhinoceros, but my name is Fish now. Sorry, I went through a little bit of a rebranding.
Are you Fish now?
Yeah, do you see my name?
Yeah, but you're Rhinoceros on your at name.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that hasn't changed.
Unless you're gonna change
Anyways.
that too.
Look, I'll be back. I've got to feed my cat. No joke. He keeps yelling at me, so I'll be
Go
right back.
feed your cat. Maybe you can tell him how the Earth is a globe.
Dude, I told him, and he told me to shut the fuck up and feed me.
Yeah, I think
BRB.
your cat was like the loudest the last time you were in here. Feed your cat. It's one of the oldest. Yeah, it's a good argument though. How are you going to get a 90-degree angle from mean sea level if the tangent line from the vertical point of mean sea level extends outward on the top of the surface of the Earth being a globe? It would sit like a line that would be above the person that's standing on land going like, well, that's mean sea level up there. It's not below us. All of us are under mean sea level. Duh. Didn't you know?
They think that it's weird. They live on some kind of tangent Earth.
Yeah.
What they think everything is. Everything exists on the tangent.
Your
Okay.
tangent lines fail, Jedi, when they're trying to get the elevation profiles on land. Because you can't do it with a curved line, bro. I'm telling you. You can't do it. Because how are you going to get a 90-degree from that vertical point where the person's standing at, however many feet above sea level? How are you doing it? That's some magic right there. Can't have a 90-degree angle with a curved line, brothers. What's going on? You know I got him stymied, bro.
You got me stymied, dog.
I know I do, bro. Here's the thing. It's so much better when you just like, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. You shouldn't. I don't know. To me. Sometimes I think it's an identity crisis. People are you're clinging to this faith mythos, and it doesn't have any value. There's no intrinsic value right now. Fish. There isn't any intrinsic value. Are you somebody gonna pat you on the back and say, "Way to go, champ! You really took him on"? Nobody gives a shit, dude. This is you and how you're presenting to the world what your critical thinking's all about. It should be at least consideration.
Well,
oh
are you
shit,
telling me
that's
somebody's gonna
weird.
pat me on the back for talking to you guys?
No, I'm just saying,
Trying
why
to-
would you hold on to a space mythos about the Earth being a ball? But there's no reason for it. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree. There is reason for it, and
What? Where? Not in this conversation. What?
Okay, let's get
What
into it.
conversation are you having? Yeah, really? Now's the time. Go ahead. You're gonna really get into it? Go ahead, man. Do your
Okay,
best.
You can't get mad though, and you gotta let me finish my sentences and shit.
I promise I'll let you talk to either Jedi or Alpha only. How's that sound?
Thanks, Matrix. By the way, when you called that guy, what did you call that last dude? You called him some fuck knuckle. That was hilarious. I laughed really hard. I'm gonna start using that one. Okay, so I agree with you that on a flat Earth is the only way you could have a 90-degree angle to the horizontal throughout the whole Earth. So on a globe Earth, your 90-degree angle that you make at your point of reference, the point right under your feet, would eventually start to veer off. So I agree. It's just so you're saying there's only you have to have a flat horizontal to measure mean sea level. How far are you measuring?
How far are you inland are you gonna go?
Say I'm going 1,000 miles.
Well, you have to listen, and I would say it like this, because whatever coast you're near, I think that's where the baseline is going to be. From that point, there's a certain extent I think people can get mean sea level elevation profiles from the coastlines because they're getting it from the rise and fall of tides. So you'd have to look at what piece of land you're talking about, and then like how far inland you're dealing with and such. So there's a lot to deal with. It's not as like a one and done kind of thing. You actually have to look at how far inland you're talking about to what coastline is adjacent to it.
Okay.
So it's a little bit.
Say we're standing on the East Coast and we want to measure over to Europe.
No.
No?
That's not how it works. No, you don't measure. Every place that has a coastline has their own mean sea level vertical point.
So
Or did you not know that?
changes depending on what coast you're on?
No, it doesn't change. The rise and fall of tides are differently in different geographic locations.
Okay, so the mean sea level doesn't really mean anything. It just
Yeah,
means
it
whatever.
does. No, it does. It does mean something. It means that's where they get the established a vertical point where they're going to make the horizontal plane from that plane. So it does
Okay.
mean something.
Okay, that's fine. And so
Yeah.
so the means might average out differently on depending on what coastline you're on. That's fine.
Well, yeah.
But they should be within a reasonable like distance from each other, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
how
can.
high do waves get?
Well,
Maybe
I
a couple
mean,
meters? I don't
no,
know.
no. The rise and fall of tides is an average. So you're based off of that. You're not looking at how tall waves are.
They should be relatively close though.
Yeah, you understand rise and fall of tides, right?
I do.
Or maybe not.
I have heard of tides. I've
Okay,
even
so
seen some of them.
the median of that. So the rise and
I get it.
fall, the middle point.
I got you.
Right.
So, but we can't. So, since we can't see that far, we can't measure that far, right?
What do you mean? Can't see that far? Can't measure that far?
So, if I'm standing on the East Coast, I cannot see to the other shore, right? So, how do I measure
What other shore? What are you
the
talking
shore
about?
in Europe? What we were just talking about.
You're
The
talking
shore
about
of-
measuring, dude. That's not. You're. Oh my god, dude. I told you it's inland, not the ocean. You're not measuring across the ocean.
Okay, fine. We can do it the other way.
Yeah.
Now you got me all fucked up, dude.
I know. Hold on. Eggshells. Yeah, you're backfeeding, dude. You might want to mute your shit.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. Rhino. Or Fish.
You can call me whatever, dude. I don't care.
It's gonna it's gonna take some time to get used to your new name. I'm just saying, Fish. Right.
Yeah, it's all good. You can call me Ryan or Rhino, whatever you want. I guess what I'm trying to get at here is we can only measure a certain distance just due to how far we can see, right? So if we want to have an actual observation of a horizontal measurement, right? It has to be within a certain measurement. It's not the whole Earth, right?
Are you going somewhere? And I don't mean, is your point going somewhere? You're talking about navigating from point to point. I'm talking about measuring.
Yeah, sure. So
Between two latitudes, longitudes, a coordinate system.
Sorry, say again. Sorry.
But like a coordinate system, like longitude and latitude.
No, I'm literally just talking about measuring from the point you're standing at to some point straight in the distance. I'm not talking about
yeah, you're going to be using the horizontal plane to make your measurements from. That's the point.
Right.
It doesn't matter how big it is. You're going to be using the horizontal plane. You're going to be talking about two different points, a longitude and latitude coordinate. You can get this by measuring elevation angles to things in the sky like Polaris. All angle measurements, all utilising the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is defined as mean sea level. It is horizontal. Doesn't matter what you do. It's measuring angles, whether they be vertical, whether they be horizontal angles.
Yep. Let's hear you. You haven't took the gloves off yet, man. Go ahead and do that. Let's hear what you got.
Sorry, I can't. I have to be quiet because
I'm
sleeping.
Well, then you need to have a big cup of shut the fuck up then, because you're gonna wake some people up. I'm saying that for your benefit, by the way.
Thanks, dude. fellas, I gotta go on mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'll-
no, don't be
I'll
sorry.
listen.
We get it. Don't wake your folks up.
I'll come
Your
back
peoples.
and talk at a different time, hopefully. If I could say one last thing, I feel like we're talking past each other sometimes. Like I'm trying to explain one thing, but then you think I'm trying to say something else.
Yeah, go ahead and
uh,
collect your thoughts and come back. We're here 24/7, Fish. Don't worry
I'll
about
collect. I'll collect. Thank you, God.
it.
Love
All
you.
right. Get the fuck out of here.
Reminds me of a song that should have the words "There's a distance" in it. There's a distance out there. There's curvature. There's no distance out there. There's curvature. It's all horizontal. What are you talking about?
So Jedi, I need you to define the system and then prove to me. I need you to tell me, yeah, how the Earth is flat. So go ahead. I want you to do all the work. Then I come back.
Again, it's just really simple and easy to understand. But no, it's like when you said earlier, it always does, except when it doesn't. I mean, it's always
Yeah.
horizontal, except there's a
Except when
distance
it's
out
not.
there.
Yeah.
Yep, somewhere out there. It's always somewhere out there.
So from where I'm standing, but over there, the curvature is over there. So we all know that, Jedi. Come on. Not here, obviously. It's not around me locally. Locally, it's flat. But over there, well, it's not flat.
Yep, over there somewhere.
How do you try? I feel like we're talking past each other. No, I don't think we are. I think you're just misunderstanding shit. All right, go ahead, Eggshells. I know you've
Speaking
been dying.
about distances,
Go ahead.
speaking about distances, do you guys reckon you can know confidently distances over water?
What do you mean, like to other?
Just thinking about the last
traveling?
conversation. Yeah, can you know the distance between, let's say, two islands?
Yeah, what is the distance we're talking about? Like 100 miles, 1,000?
Well, yeah. What would be your answer? Would you say, if they're just 50 miles apart, we could know that distance, but at a greater distance we don't? Is that what you would?
Things are a lot
Do you
simpler
think we
when
can
things
know?
are closer.
Because I think
at greater distances, things are a little bit different because there's like in the open ocean, there's nothing to give you a landmark of where you know where you're at. So it's harder to gauge specific distances. You can get close to with approximations, but there's no like exact way to say I know this point from that point is exactly this many miles away, nautical miles, because you have a lot
isn't
to deal
that
with.
exactly what?
in the
Isn't that
yeah,
what
in-
like CellNav does?
Yeah, but they're giving you ways to
CellNav says
travel
there's
from.
this many nautical miles between me and this point.
Yeah, but you're always gonna
Correct?
deal. You're always gonna deal with things that factors are gonna make the distance seem different, like time travel. Let's say, so the time it takes you to get from this place to that place is gonna feel like the distance has increased because of conditions. You're always gonna have things that you fight, like currents and wind. And there's gonna
So
be
what
things that are
distance would
involved.
you be confident about? Like, would you like east to west United States? Do you think that land distance is correct?
Yeah, well,
Let's say down to
you're
a
talking
couple of
about you're
meters.
talking about land, so it's different than water because you don't have the open ocean's going to have harder ways to navigate, but the land is a bit more closer to where we can say we're the estimations are a lot closer. Yeah, but like I say,
Estimations.
there's always
Have you
there's
found
always
any of them anywhere to be wrong?
there's always factors in time travel, right? So you're gonna have like if you think any way you can gauge distance by fuel or by any other method, there's always gonna be factors that cause you to like not have the exact moment that you arrive. You can be around close to like approximation for sure, closer on land than you would on
It always strikes. It always strikes me as this is damaging to flat Earth. The general habit of saying we can't know X. It's difficult to know
Yeah,
this without
so
touching
do you-
it. It's difficult to know
yeah,
that
do
on the
you know-
oceans.
let's put it this way.
Doesn't a lot of the wouldn't you say a lot of the
Eggshells.
flat Earth claim
No,
relies
it's not
upon
damaging.
knowing
Check this out.
distances over water?
No, this is your gimmick once again. You don't have to say it's hard to know. What it is just an approximation. Can you say that from whatever distance you're going to travel, You know exactly the time it's going to take to get from point A to point B with the distance in mind. To know the distance.
But that's an irrelevant question. The distance is what I'm asking about, not might it take me too long to get there.
So the approximation of gauging a distance, right? To say I've went, 500 miles. How are you going to know that in the open ocean? You're saying that the time it takes you to get
do it
from point
in
A
a
to point
variety
B.
of ways, including the stars.
Yeah, and you think these are exact?
You do it with dead reckoning and the stars.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, do you think they're exact?
Nothing's exact, but I mean, the stars will give you a pretty accurate indication.
That's my point. Thank you, Chills.
Like,
That's my point.
If
That
you
is
want
my point.
Great.
my point.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
so
that's
the
my point.
stars do give us quite good accuracy by thousands of kilometers.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
we're
that's
not
what
getting
CellNav
pinpoint-
tells you.
No, yeah, but now you're coming back on saying that we now have accuracy, which one of the things you just said we don't
What
have.
kind of accuracy?
Yeah,
What
that's
kind of
I'm saying.
accuracy?
You're talking about accuracy to what extent? Are you? Because you're defining
Sure.
your own terms in this conversation as if accuracy means something specific, right? So what does it mean to you? A percentage
No.
of?
It can say anything, but yeah, percentage I think is a good one. Like
Okay.
within 1%, I would say is pretty accurate. And
Are we
if
within
you're
1%?
citing a star,
Are we within 1%?
I think so. If you're citing a
You
star
think
that
so?
is
Eggshells. Wait, hold on a second, man. You can't say you think so and then proceed to keep talking. How do you know that? How do you know it's 1%? By what metric did you measure that 1%?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I'm deconstructing the way that you think because you can't have
You're
an argument.
interrupting.
No, I'm not. I'm actually pointing out the fact that you're using a method that you don't know about to then say that it's by 1%.
I'm happy to explain it.
Okay, so how did you
I'm
get
happy
to
to explain
1%?
it.
I want to know how you got to 1%. Accuracy.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So generally, sites that when taken with a sextant will be within, usually within, I think they say 6 nautical miles, a reasonably competent person can get. And you are recommended to be taking star sites that go from 70 degrees, like overhead, down to about not below 20 generally. So if you took a relatively low one at 25 degrees, that is 65 degrees times 60 nautical miles away from you. And you are still expected to have an accuracy of within 6 nautical miles. But that's more than 6,000 nautical miles. So it's not just a percent, it is a 1/10% or more likely less. We know this.
You worked out the math.
So if you're saying we don't know distances over water, what you are saying is celestial navigation doesn't work.
No, what I'm
Because
saying
celestial navigation relies upon knowing distances over water.
That's not what's being argued. The what's being argued right now between the context of what you're saying is so we can't know distances, flat earther, and that's not the point. The point is approximations are already
Well, we
been
can.
done.
We can know distances.
Yeah, I know that, but there
We
are
can know distances to within a percent.
Approximation. So we're agreeing then.
Sure. So can
what's
we
the
know
problem?
distances within 1%? Great distances like
No.
6,000
See,
nautical
here's the
miles or
thing.
more. Can we know that within a percent?
You've given a specific numeric value to the percentage of how much you know something is off. Yeah. How did you validate that, Eggshells?
What do you mean? Mariners have been validating this since time immemorial.
That's great. That's great. I'm
haven't done anything either. Unless you're going to tell.
I'm not making the claim.
So what's the
I'm
standard?
not making the claim, Eggshells.
Okay.
You are. You're making the claim.
Okay.
So I'm trying to right now at this point look into why you're saying that. I'm like, dude, why are you saying that? You don't know that. You're just appealing to whoever.
Where's the breakdown?
Say again.
Where's the breakdown? We believe sextants exist. Both of us are of the opinion sextants exist. We're also both of the opinion that mariners have been using these for many hundreds of years.
Of course.
And we're aware that those mariners write books and keep records about the star sites they took and how they managed to find islands with them.
Yeah.
And your standard of evidence is, in order for me to trust you about what they say, you need to have done it yourself. In order to understand, in order to become confident that Captain James Cook could accurately navigate with a sextant, I need to know that Eggshells can and has. And my standard is you must have checked it yourself, despite the fact you will admit you haven't checked this, have you?
There's something.
Have you
there's
checked
something. There's something that's put out. What they're telling you, the information that you're actually consuming, and then there's the other thing where you're now going to say, okay, they said this one thing about it, and it's within 1%, and then there's me verifying that it's within 1%. There's a difference. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. So do you think that their accounts are accurate or not?
Well,
Do you think Celestial Navigation
all I'm
works
saying is,
or not?
listen, there accounts about what these things are, but when a person goes out there and actually navigates the oceans and wants to get from
Which
point
you
A to
haven't
point
done.
B, according to the information that's been given to them, all the charts that they're using, they're relying on this information. But even like the most seasoned veteran mariner that goes out there is not going to have the same type of accuracy every single trip, dude. That's not going to happen. So the
How
distance
low does the
traveled.
accuracy get? Tell me about this.
Well,
This sounds
yeah.
interesting.
Oh, so you don't
What are
you
you
don't know
basing this
this?
off, and how bad does the accuracy
I'm
get?
basing this off of people that actually travel distances to say that they're actually
What are their
with.
names?
What do you mean? What are their names? Everyone who
Well, I'm
travels the
naming
oceans.
people like Captain Cook and
Yeah. So
I can happily name Shackleton's
So did you know that
navigator
they
as well.
struggled? Did you know that they struggled when they're in their navigation process, or do you think that everything went smooth as butter everywhere they go? They know exactly where to go, how to go, because they
Well,
have
it's a
everything.
difficult process. It's
Really?
people
So it's
struggle with it.
difficult now. So we agree it's difficult. So you and I agree it's difficult. Yeah.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
So does it
Thank you.
work or not? When
I never
somebody's
said it
using it
doesn't.
well.
Never said it doesn't.
Okay. So do we know distances over water?
So they can know distances, but it's going to be approximations. Once again, like you,
How
what are
approximate?
you? They can come within a specific margin of error,
Like
but it's not
1%?
going to be. No, I think that's you're being too.
What percentage would you put on it?
That's not conservative at all. I don't know.
What percentage would you put on it? Let's say
there
they're
should be a
shooting something
margin.
that's 7,000 nautical miles away, right? How many miles do you think they would be out? I'm saying I don't think they'll be more than 70 miles out. No, 700.
Yeah, but
No, 70.
No. 7 miles.
70, I said.
Yeah.
I think they'll be a tenth of that. I think they'll probably be closer to 6 or 7.
We can argue about specific travels of like I don't know. You want to get into like whoever, and then we'll examine. Because here's the thing we're doing right now. We're just you and I are talking about like whether or not it's possible that they're within a margin of error. But then now you're gonna have to pick, what seasoned mariner is actually out there doing the travel so that we can compare.
Why?
That's all I'm saying. Put
The
something. 'cause
the only question I'm trying to
you're
answer is, do we know distances over water?
Yeah, and we were saying that, but
within
to an
1%?
approximation. No,
To
I
within
think
1%?
that's being too
Great.
close there.
Be bold. Put a percentage on it.
You
Grow some
just
hair.
said, yeah,
Tell us
no,
your number.
Here's the thing. You just agreed with me that it's a pretty hectic thing to do for any mariner to be out there navigating. So why are you now going to say that it's within 1% if you know that it's a really hard thing to do? People don't just go out there and they have all this stuff. Listen,
Formula
they don't
One's
have-
also hard to do. It doesn't prevent
don't
the
have all
existence
the-
of Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah,
It's fucking
but they
ridiculous,
don't have
man.
they don't have all the information out there to say, okay, I have all my information. I can go from point A to point B, no problem. I got
Well,
this.
what question are you asking right now? That makes no sense. The fact that I
So,
say
yeah, within a
very
certain
competent
margin of
humans
error.
run 100 meters in around 10 seconds, that doesn't mean you start bringing fat men out of pubs and going, well, he can't. Sure, let's imagine
No,
somebody
I'm not
quite
talking about that.
competent wants to tell me the distance between two islands. Let's say they're exactly due north and south of one another. So all you need is an angle measurement to Polaris. Can they work it out?
Of course, I never doubted that they could.
Within
I'm not saying
within what
that's the part.
degree of
That's the part
accuracy?
that's the part I disagree with. So you're making it sound like there's a kind of a already understood knowledge that it has to be this specific margin of error. How do you know that?
I'm inviting you to say what margin of error do you think humanity,
No.
the
I'm
competent
not
humans,
talking-
can achieve?
It's not. I'm not talking about what I think. I'm asking for your claim of you're giving a claim of 1%.
Yeah.
This is what you're doing.
I
right?
think they're far more competent than 1%. So I'll happily hang my hat on 1% because I think they are going to be
know that.
orders of
You're doing
magnitude
that.
beyond it.
Eggshells.
What are you
I know
at?
that you're doing
Where
it.
are you at?
I'm
Come on, be
asking.
be
How did
confident.
you? I am confident because I'm asking you. It's
Well,
not my
you're running
claim.
from it.
This is your claim. You're saying 1% is what they're
Sure.
doing. How do you know that,
I don't. I'm giving you my opinion.
that's
I'm
my
asking for
point.
yours as well.
dude?
What's
My
your opinion?
point. I'm bringing the argument that you don't know that it's 1%. That's my argument.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I'm inviting you to
Good.
guess as well.
Good. So then we're in agreement.
Can
that
you
don't
guess?
know the margin of error. I don't
Sure.
need to. I don't need to. It's not my. I didn't bring
Yes,
this
you do.
up. You did. You did.
You're right, but
You want me to
I'll show
argue
you
for
why
your
it is.
point?
Well, I can show you why it destroys your case if you'd like.
What case? It's your argument, dumbass.
It
You're the
destroys
one that
flat
came
Earth.
in with it. How does it
But
destroy
you're
flat
not
Earth
saying.
eggshells?
Well, what is flat Earth asking for? What is flat Earth claiming doesn't exist?
What do you mean? Curvature of the Earth? Yeah, doesn't
Right,
exist.
and what is curvature? Give me some terms you use to describe curvature.
Drop over distance, elevation
Oh, what's that
change,
second word? Hang on. What's that second
Huh?
word? Drop over what?
a distance.
Okay, distance over what?
The
What do
Earth.
you want to compare the distance to? Over water, right? So you're
It
saying,
doesn't
I want to see drop
matter.
over distance.
It can
I want
happen
to see
over
drop over
water, over
distance.
land. It doesn't
No,
matter.
look, let me finish making the case.
Better over water though.
Flat Earth's entire claim, exactly, it's better over water. Flat Earth's entire claim is when we go looking, we can't find drop over distance.
No,
And
it's
when
not measurable. It's
pressed,
not about
when
finding it. It's not
pressed,
measurable.
fine, we aren't able to
Okay.
measure it. Is there any
Yeah.
sensible meaning between we aren't able to measure curvature over distance or fine, we aren't able to measure curvature over
Yeah,
distance?
there is.
And we also think that we can't quite work out distances very accurately over water.
Nah, that's your second argument. That's what I'm asking for is the evidence of your claim that
Maybe
it's
you
within
have
1%.
found that drop, but you've got the distance wrong. Either you're
No,
good at knowing distances
no,
over water, or your whole claim is just not worth taking seriously.
no. It is because you haven't given what the drop over distance for any specific arbitrary distance. You could say 20,
I don't
70,
need
I don't
to.
care how many miles. Yeah, I
I
know
don't
because
need
you
to. It's
don't
your
have it
case.
because
This is
it's
your
not my case.
argument, and it's falling apart
It's
on the
your.
face of it.
What do you mean it's my argument? I'm not claiming numeric values to the size
Drop
of
over
the Earth,
distance.
my good friend. You are. This is your
You're
argument.
saying we can't find drop over distance, and when impeached upon
Yeah.
it, you also don't know distance. So you
So
don't
where
drop becomes irrelevant. You
where
just
is
say
the
I
drop?
don't know distances very well, and I pat you on the back and go, we'll go back to school.
No, I didn't say no distances very well. I said they're not as accurate as you're saying they are. And I called
Okay,
that
you
into
need to know
question.
how accurate they are, don't you?
I called that into question and you said, "Well, shit, I don't know either." You just said that. So good. We're in
I'm
agreement.
happy to put upper limits on it, is what I'm saying.
That's
And if
fine.
with that
Who
1%
cares?
upper limit, we can impeach whether
Yeah, but you don't
CellNav
know
works,
that.
and
Once
we can
again,
test
you
whether
got two
the Earth
arguments
is
on the
flat.
claim. You got two arguments right now going. One, that you have
Sure.
some type of knowledge of how accurate they can be when they're traveling from point A to point B, and two,
Not while
you're
traveling,
saying
no.
really. So then, what's your
Just distance.
argument about?
Just distance. Just distance.
Just
You don't
distance,
need to
yeah.
travel in order for distance to mean something.
What? How the
You
fuck
keep
are you gonna
changing
get
it to
from point A to
traveling, but
point
it's
B if you're not
irrelevant.
traveling?
You don't need to travel. Not every distance involves going there. You might be shooting a radar transmission or laying an undersea cable.
How the
There is
fuck do
no
you know where?
relevance to
Yeah,
traveling
dude,
there.
that's travel. Yes, you dumbass. How do you know where the target's gonna be if you've never been there?
Because you know where it is.
Because
Because you
somebody
know how
has to have
far away
traveled
it
there.
is.
You freaking moron! Somebody has to have
Just-
gone there from the point where you're at. Traveled?
Sure, and then once they're there,
Oh
can
my
I bounce
God, dude.
can I bounce
All right.
can I bounce a beam off them and see how long it takes?
Dude, look, we're looking for drop over distance. Now,
Yes,
if you
I
have
can.
that,
Sure,
then that's
but
great.
what you're saying is you don't know distances.
I didn't say that. You're saying that. I told you that yes, distances
So
can be
how
known
accurate
within a
is
certain. That's your point, not mine. You're saying that it's in within 1%. I'm asking you to
I'm saying
provide the evidence
even
that you
better
know
than
that's true, and you said no, I don't know. Well, then that's good. You don't know the tolerance, and neither do I, because there's always an approximation that they're giving these distances. They can
What's
say,
the
"Oh,
worst it could be
it's
out
1,000
by?
miles." What?
What's the worst a distance could be out by? If I wanted to measure the distance
That's
from
not my
Sydney
claim,
to
sir.
Honolulu,
That's not my claim.
but it's necessarily part of it.
No, it's
it
not.
follows
No,
logically.
it's not my
Yes,
claim.
if the Earth,
I am not
I
claiming
can show you why it is
that
necessarily part
that
of your
was your.
claim.
Oh, that's fine. If you're trying to give it to me, I don't want it. It's not my claim.
Well,
That's your claim.
it would be necessarily true if the Earth is flat, the distances would change. Is it not?
No, it would change. No, listen, dude. Like when you come
No?
with an I'm telling you, when you come with an approximation, it falls within a tolerance.
Yeah,
And
and the
do- and do-
tolerances would be
right.
out by orders of magnitude in the south.
How do
Is that
you
or
fucking
is that
know?
true or is
I'm
it not?
asking you how you know this information because, of course, we can go off of appealing to whoever said so, right? Doesn't matter who it is. But then we're going to have to
What do you
check
mean?
how we know that information is true.
Which that
Right?
whether distances change on the shape of the Earth.
Well, if you're traveling from point A to point B, and they say, well, this distance is this specific, when you travel this way,
Right.
oh, that's all good and well. But what we're
Right.
saying though, is how do you know how much drop there will be from that point to this? Yeah.
I feel like you're just rambling. It doesn't make any sense.
No, rambling.
The question is,
the
do we
whole
know
argument.
the distance between the two cities, between
That's
the 2
not-
points?
Listen, that's basically a derivative topic from the main point, which is how much drop
But you
will there
can't
be
get
from
to
those
the
two distances.
drop there's going to
Why?
be if you don't know the distance. Because
So
if you don't know distance, then you don't know what drop you're looking for. How
so you're
obvious
s-
can it be?
So you're saying that all the distance that you understand within 1% can be understood for whatever amount of distance we're going to talk about, from island to island or whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying
Alright,
you
so
will
you're-
not be
this
able
is
to
your
find
claim.
me a distance on Earth using Google
Yeah.
Maps
Yeah, who
that
cares
doesn't match
about
up
what I
within
said?
1%.
Yeah, who cares about what I said? Now, going back to you, because you're saying within 1%, that's all
didn't
good and
say
well.
what
You
you
know
said.
this. You're very confident in your claim. Now, I want you to
Sure.
validate not only that you know the tolerance of what percentage it is, but also how much drop there would be between the 2 points that you're talking about, Eggshells. Because now it's you. Okay, fine.
I'm standing in front of a campfire,
toss
mate.
me
I'm
to the
not. I'm not
wind.
going to do. I'm not going to get a calculator. The point stands,
Oh
and
my
you're not
God.
addressing it.
Well, that's the whole thing, man. If you're in here and you're at a campfire and you're enjoying your time, go enjoy your time. If you don't have time to argue about what drop there would be over your distance of 1%
It's not
tolerance,
about drop.
then
It's
why
just
are you going
about
to talk
whether
about
you
it?
know distance or not.
Nah, who cares, dude? The whole case is
You should. You should,
that's
man.
that's a derivative
You could
topic.
disabuse yourself of this silly fantasy if you realize that all of your
No,
claims
you
rest upon
can.
knowing distances over water.
Yeah,
And
so
then when
what?
pressed on the topic of whether we can know distances over water, you won't put a figure on it. And you go, well, we
Yeah,
might get a
because
bit
it's your
wrong out there.
claim.
Because you know we have to. You know
Eggshells,
the distances
it
must
is
be
your
massively
claim.
wrong.
You said within 1%. I didn't give a shit about what tolerance it is because I'm not making that claim. Now you said that, and on top of that, this argument is derivative to the fact that what we're asking about is the drop over the distance between the 2 points you think is at like 100 or 1,000 miles. It doesn't matter. How much drop will there be? But according to you, you're at a campfire. You can't pull your calculator out, so you don't want to bother. So it's on you, not me.
Well, it's just unnecessary. It's just
Well,
avoiding the
then
conversation.
good.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I
It's
know
not
you're avoiding it.
necessary.
You're avoiding it. That's what I'm pointing out. That's well done. You just pointed out you're avoiding
I'm
it because you're at a
avoiding what?
campfire.
What do you think
don't wanna
is
point
the
it out.
do you get what I see as the importance of knowing distances?
Oh my
Do you
God.
get why I see that as central to your case?
Yeah. You try to harp on these derivative arguments as if they're the main point, and they're not. We're talking
Well,
about
they're
if
wholly
you.
destructive to flat Earth. Yes,
Yeah,
this destroys flat
really.
Earth,
Without
and
you
you can't
telling me
respond
how
to
the
it.
Earth is a globe, it's wholly destructive to flat Earth without you telling me how
Yes.
you know the Earth's a globe. Really, that
Yep.
makes a lot
It
of
destroys
sense.
it destroys flat Earth right from the
It
beginning.
doesn't destroy anything because you didn't provide the
Well,
evidence
whether
that would
you're aware
solidify
of it
the
or
Earth
not.
being a globe. You didn't.
Sure. So
Great.
every
Because you're
flat
at a
Earth claim,
campfire, you can't pull your calculator out, so you're not going to give the audience the knowledge of how you know how much drop there is going to be over the specific 2 points that you're talking about. You don't know that, or you're just hiding from giving the information.
what
I
2
don't know what you're
points?
doing.
What 2 points?
From
Explain to me what
whatever
this question is.
the point of origin
From
to the
whatever.
target distance.
Which
Wherever
where?
you
Yeah,
say
Where are
you're
you talking
traveling.
about? Whose
Is the
points?
one
I don't
claiming that they know the Earth is a globe and curving, the surface is curving because of the distances? Who's
Well, I
saying
think
they
we
know
do
the
know
distances?
You might want to
I
warm
think
your
I think
hands
we
by
know
the fire,
Right, right.
eggshells.
So,
I think we know
so
the
then
distances.
we go to, okay, let's measure it then. It must be
How?
measurable, right?
How he's
So who?
asking
Measurable, right?
T-Dub, how do
So
we do
sure.
it?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? How
No
have you
shit.
done it in the past? How have you measured
Why
a distance
are
in
you
the past?
asking us for? It's your ball
Because
earth
you're
claim.
you're the test things people, aren't you? Have you
Yeah,
tested distances in the
okay,
past?
so apparently to you, just appealing to whoever, it's good enough, right? I just appeal to mariners. I appeal to scientists. I appeal to whoever. I don't care. I appeal to whoever. They can figure it out. I don't have to. I'm
Yeah,
at a campfire,
that's
warming my hands up.
pretty
I
obvious.
can't.
If
I can't bother.
if I say, "Hey, clever people have probably gotten it right," and you
Yeah.
go, well, "Which number are you going with?" and I just point at the number that the clever people did, right? I don't need to do any work on that.
Good.
You're the gang who are saying the numbers have to be massively wrong. Australia has to be 3 times as wide as it looks like.
Yeah, but who gives a
Right?
shit, dude? But who gives a shit because there's no drop over
Who
distance
gives a shit
measured.
about your worldview, or who gives a shit about testing their
No, who gives a
worldview?
shit about your argument? If it doesn't substantiate the Earth being a globe, all of what you're saying is just like it's hot air.
Wow,
And
way
it's
to run from the point,
yeah,
man.
it's not running. It's
Way
actually
to run.
exposing. It's exposing what you're trying to do here. It's making a derivative argument the center focus, and it's not. The center focus
But
is you don't
wasn't
have a
T-Dub's
measurement for
argument
drop
just
over
then?
distance.
Wasn't T-Dub's
You don't
argument
have.
there? You haven't tested it. Isn't that what you were
Yeah.
saying,
So
T-Dub? You've got to test
so
it. You've got to go measure it. Was that your point, T-Dub?
you could. He's probably busy warming his hands by a fire too. He can't bother.
And so, if our only method of knowing whether things can be true is whether we've tested them ourselves, describe to me the things you've done, the tests you've done. You sound like somebody who must test a lot of
So
things.
that's the old.
Describe to
That's
me
the
one
old
of the
20
tests you've done.
eggshells. As long as you've been here, your old 23 skidoo's not gonna catch me under the bus, dude. I'm not gonna be like, oh, let me see.
Not
Eggshells.
again.
Not again. Not never. You can't do that because I understand this burden of proof reversal fallacy you're trying to use on me is an old tired one. It's not going to work. Simple.
If I said I have to, in order to know something, I have to test it personally, I would expect that I would be somebody who tested lots of things personally.
No, you haven't.
If you are people who claim you need to test things personally, I'm saying show me your credentials for claiming to be that amazing person, that near superhero.
Nice burden of proof reversal, and now if whoever what you do is you throw a little fishing line out.
Let's
Whoever
talk
flat earther bites on your
cliche.
little worm. Oh, I got me one. Got me a big old whopper here. They're gonna bite on my burden of proof reversal, and then I'll have a conversation of grilling them.
Why is it
What
a
you want?
reversal of the burden of proof?
Because
Who
you
holds the
think that
burden?
you have you dumbass. You think you have the idea that the Earth is a globe with no drop over distance measurement, huh?
Why
Is
do
that what
I
you think?
only I have the burden? That
Yeah,
seems a bit
every
strange.
globe or not.
Because
You know what?
you
Eggshells?
agree with the distances.
You freaking
And you
you're so
disagree with the distances.
God,
Why does
dude.
that mean that I have a burden?
No,
and you
it's
don't?
being tested. Look, the distance. Who cares, right?
What's being
Distance
tested?
is like it come out and they tell you this is how far it is from this point to that point, right? And you go, okay, so if that's the case and the Earth is a sphere, then there necessarily must be a certain amount of curvature and a specific
Drop.
curvature rate between those two distances. So they go out and they
Duh.
go, if I do
Who's
this,
they?
then I won't get X result, right?
Who's they?
They do get X
Who's this?
Oh my
result.
God, dude.
Who's they? Who are you talking about that does this
Okay,
test?
all right.
People, long distance observations,
Do they have
laser
names?
tests, etc., etc.
Yeah,
Do they have
don't.
names? Are they in the
Yeah,
room
no,
right now?
we're not gonna the T-Dub. This is the old classic burden of proof reversal that Eggshell loves to do. He's really good
It's
at
not a
it too.
burden of proof reversal. It's
Yeah, oh
asking
yeah,
to live
it
up to your
fucking
own
is,
standard.
dude. No, it fucking is. See, here's a problem with you, Eggshells. You don't realize that the burden has always been on your shoulders to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and not on us to prove to you that the Earth is flat, because it's just demonstrated self-evidently as that. So no,
I'm
the
happy to test the burdens. I'm happy to shoulder burdens. I don't mind that.
Okay,
What I
you don't
find is
really.
funny is you
Okay,
guys
no, hold on a
think it
second.
is
No,
noble,
I don't believe that.
and you boast
I
about
don't
not
believe that.
not meeting burdens.
No, I don't believe that, Eggshells.
You're
I don't believe
proud
what you
that
just
you
said.
you won't stand behind the things you think.
No, I don't believe what you just said. That you're one who loves to test burdens. I don't think that's true. I heard what you
Sure.
just said. You don't. That no, that's not you. That isn't you. You like to
Let's
shift the
test it.
goalpost, and then go ahead and do it. Come back when you have the drop over distance measurement, and then tell us how it coincides with the radius value. Eggshells. Do that if you like testing
Why?
burdens, because it's the
That's
freaking
it's
claim
just
on
a
the
stupid
table.
thing to test.
Okay, well then,
It's not
warm
a
your
question in
hands.
my head.
Then warm your hands
If
by
I
the
thought that
fire,
was an honest
Eggshells.
question, if I thought that was an
Oh,
honest question,
really?
I would
Okay,
absolutely
here we
go out
go.
and test
Yeah,
that.
here we go.
If I thought
Let's hear color commentary. That's better. That's nice. Let's hear your color commentary, Eggshells. That's nice.
It's pretty simple. Like if I thought the Earth was flat, I would go out and test it. I think the smart people have got it right, so I don't test it.
All
If
right,
you
then, there
if
you
you
go.
want, we can
Ladies and
test something
gentlemen,
together. But this whole idea
Eggshells.
of
I
go
present to
away.
you Eggshells. He doesn't want to test the burden of proof, which a moment ago he said, I love testing burdens. Now listen to him. You see how he goes back on what he says? I know him like a back of my hand. This guy he's
Let's
all full of
test it.
gimmicks. He's a fast talker. He wants to catch somebody on the burden of proof reversal, and then he's gonna grill
Why
them
is it a
as soon
burden
as
of
you
proof
bite.
reversal?
Because
Who's
you
got
like
the burden
that
of
shit.
proof? Who's got the burden
You
of
do.
proof?
You do.
How do you decide that?
do. Because the claim is that the Earth is a globe and it has surface curvature, like they taught you in school, or they told you. They didn't
So
teach
is
you.
it not a claim to say the Earth is flat and has no surface curvature?
That is the exact thing that it is when you can't find the curvature. So
That is
once
the
you actually
exact
go
thing that it
looking,
is when
yeah.
you can't find the curvature.
Oh yeah. So when you try to figure, I wonder how much drop over distance there is. Wait a minute, the numeric value
This is
for just hold on a second. The numeric value that I have for finding how much drop over distance there is fucking 0. There isn't any. So, I think if something's not curving,
so
what
who's
else
got
can
the
it be?
burden?
Eggshells? You do.
So who's got the burden? So
You do.
it sounds like
You
what
do.
you said. What you're saying is we both had the burden, and then my team went out and were unable to measure curvature, and so now you've got the burden. The ball's in your court. Is that
No,
the idea?
actually, it's always been in your court. Always. It's in the
But
Globerts
what?
court. Always.
According to who? Where did you decide? Is this objective? Like, was this handed down
Yeah.
by God? Who's got the burden of proof?
Well, whoever makes the claim, if I said I had a Lamborghini in my garage, it's my claim.
Right.
Now I got to prove it, right?
So
Get it
you're
now?
making the claim that the Earth is
Oh,
flat
yeah.
and has no surface curvature.
No, see, the burden of proof goes. You think that it's gonna happen? I'm gonna bite the a 100,000th time you do it. It's not gonna happen, dude. You have the burden of proof.
If a flat earther did say that, would that be
Who
then
cares?
them accepting the
No,
burden?
your little sly tricks of saying, "Oh, let me think about that." Yeah, I think so. No, it's still you. Still you.
So even if a flat earther said the
Yeah, it's
Earth
still
is
you.
flat and has no
It's still
surface
you.
curvature, it's still the globe.
It's
Okay, explain
still
why.
you.
Explain
It's
why.
still you. Because they
Why?
tell us since we're children that the Earth is a globe when we don't observe any
Because
curvature, eggshells. That's
because
why.
they tell us because some other people told you when you were very young that the Earth's a ball. Therefore,
The
all
burden of
ball
proof.
claims have the burden
Oh
of
yeah.
proof, and no
Yeah.
flat Earth
Now you're
claims
getting
have the
it.
burden of proof.
Ladies and gentlemen, tell him what he's
That's
won. A washer and dryer.
it's the
Dude.
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well then, welcome to your world of like living in ignorance. How about that?
Everything has a burden. If I say there is a unicorn in
Yeah,
that
if you
shack,
make
or
a
if there
claim.
isn't, or if I say
If you make a
that
claim,
generator will work, or if it won't, all of them are claims,
dude,
and all of
you
them
hate
might be
I can.
burdens
eggshells.
that are
Don't stop running away
that
from
are
the fact that
confident.
you're not able to prove the
Oh,
Earth is a globe, dude. Just stop running away
Exactly.
from that.
Because
well,
I can say there is no measurable Earth curvature, right? Now you can ask me to demonstrate that. I can just simply ignore your request. Right?
Mm.
Or you can provide me with the measurements which prove me wrong, right? That'll shut me up.
Or
but
not.
it
Just
could-
warm your hands by the
obviously won't.
fire. Warm your hands by the fire and ignore the fact that you
I
have any
am.
burden. Yeah,
Or
ignore
you
the
can
fact
just
that you have any burden.
ignore my statement too. You can ignore. You can
You're
not place
you're
a
both
burden on
yammering
me.
at me, and you're both yammering at
You
me,
could
and
not
this was
place
an
a burden
instruction
on
of
me.
me. So I
Eggshells.
think
You could not
you can
place a
call
burden
it.
on me. Just ignore it, right? You could place
So
a burden on me, right? And I can do with that what I want, right?
Okay, so you okay? I think I kind of agree that you could do it that way, where you could, in conversation, say, "Hey, I disagree with that point. I think you should shoulder this burden and prove that, or show why that's likely, or give me your reasons for thinking that's true." I think that's fair enough. But just arbitrarily claiming my side doesn't have a burden is just cowardice. It's transparent cowardice.
Not really.
You want there to be one. You want there to be one.
You're just
No,
upset.
there doesn't. No, I'm happy there isn't because
why are
it's
you voicing?
it's laughable. It's
You're
people see it
butthurt,
right from the
dude.
get go.
You can listen to him. He's crying about it. What do you guys get to not prove evidence? And I do. That's not fair. You guys are not fair. Oh my god. Why is the world not fair? Eggshell, shut up, dude.
Well,
Warm your
it
hands
is.
by
It
the
is.
fire
It's
and enjoy
very
the
fair.
night. My god.
Look, if
Have
I
another
get that we
beer or
started
something.
with something that
Jesus.
was a weak topic for you guys, but I just
Really?
I keep thinking that we don't know the
Poison the well.
distance.
Let me poison the well. A little more poison.
Or
Doesn't
you could
work,
just
dude.
take one of the substantive characters I'm making and actually respond to it instead of playing the peanut gallery.
Or you
But,
could
you know,
take the
it's better
L
in the
like you
peanut
always
gallery.
do every single day you come in here. You could take that too. You could take a big old L. Warm that by the fire.
Oh, it's pretty transparent. You don't agree that it's an L?
Dude,
Your
there's no
case
way you
rests
can.
upon Your
yeah, the
case rests upon whether you are accurate at distances.
You've
pretend you're not
arbitrarily
is silly.
you've arbitrarily given what it is that you made it. Yep, that's what needs to be important. The distance. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's
Distance,
the
yeah.
most important
If you
thing.
guys
Yeah.
are
Mhm.
if you guys are saying the globe distances are wrong
Mm.
and we're bad at working out distances, then all of your drop over distance measurements are
Let's see how
completely
many people
bunk.
bite. Let's see how many
They're
people bite.
pointless. None of them have any substance to them. It's saying there's X over Y, but we might be wrong about X.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
But
then
then
you're resulting.
there's no drop over
Thing is
distance.
obviously just bunk. It's garbage in, garbage out, right?
No drop over distance.
Over what distance? You can't work it out.
Yeah. Well, you don't have any drop, so why are we
Well, you don't have any distance.
what do you mean I don't have any distance? Who's even saying that we don't have distances, dude?
Well, you guys
You're losing-
claim that the
the
only way to
sprockets
know
and
these distances is to
gears
go
are
and
popping
travel
out of
them
your head.
yourself, according to you. But you don't travel and check any distances.
What
So
about across
you
a
kinda
meter? What
Yeah,
about a
he
meter?
Stitched yourself
Yeah.
into a little hole.
Yeah, the whole is that you don't know what the drop over distance is. So there it is. And you don't want to
if
figure
that's
it
the
out
way you
because you're
want-
warming
look,
your hands
that's
by
the
the
way
fire.
that's the way I'd be misremembering it too if I were you.
Nah, it's not misremembering. I'm actually pointing it out so everybody understands that when you try to use your little gimmick again, shift the burden back onto
Can you
us.
can you
it's not gonna work.
can you address the gimmick?
Yeah. You're trying to make
That's
an
right.
argument out of a derivative topic of distance, which has never been. It's always been about the drop over the distance. Yeah?
Right? So what does it matter why
Right.
it's always been? Maybe you've always missed the fact that your distances are important.
Oh, really? So drop
So that's
over
not a
that
good
distance.
defense.
So
It's just
drop
saying
over
we've
the
been making
so
some
drop
mistake for years now.
Really. So what the surface curvature would be that the consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape and oblate spheroid would have to be such that the surface is curving. Now, if it's only about distance and not about the drop over the distance, that's your argument.
No, if your argument is about drop over
Exactly.
distance,
Like it's
it relies that you are accurate at detecting
Shells,
either.
it's irrelevant what I think the distance is. It's irrelevant what anybody thinks the distance is. If you think there's drop over distance, then that onus is on you to present demonstration
Right. So
of
I've got to test your worldview for you. Okay,
No,
that's an interesting way to go about it.
No, this is your worldview. Your worldview. Your worldview, not mine.
T-Dub, if I did that test and said I found curvature,
You're not going to. You just said you're not going to. Eggshells. And no
Yeah,
hypotheticals.
but here's why.
Stop saying,
Here's why.
Stop
Because
hypotheticals. No, we don't want to hear
Sure.
your hypotheticals. You have to either do it or don't.
Oh.
Like shit or
Okay,
get
have
off
you
the
done it?
pot, Eggshells.
Have you
It's
done it?
not my burden, you freaking moron. Once again,
So
we're
no,
back to
you haven't
telling me,
tested your
why are you
worldview.
reversing the burden of proof on me? It's your burden. You carry it, you shoulder it, you test it, you measure it, and then come back and talk to us. Yeah?
Sure. So I
Otherwise-
must measure it, but you won't listen to my measurements when I do.
Keep warming your hands by the
Because you
fire,
still haven't
sir.
done it. The only way you can know a truth about the world is by testing the world,
Alright.
and you refuse to test the world.
Oh, yeah, I'm refusing. Yeah, I'm the one refusing. Yet you just
Well, you
want to
haven't
warm your
done
hands by
one,
the
have you?
fire, and you don't want to
You
pull the
haven't done a
calculator
single
out. That's what you said. Oh, I can't be bothered. That's what you said.
Well, look, how long have you been a flat earther, mate?
I don't care. Doesn't matter.
How many tests have you done?
It doesn't matter. The burden of proof
Is it
is still
zero?
yours,
Is the number
sir.
0, Alpha? Be honest with me. Is the number 0?
The burden of
After
proof is
spending
on
all
you.
these years telling people they've got to go test things, have you really not tested it once at all because of this burden thing?
Well, I don't want to, go ahead and just say, "All right, Eggshells, let's talk about me doing my test," because
Or
you
not,
haven't
as
done
it
shit.
sounds like.
I don't want to. I don't care. You can keep crying all you want. It's not fair. What do you
I
guys
don't need
get
to
to
cry,
know?
man. You need to cry.
does
You've got a
you-
worldview. You've got a worldview that rests
cry.
upon testing things, and you don't.
Why does everybody? Why is the burden of proof on the Glober's shoulders? Not fair.
Yeah, I would feel pretty shitty about myself if I was making any claim about any truth, and my
yeah, but see,
case
that's the thing.
rested on me saying you've got to prove
That's the
me
funny
wrong.
thing. That's the
Then
funny
I
thing.
would think, geez, I've
You'd
got a
actually
piss weak
have to know
worldview.
truth to actually understand what it is. You don't know what truth is.
Dude, if you've got a worldview that you think is valid
Pretty
and has
philosophical.
credence and should be taken notice of, right? And you want us to take notice of it, you got to fucking give us something. It doesn't matter what I believe. It doesn't matter
Why
what
don't
I
you actually
think.
take
It
notice
doesn't
of-
matter what I claim to know.
I don't
Present
think
your
you need to
globe
take notice of the globe. I think you need to take notice of good
Happy to
thinking.
go.
The
You're
globe's
happy to walk
fine.
away right now. Walk away on your little legs and go be happy with whatever you think you know and whatever you think you believe,
Warm your
right? And
hands by
whatever
the
you
fire.
think is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have another
If you want to,
beer.
if you want us to
Well,
pay
I care
attention
about
to
you.
it,
I think that-
right?
Nah,
if you
don't
want us
care
to
about
see any
the
merit
sense
in
here.
it, then you got to give us something which has merit.
Eggshells, you like to argue. Just admit it. Just admit it, dude.
Sure, I'd love to argue.
Oh, there you go.
But I see
good
I see
about
it also
own
as a
that shit.
service. I think you would benefit from recognizing if your worldview, if your behaviors are incongruent from your worldview. And I would hope any friend would tell me if I said I stand by this worldview where I never haggle, and then they go, I saw you haggle, then I'd be like, well, thank you for pointing that out, because that's I don't like to see myself as
advice,
somebody
man.
who
Well, I'm gonna make that mental
know,
note of that. I'm gonna file it in the cabinet.
behave in
All right,
consistency with your morals.
All right, then. Yeah. This is coming from the
Yeah.
man who knows how to, he tests burdens, except for when he doesn't, when he's warming his hands by the fire.
Did you ever ask the question, or have you ever heard people ask the question when you plop down the Black Swan photo? Because I remember I asked it, and I said, "How do you know this is 10 miles offshore?" And then we got it from Google Earth. I was like, "That's an interesting statement. Don't you think that's an interesting statement? Do you see why
course,
I
let's
think
talk
that's an
about-
interesting
You
statement?"
know, what's really cool is that we can talk about all the things that you want to talk about, Eggshells, which is
That's
really not
good.
relevant.
Go for it. Answer the
That's
question.
not relevant. So the only relevant thing is any glober that comes in here needs to provide evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving, and you haven't done
You just
so.
got to go
because
back to your script, do you?
Well, this is important because you don't realize that you're warming your hands by the fire and not providing evidence. Yeah?
I'm providing evidence that you are
Where?
unwilling to look deeply into
about
your
me.
own beliefs.
It's about me now. It's not about the argument anymore. It's about me. Big old me.
Well, it's about the flat earther mindset, yeah.
No, it's about you not presenting evidence. It should be about the globe earther mindset, which is what you're attempting to show everybody right now. It's like you
Yeah,
don't
trying to
like-
rescue you
rescue me from what?
from this silly thought prison that keeps you
Thought prison.
trapped in a
Really?
little mental snow globe.
Of course. Yeah, because you're the big old hero with your cape swooping down and just rescuing everybody. Really, with no evidence.
I think that
I got
lots
no
of people
evidence,
like
but
to
I'll
see
help you
themselves
out.
that way.
Oh, let me help you guys out. I got no evidence.
Well,
I gotta warm my
there's
hands.
plenty of evidence.
I got no time.
You
I
just
got no.
randomly ask for a specific number and then run a little victory lap when I don't immediately pick up a calculator and start plugging in numbers for you like a trained monkey. When I'm showing you, I mean, the core tenets of flat Earth, I'm showing that it is completely ideologically bunk because it claims to be able to know whether there is drop over distance, but also claims it is impossible to accurately know distance.
The claimed distances and the claimed rate of curvature. You
Right, so
fucking idiot.
So then you haven't discovered anything about reality. You've just discovered something about the claims, unless
and
you've
you
tested the
have-
distances.
You're the arbiter
according to your
of
own
reality.
worldview, man.
You're the arbiter
No, it's
of
your
reality.
worldview.
You
Is
know
your
what all
worldview-
things are, and you know how to, you know how to distribute facts because that's what you've been
Does
doing
this-
right now.
Does this describe your worldview? I can't trust the authorities on that. I need to be able to test it myself. Is that core to the flat Earth worldview?
So, when are you gonna
Yes or no?
actually attempt? When are you gonna eggshells?
Was that a
After all
yes?
of this, after all of this,
Are you
hemming
dodging
and
the
hawing-
question again?
No, after all this hemming and hawing, when are you gonna actually provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe? When?
I am right
When?
now in this exploration of the flat Earth mindset.
You're just talking about us. You're not talking about the evidence of the Earth being a globe.
I am. I'm showing the evidence is the behavior of flat earthers. The best evidence for that the Earth isn't
Wow.
flat is that flat earthers are
This
demonstrably
isn't
incapable.
exclusive to Flat Earth, you freaking moron. This is anybody can come along and challenge any claim that exists without presenting any position whatsoever. It's not about a dichotomy.
Bro, this is how I dominate you.
Hang on, what do you mean? So any view I challenge, if I say the sunlight isn't warm, I am
Oh my
not.
God, we're not talking about those statements. Come on, man. Let's get back.
So where comes from this idea? My worldview is immune to, or I find it unnecessary to explain why I hold my worldview. I've decided
we
it
don't
is.
have to tell you anything. It's your burden, your proof.
Sure.
You need to come to the
You
table.
don't.
Yeah. Well, where is it? Sure. Where is it?
If
We're
you
waiting.
could, would you? If you could
No,
prove
I
your
don't
worldview,
want
would
to.
you?
I don't want to tell you about proving what you say. I want you to provide evidence because that's what the whole VC is about. What it's about.
Yeah. I'm providing plenty of evidence.
Your fast talking doesn't help you out of this like little gimmick that you're trying to do. Doesn't help. I'm a dog with a bone, bro. You should already know this shit. I'm not gonna let go. And I won't. So long as you're here, I won't let go. I'll keep rerouting you back to the same old thing until you actually
Yeah,
oh shit.
you
Let
go
me get
back to
my
this script
calculator
of
out.
do you have drop over distance? But then
Yeah,
we also
and
know that you reject all measurements of that because you haven't done it yourself, and you can dream
Really?
up some excuse to discard it.
What drop over distance
Your only
have you
heuristic,
provided?
your only rule that you apply is I need to be able to do it myself, and you
Well, you
don't do
haven't
it
done it.
yourself.
Said you're welcome to believe, dude. Take your belief plaque and walk.
Yeah.
You can win.
Take your belief
Well, I hope to rescue
trophy.
some people. I want to take some people back to rationality with me.
Go ahead.
Because
Go
this is
ahead.
nuts, guys. This is just so insane.
Yeah, sure. Go on. Shouldn't you be like trying to film another movie or something? Like what? Don't be
Oh, in
worried
due
about.
time.
We'll worry about the people, the globalists. You go and worry about Hollywood or Bollywood or whatever you do. You go worry about those guys. We got this over here. You got enough to
Okay.
deal with on your plate.
Well, it sounds like you want me to
Go
go.
make some money.
I'll
Go make
leave
go make
that
a
with
whole
you.
go make a whole bag of money. Leave us be. Go believe your globe Earth and tell
I'm
your
sorry.
tell your Bollywood friends about
it's a rescue complex. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean with it. I
I don't
legitimately care. But
I don't think you're mean.
evidently I've struck a nerve. So I'll see you another night, guys.
See ya, man. Have a good one. Blimey.
Hey, Alpha, what you should have done when he started mentioning the Black Swan, you should have said, not a problem, we'll play that game. And by the way, let's see how accurate your 1% distance is now. because of by magnitude how far it's out. Could have just slapped him sideways with that.
Yeah, he wants to keep the party going on his terms. And he loves it. Whenever he gets people to talk about the thing that he wants to talk about, it's a power trip for him. He loves it. When he changes the
I was thinking
burger
that.
Yeah, go ahead, Tito.
I was thinking that, like, because he left, like, well, you're not playing by my rules, like.
Yeah. And that's what he wanted. He gets a rise out of it. He loves it when people listen to him and actually engage him on his points, because he thinks that he can has this. What is it? It's this like power of suggestion or something. It's a specific dynamic between linguistics, so people can employ this like tactic, and it's really holding the conversation. But if you hear all the shit that he's trying to do within his gimmick, you can point it out and not let him have what he wants. So that's what I do. I'm not gonna entertain him, and I keep rerouting him back to the it's your little script. Yeah, I'm back because you're not providing evidence. So he's in an endless loop with me, and he hates it because he wants somebody to bite. One of you flat earthers, it's your mindset that's a problem. So he wants to talk about that and not providing evidence that the Earth is globe. He's like, I love testing burdens, and now you really don't, dude, because you would have done it ages ago.
I thought that was interesting when he said about it being flat, so I don't want to test it. Like, why wouldn't you want to test your own thing? That's what this is about. Surely. Like, you believe it's a globe. Okay, we get that. I understand you believe it's a globe, not you, Alpha. But have you verified it, or are you just happy to be a believer?
Happy to be a believer. Well,
I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried.
yeah, like I said, with him, it's a power trip. As soon as you engage on one of his points that he brings up, he feels great. He's gonna take you on a ride on his point, which is not anything that we need to be focused on. What focus should be the drop over distance. Yeah. I run circles around those guys that use those tactics. It's like a psychological mind game that they try to use. That's all they want to have the upper hand in the conversation. But if you don't give it to them, they can't have it. Then he leaves like, oh, well, I'll try again tomorrow. Bye, Felicia. Hey, we got Azu Saswa joined the chat. Welcome. Somebody else at the bottom. Ulrich. What's up, Ulrich? Welcome to the chat. My mic still on? Hello?
Yeah, man. Just
Oh shit. Okay. Epoch, you still here? Fine.
did somebody call me?
Yeah. Are you just
Dude,
waking up?
I was dreaming right now, dude. It was, and then I heard someone call me and it woke me up.
Oh, you're probably dreaming of eggshells warming his hands by the fire. 'Cause he's like, I can't
Why
be
you say
bothered.
that?
Because he was arguing with him about presenting evidence that the Earth is a globe, and with that he holds a burden to do that. He's like, well, I can't do that. I can't bust my calculator out and warming my hands by the fire. I was like, oh
Oh
really?
wow,
That's the reason why he can't give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe because too busy.
that's funny. And you guys arguing for a while. No, I thought I fell asleep. What time is it?
Yeah.
What time is
He likes to argue. That's his deal.
it? That's crazy. I don't know if you've ever been woken up out of a dream by someone calling your name. Like it literally is it's weird how how subconsciously you're still alert.
You're lucky none of us started yelling out. I think Matrix was or somebody. I think T-Dub was raising his voice.
Dude, I was sleeping to it, bro. I just saw. Who knows? I don't even remember having a dream. But who knows what I was dreaming?
Azuswa says, "What's the debate? What do you guys all believe here? This is the flat Earth conversation." Azuswa, you can open up your mic and talk to us if you want. Say hello. Say hello to the gang. Oh, by the way, yeah, if you want to, you can talk with Jedi. He'll talk about the flat Earth with you. Unless you don't have a mic in 2024. Got a mic? Hey, you got a mic?
G'day, mates. Welcome to Australia.
Oh wow. Where's Matrix? Is that you, Matrix?
That was a recording. That wasn't me.
Oh. Azuswa, was that a recording or is that your real voice?
It's my actual voice.
Okay. Well, there you you got a bunch of countrymen.
Love
it.
Yahoo,
It's
serious?
Azawa.
Yeah. Do you think the Earth's a globe, Azuswa?
Azuzawa. It's Japanese and it's a
Azuzawa,
retarded
my
name anyway.
bad.
Sorry.
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, I suppose.
Do you have any evidence that it is a globe?
I used to have a lot of stuff on hand, but don't anymore.
What's your best evidence?
I think it was something to do with reference frames or inertial frames.
How was your argument? Do you remember?
No, it's been over 2 years.
Oh shit. Alright, so you really couldn't defend the point if you wanted to.
Probably not.
Okay. So there's no way, no solid stance that you can have that solidified that the Earth is a globe. You just believe it is.
As of right now, I suppose. I did, 3 years ago, have an argument for it.
Okay. All right, let's see if Hug Wins might have an argument. If you're there, Hug Wins.
Did you lose it? Did you check under the couch?
I'm a flat earther.
Flat Earther. Oh, welcome. We're just talking to new people anyway, seeing if they believe the Earth's a globe, or we got Ulrich in here. Ulrich, if you're in here, want to talk to some people that don't just say they believe, but they know the Earth's a globe. Any of them in here? Has anybody got any globe evidence?
Wait, Donnie.
No. I don't know who Donnie is.
Oh, it's Orlik. I actually
Oh, he's
don't
your
know how
fri-
to pronounce his name.
He's your friend?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, his name's Donnie. Oh, okay. Donnie, are you there? Is he shy?
I have no idea.
I think he's.
Buddy said he was tired.
Oh, that's Cap, bro. We all know that. Type in a DM to him, my dude. That's Cap, man. Talk to these guys already. We know you got the sauce, bro. We know you got that evidence.
He really does not.
Ah, disappointing.
Oh, hook us up, man.
Hey, you got a little something on you, right? Little something. Get hook us up. Get that glow birth evidence, man. Come on, man.
You did credit.
No tick for you.
You all out? Damn it. APOC's gonna have to hit the streets then. Where bootleggers at? I'm just kidding.
Oh. Let me see. Dang, it's 4 in the morning. I don't even know what time I went to sleep.
Don't worry about it, man. Time's irrelevant in this space. Doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
It's bending and warping around this conversation.
True. How can we forget?
It's all distorted.
Anyway, I never really debated whether the Earth was flat or round. I'd normally just nitpick at people's arguments.
Really?
I'd be
the nitpicker?
like, what would you call it? The person that fact checks people.
You're a fact checker? Oh, that's good. Oh, so okay. I don't know, Jedi. If you want to, do you have what facts do you know? Give us some facts. There is not.
Someone said some. It was about gravity last time. The one I remember the most.
Can we agree on facts? Do you think?
Maybe. Hold on. Let me have a look.
He
There's a
said
server
maybe. Oh shit. we got a huge problem if we can't agree on facts.
Hey, just real quick. Just real quick. Shout out to the 42 people listening in X.
Can't find
shout
the
out
channel.
to X.
Yeah, there's 42 people listening right now on the stream in X. That's being.
Freaking go.
Yeah, if you guys want to join the conversation, I'll.
Oh, you can't do that. Sorry. Yeah. I got
yeah.
a slap on the wrist. We can't do that.
That's right. We can invite them here. Oh, that would be counterproductive, no?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I don't know. It's weird. People are complaining that we have X. It's
All right.
dumb stuff. I'm trying to look out for you. I don't want.
No worries. I'm still gonna repost it, and then that way they could click on my thing and follow the link.
Yeah, you could do it out over there on X, but I don't know if you can't do it in here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna post and then.
But so, anyways, Azu, you said you're a fact checker. You check facts. Now, do you do that
Sort
for
of.
both sides, or is it just only flat Earth?
Both sides.
Okay. So, what facts have you heard that the globe Earth provides? Give us some facts that you've heard.
One thing is gravity.
Excellent. What do you know about it? Or fact checking on? Like, let's get some facts going.
It's not a force. It's more of a phenomena. Gravity, as we know it, doesn't exist.
What? Oh shit! We got Mr. Fact Checker here. All right. So, what do you mean by that? Doesn't exist.
Got a screenshot of something I said long ago. If two people were to walk north from the equator, exactly parallel, they would still meet up at the North Pole as if pulled together by an invisible force. That's not. That's probably a really bad way of putting it, but
How would you put it?
I don't know. It's been over 2 years, man. This is
I'm asking
old.
for the facts that you said you had. Now you're coming up tits, dude. So I don't know what's going on.
Nah, here, I'll show the screenshot.
He's like, I got all the facts, bro. I'm checking these facts. And he's like, what facts you got? Well, I don't have any right now. What the fuck?
I don't. All my little like folders I had.
Have we got a fact? Yeah, have we got a fact checker in the building?
Yeah. Yeah,
No.
he's
Oh, I can't
100%
even
a
post
fact checker. 100%.
So what kind of gravity you got there?
Yeah, hold on, Des. Cryptos.
Can you check D's nuts?
Oh,
No, it doesn't.
he kids. No, but seriously, what facts? Gravity. You said it's not real. Oh,
Not
he
the
just
way we think
posted.
of it.
Not the way we think.
That was
Okay.
a message I posted in another server Friday, 30th of September, 2022.
All right, let me just read what it says here. Somebody needs to clip this. Can we get a little clip on this? I have to read this. This is amazing. This shows gravity as a force, but gravity isn't entirely
It was a
force.
response. It was a
More of a
response. I
phenomenon.
responded to someone.
I know. Azu, can I finish reading what you posted, bro?
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So it says this shows gravity as a force, but gravity isn't entirely a force, more of a phenomena. This video comes up with one good example. If two people were to walk north from the equator exactly parallel, they would still meet up at the North Pole as if pulled together by an invisible force. Something like that. That's what he said.
For God's sake, what does he mean by exactly parallel?
We gotta check those facts.
Imagine the Earth is a globe
sphere.
for a minute. If you're
Well, like-
supposed to walk north.
Hey, I got a good
No,
example.
I mean just in that sense.
No, I got a good example here. You would know they're exactly parallel because you could have like a string or a chain or something of a known length, and one person holds it in their left hand, the other person holds it in their right
That wasn't
hand,
the point.
and they make it tight. They make it tight, and they say, "Hey, well, how far do we walk before like I can't hold on to it anymore? It's gone. We've gone too far away from each other now. This string, we've walked directly straight. We've kept the string hand in hand, but we're just moving away from each other because of the earth, because the surface they're walking on is bending them away from each other." That'd be a good example. Like, yeah, start someplace like simple. Like, just try like a road, something you know that. I mean, a road does have a crown, so just take that into account, and just walk down the road and just keep walking, or like a bike path or something where you might not impede traffic. You'll find.
I have a question.
Find some way of testing that you know you've got a known distance. And you'd also have to make sure that you're not, because people do kind of don't walk in a straight line. So you have to make sure you got like a compass too, like you maintain a direct compass heading.
Yeah, but who's gonna fact check the fact checker?
Well, it'd be a good
You got
test.
somebody on that?
I did this.
It was a very
You started by it's like facts.
No,
and
I love how the fact checker comes in. Sorry, quickly. I love how the fact checker comes in. And the first thing he asks us to do is imaginable.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
I was gonna ask something else as well. Do you guys think the moon's a globe or
I would say the moon isn't the Earth. If we're talking about the Earth, then if you're talking about the moon, that wouldn't be the topic. That would be something other than what the topic is. Like if someone said, "Hey, what's flat Earth?" and someone said, "Oh, it's actually the moon," I'd be like, "No, I fact check you. The Earth and the moon are two separate things."
Yeah, I do agree with that, but do you guys think the moon is a globe
It's
or
not, I think it's not the Earth.
I do agree with that.
Hey, you guys, communists?
Robots.
Do you guys like Starbucks or Costa Coffee? Are we just asking irrelevant questions? What's going on?
Right.
Yo, Mr. Fact Checker, we need some hard globe facts from you.
I'm not really a glober in that way. I do it on both sides, just for like really insignificant things.
But I still need some hard globe facts from you. Do you have any?
Let me go to the old channel I was in. See if there's something that has that.
What'd be a way of
No glow
adjudicating
facts. Okay.
one or the way or the other?
Okay, there's something about history. The vomit comet. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my fucking god. This goes for like forever. Hmm. Have you guys met a guy called Fax?
Yeah, 50 Facts. Yeah, he used to come around a lot.
Uh,
I think. Yeah, what did his old? You guys remember his old username will jump out like crazy. He's like the engineer who like. Oh crap! I'm trying to think of his old username, but he changed it because his what he came up with is here are 50 facts that all would add up to a globe. Each one of them, and by itself, could be globe or flat Earth. But when you start using each one, it becomes stronger and stronger that the globe explains both or all, where flat Earth can only explain, say, like 5 at a time, or 6 at a time, or 10, or whatever. I mean, they all vary which ones you pick. But of the 50 facts, by the time you get to 50, only the globe that can nail all 50 at the same time is one model. Where flat Earth can get,
it's funny.
you know.
It's funny because my experience is the opposite. I mean, my experience is the complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of his name though, because you guys remember if I tell you his original username, you'd be like, "Oh, that numbnut," because he used to come around the arena and stuff too. Here, I'm gonna try to figure it out.
was he a Glober or?
No, he's kind of a debooker in the way.
Because the person I'm talking about is a flat earther.
Oh yeah, he pretends to be a flat earther quite often too.
He's got a black profile picture right now with a orange F and has had that for over 2 years.
Yeah, a lot. So what you'll be surprised by is a lot of the flat earthers that you don't see.
I'm Deboon King.
A lot of the flat earthers you don't see in flat earth spaces, some of them are just globalists who are really bored, and they just take a flat earth position to fuck with people because they see how easy it is to trigger someone just by saying the earth is flat. That's all they gotta do. They just say,
that
"Hey,
sounds like him."
The earth is flat," and they watch people flip out, and they just sit back and get their rocks off on that. So he's kind of like that.
I think he might be talking about Fax, as in one of our Gold Plus.
Oh yeah,
lobby.
yeah, that guy. Okay, yeah, you're right. I totally forgot because he never talks. I totally forgot about him. Yeah, Facts. Yeah, he's pretty solid. He doesn't talk, but he's does a lot of tech stuff. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, all right. Well, this is a comment I had from 2 years ago. I can't post screenshots here because the server doesn't give me pick perms.
What are you like? Your rank is too low?
I suppose so.
It will come up pretty quick. You just gotta be like 45 minutes. The reason why they did that is because people were, especially like the guest channels, like we're a hosted VIP partnership. We got our own server, the 24/7 server. So what would happen is like people would just come on to these channels just to troll them. So you're like, and then they get kicked out and just make a new account. So now they have to buy in. Like if they want to troll, they got to keep the account active for like 45 minutes, and some of them just give up. That's too much effort.
That's true. Fax said this.
Well, Fax said to go talk to him. He's always, I mean, as far as I've seen, is that he always responds.
Sure,
I mean, he'll
but
just send him a message, be like, "Hey, what's up? I got a question for this." I go, "Yeah, can you elaborate more on that topic?" I'm sure he'll talk your ear off.
So, are you a fact checker or a facts checker?
I normally just pull up people on what I do currently know in the moment.
Yeah, maybe you missed the pun. What I'm trying to say though with that is that we're here and he's not. Just talk to us.
I was just reminding you of him. Or, well, seeing if you knew him, I guess. Also, you sound familiar. Very familiar.
Slightly worried.
Azu, he is your father. I'm just kidding.
Interesting.
Dude, we used to hang out with that short green alien guy, do you remember?
That's good. And we got Max Force in here. Max Force, if you're there. Say hi. Or not.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Oh, not too much, man. Hey, we want to ask you, do you believe the Earth's a globe? Max Force?
Um, you know, I've only seen pictures of the globe from what the government provided us.
Okay.
Could be doctored. Could be anything. I'm open to all possibilities.
All right.
So-
I'm just asking everybody that's new that comes in here. That
Oh no, I respect that.
Cool.
It's really fun to think about. I really enjoy thinking about it, especially what's behind the ice walls.
Well, we do that tomorrow. Yeah, wait. If you really love speculation stuff and thinking about the Elder Ponders, big topic, but a lot of it is speculation. You don't know for sure.
Exactly.
So why we wait for Sunday is because we don't want someone to clip something out of context,
Mhm.
like today, and be like, "Hey, flat earthers were talking about Asgard" or something like that. This way, they know that was on Sunday. That was a speculation. So
Yeah.
Monday through Saturday, we work at the really is level, and then Sunday we kind of casual Friday on Sunday.
Gotcha. I feel like I jumped in at a really respectful and chill time.
Yeah,
Oh,
all the
just-
ball babies are down for the night. They've gamed all night, and now in the morning the sun's
Ball
rising. And,
babies?
but yeah, or yeah, ball babies or ball tards or
Look, man, I can beef you if you want. I don't mind. Do you want me to beef you about something like, your accent sucks? I can do that if you want.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm
other
not
guy.
here to debate.
Not you.
like
the
you
other
want to
guy.
have a face off, like
Yeah.
He's talking about Max Force.
If you came for Bloodsport, I mean, we can provide if that's what you're here for.
Nah, bro. No. What I meant, like, it's usually the other times they came in here, there's a lot going on, but you guys are chilled.
Fair enough.
I like
yeah,
you guys.
he said if you wanted to take it to level 10, man, we could.
Nah, man.
It's whatever you want, man.
I'm not a.
we aim
I'm not
to
up
please.
here. I'm down
It's
here,
like
bro.
You can have it your
Oh.
way. It's like Burger King up in this motherfucker.
No, but I'm open to all
Tell me what you-
possibilities.
Ah, well, okay.
I've never been to
But
space.
don't be so open your brain falls out.
Yeah. I feel you.
Yeah, you've never been to space yet. What
I've never
that
been.
to do?
Let
So
again.
you've never been to Narnia either, right? I mean,
No,
places
no.
places that don't exist. Like people can tell you that you've never been there either.
True.
You haven't visited Santa Claus and his elves making toys for all the children on Earth. You haven't been there either, huh?
True.
So I mean, yeah. So places that don't exist. That's great. You haven't been there. Good for you.
So yeah, like I said, I don't know anything more than what the government, provides the public.
Well, you don't know much of all, jack all. Then I mean, if you think the
You're-
government's role is to keep you informed,
That's Mackie, dude.
No, I'm talking about. I was talking about like school stuff. You know.
That too. That the school system was federalized for one purpose: to kick out as many factory workers as possible.
I grew up
They
in
want you
a.
smart enough that you don't stick your finger in that machine, but just dumb enough where you don't realize there could be something better for yourself.
So
They don't want you to be self-actualized. Like in the days of yore, like in philosophy and the Greek model of education, it was about self-actualization, getting smarter, understanding more principles, ideas, like being able to have conversations from multiple angles.
Right.
You get out of people who basically all they had their whole like high school experience was like their football team kind of sucked or their football team was good. Maybe some sports. They, maybe experimented with drugs or something. They skipped class a couple times. And you ask them just basic, like, civics. Like, Scott Mackey's a great example that this guy boasts that he almost has a master's degree in political science. Doesn't know the first thing about politics. Had no clue about the co-equal branches of government. Couldn't tell you anything about the Republican or Democrats. Like he wanted to say about rational choice decision making for people who vote, completely left out like Downsian school of political theory. Like he just went down Michigan school of theory, then told me that I made that up. It didn't exist, and then I used ChatGPT to have a full conversation with ChatGPT about Michigan and Downsian school, rational choice versus identity. And he just bricked it. Still to this day, doesn't think it's a thing. I go, you should have, when you were going through your master's, your bachelor's, your even your 2-year degree, your transfer credits, you should have come across this concept in one class in political science. Someone probably mentioned it.
Let's see if the new guy wants to say something. Skeggs, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey man, we're asking the new people joining our chat. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
I'd rather not give my opinion.
Why not?
Cause I'd just rather not.
Is it like some secret that you don't want to tell people? Like, kind of like one of those taboo things?
Go on, let's
Can't
hear
tell
it.
you if the Earth's a globe. Can't do it.
Come
Not
on,
gonna
Skeggs,
do it.
You can do it.
I know too much information. If I say it, like the CIA will track me down.
Nah, I don't think that's it.
This dude.
I don't think you're not even a speck on their radar, probably.
I am their radar, mate.
No,
I can't.
I don't believe that. Not even a second. Anyway, so you think the Earth's a globe?
Potentially.
Potentially. Now, okay, so what would be the evidence to back up the claim that it is?
Well, there's evidence that could back it up. Potentially, there's evidence that could say it's not. Potentially,
Well, that's a pickle. But
it is.
yeah. So, why do you think people think the Earth's a globe? What do you think they're considering?
Probably all the information that's been given to them.
Right, like all that information that's been given to you that you don't know about because you're not sure.
Well, I know about it. I just don't want to be. So I don't want to state any absolute statements when I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Ah, that's interesting. So it could not be a globe. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I'm not 100%, so I'm not in a position to make any absolute statements.
You sound like a politician, like under duress or something.
Yeah,
I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations, sir. Like
exactly.
So I just watched that 17-minute long video of Gravity that he posted. Holy crap, bro! I can't believe that somebody would watch that and then walk away from that and be like, yeah, gravity exists. While in the video itself, he says that there is a field, but there's not a field. Like, what kind of double speaking moronic shit is that?
Hey, Puck, you're supposed to warn the public, dude. I'd watch this so you don't have to. Remember? You always
Yeah,
give the
oh, yeah.
public service announcement, dude, so nobody else will fall in for that shit. You're the guy that takes all the flack. or other
Yeah, I watched it for you
fucking
guys,
videos and shit.
so you don't have to. The crazy thing is, he I thought about it. He probably had a budget of like $1,000, and he's making himself look like he's floating in space. Imagine what NASA could do with that budget of millions of dollars per day. But yeah, that was ridiculous, dude. He so much double talking. He said that. Remember the other day when we were talking about how someone was saying that everyone's falling upwards, and we're like, okay, so if you're like antipodal, then is the world expanding because you're all falling upwards? Then how is it? How does that happen? He actually kind of talked about something like that. He was
That
like,
dumb shit.
yes, he literally talked about how
Well, we have an accelerometer, and everybody has an accelerometer that shows that the Earth is moving upwards. Yeah,
he
but if you're
literally
standing on a globe, that means the person who's antipodal from you would be saying the same thing. So which direction would the Earth be going if it's going upward
literally
to
talked
you,
about that.
and the other guy on the other side of the Earth being a globe? That means
He-
it's going away from each. Like, this is so dumb.
He literally said, he goes, does that mean the Earth is expanding? I'm like, holy shit, we were just talking about this the other day. And then he
you
shows
said
a
that too.
formula. Yeah, and he showed a formula. He said, explains it. And it's like gravity equals space time. And then he's like, so in conclusion, you have, for space to be curving space time, you have to be accelerating while standing still. And then left it like period. I'm like, what the fuck? Who's going to believe this shit? But I guess people do believe it. Yeah. Oh my God. So yeah. Who's the guy that posted that, by the way? Is he still here?
He left.
Poor guy. If that's what he's using as evidence, then his brain is probably just mush.
Yep. So welcome to the forum. Come on in. Bring your globe evidence if you have any. What do you think it's, Kegs? Pretty globish? Not a globe?
I don't know, man. I'm on the fence.
The fence?
That's it. I'm on the fence, mate.
Alright. Well,
Literally, I'm that far on the fence. I got one leg over either side, and the fence picket is up my arsehole. That's how much I'm on the fence.
well, that's a good thing. At least you're considering. You know what I mean?
Fucked by being on the fence. That's a good place to be.
Jedi used to push people off the fence. I don't know if he still does. He just leaves you on there these days. Go ahead. Stay there.
You like being fucked by fences and not knowing anything.
Oh, shit. Damn.
I must say, what I have seen that is a bit of a head fuck is that there's something that suggests that you can't see so far across the horizon. Say you're like looking across the ocean, right? From land, you're looking so far across the ocean. You're not meant to be able to see. You're meant to be able to see a curve after so often, but apparently you can't see to that length. And I've been shown that there's this oil rig that's further than that curve that you're meant to see, and you can't see the curve. I've seen that, and it's compelling.
The horizon, which is said to be the curve, is further than it should be. The oil rigs are just there for distances, so we can show with a distance value that the horizon is further than it should be.
Hey, there's an image post. There's an image posted in the text channel too, Skeggs. You want to look at it?
You know what I'm talking about? This thing, I'm explaining it really shitly, but it's been brought up multiple occasions by like people who are big into this.
I think some people vaguely mention it every now and again.
I think I just mentioned it.
Yeah, that thing, yeah.
And we might talk about it every now and again.
What about it?
He thinks it was compelling evidence against the globe.
Me too.
Me too. But it's good to hear, man.
Hey man, you know what the best evidence is first-hand evidence. If some cunt was to take me out of this atmosphere in a spaceship and show me, I'd be happy to go for the ride. I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
But
I'll just wait about 10,000 years. You might get to do it. but the problem is, after 10,000 years, they're probably going to kick the can down the road another 5,000 years, just because there was a flock of geese that were interrupting the rocket launch. So then you'd have to wait another 7,000 years on top of the 5.
True.
Just saying, man. You know, because flock of geese, you just never know with those guys, man. They're unpredictable. You know, so
That is true.
anyway, it's good. That's called the Black Swan. Everybody talks about it. I was being a little facetious.
Black Swan. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna research into it more. I'm just a bit tipsy, so I can't speak very coherently and comprehensively. Yeah.
Well, you sound like your average Glober. I'm just kidding, man. Relax.
Everybody in the car getting tipsy.
Yeah. Where the Globers be at, man? Come on, Globers. I know you hear me. You're listening out there.
I think they're all currently fact checking and debunking.
Yeah, you obviously have to have a fact checker around here. We can't proceed without one. I mean, who's checking the facts?
Do you know how fucking arrogant that is, though? To call
Yeah,
yourself a fact checker.
I do.
Like no one else bothered.
Be funny if that was his actual job, though.
You know, he says he does it for both sides. He's like, I check the facts, both sides. I'm like, dude. Then he posts that dumb shit that APOC was talking about.
Yeah, well, I asked him for some hard globe facts, and he didn't seem to be too forthcoming. Interestingly.
Now, it's just my hunch. I don't think he's a fact checker. I could be wrong, though.
Do you reckon he's a debunker?
Come on, there needs to be a Glober that has to come out here. Crypto's got to get to his place with at least a little bit of action. Man. Oh, Daza was in the. What was it? What did I just post? Here, I'll post it again. He said something funny. Old dude said, and we took R away, so now what? And Daza says, who took R away? It's measured daily by millions of people. What? Daza, you little snake, dude. Get back in the chat. Measured by millions of people. Yeah. Are all those people here on Earth? The ones that measured R? My God. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, nobody's measuring R. Except for Jedi, because he's hunting for the Glober's evidence whenever they ask for it. Because, you know, they always ask him, can you go ahead and see if the system is closed and then go ahead and find that information out and come back to me? Like, what the fuck? We were telling Jedi that shit earlier. It's funny. You can't make this shit up. Look at fucking Daza's response. I put the thing where he put in who took R away. It was measured daily by millions of people, and then he responded to the little snippet that I put about him. He says it is. Have a look at what your GPS is doing. It's finding R once a second.
Wow.
Dude, you can't make this shit up.
Unbelievable.
Oh shit.
Unbelievable.
So when Crypto's getting to his location, he's finding R as he's going to where he's going. He definitely found R.
Yeah, that's why I get travel. That's why I get travel sick, Miggy, is because obviously I'm driving over the curve as I'm getting to my destination.
Yeah, another mystery solved. According to Daza, that's what your GPS is doing. It's finding R once a second. APOC, that's one for the books, bro.
It has to be.
You gotta
Let me
insert
see.
that shit
Let me see.
into the books, bro.
Let me get my notes.
Get your notes. Oh, did you tell them about the notes you were taking? I
No,
don't think they've heard.
I didn't share it. Wait, what was this one? What was the one you said right now?
So I posted the response to that Daza gave to old dude. It's a little clip, and it says where old dude is saying, and we took R away, so now what? And then Daza responded to him, who took R away? It's measured daily by millions of people. And then he responded to that clip, and then he put, it is. Have a look at what your GPS is doing. It's finding R once a second.
GPS is finding R once a second.
Yeah.
All right, that's in the books.
2024.
Daza. Want me to go through the list of all the other dumb shit?
Yeah, I don't think they've heard of like.
All
yeah,
right.
we're collecting this dumb shit, but this was on X though.
Yeah. So if the world isn't a globe, then no fish can survive. That was it. That was one. That was proof of the Earth is a globe.
Water gas.
Another one was astronauts went to the moon, so the world is a globe. Just straight out, right? Astronauts going to a moon. I threw a baseball up and it came back down. That was proof of a globe. It's a globe because I thought about it.
I like that one.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is just, put one assertion next to another assertion, and then just hope no one calls out your bullshit, and then Earth's a globe, right?
Yeah. The sky is blue, so the Earth is round. That was one. Because of the color of the sky, it's the shape of the Earth. And then how we know light is bending because of light force.
Instead of dark force.
Yeah, and then look in the mirror, you fucking idiot. that was proof that the light was bending.
That's
just
proof
look in the
of
mirror.
light bending. All you gotta do is look in your mirror.
All right, back to the proof of the Earth is a globe. Casino floors curve to the shape of the Earth. That was
Yeah, he said that shit.
That reminds me of that. I can't remember the username all of a sudden. Like Amy or whatever. She said that aircraft carriers, like the deck of the aircraft carrier, is curved to match how planes wouldn't be able to land otherwise.
Wow. I think that should make the books too.
That should make the books. I haven't heard that one.
Let me see
funny as
here.
hell.
What was it? Aircraft carriers?
The deck of the aircraft carrier is curved to match the curve of the water
Deck
of
of
the ocean.
aircraft carriers curve to match the curve of the Earth.
It's fucking stupid.
Wow. And then I think my favorite that Alpha told me about, because I didn't hear this personally, but babies are born adjusting to the spin of the Earth when they are learning to walk up to 14 months and get adjusted to it, by Dr. John Wallace.
Yeah, that's my favorite. I got a screenshot of it.
Yeah. That's on my number one top of the you remember like Conan O'Brien or like fucking Dave Letterman? Like they used to have like the top 10 dumbest whatever. Like yeah, I'm gonna call this the top, just just not even the top 10, just the list of dumb shit Globers say.
Here, Dr. John Wallace. Babies also cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of the Earth. That's why we throw up and can't.
That's a classic, that one.
Wait, I'm gonna update this because the throw up and can't talk until 14. Wow. Okay. Yeah,
Then the obvious
update it.
question is, why can giraffes walk straight away? As soon as they're born. Like within minutes.
The overall topic, just in context, was about experiencing zero gravity. His shtick or his claim was that you're born in a zero gravity, or you're like in the womb. In the womb it's zero gravity, and then when you're born, you then are subject to gravity. It takes about 14 months to adjust to it.
Well, I'll tell you what, my mom told me that I started walking at 10 months, so I guess I adjusted to gravity pretty quick. I was walking at 10 months, so this guy's a little 12 or 18 month shit is stupid. And I think my second daughter started walking like at around the same time, 10, 11 months. All my other kids, they took a little bit longer than me, but I'm going to put this in here. For 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of Earth. Due to the adjusting of the spin of the Earth.
One of my sister's kids, it was kind of funny. We bring this up too because she, the baby, like didn't like crawled, or instead of like what could you call like where they cruise, where they kind of hold on to something.
Uh-huh.
You know, and they'll walk around.
Yeah.
Okay. So then so it went from like crawling to kind of like cruising where you're using a couch or whatever. Never really got walked. Never really walked. And just one day just burst into a full sprint. You know, like so like they skipped, you know, the walk phase and just went right from cruising to running.
Nice.
Like, yeah, when she was ready, you know, like.
Yeah, matter of fact, they sell baby walkers that kind of transition from a baby to a toddler, and then they end up like holding on to their walker, and then they push it, and then they learn how to walk better that way. Once they learn how to like do it in their walker. Yeah, I have 5 kids, so I know all about these things. They all had a walker, a different one too. We always got
Like
a
the
new
main
one.
concept is that everyone's slightly different. It has nothing to do with curve and rotation.
Crazy. Okay, until about 14 months. I'm still updating it until about 14 months. Because I want to get the direct quote.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna read it. Can you
form.
please double check it for me? I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
Babies cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to the adjusting to the spin of the Earth. That's why we throw up and can't talk until about 14 months.
Yeah, I think you missed. He threw a random also in there. Babies also cannot talk or walk.
Babies cannot.
The babies also cannot walk.
Okay. Babies also.
Yeah, there's an also in there.
Cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to the adjusting to the spin of the Earth. That's why we throw up and can't talk until about 14 months.
That's it. Yeah, that's
Got it.
As amusing as I find this, why are we talking about retarded Glober talking points?
Because it's comical.
The entertainment value, I suppose.
Yeah, it's that 5 in the morning humor, like waking people up while they get coffee. Well, it's 5 here at least.
It's like flat earthers are dumb. Also, globalists. Babies cannot walk and talk.
Right. It's just pointing out the hypocrisy of some of these globers that think that flat earthers are the stupid ones.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, my point still remains: like, what's going on with giraffes? Are they just they don't need to balance? What's going on?
Well, they must get used to gravity while in the womb because they're so high up. So they really get it down, you know.
Yeah. The 3 feet that they fall from their mother's womb to the ground makes all the difference, right?
Yeah. Oh, which reminds me, that video that was 17 minutes long that I watched for all of you so you don't have to, he talks about Einstein said one of the greatest things to think about is for a man to fall off the roof. And then I'm like, what? And he starts to go, well, because then he's free falling and then he'll realize that he's like, he's not accelerating, but that the ground is accelerating up to him at 9.8 seconds per second. It's just full of nonsense, that video.
is my microphone working now?
Yeah.
It's meters per second per second.
That's what I meant. 9.8 meters per second per second. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just said second per second. Huh? I forgot. I left out the meter. My bad.
Yes, a second per second would be just 1, because anything divided by itself would be just 1, because you distribute the same number throughout the same number of people.
Right. So do you believe that when you fall that the earth is rushing up to you at 9.8 meters per second per second?
It could be described like that, yes.
Oh, we got another. Earth is moving upwards to you. How about, so let's say this. How about you're in Australia and you fall off a 90-story building, if they were to build one, and then you're in America and you fall off a 90-story building. Now, as the Earth is expanding or moving up to both of those people, how are you able to accomplish that in your paradigm? If the Earth is expanding in both ways, both directions, go ahead.
It isn't expanding. For the person in Australia, the Earth would be moving towards him, and the person in America would be moving towards him even faster. And for the person in America, the Earth would be also moving towards him, and the person in Australia would be moving towards him even faster.
So, hold on. Did you just say that it's moving faster towards Australia and is moving faster towards America?
No, he's saying from the point of reference frame of the observer, the Earth is moving upwards towards the observer.
But when
Actually,
talking about
he said it
motion,
would be if any of that was happening, but because he knows subconsciously or even consciously that it's not happening, he says would be if it was happening.
no, I know that it's happening.
No, you give yourself away. You would say it is happening, but because you actually know it's not, you say it would be happening.
He got you.
Because
He got you,
because
Umbo.
it's a hypothetical example. That's why I said.
Yeah,
So
because it's
called
not
a
happening.
Freudian slip. Is that a Freudian slip?
Yeah,
Rip.
it is. He just doesn't realize it. He's trying to cover his tracks. Save face. He's got a lot of
could
egg
be
on his
happening.
face.
It could be
Yeah,
happening, but
suggestive.
this particular
So
situation
now
where
it
two
could be
people are falling
happening.
at the
Could
same
be,
time.
guys. We could be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and 500,000 miles an hour. Could be, but it's not.
In
Okay, so
physics and math problems, you invent completely very weird situations, like
Yeah,
a
I know
guy
you invent a
buying
lot of stuff in
56
math.
apples.
Yeah,
And
we know you
this
invent a
is
lot of
physically
stuff using
possible.
math.
Nobody denies that, but it's absurd to happen in reality, even though it's physically
Yeah,
possible.
it's not
So we say
happening
it
though.
would.
That's why you said it would be. Could be, would be, maybe. Not is.
So Embo,
If two people, one in Australia and another in America, would be falling
If
at the same time, then it would
and
happen
if
in reality.
and if and if and if, but not.
Embo, if you believe that the Earth is hurling through space, and as it's moving on its orbit, so the Earth is going to be traveling a certain speed in a direction. If somebody jumped up, or let's say again, you fell from a building, and the Earth is coming towards you while you're falling down to it, and then the person on the backside of it would have to be catching up to it, moving away from him or her. Is there a different calculated speed then when you drop something from one side of your planet to the other?
Speed in relation to what?
In relation to the direction that the Earth is hurling towards.
So in relation to the sun.
Yeah, it's just going in its elliptical path. Do you understand what he's asking, Embo?
Then all of these people, both the falling guys and the Earth, would have the same velocity in relation to the sun as one single
No,
system.
dude, like
God.
he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it at all.
So the guy fell from the building in America, and the guy fell from the building in Australia. The Earth is supposedly moving upwards to meet him, right? Both guys. You get it?
It's moving upwards for them each individually.
Yeah, I know that. So how could it be doing that if it's making its ellipse around the sun, and its movement in whatever relationship you want to talk about it, well, according to the sun, it's going in one direction, but it cannot be going in two directions for the two people that are. Earth is not going upwards for both people antipodal to each other. You get it now?
So then, if you
Embo?
think about it, if you
Hold on,
think,
Epo-
oh, go
hold
ahead.
on, let me see if he gets it. Do you get it now, Embo?
It can be going upwards for both of the people because it's just coordinate
Really?
transformations.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how is it going upwards in the same direction for two people antipodal to each other? How does that make sense to you?
Because when you have one person, let's say from the perspective of the person in Australia, and the Earth is moving towards him, then he doesn't keep the person in America stationary from his perspective. The person from America is also falling towards him, but even faster. Therefore, he can meet
Even
the Earth even
faster.
before he.
So one
Yes,
guy
even
is falling
faster.
towards the Earth, and the Earth is meeting him slower than the other guy.
I mean, they would be accelerating at the same rate.
Okay, so now it's at the
9.8.
same rate. Now it's not one guy is faster than the other guy is slower. It's at the same rate.
They were accelerating. I thought it was the Earth that was accelerating.
Yeah.
In relation to the Earth. In relation
Yeah,
to the Earth,
so
you
you
accelerating
understand
at this rate.
this. You understand the mind trick. We're asking what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Well, what is actually happening can be described in multiple ways. There are multiple ways to describe the same
Really?
thing physically.
So there's not one answer that's going to solidify the point for the Earth being a
Yeah.
globe.
You said that in motion, but we're talking about the Earth moving up, so that would be the Earth in motion. So what is actually in motion? Not how you can
Motion is
describe it from different points of view. We're just talking about what's actually happening.
Yeah, motion is relative. This is the answer.
So they
Is
don't
the
know.
Okay, let's consider it this way, right? Let's say that there's an absolute frame in which everything else occurs, right? And so you've got this like massive 3D grid in which existence happens. So then, if you're observing from that position of the absolute frame, is the Earth physically expanding or is it staying the same size?
There is no absolute frame in physics.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. What I asked you is if there was an absolute 3D reference frame from which we observe the Earth, would the Earth be physically expanding or staying the same?
If there was, then you would have to define what would be that frame.
Again, not answering the question. So would the Earth be physically expanding or would it be staying the same size?
I mean, the Earth, regardless of what reference frame you're looking for, isn't expanding. That's
Okay,
just logical.
that's all I want to say. Well, obviously, but that's why everyone's taking the piss out of you, because the logic
Either my connection is
you
breaking
to thinking that the Earth is physically expanding in both directions of Australia and America specifically. And also, the claim that there's no absolute reference frame is just a claim. Like you're just saying, oh, it doesn't exist because I am only able to access a relative frame myself. There's no reason for you to claim that there's no like objective frame. It's just that your physics works within that interpretation.
The reason there is no absolute reference frame is that there are no laws of physics that would work better in some one particular frame. They are universal for regardless of how you are moving.
But that's philosophy. That's not actually refuting the idea that there could be. Say there was some kind of like, say God existed, right? I know that you're an atheist, so that's why I'm putting it like this. Say God existed, would he not be able to observe from some absolute reference frame?
I would say that unless in heavens, I mean that's kind of a matter of semantics of what the word itself means, because in the classical meaning of how it was historically understood, the absolute reference frame wasn't supposed to be like some better reference frames from a philosophical point of view, that it is more useful to describe it from that way. It was supposed to physically have some different properties. For example, classically, it was supposed to be the frame of ether. The ether was supposed to be the medium for the light. So it has some physical...
That doesn't address what I said. Doesn't address what I said.
When I say there's no absolute reference frame, this is what I mean, that there is no reference frame in which laws of physics are some different or exclusive.
So that doesn't address what I said, and it was a straw man, and it was a red herring. Well done.
I would say that unless in heaven the laws of physics work different, then there would really be no absolute reference frame, even for God. In this definition of this term, at least. If you want it defined in a more vague way, like for example that God is better than humans, so therefore his reference frame is absolute, then but how it was historically understood.
How did you get that
So
from what he said?
From like, yeah, I don't know that he's just gone off into this fantasy world of philosophy, none of which applies to anything that I said.
No, it's semantics. It's the meaning of a word.
No. Semantics literally means the meaning of words, right? So when you're talking about semantics, you're talking about the meanings of words, right? I'm not doing that. We're agreeing on many of the terms already, so we don't need to discuss semantics. For instance, when you say ether, I think we've got a pretty similar understanding of what that means. So we don't need to define that. So for you to accuse me, if we discuss semantics, is agreed on a term anyway. So I don't understand the criticism.
Yeah, so what do you understand by an absolute reference frame? Because I think this is what we don't agree.
I already defined it. So you've got like a 3D area in which existence happens. That's what I already said. And so you're viewing it from outside this, and you're looking at the Earth as God or whatever, as, I don't know, the all-powerful alien from Star Trek, or however you want to think of it. So you're looking at the Earth, and you've got a person standing in Australia, and you've got a person standing in America. They jump up, and then they fall back to the Earth. The Earth doesn't physically expand to meet them, does it?
It doesn't expand in any reference frame, but this doesn't address the relativeness of motion.
Avoid the question again. So it doesn't physically expand to meet them, does
the
it?
3D space still exists for all of the reference frame. We live in a 3D world. The guy from Australia has a 3D world. The guy in America also.
If your position was strong, you would answer the question. I know that for sure.
Yeah. For God, the Earth wouldn't be expanding. For no one, the Earth would be expanding. Wouldn't be expanding.
Right, exactly. So the Earth wouldn't be rising towards the guy in America and the guy in Australia simultaneously, would it? It would just stay there.
It would. It would be rising for each of the people respectively.
No, it wouldn't. It would just stay where it is, regardless of who's jumping up and down.
In relation to what?
What do you mean? In relation to the 3D, like the outside reference that I've just defined. I thought we'd already got past that bit.
But there is no outside reference.
Very tiresome.
A position like velocity, how if something is moving or not, it's all in relation to something else always. When in everyday applications, it's just the surface of the Earth. If a car is moving at a given speed, then it's moving in relation to the Earth. But this doesn't prohibit you from describing it to anything else. Like if you have two cars driving at the same speed next to each other, then they are respectively stationary in relation to each other. One person could handshake with another driver.
Everyone here understands this. This is basic stuff. Can you stop Dunning-Krugering over the chat? I'm trying to get you to understand that when you say that the Earth physically rises up to somebody as they're jumping, then the logical conclusion is that if they're doing that in two locations, that the Earth must be expanding.
It wouldn't, because that's under an assumption that the acceleration rate of the other person would be also the same.
This is what happens when you put two people antipodal to each other. So to meet the two people that are falling to the object you're saying is rising up to meet them. This means that the object, the ball, is increasing its radius.
Wait a moment. Can you hear me still? Oh no, I think it broke.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Can you hear you fine, dude?
The test. Can you hear me? I think I will need to switch to phone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah. I was trying to talk, but my piece broke. Yeah. So for the one of the for the person in Australia, the Earth would be accelerating towards him at 1g, so 9.81, and the person that is antipodal would be accelerating towards him at 2g, so it will be already accelerating relative to the Earth, but in relation to him, he would be accelerating even faster.
Yeah, we know.
It's physically the same thing happening, but just from different perspectives.
Yes, we know. But we're trying to point out what's actually happening. The people are the things that are moving. The Earth isn't rising up to meet them, because this would mean the Earth will be getting bigger. Obviously, the people are falling down towards the Earth. And we know that.
I just said that this is more of a philosophical point, because then you have to select a reference frame that you think is absolute, that is better for describing motion. And I don't think you have any basis for doing that besides just personal preference.
What's in motion?
It's relative.
What's in motion?
One thing can be both stationary and in motion depending on the reference frame.
Ah, it's a paradox.
Come on, Jedi,
You're moving.
The world in motion. Absolute banger.
That's a paradox.
It's not a paradox, it's just basic relativity.
It absolutely is a paradox.
Violates the law of non-contradiction.
How is it moving upwards and not moving upwards at the same time? That shit.
Because motion is relative.
Well, if you're moving upwards with it to make the observation, or if you're at a point not moving and watching it move. Yeah.
How am I stationary relative to my PC, but I'm not stationary relative to an airplane passing above me?
Because the airplane is moving, you fool.
In relation to what?
You being stationary?
Yes, it's moving in relation to me. So I can be both stationary and moving depending on
You're not
who is
moving.
observing.
You're stationary. Obviously, that's how it was outlined. The plane
No,
is
I
moving.
am
You
moving
see
in
it.
relation to the airplane. A
Yeah?
person in an airplane will see me moving over time.
Oh, in the
Really?
it's changing reference frames. And the aeroplane, from the person's point of view who's doing the falling, the Earth is coming up to meet them. No, we're not taking it from that observation. We're trying to point out what's actually happening from another point of view. This is moving downwards towards the Earth. The Earth isn't rising up to meet them. You can describe it that way, but when you put two things antipodal, this has got a consequence. That means the radius of the Earth is increasing to come up and keep meeting things that are falling to it.
I already described it in the best way I could, so I don't really think I can bring anything more to this conversation. You can just accept it or not accept it.
No, it's not us accepting it or not accepting it. It's you who is not logically consistent. It's not. You can't have something that's doing something and not doing something at the same time, Embo. Not possible.
I just gave an example that we can all agree on of this happening. I am stationary at the same time in relation to things around me in my room, but I am not stationary in relation to some airplane or a car passing. This is something objectively happening regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but you see the plane moving, right?
Yes, and the airplane sees me moving.
No, we're not talking about it seeing. We're only talking about you. So how do you know that you could be
Yeah,
moving? No, just stick to you. Only stick to you on the Earth.
We are talking about me,
All right, so you
about
see
different people viewing me.
Embo.
This is still talking about.
You see that? Yeah. Just don't talk about anybody else. Just you. You see the plane moving. You know that you're still. Is it possible that you still could be moving in the instance where you notice that you're not moving?
Yes, in relation to thousands of reference frames that are moving in relation to, I would be
So,
moving for
what,
these
like a
observations.
car outside moving? Maybe
Yes, for
the
example.
trees. Really? So you're moving because there's a car outside and a plane above you that are moving.
Yes, we are mutually
Yeah.
moving in relation to each other.
You're not moving though. You're stationary. You just said so.
I am moving for the person observing me through
No,
the
we're not talking
glass
about the
in
person.
the
No,
car.
stop
Yo,
appealing to the person
I
that's
just
moving.
realised. Yeah, Mickey, I just realised Embo just invented perpetual motion because he can move without a force.
Yeah.
You can just sit there in your chair and you are moving relative to other shit. So perpetual motion, right?
You're moving
That is,
while you're not moving.
force is not required for moving; is required for accelerating, which is changing velocity. The constant velocity doesn't require force.
Right. Yeah, so you can just be sat there in your chair and you are moving relative to other shit, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
No force required.
Yes, no force required.
How do you listen?
Yeah,
How do you measure?
perpetual motion invented, why not?
How do you measure acceleration when you're not moving, Embo?
How am I measuring acceleration if I'm not moving? I am not.
So then, isn't that how you said people are moving with acceleration?
No, I
No.
said that people can move in relation to each other, which doesn't require a
Okay.
force. But if you're accelerating,
So
this
when
requires.
you make your observations of all kinds of things moving, how do you know that you're moving? If you're sitting in your chair right now, as you're doing right now, how do you know that you're moving? I want to know how you know that you're moving, not by how somebody else tells you. Well, I'm in a plane and I see Embo on the ground. I don't care about other people. I want to know how you know that you're moving, even though you're still.
If I don't care about other people and just me, then I'm not moving in my own reference.
Okay. See, now we're getting somewhere. That means you're not moving according to you. Now you
Yeah,
don't
according
use
to
other
me,
people.
I'm not.
Yeah.
But according to other
Okay.
people,
Okay. So when you see a plane moving, you know that it's moving, right?
Yes, from my perspective, it is
Yeah.
moving.
And when you get in a plane, you can see that the plane's moving when you're inside the plane, right?
No, then I can see the plane
No.
is
Wait a
stationary and
minute. No,
everything
no,
else
no,
is
no, no,
moving.
no, no, no. I'm talking about the people inside the plane. So when you're
Yeah, I'm
outside
inside of the plane.
yeah, yeah, I know. But when you're outside of the plane, you're not moving. You're seeing a plane fly above you, right?
Yes, then the airplane is
Okay.
moving in relation to.
All right. So when you get inside of the plane and it starts going, you look down and you see all the stuff moving. You can tell you're in a moving vehicle, right?
No, then I can tell that the ground is moving in relation to me and I'm stationed.
Yeah,
I
because you're
perceive the
in.
airplane
No,
as
no, you're
stationary.
not stationed. You're not stationed because you're inside of a moving vehicle. You're
You
not
can
stationed.
you can tell that the ground is moving. So the ground's moving then.
Yes, the ground is moving in relation to me. Because
No,
every motion is in
no,
relation to
you're moving.
substance.
You're moving. You can tell that you're moving across the ground.
Yeah.
Both of these descriptions are good at the same time. We're talking
Yeah.
about
So when
this
you're
What
particular
we're talking about was
from my
actually happening. I don't care about your different points of view. We're talking about what's actually happening. The aircraft is moving across the Earth. The Earth isn't doing anything. It's just there. You can move from point A to point B, and you know because you've changed your location. You can watch other things change their location whilst you are still.
Yeah. And
Do you know what,
physically
Jedi?
the same thing is happening, but both of these descriptions are equivalent. I
Jedi,
can
you
say
know
that the Earth is
that
moving
father,
below me, and I can say that I am moving in relation to the Earth.
It's going to keep trying to
Jedi, you
smuggle
know
it in.
that Jedi, you know that Father Ted sketch where he's trying to say to Father Dougal about this cow is small, this cow is far away.
Yeah.
That is this conversation right here.
It is.
See if we can find it.
It's a fucking basic conversation, man. Like I don't, Embo. Seriously, see, this is why you guys are all tangled up. You guys are trying to overcomplicate the simplicity of it. You're not moving. You're outside. You're sitting down. There's no motion, right? You can't say you're moving because you're still. There's no motion. Now, when you're in a vehicle, you are moving. In a bus, in a train, in a plane, in a boat, you're moving, right?
Okay,
Okay.
what
So now
experiment
when you
would I
get,
perform to detect
it's
I'm
not
moving?
an experiment. It's just really just realizing the fact that when you get off of those vehicles and you stand outside somewhere, you're not moving. That's
Okay,
just obvious
in that vehicle, how could I tell that I'm moving?
because you're in a different location from when you got into the vehicle. You're now transported to a different geographic location.
So the location, I could equivalently say that the location moved to me.
Yeah, but how are you going to prove it?
By me being in a different location now?
Yeah, that's because you know that you're traveling to the other location, not it coming to you. Now, I want you to test this. Don't do anything, and let's see if you wind up in Japan. You gonna do that, Embo? You gonna stay still and wind up in Japan? I don't
If
think
I'm
so.
in an airplane and the Earth is moving in relation to
I
me, I
know
would.
that you're in a vehicle that's moving. That's what we're agreeing on. Now, let's not get in a vehicle and see if we still wind up in Japan. Is that gonna happen?
No.
Okay, so then that means you're not moving.
Yeah, in relation
Yeah?
to the Earth, I'm not moving.
No, we're not in relation. You are not going anywhere, dude. You're not gonna sit still on your computer chair and then wind up in Japan. It's not coming to you.
I know
Japan's
because
not
I'm
coming
not
to
moving
meet
in
you.
relation to the Earth. An airplane is moving in relation to the Earth.
Yeah. So you know you're in a moving vehicle, which means you're moving. Now, when you're not moving, you're not going anywhere. Japan isn't gonna come to you. It's staying right where it is.
Yes, because as I
Yeah.
already said, I'm not moving
What?
in relation to the Earth, and the airplane is.
Yeah.
And when
Thank you,
something is
Captain
moving in
Obvious.
relation, and when X is moving in relation to Y, you can equivalently say that Y is moving in relation to the X, just in the
Yeah, you
opposite
can
direction.
say that, but the only way to get motion is to actually travel. You have to go from point A to point B. If you don't travel, you ain't going anywhere. You're staying still.
Yes, and
You
you could say
understand?
that the Earth is traveling below you.
No, who cares? Who cares what people say? The only thing we're examining right now is if you're not moving, then you're not going anywhere. All right?
Okay, if
Okay.
the airplane was stationary, just hanging in the sky, and the Earth was
Nah,
traveling below you
dude.
and spun
The airplane
towards
that's
Japan would spin towards you,
dude,
would that make the
Embo.
same result?
Why are you all tangled up about this, dude? If you're in an airplane and it's going somewhere and you wind up in Japan, I think that's because you're moving. But let's say the airplane's on the ground and the engines are off. Are you gonna still wind up in Japan?
No, because I'm not
Okay.
moving relative to the Earth.
Right. So you have to actually get going somewhere and then you start to move. And then you know you're moving because you're actually traveling somewhere. And when you're not doing that, you're not gonna go anywhere. Japan will stay right where it's at, and so will you. You'll be in the UK, just like you are normally have.
I know that. I don't
Okay.
disagree.
All right. So
What
pretty
we
obvious
disagree
stuff
on
here.
is that we can translate the same motion between reference frames.
No, here's the thing though. You're trying to say that the Earth is in motion at some point. You want to make it sound like the Earth is the one that's moving. The thing that you're talking about that's rising up to meet the person that was falling in the previous conversation. And that's not happening because the Earth is still. It's not doing anything.
It's still in relation to what?
To you sitting your ass on the floor. It's not going anywhere.
Okay, but if I go to a moving airplane, it's not still in relation to me anymore.
Because you're in a moving airplane, as you so stated.
It's moving. The aeroplane is moving. It's a moving aeroplane. I just said it. It is
For
moving.
God's sakes.
The Earth and the airplane are mutually moving relatively.
We know. We know. We know. You just keep
You are a
inserting.
he's a broken toy. I mean, this is literally, you know.
We can describe it like this. We can say the Earth is rising up to meet the person that's fallen into it. Yeah, you can describe it that way.
Yeah, you could call Earth the valid.
What's actually happening?
You could call Earth the valid reference frame, Embo. It's like the one that's not going to be. It's the one you stand on to say, okay, from here, I'm going to gather all other ideas of like motion from this particular thing that's not moving. because it's not going anywhere. Now, if you say that it's going somewhere, how do you know that?
Because I can observe that the Earth moves in relation to some distant things, like the Sun, for example.
Really?
The Sun
Really? The
moves
Earth,
over
the
time in
Earth
the
is
sky.
wait. The Earth is moving in relation to the sun.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Well, how do you know that?
because I observe the Sun changing position over time from the Earth.
Okay, so the sun's changing position, and you say the Earth's moving, bro.
Yeah,
Make
they
that make
both
sense
move
to
in
me.
relation to each other.
They both
which
move. Wait. How do you know they both are moving? We only see the sun
Because-
moving.
Because from the perspective of the Earth, the Sun is moving. So that means that from the perspective of the Sun, the Earth will have to move.
That means. No, it doesn't mean.
It would violate logic if the Earth would see the Sun moving, but the Sun wouldn't see the Earth moving.
That something else moves from the point of the observer. The sun appears to be moving, much like the aeroplane from the point of the
Yeah.
observer on the floor appears to be moving. That we spent the last half hour talking about. Now, fucking hell, sunshine! Stop trying to smuggle this shit in. We're not going to
It's
fall
like
for you.
if you could ride the sun like you do an airplane, it'd be the same idea. Same thing. You'd be on a traveling sun that's going around the Earth. You'd be riding it. I mean, it'd be kind of hot. You know, your shoes would probably melt. But yeah, you'd be seeing the surface of the Earth as the sun would illuminate different parts of the Earth. Be like, shit, now I'm in Japan.
Would you
Right?
see the Earth moving?
The Earth would be in relation to you because you're on a moving thing. The thing is moving. You are
Okay.
moving.
What does make the description from the Earth better than the description from the Sun?
Because you're in a moving object. The thing is the thing that's moving that you're on. It's a vehicle. So now you're taking a ride on the sun and it's flying around the Earth, just like the airplane. Same idea. But when you get off of the sun and come back down to Earth, guess what? You're not moving anywhere. It is moving still. Because you know why?
That is not an answer, because
It
a
is an
person
answer
from
because
the Sun
check it
could
out.
say that the Earth
Yeah,
is moving.
when you get off of the sun and you get back down to Earth, you see the sun move away from you, and there it goes. Bye bye. It's nighttime.
Okay. And when you go from the Earth to the Sun, you see the Earth moving below you and the Sun being stationary.
Do you? So,
Hypothetically, obviously,
Then-
it would be possible to go to the Sun.
It would.
This is hypothetical.
It
You
would
can
in its
change the Sun to
hypothetical sense.
anything, to like an airplane or whatever.
Oh, dear me.
It's so simple, dude. Japan isn't
It works,
coming to
my
you at all.
hypothetical.
If
Embo,
you
you're
ride the
ruining
sun like you
logic
do
for
a
people.
if you ride the sun like you do an airplane, you're just gonna wind up in Japan on a hot sun. But it's the
I
same
agree.
thing. It's gonna be going around the Earth, and then you're gonna be riding along with the sun. Then you'll get dropped off in Japan.
But
Like I said,
that
probably with
doesn't
melted
answer my
shoes.
question.
Why-
So
why are
far,
you-
so
I
far,
don't
all of
understand.
your answers trying to explain why the Earth is
Yeah,
an
you're
absolute
not
reference
explaining
frame
anything, dude.
are
You're-
phenomena that aren't exclusive to the Earth.
Well,
Because
these are your answers. This is sorry. You're in violation of your own answers. Answers given by people like Einstein, who says no observable experiment that we can prove the sun or the Earth is in motion. Right? It can be either relativity, special, all of this stuff. Right? It can be either. You're saying no. I see the sun move across the sky, and that can only be if I was on the sun, the Earth would be moving. You're just changing reference frames based upon your model of the Earth going around the sun. It's begging the question.
that was what I was agreeing with. I agree that you can transform to different reference frames.
You agree you can beg the question?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.